ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another beautiful year of the CS Asia Championships for 2026. I am so excited to be here. We've got so much good Counter-Strike on the menu coming from the Asia region with teams from all across the world. I, of course, am Mac, and I'm joined by the two beautiful analysts that are going to be joining me for the first half of the day, Pimp and Vendetta. Boys, how are you feeling being here?
Good. You know, it's pretty early where we're at right now, but I'm excited to get some more Counter-Strike going. And it just feels like this endless circle of top-tier Counter-Strike happening at all times. We just came from Atlanta, Astana, and now straight into CAC. So if you're into Counter-Strike, I guess it's a pretty good time to be alive.
Yeah, it's pretty great. And honestly, this is a pretty significant one as well. This is like the last S-tier tournament heading into the major. This is kind of where you get to see the final fine-tuning of a lot of teams that are going to be at the major, simply. So you can kind of get an idea of where teams are at, what teams are kind of leading in the right direction, and what teams are definitely not.
And look, some teams, from what we've seen, definitely need a little bit more practice too.
Yeah.
So definitely these officials are
Talking about Liquid already, huh?
Hey, not yet. That game's coming up shortly. But yeah, these are the 16 participating teams. As you can see, I think the top-rated team overall was it MOUZ up there? No, Falcons actually, they're number 4 at the moment. And then going all the way down to, I believe, Lynn Vision, who is the bottom seed coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part about the teams, you know, at your screen, as Vendetta said as well, you know, a lot of these teams are heading to the major. 3 of them are not 3D Max, NIP, and BC Game. So in essentially, you know, this is their major. This is their testing ground. You know, this is where they need to do well and farm a lot of points for the VIS system as well. So they get invited to some of the bigger tournaments after the major. Whereas for everyone else that you see on the screen right now, apart from BC Game, 3D Max, and NIP, as Vendetta said, testing ground for the major.
Yeah, no, it's very much in that way. And obviously some teams have a little bit more legwork to do leading up to the major than others. I mean, one team has already been mentioned.
Again, yeah.
Yep. Which keep looping back to them. But no, it's going to be very interesting. And yeah, this is a big moment. And as you said, like, even though you might have missed out on the major for this cycle, VRS points always going to matter. So for the ones who weren't lucky enough to qualify, for some teams that probably felt like they should have qualified, 3D Max, you know, this is a great opportunity to showcase that, yeah, you can still mingle. You can still be there amongst, you know, the top teams in the world.
And of course, you know, put your hand into the prize pool for some winnings, which is going to swing that VRS points moving into the second season of the year. And this is, of course, what they're playing for. Look, $400,000 USD prize pool for everyone to take home, as well as the club reward for everyone that is returning. And speaking of returning, just did want to touch on Legacy are here with a different leader, but they are the returning champs from last year.
Yeah, and a team that's on a bit of a streak right now, to be fair. They did well in Atlanta, really came
well
in hot, you know, and were part of the semi-final, and also absolutely smashed Boom in the third place decider in that game. And, you know, before heading into Atlanta, they also won a domestic tournament. So it's a team with a lot of confidence. So safe to say that they're starting to peak at the right timing.
Yeah, it's kind of fun as well, because I think everyone who saw them win the previous iteration of CIC were really excited. Again, like a new Brazilian team, you know, you finally get to see, you know, Lotto, Dumao, who've been on the radar for a lot of people for many, many years, you know, ever since they came into Godsent with Taco and whatnot, finally kind of hit their stride. Now you're thinking like, okay, a Legacy, they're going to be like a new kind of just namesake that you see in lots of tournaments. They're going to be, you know, the new Brazilian team that's always there. And then they just didn't. They just kind of fell off a bit of a cliff, and obviously they had a change. They swapped out Lux for Art, of all people. And at that point, when I read that news, I was thinking to myself, like,
What's
Art
going on
hasn't
here?
necessarily been setting the world on fire in Flux, so I don't really see how this is going to help by any means. But like Jacob said, you know, they came into Atlanta, did extremely well for themselves. Lotto and Dumao looking absolutely on fire. Art even fragging like it's, you know, 2018. So it was just cool to see, and I'm hoping that's you know, the start of a positive trend for them.
Yeah, same. And look, you know, classic Art, old school Art. If he comes back and brings back that form, that hyper aggression, that's always something that you get to look forward to as a spectator. Maybe not if you're playing against him, of course, because he could just turn up at anywhere at any given moment. But let's go through the games that we are going to be covering today here on the main stream. 3D Max. Oh, this is B stream. Sorry. Yep. So 3D Max up against MIBR will be playing simultaneously at the same time as our stream. Then Bait and NIP, Legacy and NIG, and Pain and M80. Also worth saying, as you can see on the screen there, all of the first initial games are going to be best of ones, which could cause some upsets, and being, you know, GSL, double elim, that could also throw the whole bracket of both these groups into disarray. So we'll see what we get once the day rolls forward. And then if we jump over to our stream, the A stream, The games that we're going to be covering initially are Paravision and Liquid, which will be the first one up. MongolZ and Lynn Vision going head-to-head, the Asian Derby. MOUZ and TYLOO, which could be an interesting one, depending on if TYLOO wake up and what new MOUZ are going to be looking like as well. And then I think the one that a lot of people are interested in, a lot of eyes are towards that Falcons and BC.Game game to see what ends up happening down there.
Yeah, some cool games, initially. The Falcons versus BC game, there's always going to be that, star attraction to that game, having MONIZE on one side, Simple on the other. That's always going to be fun to watch, especially in a best-of-1 format where everything is at stake. We have seen Falcons sometimes come off a little bit slow, Now with Kerrigan, safe to say that we don't really know where they're at the moment. It looked somewhat good in Astana and see if they can continue with that. And then game of the day for me, up until we got the news, was definitely Liquid taking on PARIVISION. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, MOUZ didn't make it in time as far as I'm aware. So they're playing with Flashy, the coach, which means PARIVISION have no excuse not to beat the shit out of Liquid.
Yeah, it's a blunt way of putting it, but it is very true. Like Flashy, he did used to play it professionally, right? But that's 6 years ago, and that wasn't necessarily at the height of his career by any means either, right? Like this is playing for one of the iterations of Budapest 5, so it's a bit of an uphill struggle. It was always going to be an uphill struggle for Liquid as well. Like you can't really lie. The form has been dreadful. Yeah, and the problem is that you've gotten MOUZ back into the team, I guess, except for the first game now. And he hasn't really found his stride. It's a little bit better than in G2, but whenever he has a good game, Elige falls off the cliff. Then NAF has a good game, but both Elige and MOUZ are not able to contribute. And they just never find their stride. There's never like multiple players on Liquid playing well at the same time. Yeah, well, they have at least found which map we're going to be going to, which is Dust 2. When I was looking at this, and you've obviously, lost one of the heavy pieces of firepower from your lineup for Liquid, I would think you would want to avoid the pug maps as much as humanly possible, especially up against Paravision, which is built on some of the best puggers ever known to man.
There's always two stories to that, because I get the thought process, but also, Dust 2 is a relatively easy map to slot a stand-in in. It's limited how much I'd say tactical knowledge you need to have, as a player on the server. The good thing with Flashy coming in, obviously, he knows everything. He knows the playbook, all the strats, would be able to teach himself some of the nades that MOUZ are maybe essential in terms of throwing. But in terms of his positioning, it's a player you can try to hide away and try to mask the fact that you have a weakness, especially on the T side. Whereas when you move over to the CT side, it's going to be tough for Flashy to find the impact that's needed for Team Liquid, which then put more pressure on guys like Nafly, Elige, Shuhei for that matter as well. Someone else have to pick up the slack of MOUZ not being there.
Yeah, again, it feels like I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, Dust 2 kind of seems like the most, I guess, 50-50 map in the sense that you might get into a good stride of things, and like Jacob said, you can hide away certain players to mask your issues temporarily. But it's also one of Paravision's best maps, just straight up. So it's like I don't feel like you're doing yourself any favors if you're Liquid. But then again, they don't have too many strings to play off of here.
And that would have been the cool conversation coming into this game, Mac. Paravision going up against Team Liquid, two teams who are in each of their own respective, dare I say, crisis at the moment.
Yeah, dipping form.
I feel Paravision, they've been such an inspiring story throughout the entirety of the year. No one expected them to start off as well as they did. No one expected them to be as competitive as they have been. We saw in Cluj, we saw, at other PGL tournaments as well, and even in the beginning of the year at the Blast Bounty, how well they did. But now they kind of realized that getting to the top is the easy part, staying there is the tough one. Whereas for Team Liquid, it's the other way around. They've just been bad all year long, But they're in the same sort of like scenario right now where both of them are coming in with no confidence. Both of them are coming in, desperately needing a good experience here at the CAC to farm some confidence for the major as well. So I think in that regard, there's a lot of pressure on both teams, even for this being an opening best-of-1 game.
Now, let's talk about vibes, because I'm seeing Flashy with some big smiles on his screen, and I've got two Vibes guys that want to have a quick chat to us as well, and they're going to be having a chat to us because the game is ready. Over to you, Neo and Scriv.
Yes, thank you very much, gents. We are very quickly into the action here, as Mac has mentioned. So, happy to be going. Not much of an intro for myself and Neo, but we're here for the game. We're here for the Team Liquid and the Paravision on Dust 2. I think the boys also setting it up quite nicely that as a pick here, this could be a little bit interesting. I'm certainly curious to see, particularly on the Liquid side of things, if they've done their homework coming into this, if there is a chance of taking this map, but going to be a tough one, of course, with that stand-in situation. We're straight in towards the B-bomb site. No messing around here from Paravision as they get the execute out. Looking good thus far, but the rotations are pretty quick, I think it has to be said. into the 3 versus 2. Shuhei looking good, brings it down to just 1. And despite the execute, Paravision, they fall flat.
Yeah, and unfortunately, now for Sway, what do you do in a 1 versus 3? The real answer is probably nothing, to be perfectly frank. Bomb dropped in an unrecoverable spot, but he got 50 seconds to work with here. Try and find a way to scoop it back up. It feels unlikely. He's going for a reposition. Back in towards mid, going to try and isolate a couple of fights. It's the only real way that this round is lost is a gross misplay by Team Liquid. It should be next to impossible for Zway. Well, let's see. Moving his way forward. CT cleared. He's got a pretty good understanding, and he should really realize that all 3 are here. 1 spotted window. Naf gets the information with a shoulder peek, and this round should all but slot into place. Get ultimate around that corner as well with a dual lead, but he's seen off in the end. Nice and easy stuff. All you can really ask for there is Naf will close it. Liquid kickstart well. This team with, you know, obviously so many different narratives around them. We've got the talk of this team just struggling, I think fundamentally, like as a whole. And then on top of that, you've not got MOUZ here for at least this first game. Having your coach Flashy stand in, it obviously makes quite a big difference. So all expectations are pretty minimal. So any round's a good round.
No, it is true. And I mean, the funny thing is always going to be on something like this. Does that make you play a little bit better, you know, pressure off in the BO1?
Yeah.
Can you kind of remove all this extracurricular stuff around form and so on and so on? But it's tough to say, of course. Paravision, start of the year, really good run for them, as has been mentioned by the desk. This was kind of one of the maps that they did it on. You know, they were undefeated for a long time on Dust 2, actually. I think the entirety of Blast Bounty, every time they picked it, they won it. So it's a difficult map, and you can see why. Jane with a lovely find to open up the round. Honestly, that might be all you need here. They've got the cross smoke down. So a lot of SMGs for Liquid, which in my mind doesn't feel super confident. Slow creep up long. It's looking scary here right now.
There's money to be made, though, at the same time. Break on the smoke, MP7 behind. Alish looking for a little bit more as well. It's Ultimate who gets the first. They're trying to shut them down as they progress. 50 seconds as they're starting to make that move up ramp, and Shuhei will get both. Pistol pulled out as he looks to find Zelo. Him with a Glock will get one himself, and it's all on James, who opened up this one. It's consolation kills, but it looks like a second for Liquid is inbound.
Yeah, well saved. Really well saved, despite the opener coming in, despite how well Paravision was shaping up towards that A-bomb site. Liquid using their weaponry to its advantage, basically. And indeed, James, the man that started the round, is just going to look to save here. 15 seconds on that clock. He should get away with it. It's a scout into the next round. And unfortunately, not all that much happening in the end. Not getting that bomb plant. I think with the first kill, that's what they really, really would have wanted. Just try and force the round out for Liquid. In the end, it looks pretty simple. So we'll see here. They, you know, have kind of fudged the numbers a little bit. Paravision might look to go for a buy here, and they will indeed. And a few Galils out and whatnot. Maybe not the cleanest. Actually, quite a lot of Galils in the end. They've opted to go heavy on the utility here. So I don't know. This buy is not great for me. And in the BO1, you really have to set the pace well.
I don't hate the idea about saving the scout, though, because we see it becomes so common now in Dust 2 where you're AWP or buy that scout 2 rounds in a row anyway, force buy and the full buy regardless. We know Woxic does this a hell of a lot for Aurora, but it's ultimate to open up things. With that AWP, he'll find the first, looks for a second, just misses that slight window on towards Belchinok. Break on the smoke, looks for more, but already this pressure off Liquid are looking pretty solid, to be fair. And this is the first true test of what Paravision can bring to the table here in towards Dust 2. And the T-side's not starting well. A short move coming through. So he'll pop flash through just to try and give them that group up in towards short as they want to dive on forward. Shuhei setting up the God Flash from Goose. They've slowed this round down massively.
Just the one trickle smoke from Nota. A job to try and bait things out. Low on resources here, of course. James does have a smoke, but he's in a different area. So they've tried to flash their way through and creep forwards here. Contacting up short. It's a great break for Ultimate, however. Shuhei does well, gets one before going down. It's this AWP that they just can't really contest at this stage of the game. The lack of utility, etc., is not helping them out. James going to go down easily. Liquid looking good. Paravision, we might lightly say testing some waters, but it's looking pretty loose at the moment, and I don't think that's the name of the game. They have to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, there's a real kind of lack of discipline at the moment for Paravision. It's becoming quite costly in these early rounds. But Liquid, again, because sort of as you were mentioning, I do feel like they're looking really solid. It does feel like having Flashy in the side is just not changing up anything. For the better, that is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just have to lean in a slightly different way. And like we've said, sometimes players kind of enjoy it. You know, you can have a bit of a free day. You've got a BO1 standing in. It's not a whole tournament thing.
Yeah, no expectations. You can chill out. And I feel like, if anything, I think Liquid are one of the prime examples of teams that put a lot of pressure on themselves, and the pressure doesn't exactly pay off, let's say. So far, so good. 6-0 for Ultimate to start, 5-2 for Shuhei. Who complains? He very nearly hits that shot full blind on towards door, but Zelo will cross. Nota's trying to make a safe path himself. Oh my god, if he just pushes a little forward here, Ultimate's got a freebie.
Yeah, not wanting to overstep that line though, right? Really quite a dangerous move, but he creates some space for Elige. I think they knew what was going on. They knew there was a guy hanging around. Nota will make his way out. He's crept pretty well here. Yeah, I was going to say, should be able to spot him. Ultimate actually looking pretty good at the moment. 7-0, some quick shots landing as well. Got that AWP out as soon as possible, and it's really paying off for him. So, lovely little start.
James overlooks the angle for the second round in a row as well.
Yeah.
He's going to be really doing a due diligence now on towards long, following this one. Tag through the door, Dooley's pulled out, and down goes Way. Belchanok all on his shoulders. He does get a consolation kill, but that'll probably be as good as it gets. Bomb is on his back, but it's surely impossible. Naf will see it off. And with only the one casualty, that slight half investment put to bed nice and easily. 4-0 Liquid out the gates. In a best of one, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Against the pistols, against the fullback, you know, all really, really good signs here. We do have a much stronger buy this time around from Paravision. So going to be a big deal here for them to just get this off the ground. You know, we ultimately as well have not really seen them bring around close the entire time. So not looking too good. James seems to know what's up here. No peek comes around from Team Liquid though, and certainly a good idea. You know, play it safe, not taking any chances. He's spotted a lot of that crossing though, so it's decent information for the T side.
Still Paravision keeping this quite slow. Their default setup has been very, very similar. It's like early bit of util towards long, but the bodies are heading towards short. Very standard stuff for this D2, but I want to see Paravision have some of these pocket moves that kind of made them quite interesting to watch, and is what made them quite difficult to play against in the past. They're going to play up close. I kind of like this move, actually. This is kind of interesting. I feel like it might get overlooked. Flash around that corner. He gets set in, but he just can't quite find the crosshair in the right place. Nota, yellow pro proceedings. First time we see Paravision with an opener that actually has some substance behind it. That scout one earlier still got shut down. This one feels like they can actually reset the round.
Yeah, and obviously the full buy and everything, you know, feels really, really good here. So I think we're going to find out what the move might look like.
They've got a good read, though. Look at this.
Yeah, very well set up for it, especially with Flashy on high. They do find a kill in towards mids. Keep your eye on that. Elige going to have to stay alive. Does go down. Naf doing his best. But of course, now he finds himself all alone. That opener, again, making all of the difference. Lovely little Molotov. Does split them up. The AWP misses the shot. And Naf is most certainly on for this. Maybe if he'd nailed that kill, unfortunately, it does get away from him. Ever so slightly, but the reposition. Genius, works out well. He knows about Belchonok. He has really good information on this, it would seem. Has he rotated around? Maybe you start to doubt yourself slightly. Tap on the bomb to draw him out, but he's already out. Naf going to get the headshot all the same, and a big clutch coming in from Naflight.
Not even just the fact that it's a 1 versus 2. It's a 1 versus 2 on the B site. Statistically, one of the hardest sites to retake in the competitive pool at the moment. That is a massive round from Naf to keep this flawless streak going for Liquid. And Paravision, God, that's got to be tilting, right? It finally feels like things are starting to click. Numbers advantage. You're moving towards the B site. Plant down. We're split up as well. And James just doesn't even consider the fact that he could just reposition and look towards window. I think James in his mind, he's definitely moved out of door here, and he's trying to isolate me, and I've got to wait for this Molotov to go so Belchnok can fight with me, play contact in a sense, but it's a perfect isolation. Really, really well done. And it's Liquid to open up proceedings again off the back of Ultimate. He continues to have a really solid start, Ultimate. Had a fair few critics of his time in Liquid, but this is a really nice start.
And now, how do Paravision react? You know, it really is a tough sequence of events. You lose out the clutch in a round where you were ahead. And now you lose the opener into this round as well. You know, just really not looking good. It's obviously a very, very tough time for Paravision. I'm sure we all saw the clip of Dastan with the death stairs.
There.
Yeah, exactly. Nota's gone through a little bit of a change-up. For people that have missed that, he's shaved all his hair off. Trying to get in towards B here, or lining up in front of each other as well. It looks a bit rough, in all honesty. Nota is going to be a big moment here. He's so blind, but he lines them up. They just did not check their angles. How has he ever gotten away with that? A mental way for Paravision to get their first round.
And how have Paravision as a whole got away with that? There should have been 2 more kills on towards B. It felt initially like, or at least a lot quicker. It's going to shut down that hit. I think Ultimate gets kind of unlucky not hitting that second shot, but man, what a way for them to get their first round. But now they need to build upon this. Use this round as a catalyst. Give themselves a bit of a springboard to actually get in towards this map. It's obviously been a really poor start, but they need to fix things and plug these holes rapidly. We need foundations in this first half. Like at least 5 rounds T-side is, for me, it feels like a necessity, especially for Paravision individually. Just to wake up in towards this tournament. Yes, it's best of ones, and yes, they can always be a little bit kind of coin flippy, but this is a Paravision side who started very, very weak and need to pick up the slack very quickly.
Yeah. Fully agreed. And a big round, you know, they have to be able to string them together here. The sporadic, isolated rounds, obviously not going to do it. Again, you're in that BO1, everything feels so much more important.
Yeah.
And I think in a tournament like this, you don't want to be getting knocked down into that lower bracket early. You know, it's ended up being a lot more stacked than maybe it was on paper a few months ago. So, some pretty scary teams to contend with. And a very winnable game for Paravision. On paper, Nota is so sharp. Oh, Flashy, blocking like all of them. I don't know how they fully read into this. Oh my goodness, yeah, they've got a bit of an idea that he must be in that smoke. Maybe we weren't running into each other. And Paravision going to net a second round in a row here, save out from the rest of Team Liquid. Losing a bit of their mojo. Still a fair chunk of rounds in between them and Paravision, but the past couple looking good for the T side.
Yeah, they're finding efficacy towards that B side, I think in particular. You know, we kind of said it initially, the default for Paravision is just generally heading towards short and seeing what space they can get towards A, but this as a whole, a lot more like it, a lot more where they're starting to click. And we've kind of seen this in the past for Paravision, when they find weaknesses and they find openings, they just continue to push down on that pressure point, and that's what they're doing with B side right now. So a second in a row for them. That kill through mid, that's the big one. The one towards the Liege, that's what gives them the space. And essentially it gives them the kind of the call of, okay, like, let's go. Let's ramp up the pace now and start barreling through. Flashy had an opportunity. There potentially could have been, it's one of those rounds, you know, it's a complete 50-50 where he either walks away with 2 kills or he walks away with none. And unfortunately, it was the latter in this one. So going back to back puts financial pressure on towards Liquid. Open play for Ultimate, M4 for NAF. But the buy around that, pretty rough. Just P250s for Elige and Shuhei. Flashy, nothing for him. He's keeping money on deck for later on. Jamer went out the head-to-head this time as Ultimate will fall, but the orb just gets scooped up.
Elige, denied straight away. So another kill coming in and another AWP player drop. This time there is nobody around to pick it up. We've already got Zello all the way out, scaled up on B, now through B, so I think this round is pretty much going to be over. Maybe, indeed, yeah, keeping a hold of all the AKs and whatnot. Might be a bit tougher than first thought. I was
dead on.
Certainly a sitter. We've seen a few of those more recently.
Dead on,
you know?
yeah.
Maybe the old anim graph and all that.
That might need to be a demo review, quarter speed.
Yeah,
like, where has that gone wrong? E250 will find Zello. If they can make it a little bit expensive here, Liquid, at the tail end, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think for NAF in particular, just keep hold of the M4, keep as much money as you can on deck. But for Shuhei, I don't hate the idea of going searching. Unfortunately for him, it feels like it's unlikely he gets away with anything. Nota got this position dead to rights. If he does push through, he should be dead. Zwei will slightly overextend, though, and down he goes. And same for Nota. Makes his move, he'll eventually fall. So now this round's become very expensive. It won't change the results, but it will definitely change how thick the wallet is for Paravision. This is absolutely flip things a little bit. It felt like it was going to be a nice, you know, one casualty, but a third round on the board. Simple stuff. Build up the economy. Anything but, though. Chain keeps hold of the ore, but that is it. And the round does go the way of Paravision, but a real scare there.
No, it is true. It is true. Definitely going to help Liquid in some ways, you know, with all the kill bonus and stuff. But we'll see here. It's starting to close the gap and now get worrying for Liquid, who were in the lead. Have they kind of been figured out, you know? So just going to have to try and reassess here. But always easier said than done, particularly against a team that Jame is leading. Close shot from Ultimate, looking for more as well as he breaks his own smoke over there. Meanwhile, out towards Long, a bit more aggressive this time. Naf looking sharp. Will find the head of the first. The nade is good as well. He's done a decent job, a lot of pressure on him to deliver at least something, and he did just that. So 4 on 4, they're able to slow them down. Not a bad start for Liquid in particular.
Resetting. Back towards this A site. Smoke for the cross. Running towards car as well, no one present, but 2 smokes thrown by Liquid here that just slow Paravision down. 1 front sight, 1 lurk smoke out towards Long that just keeps the pressure on. James wary of this though. Holding just the edge, see if anyone wants to cross back towards car. It looked like there was a slight temptation by Ali for a second there, but he reined himself back in. Under a minute to work with. You got Belchinok in the backlines holding for a deep rotation. He won't get it. It looks like he's just trying to keep eyes on a flank, but the question is, does he just start to set up a flank himself? They're moving towards A now. Flash over, and the 2 can now start to cross.
Oh, they move away. And they move away from Long. Going to get Molotoved off, I suppose, a light concession of this A bomb site.
Maybe even the round as well.
Potentially. I think they're really looking for something towards middle, which they are indeed correct. You know, as you've mentioned, there is some presence around here. Oh, he activates well, the low HP. Making a difference. So all of a sudden, we might be back on. Still have that AWP in play, of course, in the hands of Jame. Bomb going to be planted for him. Long-winded round here. They're going to start scaling up. I mean, so many of these players so far back for Liquid, it just doesn't look super comfortable at this stage. Ultimate dealt with, as is Elige. Clean from Zwei, as it will be Paravision to take the round. And it just, even though they had the man advantage, it just didn't feel good enough from Liquid. Like, you kind of sprinkled it in a little bit. Ooh, maybe a save is a light way of saying perhaps they should save.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind way of saying, you've read this wrong, give it up. Like, your chances getting in towards that retake, very, very slim. Unfortunately, it's just a bit of a weird mid-round where there is that presence coming out, but I think because of the pace at which Paravision set, they just don't back themselves. Smoke for the cross. It looked like Elise was tempted to join, but he actually doesn't. He stick around doors. It should be Paravision tying things up, though. So yes, poor start, but the recovery's been excellent, and they're starting to do it now in a way which, for the most part, is a real confidence builder. Bar that 1 round where only James survived, every other round has felt quite clean, and that one in particular, as post parts go, that's pretty good. Ultimate up close, we've already sung his praises. 11-4 for him out the gates, 10-3 for Naf. Both of which are here around this corner. They're not going to be flashed in. It's going to be a dry fight, and it will work in their favor. Shuhei ultimate kills a piece, and Naf gets 1 more. This short crunch is excellent, but James just can't cock the AWP in time. Liquid, what a round to steal away.
Yeah, that's kind of very, very questionable. I don't know why there is... I suppose maybe they're wanting to go for more of a contact flash type play, but walking into short like that is so risky. I don't know why you wouldn't lay down a little flash, you know, to start the rest, especially against like an eco low buy type thing.
The real common thing that we see so often nowadays, Molly on that corner.
Yeah,
exactly that. When you've got a full buy and you've got, you know, all the bells and whistles, why not expend them a little bit? But that cost them. It's a real oversight.
Yeah, some kind of utility.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Speaking of.
when you're so strong, get it going. Really quite questionable stuff, and it might cost Paravision in a big, big way. You know, an unexpected round for Team Liquid. They now find this one. They'd be at real threat of the 8th as well, of course. So
Yeah.
what looked to be an even half has now potentially gone Liquid-sided. We'll find out, of course. They've got to convert this one. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, and Liquid have to be careful not to get ahead of themselves. Trading of utility in towards middle here. About a minute and 10 left on that clock. A light look in from Shuhei, trying to keep that mid control as the split smoke comes in. Not much really presenting at this moment, as Team Liquid, kind of the opposite of the previous round, playing pretty far back here.
50 seconds to work with. Your ultimate is pretty isolated towards the site itself. If they step up the pace, Paravision could really put them under a lot of pressure. This is exactly what they're going to do. You got Naf out towards long. He'll do well. Ultimate hit his shot just on the edge of that smoke. He's looking for a second. He's got the right idea. He smells a rat, but he just can't quite hit the shot. Zelo drive by with a Tech 9. They might want a little bit more as well. Bomb can go down here. They can't deny this plant, really, unless the plant isn't stuck. And initially, it's not. But the fighting works out as James and Zelo combine. And Flashy's all that's left. It was an M4 to be scooped up there in towards mid, but he just doesn't want to risk it. So he'll fall away and save. He does have it in the back pocket, and that's about as good as it gets. Paravision bite back with a 5th. So they're still keeping this first half competitive. They've hit that bare minimum that we asked for as well in terms of the recovery of 5. So I think from here on out, I think they can be relatively okay. Yes, the start was poor, but since the guns have come into play, they have been the stronger side.
Yeah, another unbelievable round as well. This time from Liquid, way ahead of themselves on that retake, just super messy. They didn't really have the utility. I thought they might try and like boost to take a look at the site, but they just sort of walk it. It's very, very lazy. I think both teams at the moment are under the microscope, you know, Team Liquid for a much longer period of time, but obviously super poor form from both of these teams, and I think you can kind of see why. With rounds like that, and you know, Paravision losing out on the low buy. Yeah, very. It's almost frustrating, you know, as a fan of high-level Counter-Strike at times to watch Liquid throwing away a pretty good opportunity to separate themselves here. Paravision right back in the conversation, not punished for losing the silly round. That is unfortunate for Elige. I'll give him the unlucky card on that one. Paravision straight out long, not wasting any time. Gonna get themselves that double advantage now, and this looks really quite good to even up that scoreline. A hero certainly gonna be needed. Another low HP player as Naf close to finding 2. Is it set up for Flashy, the stand-in coach here, about to make his money's worth potentially as he rolls around for the double? And indeed, he's dropped that bomb. This messes things up severely. James is incredibly low. And this looks very, very doable.
Sway. Defined that elevator player will. Flashy will fall eventually. It's all on ultimate. He's walking through the smoke. He should be dead to rights in a second. Who spots who first? It's James who converts. A recovery, yes, but my God, some of these rounds, kind of what you were touching on, it's not exactly the prettiest of viewing, I think is the kind way of putting this, but ultimately a tied game at the half, which is something we'll take at the very least. It's a very, very different game to what we've got going on the B stream as well. I was checking in with that one. 3D Max and MIBR are currently playing the B stream. MIBR 9-1 up, so they're just completely dumpstering 3D Max. Another side who've also had their woes in 2026 in terms of form.
Yeah, bit of a tough one. Had, I want to say, a pretty good run at the last CAC. Did 3D Max.
Yeah, finals. They lost to Legacy 3-2 in the finals.
Yeah, probably, you know, a really, really good run.
They were my favorites.
Great form.
All the way through,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so for that tournament. It was right at the peak of their powers, you might say. But unfortunately, things have flattened off. Kind of an interesting conversation. We might, you know, hear about it in the, you know, memoirs or whatever it may be when the the likes of Maka or Lucky does a little tweet after the fact. But we've interviewed them a couple times, you know, for games and stuff. And some of these decisions and moves and, you know, Masuka coming, it kind of comes from above.
Yeah, it's not them.
Yeah,
which is,
the org wanted to
say, that's
make some moves.
My like least favorite thing when you just don't like. It's like, we just like, this is not us.
Especially with the French teams. You know, like as a scene, you got to be very, very careful pushing those guys in the wrong direction. You know.
Yeah. It's obviously not worked out for the better, at least for now. Pistol round, vitally important, and I would say actually for Team Liquid more so, just because again that was, you know, I hate to say the scary numbers, but that was 6 out of the last 7 rounds that went the way of Paravision. So Liquid, this is good. In towards B, quite quickly. They can get a plant coming through as well, which is going to put them in a decent spot. But will ZYLO clear this close corner? Shuhei, Flashy, Ultimate, everybody getting involved so quickly. And Liquid shut down the reaggress back in towards B. What a post-plant. There was a myriad of frags, all in a matter of mere moments. But that is a really nice pistol to take. That'll boost the confidence on towards the T side.
Yeah, I mean, massive brute force. What else are you going to do, to be honest? You've got no one on the site. You've got a dead flank or a really weak flank, even if he does manage to make it through. I think they really just wanted to try and force their way in, maybe bring it down to like a 2 versus 2 and get that kit on the bomb and make things weird. But yeah, pretty flat, as to be expected, with the type of gamble that they took in that round. Looking to defend long as best they possibly can. Another stacking moment here for Paravision. And another failure, perhaps. The Glocks are out. And they will be just about successful. Flashy needing to bail things out there. But a flawless round coming in from Liquid. Kind of needed to be the case because it is Paravision straight in here with the buy. Which feels, you know, a little against the grain. The CT4 spy is becoming quite popular again. So they're straight into the M4s.
I'm glad to see it.
Looking to answer back. You're not a fan of the force buy?
No, you know I'm not. You know, I did my little, I mean, we spoke about this so many times. My little spreadsheet, and I kind of, basically, we ended up casting, I don't know, something, hundreds of games across the span of 2024, and I did a little spreadsheet just kind of saying how successful force buys were, and I think for EU, it was something in the region of like sub 20% of like how successful they were. Got to say as well, Flashy, doing all right. 9 and 7, rolling back. This is, you know, this is Budapest 5 Flashy. You know, rolling back the ears a little bit.
It's got maybe the widest like arc as well. I don't know if you've been catching him on the cameras, but maybe give it a look next time. He's like, you know, his arm is all the way out to the side.
Sense.
Yeah. So kind of fun to see, I guess. Not as popular these days, the low sensitivity.
Yeah. That's what you can tell someone's a bit of a go veteran.
Yeah, an old head. You know? Yeah.
Very tentative round here by Liquid. I mean, this is essentially a bonus buy as well. You know, for them, they've got plenty of money to reinvest in towards the next round. This is just the guns kept alive from the previous. So even in this one, we kind of like to kind of build that narrative. Like, it's not a must-win round. Like, if you can still get 2 or 3 kills out of this, you actually be pretty happy, to be perfectly honest. Let's see, there's the smokes for the cross. Elish is going to find this gap. No one up close. Belchinok on the edge of this smoke. He'll fall to the hands of Elish, and this now gives them a runway in towards B.
Yeah, I mean, the boost up maybe going to save them. Jame, ridiculous find to give them the man advantage here. You know, really quite clever from Team Liquid. The smokes there are often used for like faking things out. They're just straight in there. Very, very simple stuff here, which, you know, you would expect with the stand-in situation, you know, maybe not wanting to mix things up too much, but they do lose the man advantage, the B-bomb site control. It's like, which way is the pendulum going? You don't rightly know. With that kill, it feels really quite good here for Paravision. Ultimate below the window, turns away from the first, but not the second flash, and he's absolutely demolished. Low HP Nafly really needed his teammate there. It's very, very close.
Yeah.
Very close on the defuse here. They will just about have it, but could have gone the other way if Ultimate, you know, avoids that second flash, takes a couple of kills. It really could have gone the other way.
Yeah, less than 2 seconds on that bomb going off. But it's a flawless retake, and I think that for Paravision, that's huge for them. I just think for their mental state more than anything. there's probably even partly a bit of a thought process in a sense of like, okay, not only are Liquid struggling, yes, we're having our own issues, but if you're Paravision, like, not only are Liquid struggling, but it's also Liquid now with their stand-in, without MOUZ, a flashy playing. Like, I think potentially you could have that mentality of like, I don't know, maybe this is kind of easy. I can just like out-aim them in a way, right? But it's not been the case. And I do think Liquid are playing quite well. Again, like touching on that round, it's a smart move. You send the Liege out to, the feelers around that smoking towards mid, and off the back of that, he gets a kill and they just ramp up the pace in towards B. It's so well done. And I think for Paravision, they're still realizing that this is uncomfortable, to say the least.
Timeout taken by Paravision, of course, so we're going to find out if they are able to keep this momentum going. It's been a very back and forth game, to be fair.
And first one of the map as well, like, or I guess the match for both sides. Like, they've just been happy to let it play out because it kind of has been slightly changing hands, but there's been a decent amount of back and forth that they don't feel like they're, struggling in the sense or starting to kind of get to a point where things are uncomfortable.
Quick move in from Team Liquid. Nice find from Nota. Doesn't stick around, doesn't overstay his welcome here. Meanwhile, the hit out towards B goes heavily south. They have no chance through that smoke. So often that we see that, of course. Flashy and Ultimate, the only two that remain. Ultimate has managed to be a bit of a nuisance. In the backside, quick drop down. Oh, imagine. They are all trapped in towards B here, so I mean, the kill's in the right place. For sure, got to be careful, got to give the respect. Nota thinking about taking a peek here, but they have the bomb. There is no need to throw this round away, right? Don't allow Liquid the easy fights, as it were. Now, when it comes to moving into this B bomb site, I have a strange feeling that this could go well. A lot of it may be riding on Beltronok's angle, being that first little look. Oh, the Molotov in towards him. Ultimate looks good. It's into the 2-on-2. Oh, it's well timed from Nota, however. He's going to isolate them. That positioning window, he didn't give it away. He played it patiently, and you see how it pays off. Rather than taking the wild swing, he really does bail out Paravision.
Yeah, it's a real kind of make or break position there from Nota, because simultaneously, if he swings too early and he goes down with Beltronok falling, you assume that that's all but an impossible round to kind of see off there and in the 1 versus 2. So well done from him. Really nice move. Just like that, tied game again. But it's Liquid who've run out of money. Should be a simple one. Jame will open up proceedings. Down goes Elige, but this should be an easy one to put to rest. You'd like a bomb on here for Liquid? It feels pretty unlikely, to be completely frank.
Yeah. Deagles, though, always a bit scary.
You never know. You never know.
Another thing we've seen, sort of come back is the deco.
Yeah.
A lot more teams going for it. And
again, as well, there's something about AWP players on pistols.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Keep an eye on Ultimate here.
Having a great game. So, yeah, looking to hopefully capitalize on that if possible. But you feel in rounds like this, that higher buying team, if they're able to find the opening kill, it generally goes well. A lot of the time, it's all about a Deagle headshot out of nowhere, and then everyone groups together, and they try and overwhelm a site, right? Capitalize on the panic. I don't think it's going to be the case here. James does get caught reloading a little, but Zello picks up the slack, so looks good for Paravision. See them take the lead, I believe, for the first time in the game, actually, right towards the end. So this is looking good. Team Liquid have hit the wall at the worst possible moment.
Yeah. And this, round number 18 is such an important round for Liquid. It's on that brink of sort of saying make or break. I feel like you lose this and you're in such trouble, to the point where it's like you've essentially got, on this trajectory right now, 2 proper gun rounds to work with. This round here, if you lose this round of bomb plant, you're playing up until 11, and at that point, maybe your chances have already all but slipped away. This is massive. Shuhei's got out in towards long. A smoke down by Zwei, who actually is going to give them that control. He doesn't want to stick around too much. He is isolated, so he knows that is fundamentally a risk. Zelo could be huge. Could be 2 and off here, but that nade is mammoth. The amount of damage dealt, and Zelo will dip in to get his kill. I don't know if he realizes there was a second there, but it might not matter.
Oh, big one from Shuhei, meanwhile. They're able to at least figure out where Nota is at. They're going to fight fire with fire here, though. Great couple of flashes. Something that Paravision have been doing an awful lot is one after the other. heavy contact to make a play work. And it does just that. 4 versus 3. Almost in the blink of an eye here. Just gone under a minute. Paravision trying to take a bit more space, figure out where they are. And honestly, if they can make their way in towards those tunnels, it really could cut off the round. They've gone the other way, though. Clearing towards short, towards long, the last known location of these T-side players. Ooh. And actually really not considering B at all, which is, of course, incorrect. So hopefully they figure that one out quickly. Belchonok is in between angles. I think he will get here in time.
Yeah.
Able to slow them down. 20 seconds. Not looking good for Liquid, right? Going to put themselves under a lot of pressure. Rotations now start to come in. It feels pretty good all of a sudden for Paravision. They've played this well. James gets ahead. All the doors smoke. Belchonok surprises Nafly. And it will all be down to Ultimate. Not going to happen. Paravision looking very, very good here as we get into the dying embers of this does too.
There was a very, very small window that Liquid could have worked with there, but I think it essentially comes to the fact that they would have had to have pushed that smoke. That's the only real way they could have caught Belchonok moving back towards CT, sort of helping out those A defenses. There was a kind of a brief window where it felt like Paravision believed that's where it was finishing. I think they thought they were out towards long and it just stayed there for the entirety of the round. So you could see that wrap coming through from Nota and all the rest. There was a small window, but unfortunately they missed it. And when that molly comes down, by that point, Belchonok dives back in towards the side, James on towards the door, and the round's all but done. That nade, huge damage to open up proceedings, but it's the re-aggressors, the small things by Paravision that are really giving them these big edges now, and one of those where it feels like a Liquid. Unfortunately, despite that strong start, I feel like their chances have run out. Like we said, no bomb plant, no buy here. At that trajectory, only 2. They've already used up one of them. The next would come in towards round number 20, and that's to keep them alive in this game. So here and now, he needs something quite special. Belchonok. He was looking for something. We can't quite find it. It's James and Zelo who's actually going to shut down the B aggress that comes through from Liquid. Really easy. A massacre as they dive through the tunnel. And Naf is all that's left. Nothing really he can do. Nota will deliver the killing blow. Paravision 11, 2 away now from taking this best of 1.
Those are the moments as well. You have to try and capitalize on some of the intensity and pressure on the Liquid side. It doesn't even come close, you know. So Paravision really looking good once the guns have come into play on this CT side. And I think maybe taking some time to figure things out. One of the big things, one of the big vibes is, of course, the fact that they took that timeout just as they started to get back into things. And they were like, right, let's get this won. Let's win the follow-up, make sure that we start some momentum. And it has done very, very well for them to kick things off in that manner. Elige. Ready and raring to go. It's a perfect flash. He cannot capitalize. Rough game for Elige. I don't think that was necessarily a free kill. You know, it gets away from him for sure, but not going to be the best. He's going to feel like he should have had that one.
And it's one of those that I feel like Elige on a good day hits that.
Yeah, for sure.
And they come. Molly down to stop Shuhei. And Elige wrapping through. The nade on towards Nota's position is good. Second bit of Utah behind, he'll swing through it as well, but it's Flashy and Shuhei who combine quite well, and they'll give Liquid the numbers advantage.
And that'll be that, by the looks of it. B players are backing away. Svei is, you know, halfway in the fight. He feels like there might be a flank, but of course there isn't. So he should be safe to exit and save here, if he fancies it. They've got a lot of money. Maybe he can take some guns away. It's only an M4 that he's at risk of losing. So Liquid, at a key moment, are able to find a round, keeping the dream alive here. Svei, this is what he's been waiting for. Lines up a couple. He's really concerned about flank. Just not there. Lovely finds from him. It's going to end up being very costly. And, you know, if Liquid are trying to close that gap as best they possibly can, not what they wanted. You know, you want that 3 players at the very least, and then drops are easy, but this is going to cause, you know, maybe like Ultimate gets caught a little too expensive. Yeah, decisions to make as well. Looks like he will get a drop. He's having a decent kind of showing. And I believe it's actually Flashy who is like, no, have my axe, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They make it work. They make it work. So not as bad as it could have been for sure. All the same, Paravision going to take the time out here and make sure they get this job done.
Yeah, I think, you know, as well, it's one of those with those kills at the end, I think, if anything, are just nice for the confidence again for Paravision. I think it's something that's been ramping up throughout this match. That lack of AWP in play for Ultimate, of course, going to make a difference. It does give James such a kind of a free range to work with. I mean, he's obviously having a fantastic game himself. We've been speaking about Ultimate and singing his praises, but James 21-9. He's loving life at the moment. He's making up for Belchinok, who's not playing too well. It's sort of, you know, quite parallel things. We're having a quite high impact rifler on both sides, not stepping up, but both the AWPers are having their moments. And the supporting cast in terms of the rifling, ZYLO and Nota, similar to that of Naf and Shuhei. Liquid, 2 behind. It's within reaching distance, but Paravision are 2 away. It's so close. Gem in the angle. First fight is easy. Down goes Shuhei, and he'll reposition.
Again, it's such an aggressive kind of peak, you know. There's no flash, there's no Molotov to help with that. So I think Liquid are going to be kicking themselves to give away such an early kill. James sticking around here. Feeling confident. I mean, has he spotted the tip of a head? I don't think so. But still, looking very, very good as Liquid need to figure things out. I think their early opportunity at a frag now, I was going to say, is missing. Belchonok.
He's open.
Overlooks, yeah, when his support is really quite far away. Nota's going to get a chance to maybe recover things, though. They don't smoke things off. 3 versus 3, I mean, it's difficult to tell which way this is going to go with those Paravision players being so far away. Do they maybe think about a save here, right?
I think so.
I think so, too.
But the thing is, they have money. That's the kind of like slightly like frustrating thing about it. James got 11K. Like, give it at least a little look in. You never know. They've already pulled off one decent retake. That flawless one earlier with all 4 staying alive was fantastic. So they are sort of late after a bit of a discussion, giving this one a look. Molly will bound into the feet of Elise. That'll at least put him out of position, but actually wants to put him towards the fight, which doesn't work out. ZYLO for 1. Flashy gets 1, but it's Wei who'll trade onto his ultimate. It's all on Flashy. He can't quite get it. There is just enough time, and Paravision are going to steal away this round. It looked like they were set up to save, and they repositioned. They put themselves into a spot where, let's give it a look, a soft look. If we can get a kill, we might ramp up this retake, and exactly that. Paravision hit 12, and for Liquid, that is a tilt. And I will say, the one big thing, that Molotov on towards Elige is massive. Just forcing out that big box position makes it so much easier.
It's definitely an autopilot call. I think it gets into the 3-on-3, and then they go, okay, save, right? You've got James here. He's probably just immediately hit that button in his head, but they do decide to go for it, and you see what happens. Sometimes when you do go against the grain, especially, I think, confusing Team Liquid, like subconsciously they start to feel a bit safe. They start to, maybe someone on their side throws in the idea of like, oh, I think they're saving. You know, you take your eye off the ball and you see what happens. Paravision looking to try and close things out here if they can. It's a straight open fight. Liquid are frustrated, to say the least, trying to activate ultimate. They go in for the 1-for-1. And now we'll look to back away. But definitely some frustrations, I think. Losing 2 or 3 really key retake / clutch moments. Oh.
No way. I think
because he crouched?
I think because he crouched, he actually misses the gap.
Wow.
That's crazy. But you can, I think what you're saying, the frustrations, you can also really see for Liquid, there's an air of desperation as well in some of the moves they're making on this C side. And that, for me, is a thing that's becoming quite costly. Elise tries to make a move. James, ZYLO, they're combining so well. This is all but done. 2 remaining, but Ultima's going to try and keep them alive.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a chance here. He has, of course, looked absolutely brilliant. Naf as well, scaling up long and somehow getting away with this. Oh, he stepped. He's still, however, able to create the kill, and in the exact same moment, we unfortunately lose all of that excitement, and it is indeed Paravision to take things. That second half in particular is just so damn clean from them in the end.
I just think for Liquid, I actually think, to be honest, considering the situation, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. But I think they're still, as competitors, going to be a little bit tilted. Like, we started so well, 5 out the gates. Yeah. We're kind of flying. We feel like we're in a decent spot. And then it just all starts to crumble. Paravision eventually wake up, and once they snowball, they're so difficult to stop. But as a whole for Liquid, I wouldn't be too annoyed considering their circumstances. But we're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk, and they can break it down for you.
Thank you, Nao and Scriv. What a game that was. And we were all thinking it. We were thinking, oh, surely this is not the best of one where Liquid pulled the upset, and alas, it wasn't.
Yeah, you had pretty much all the win conditions going the way of Team Liquid, right? If you were to describe, okay, how do they, where they stand in, remain competitive in a game against Paravision, win the pistol, convert, get off to a good start, win a couple of ridiculous rounds, or a couple of rounds where Paravision don't really do what they're supposed to do. And then same thing happened in the second half. You think to yourself, okay, Liquid, you kind of bottled it, by not getting more than just the 6 rounds to begin with. And then you win the second pistol, you convert again. And then when it got down to all the buy rounds and all the, I guess, finer and miniature details of Counter-Strike, there was clearly one team better than the other. So in terms of making the game competitive, yeah, Liquid did everything they could, but they were never really going to win, were they?
Yeah, no, again, as soon as we got to like equal standings, right, like level playing field for both sides, Paravision just were sharper. And it feels like a bit of a bummer for Liquid, honestly, because again, we've talked about, and this goes across the board for the Liquid players, they haven't been playing all that well. And one player in particular, obviously, who gets a bit of flack for that is Ultimate. Every now and again, he will have just pop-off games or pop-off series, right? But they're far and few between. I mean, thinking back to like the last one I can remember is versus G2 at Kato, which is starting to become a while ago, right? So yeah, so like seeing that kind of a performance kind of go by the wayside and them not being able to actually get across the finish line is a bit of a worrying sign. Obviously, they do have unusual circumstances having to play with Flashy, but I don't think Flashy necessarily was a detriment to the team in this one. He didn't like make a fool of himself by any means.
Yeah, he put himself in positions to get traded, essentially like the standard supreme, right? Like just jumping in, playing around the team, doing as much as humanly possible. But look, that is that. It's unfortunate that it ended 13-9, as you mentioned already. Both pistols going to Liquid, and still the scoreline being 13-9. That one is definitely going to sting a little bit because pistols in best of ones are so important.
Yeah, it's not often you win both pistols and convert, in both half and don't end up winning the map. So in that regard, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for Team Liquid. On the other hand, you got to give it to Paravision as well. Despite getting off to bad starts, they found a way to recalibrate and kind of re-enter the game. Jame in particular had a fantastic showing, being all over the place and being a bit more aggressive than you normally see JMB, which is nice to see. So definitely positives to take away from Paravision. But at the end of the day, when Liquid is not winning a game where Nafly is playing as well as he is, where Ultimate is finding, impact, and you win both pistols, then it kind of is what it is. And then I hate to say it, and I hate to see it, Elise at the bottom of the scoreboard on the Liquid side as well. I feel like without MOUZ, that's the one player you look towards and be like, okay, he have to carry even harder. He has to be involved in even more opening duels and create even more space. And he was unfortunately nowhere to be found. So there were a different world where Liquid potentially could have won here. But at the end of the day, when Elise is playing like this, then there's no way.
Yeah, it is a bit of a sad sight because it's kind of a trend. It's becoming a trend.
Yeah.
Which is worrying. Obviously, you don't have that much of a pool to pick from because again, Liquid right now tend to show up at a tournament and get knocked out. So there's not a whole lot of data, but the data that we do have is saying that Elise is not in his finest form.
And look, he's at least got the lower bracket to try to find himself again, right? And there's best of threes, there's more games to play. But at least, in terms of the standout play, we had Jame there, but there was just so much going on. Nilo as well, able to get those rotations in. There was so many crazy, crispy rounds. And even though his KD was like just above 1, the amount of impact he was having was actually insane. But that is going to end the discussion for the first best of 1 of the day. We have another one to get to. It is going to be MongolZ up against Lynn Vision coming up just after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Champs for 2026. We are one game deep and about to jump into the second best of one of the day here on the A stream. Of course, I'm Mac. I'm joined by Vendetta and Pimp. And we're going to be going down a a bit of a rabbit hole here with Asian CS because we've got the MongolZ and Lynn Vision to have a quick chat about. One team on a pretty hot streak and the other in a rocky sort of patch. So, Pimp, what are your thoughts on how this matchup should go?
Yeah, a bit of a regional matchup, dare say it, and also, as we often talk about when we're in Europe or in the States for that matter as well, arguably a tournament where both teams want to do well, both teams as well heading into the major. So I think they should be coming in a pretty good shape and pretty highly motivated in order to do well against each other as well. The MongolZ has been an interesting case, the last year, I'd say so, with the roster changes, with Sensu coming out of the lineup, with then Corpusera now being part of the lineup, and they also had the time with controllers where he actually did better than I think a lot of people would have expected, and the MongolZ as a team kind of stabilized more than a lot of people would have expected. So I've been low-key impressed with what they've been able to do, but as of late, basically ever since Cluj, it's been a little bit more, shaky for them. So I'm not sure where to put them at the moment, whereas for Lynn Vision, it's a team that we see pop up, every single time heading into the majors. They're not consistently part of the Tier 1 circuit, not consistently finding a way to climb high enough in VIS and get invited to Tier 1 tournaments, but they always come in with a bit of a flashy way of playing Counter-Strike and a massive upset potential in best of ones.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head because we haven't seen Lynn Vision since Budapest at an S-tier tournament, right? So it's been a minute. They haven't played a lot of international opposition. Obviously, it's been mainly teams from Southeast Asia or the Asian region in general. So it's always kind of curious to see what they've been cooking leading up to a major because, as Jacob mentioned, they do have upset potential. We've seen that at previous majors. They're a fun team to watch. They're explosive. But they are kind of going up against the big brother of the region right now. It used to be TYLOO, now it's MongolZ. And MongolZ, for what it's worth, even though they don't necessarily feel like they have that dark horse to win tournament kind of power to them or aura to them right now with Corpusera, they have stabilized at a pretty high level, which is kind of cool considering like how much of a loss a player like Senzu should be to most teams. But they've been able to stabilize pretty well. They're a solid, I'd say, like top 8 team.
Yeah.
Most of the week. But I'm sure their ambitions are higher than what they've currently been delivering.
Yeah, and look, with the roster swap and Corpusera coming in, who else do you think really needs to rise up around him to get that win today? Because we're talking about consistency being a bit all over the place, but when you have MongolZ all firing at the same time, that's when they're most dangerous.
Yeah, and I think 910 has done a fantastic job of kind of rising to the occasion with the absence of Senzu. For me, I think, and for many others, the obvious person to look at is Mizinho, right? Again, been a talent for such a long time, and obviously still is a very young player, but he tends to have very much on or off tournaments. Asana was an on tournament, which is a little bit worrying coming into this because it could be an off tournament. He's been very much, he can get you a 1.15 tournament and then he can have a like 0.95 type of ordeal, which is not going to be good enough for MongolZ if they want to obviously like achieve something more than potentially quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It does feel like MCNU is the player that has the highest potential of elevating himself in terms of consistency. 910 have been finding a bit of that consistency, but then again, like I feel like it depends on what kind of glasses you're wearing when you assess the MongolZ. Are we assessing them as one of the favorites to win this tournament? Then sure thing, we need to see more from MCNU and 910 obviously to find a lot of impact. Do we assess them as a team that just needs to stabilize still, and remain competitive within the top 8, heading into the major? Is it the expectation that we want to see them in the playoff, or is it the expectation that they do well in stage 3 as an example? It's very hard to kind of pinpoint what kind of assessment you're doing for the MongolZ in that regard.
I think it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, like no team is going to make a change ahead of the major now, obviously. But it's going to be pretty telling, obviously, the result that they get from the major, what they decide to do immediately after. Because, again, if they want to make some sort of changes, it's the ideal time to do so. And there are talents in Mongolia still. And again, they seem to pop up from absolutely nowhere, but they do have exciting players who could potentially add more. And again, Corpusera hasn't necessarily hit the ground running. He's been delivering fine. But you do have players like Tikuak and Shingi's Warriors, who's been looking better within the Asian region than what Corpusera did when he was in the Asian region.
That's true.
So
there's so many of these Mongolian teams that just have so much firepower in particular, and it's just when they get a chance on MongolZ that we get to see what Blitz can actually do with them. But of course, before we jump into this one, let's have a quick chat with our beautiful casters Nayo and Skriv. Boys, how are we feeling going into this matchup?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good, I think. To be honest, I don't know. I'm seeing what people are saying about the Mongols, you know, on the desk and whatnot, but I just think that Lynn Vision were maybe in this camp as well. It's been a pretty tough 6 months, I think, and that's maybe putting it lightly as well.
Yeah.
You know, it really is a difficult team to work around. We're straight into the action, though. No chit-chat from us. We've got Mazzinho taking over A main here with the Julies, and he's absolutely doing it to him. Going to be down to just Amelia and Westmelon to, well, try and get this A execute going. I think that's what they wanted, but unfortunately there's been a slight spanner in the works. And, well, a big flash back around to see if the Mongols can keep this one going.
Yeah, I mean, the one great thing about this game is that, you know, being a kind of a bit of a regionally kind of domestic derby, we're actually expecting fireworks here. These two sides both like to play with a fair decent amount of pace. So that start, I feel like that's what we might be in for the remainder of this Ancient. But moving the way forward, Techno with the dualies looks for multiple, and he's going to get two at the end. It's a little labored. They'll get there nonetheless. 3 for CobraZera, 2 for Techno to kickstart proceedings here for the Mongols. Now, talking about these two sides as well, basically every single time they've met for the last, 6 encounters, it has been flawless for the Mongols. Not dropped a map, they've looked comfortable, and that's over the span of the last 2 years, right? So they've always had the number here for Lynn Vision. The expectation is more of the same here. But last time they did meet, it's been a while. It's been since September last year that these two sides met. So interesting how this one goes. How obviously a lot of change for both of these sides since then, but it was a 13-6 all the way back then. Amelia with the first to fall as Mazzinho re-aggresses with the MP9. He looks for a little more. This is money being made, but a burst Glock will get the trade.
Okay, I thought I was going crazy.
Go on.
There's something a little sideways. It's CobraZera on the hood, but then in the kill feed it says Mazzinho. So something slightly backwards. Oh, never mind.
There we go.
You saw nothing.
It was all an illusion.
Techno able to find one in towards middle. There is a trade back. Zaka making money on the MP9. It's actually pretty nice for Lynn Vision, you would say. Blitz is able to potentially get this one done. It's CobraZera from above. Looking good. They lose a couple players there. There's some money made. So, you know, Lynn Vision's buy here is going to look a little better. But we'll find out. I mean, just one of the big things as well, like the main, I think, narrative for Lynn Vision is like, obviously playing a lot of lands, are able to make like, you know, contention for the major and things like this within their own region, but massive, massive gaps at the moment in the international games. You know, for a while there, we were seeing a lot of Lynn Vision, a fair decent amount of TYLOO, but yeah, there's just these huge gaps. So it's a lot of an adjustment period, I think, unfortunately, and that is going to make this a tough tournament. However, I could put them down as a BO1 team potentially. Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, especially kind of their current form at the moment. Lynn Vision are on a 16-match win streak. The last time they lost was 10 weeks ago. Like, so these guys only know winning, but this is all domestic, so you got to take it with a pinch of salt. Zach has got 2, though. That is pretty damn huge. Westmelon gets caught by a dive out. And Techno Mazzinho has given a bit of life into this. 9-10 and Techno left. And Call Me Sue on the other side in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, looking good. Bomb plan, nice and easy. Should be able to do something with this here. Call Me Sue. Oh, clean for the first. He's not quite ready for Techno, though, is he? The bait and switch, but it doesn't matter. The mechanics able to take him over the line, and a big clutch coming in for Lynn Vision. A great way to start off proceedings, get into the real Counter-Strike, and Lynn Vision to clutch it up.
It's a huge round to find, not only for just kickstarting this T side, but it actually puts pretty immediate pressure on towards Mongols in terms of their reinvestment. We've seen Mazzinho go back in towards just a deagle for him, while the AWP got scooped up by Call Me Sue right at the end there. So that's a nice little addition to have for their side, but he's done so unbelievably well. That first shot in particular is the one that really seals the deal for me. Well done, and that realization that there wasn't somebody lurking around that smoke, that they were double stacked in Temple. Huge from Call Me Sue. And it's scary getting Zaka on towards an AWP this early. A lot of sides, you know, we see individuals who don't love T-side AWPing. Zaka, for me, is one of those guys who absolutely thrives in the T-side AWP. combat shotgun style AWPing, as we like to call it. And it can be scary, Cobra. He's going to fall. A little jiggle peek there with a Mach 10, a dink to start things off, and seeing it off as well by Amelia as Lynn Vision find first blood.
Dangerous moves on the cards here. It's actually Lynn Vision who are going to burst first. Oh, and the Molotov is ill-placed. M4 is all they need.
They don't know about Techno.
Yeah, Blitz finds both, and they can probably just leave Techno there and still keep control of that area, but man advantage wrestled back in a big way from the Mongols.
And the longer Techno doesn't show his face, the better. That's what really helps our proceedings. He's still waiting for them to make that move through. Lynn Vision are setting up for a B hit with 35 seconds on the clock. You got Blitz tagged, playing up towards Cubby. And now rotation coming over for 9-10.
Oh, does go down a little easily there. Still got 9-10 in a decent enough position. There is a gap on this smoke. Starry, though, knows all about it. The MP9 comes out. He was looking so good for a moment. Somehow, Techno getting away with both.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Zaka does not have time to dawdle around here, and he deems he doesn't have time to go for it. Man alive, that's rough. That is rough for Lynn Vision. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that 2 opportunities for good trades.
Yes.
They just don't capitalize. They don't make it work, and they are rightfully punished, but the Mongols, despite going down a man early, actually steal that one away.
Yeah, really, really well done. Obviously, that blitz double is huge, but it was like we were saying, it's an oversight. They don't know about Techno. So when Blitz falls over towards Cubby, in their mind, there's probably, you know, a partial thing of there should be no one cave now, right? Because Blitz had moved forward over towards Cubby. Has anyone taken that spot? And that and ahhing, that lack of real decisiveness is what kills Lynn Vision there. That double that comes through with the MP9, nice work, and puts immediate pressure back on towards Lynn Vision. Yes, that saved AWP, but the buy around it isn't exactly bound to fall. Corby Sue trying with the Eagles. West Melon will get the trade.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take that at this stage. Keep things a little costly for the Mongols. Still not in a position of this could be winnable. Find out what this AWP can do. Zinio jump peeking here. Bad idea. Boost going to come in though. Oh, and that does make it pretty easy. Yeah, that's what they were waiting for. Unfortunately, still not quite fast enough. Mazzinio confident, missing out a couple opportunities. That was definitely a kill on the cards. He's looking to get away from the nade.
What's the idea here though? Ball towards Shelf, going to join with the pack in towards mid. Where do we actually want to go? It looks like a late move towards A is the plan. First fight is going to be trying to get past 9-10, and that'll posted on the angle. Down goes Starry. Flash as well to try and give him the opportunity to get out, and he does. He did spot one. He just doesn't need to take that fight because that's where Blitz can come in. Easy work. This is the push and pull that Mongols do oh so well.
Yeah, should be fine from here. I mean, they have a bit of a decision to make. Does Zaka, you know, want to hold on to the AWP? Probably. Still going to lack the utility and whatnot. Amelia obviously had to go down, get that loss bonus. Zaka will be able to save here, absolutely. But the Mongols, really, really good turnaround from them. Lynn Vision, big clutch and everything, gives them that first round, but Mongols able to just kind of keep it together. I think, generally speaking, going to be the better looking team here. Lynn Vision probably realistically were preparing for the lower bracket run and whatnot. You know, how can they look there? We do have a little bit of a disparity, I think, in some of the teams taking part. So certainly, you know, in the lower bracket side of things, they might be able to make a deeper run. But I'd say the Mongols are one of the favorites for this tournament. You know, with
sure.
Falcons obviously looking pretty good off the back of Astana, but I think the Mongols could potentially squeak through here. And yeah, I'd put them in the finals, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. They've still got to take down Lynn Vision.
Yeah, early doors.
Start thinking about the finals.
Early doors. You never know what can happen in these sort of tournaments. Of course, I think for all of us, even the last CAC talking about Legacy going all the way, that was quite a shock for all of us. And that actually kick-started quite a nice little period for Legacy as well. They followed up with another finals appearance at Bucharest. Who knows, man? But I'm with you. I think Mongols can make a nice run out of this. We'll have to see. Techno labored, but he'll get the kill nonetheless. He pulls out the pistol, but he'll lose his life to MongolZ. With that salvaged AWP. 2 versus 3, it's not impossible. Starry going to regroup here as well. You got 9-10 posted on the angle, and he just doesn't need to move it. As long as he doesn't as well, it should be fine. But just as I say that, he does start to pull a little bit further back. The issue is, because he's alone, he can't keep eyes on Ram. But Macedo makes a move, and MongolZ knife out. Down he goes, and Starry, the last man. Nice shot from him, spots a second. Oh my God, Cobra gonna get his head caught in the vice, and now a 1 versus 1, 30 seconds. Starry against 9-10.
And it's doable. I mean, his HP nullified, right, against that orb. This really could happen for him. Steps out. Oh my goodness, and I think maybe just getting away with the timing. Not quite sure what that looked like for 9-10. He's seen him. He's maybe got information that he's low as well. The USP is out, coming in from behind. It's the orb that does it, actually, but all the same, Starry not ready for that flank. That is unfortunate for, at one time, one of the hottest prospects coming out of China. Nonetheless, it will be another MongolZ round. And a tough one, I think, for Lynn Vision to stomach. Maybe in that moment, yes, but you have to bear in mind it was initially a 1 versus 3. It looked pretty winnable for a while there. So if you take it realistically, pragmatically, I think things are still looking very, very good for MongolZ.
Yeah, grand scheme of things as well. I think they can be pretty happy with where they're at. I think, you know, already there's just the fact that for the MongolZ in a great spot. I think for Lynn Vision, that round, in a sense, Starry 3 kills, they recover it a little bit. They make it contendable when it already felt like it had been written off. I think there's positives to be taken, like silver linings, like to call them. However, it's tough to really mentally sit there and be like, okay, that was actually a decent attempt when you're 5-1 down. You already know that in the scope of a best of 1, you are losing traction quite quickly here. Timeout taken. A moment to talk as well, and now we can see what the response is like for Lynn Vision. But unfortunately, the issue for them is they don't really have the money to go for a full buy, so it can only be upgraded pistols for this side. I still think they're a really scary side on upgraded pistols. They got a nice couple of players who, on the Deagle, for example, can look really, really menacing. But it should be a write-off. It should be an easy one for MongolZ to find their 6th.
Yeah, you would assume so. I think obviously the MongolZ going to play this one a bit safe. They do have the forward-facing techno, but ultimately not too aggressive here. Molotov in, slows them down there. They're savvy around the A-bomb site, and it's a decent little setup here. Actually, really quite considering it as 9-10. He's here on the orb, gets some utility laid down. That's a collapse, by the way. Not quite the kill for him, but he's still looking, he's still going. He is Molotov'd out. That makes life awkward for sure. But they look to pick up the pieces where he left off. Some damage done. Maybe one more kill on the cards, but not really looking too likely. MongolZ the only one left. They know all about him, and he will go down. MongolZ see it off. They lose one player. They recover the orb. You know, it's all very good-looking stuff here. Lynn Vision, we now start to worry, can they get off the ground again? Yeah. Or is it just going to be MongolZ the whole way through? Honestly,
9-10's got to feel hard done by there. There was 4 kills, like, for the taking. Yeah. I kind of feel for him. He gets the leg on the second guy behind. And even that one, that's where it felt like there could have been a double collat on the table, but he does his job. And the rest of the rifles are there to bail it out. So nice and simple. 6-1 already. Guaranteed worst case scenario is a tie game for the MongolZ. On the CT side, you can be very happy with that. The way they're playing, there might be plenty more on the table. Techno will get his, but he'll fall to the flames. At the same time, CobraZera makes his move. MOUZ just doesn't account for the aggression. So Cobra gets 1 for free. With those smokes down as well, it's impossible to properly trade unless you run out of ammo. And that's the perfect timing for Zaka.
Yeah, that's certainly an overlooked consideration, I suppose, for CobraZera. He will pay the price, the ultimate price. 9-10, trained in. It's a great flash. I mean, if he pulled that trigger immediately, he might have gotten 1, but still, it is an absolutely fantastic flash that comes in. They will be able to get the bomb down now, and well, the MongolZ feeling themselves. Mazinho just goes flying through the smoke here. Gets away with it for a bit too long, you might argue. Blitz has a couple of targets.
He has no extra mags, by the way. He only has 18 bullets.
Oh, he's stepped now as well. They know all about him. They know all about him. He's just waiting for a peek to come his way. It's not really happening at the moment. Zaka slowly but surely creeping up there. He will be rewarded. So Lynn Vision, second round on the board. Some really nice moves from them. Some great contact flashes. They just have to turn it into a few more now, is of course the argument.
Yeah, that's actually a really decent round. I think you can take that and hopefully start to work with it. And you can see the instant respect shown by the Mongols as they call for their timeout. They want a moment to talk. They want a moment to kind of reset things a little bit and sort of, at least for themselves, see what went wrong. I think there was like just a couple of small mistakes. One in particular, which I can't really even blame him for, is that Cobra Zero, like, sticking around too long. He just runs out of ammo. Like, it happens. He gets caught at a really unfortunate time, and he did his job so well initially. Like, that push down ramp is a really good move. I love what he's done to kind of re-aggress and then, of course, get a freebie on Kormisu sneaking through the smoke. But you either got to go two ways about it. You either kind of move your way down, get your kill, and then are really aggressive, like re-upping all the smokes, dropping a lot of utility, really making your presence known that I have got this position, you have to work to fight this back from me. Or the other side is immediately get your kill, get away, right? Fall back, play the numbers game, play for the advantage. And he sort of does neither. He's like in two minds about it. Sticks around a little bit too long, but he isn't showing presence. And at the same time, then he runs out of ammo. So just a bit more confidence needed in there. It's a small mistake. It's costly, but it's only the one round. It's still 6-2. And he'll make up for it immediately.
He will. Yeah, nice find.
And he'll do what I'm saying. Re-up the smokes, make your presence known. This is my position. You have to really send the bodies to come fighting for me. And they do, but Westpen will take a tag.
Yeah, kind of the same deal, though. He gets one kill and gets taken down a bit too easily, you know, on the trading moment. Maybe less damaging this time around. Just because it happens so early on and it's only the 1-for-1 and, you know, there's not kills happening elsewhere. Techno's timing, absolutely perfect. So they will manage to net the advantage. Got Zaka on the AWP. He's tagged up pretty low. Things are looking good for the Mongols. The bomb as well. Considering its options, where do we want to go with this? And they will eventually pull it back towards B, but the defense looks pretty short up. Zaka's going to have to hit a pretty crazy one here and unfortunately misses out. 9-10 will take him. There's team damage done. 4 versus 2. The bomb late to the party, and they've actually shored up their position on B, especially with this push from Mazzinho. He's gathering lots and lots of information as he gets further and further in. So not looking too likely here. 20 seconds left. They might consider the save, but they are looking for a Hail Mary contact here. It's just not going to happen for them, surely. Yeah, 9-10 sees it off. The Mongols move up to 7, so they've won the half. Yeah. It's a question of how deep this now goes.
Yeah, how far can they take this? I think it's sort of the question mark on kind of both of our minds, right? Because at the moment, they're still not feeling like they're really under just a massive amount of pressure, to be honest. I mean, you see these kind of pockets of moments of Lynn Vision, but fundamentally, Mongols are considerably stronger right now. They've got a much better read, but they're also getting more individuals online at the same time. It's something that Des brought up, right? It's like 9-10's recent form has been immaculate. We casted him recently, and he looked so good. So it's kind of come off the back of that, where he's looked so strong, and he feels like he's the real kind of spearhead for the Mongols' attack in numbers. Who else will join him? And we are getting players joining him. Techno, only 1-for-1 there. Felt like 2 should have been the guarantee, but he just fluffs up the spray a bit.
Yeah, this is slightly. I think they'll still be happy with where they're at. Oh, man, the timing move from Cobra. It's so disrespectful almost.
Yeah, the balls to make that move dry. Like, just no flash, you know, nothing around that. He just swings in.
Wow. But he just gets the perfect timing, you know. He knows what's up. He knows they're trying to set up a little bit. Starry does survive, but barely. He might just have saved the round for them. And this is the trouble, you know, Lynn Vision, they go down, they go behind, they lose the initial contacts or the initial idea of the round. They just really do not seem to have a plan B. Not that you've got much to work with here, to be fair. AKs, nice. Apart from that, it's like nothing, right?
Yeah.
No utility or anything along those lines. So, again, I wouldn't hate a save call for these guys. They've got cash in the pocket. But they don't. Starry eats a nade. And Amelia eats a bullet in the head. So Mongol's looking really quite good here. I think the double digits feeling more and more likely.
Yeah, the kind of the road we're on right now, Lynn Vision, they're struggling to really kind of properly scratch the surface. It just feels too simple. It just feels a little bit too easy for the Mongols. You buy back in. This one falls flat. Investment's going to be a little funky in towards the last round of this half, especially if they can't get a plant behind it. The only one with any sort of residual cash properly is MOUZ. And this might be a bit more of a pacey around there. Early due to a lot of flashes, and MOUZ just diving in towards the fight. He's taking so much damage just to get here.
Westmelon, Molotov'd off for now. They've got to wait a moment before getting that bomb down. Oh, it's a double spray down for Blitz that does it though. Techno able to hold his line as well. They have lost the AWPer, so just got to be a little careful now. It's very quickly swung back. But a nice spam from Techno sees it off. Zaka on 40 HP here. They think he's exited. They think he's picked up that bomb and moved back towards A. Back towards mid, but Blitz with a quick reposition here. He's going to start to discover a really, really nice flank. And I think this will see the round off, in all honesty. Zaka waiting patiently as they, again, Lynn Vision like to do. Not afraid of a freeze call here. Try and force an over swing. Blitz is playing it very slowly. It's Techno that sees it off, in fact, in the end. So we're up to 9. Mongols have done the damage. They've done enough to say, this one's probably over before it gets going. But of course, one more on the cards here if they can take it. I mean, we're even lacking like bomb plants and everything from Lynn Vision. It's been a very rough half.
Yeah, exactly. It's very simple, right? I think at the moment for the Mongols, they can brute force through a lot of their CT side and not really break a sweat in doing so. We've had one round where it's come down to being won by the Mongols from a defuse. That's it. Every other round is kills or just save coming through for Lynn Vision. It's dire. It's not exactly the way that they've wanted things to start off their tournament as well. And a familiar foe and an opponent they know oh so well, and the results have always been the same. It's always been a one-sided affair in this matchup. Mongols have had their number every single time. And it looks like this 16-match win streak of Lynn Vision will end here, unless something drastic happens in towards that second half. But I really can't imagine it. If anything, you kind of expect the Mongols to ramp up even further on towards the team side. When they're in control of the pace, the tempo of the game, it might get even more damning. Final round of play, though, round number 12, and the Mongols are gunning for double digits at the half. And the way they're playing, they deserve it.
Yeah, there's some teams that have the crazy comeback in them. I don't think Lynn Vision are one of them, at least in this matchup. You know, if they were at their own level or punching down a little bit, you might expect it. But yeah, they're not on that kind of trajectory in my mind. This is one of the games today that felt like a done deal on paper.
Yeah, before it even began kind of thing.
Yeah. Maybe you bring it close, maybe you get a favorable map, but unfortunately not been the case here. And we've gone for a very simple call on the Lynn Vision side. Let's try not to die.
Yeah.
Let's just try not to
die. Let's try to stay alive first minute.
Let's try and keep, 5 alive, and then we can get that execute going. See what they look like. And it has kind of developed a little. They're pulling off an A fake here with 2 smokes, so going to oversell this for sure. And might be able to create a bit of something off the back of it. We'll find out. They're not fully biting on the Mongols side. Still have a defense over on B. CobraZero here with a Molotov. We just have to clean things up over on A before rotating around, but the setup still looks decent. You can get away with 2 players on this B bomb site. Of course, Techno is burning alive while blind. Lucky to be alive. They'll know all about him. He's just looking to hold the line in cave if he can. Buy some time. Blitz gonna go down a bit too easily. So Lynn Vision, with some thought behind the round, might just have done it. 9-10 left all alone in the 1 versus 3. Insanely fast onto the first. He's going to have an idea about Amelia, being towards ramp, towards cave maybe. Starry distracts away though and takes him down. And Lynn Vision will net 3. I think the difference between that 9-3 and 10-2 is actually pretty monumental. So if they can get a pistol here, we can maybe start to think about a comeback, but it's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah, still an incredibly long road to recovery for Lynn Vision. And they've just not really got those individuals stepping up. Like, we're not seeing Zaka play at the level that we need. Starry had one moment where it was close, like nearly pulled off the 1 versus 4. But aside from that, that's been all she really wrote in this one. And same for kind of like Amelia and Call Me Sue. Like, we're just not getting these guys really stepping up and being essentially the heroes, right? You know, that are super required in a match like this. Like, if Lynn Vision are going to beat the Mongols, they need 110%, maybe even a little bit more than that, to really be able to kind of put that pressure onto them. With flip side, Techno's looking so solid. He's getting tested every single round, and it feels like he's good for always at least one. And then on top of that, 910's looking solid as ever. Blitz down his moments. Mazzinho started off the half really, really hot as well, shutting down the A presence. Like, we're just getting these individuals who can be complete shutdown factors, and that's what Lynn Vision do not have at the moment. This pistol, an absolute necessity for this CT side. You don't find this, you don't have a chance of taking this best of one in my mind.
Yeah. So we'll see. Mongols, are they going to put their best foot forward? Are we saving strats for deeper in the tournament? We'll find out. Is it going to be as simple as just charging in with those Glocks? Just got to be careful, the bomb right at the front there through that smoke. And indeed, they do just call it off for a moment. Call Me Sue the first to find a kill on that CT side, however. Not the best signs. Bomb going to go down. Rotations are in. I believe there is a kit dropped somewhere around the site, but not looking good. 910 finds another. Westmelon. Just maybe make them think about these over-peaking moments. 910's around here somewhere. Oh, he knows that. He's spotted the leg. He's trying to just get out cleanly. Not going to happen for him. Blitz takes him out in the side. He takes too long playing with his food, perhaps. Zaka, it's not impossible. There's 2 low HP players here. Get those headshots lined up, but he doesn't have a lot of time to get this going. And I think it indeed will be all over for the side of Lynn Vision. Mongols hitting double digits, getting the pistol on the board. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that kit is spilled towards Big Box on the site, but like, even for him in that 1 versus 3, like, he would have had to have not only probably gotten 2 kills at the very least, then scoop up the kit, then dip back on towards the point. There's just no chance
Takes
at all.
you longer than 5 seconds to say.
Yeah, exactly. So all the things that you've got to kind of tick off is longer than he really had to work with. So the Mongols find 10. And are getting closer and closer to seeing off this very simple best of 1 so far. Top force by Lynn Vision. A couple of deagles is as good as it gets. So another round that should be kind of simple, and a good opportunity as well for these 3 MAC-10s to print some cash. And they might be doing that as well in towards Red Room. There's a lot of bodies here and a lot of fights about to come through. Blitz, Mazzinho, all getting their hands on the ecos.
Making some money. But also, I think just seeing these types of rounds off cleanly is going to really start to hammer in that final nail. Call Me Sue does manage to find one. Just got to be careful. You know, you got 2 deagles on the crossfire here. Could get a little dicey. They have done decent damage, as well as that 1 kill. It is Techno who is feeling safe on B. He calls for the bomb, and they will get that plank going. Cobra Zera in the lion's den a little bit here. Yeah, gonna get flanked out by Call Me Sue. It's only a MAC-10 drop, but like I say, there's definitely potential for things to get expensive. They'll definitely win the round from here. Just weary of losing another player. Starry, 1 on 3. I think there's one on the cards for him here. If he scales up a little.
Potentially. Mazzinho, you can body shot him. Same for 910. They are both body shottable. Mazzinho makes that move.
The sound bait. It's a classic.
11 now, though. So close to that finish line for the Mongols, and so quickly as well. We've kind of spoken about this already, but it has been a bit of an effortless display. They haven't really had to even kind of move forward into like 5th or 6th gear. I think you kind of touched on it. You can sort of save the strats here a little bit. You can play this very, very basic, very kind of fundamental. Just rely on the individuals to get their kills and win by sheer brute force. And that's working for the Mongols. They don't need to go too tactically deep. They can save that for further in towards the groups or in the playoffs where we expect to see them.
Break open. Info at best. Starry not quite able to capitalize, but Call Me Sue uses the information for a big double. Perhaps keeping things going here. Know about Starry trying to dish out some damage onto him. The nade's not quite getting it. Meanwhile, A feels vulnerable. Techno at range with the headshot. Mazzinho going to catch Westmelon getting giddy. All of a sudden, round is absolutely back on. Despite the two-piece in towards middle, Techno has just missed out the timing. Big find from Amelia. The bomb can go B. They don't know it, but indeed, Mongols can really gain some ground over there.
They will soon.
Time.
Double molly down for the CT, rotate and a smoke out towards long. Simple planting towards default, and this is on for the Mongols. It really shouldn't be, but it is actually on, especially with that move by Mazzinho. Down goes Amelia, and that'll change things. Flash over. Where are the other two rotating in from? 9-10, a swing and a find. He does take a dink, but he'll get his kill. And that's all that matters, is on the shoulders of Starry. He got oh so close in a clutch earlier, and now they are caught upon him again, and it's not enough. Mazzinho moving around that CT position. He'll find Starry, and how the Mongols recover that round, I do not know, but it sums up this map for them.
Yeah, big time. I mean, the sense of just timing that they have in this game, you know, to walk through those smokes and whatnot. It feels like they're at home, you know. I think playing against the Asian Counter-Strike and whatnot.
Yeah.
It does feel like home for them. Having some fun with it. Will they get away with the same kind of antics in future games? I think is very quickly going to become the question, because Lynn Vision need 9 rounds in a row to take us to overtime, which I just don't really see happening here, unfortunately. Can they build up a bit of confidence, you know, for their next matchup and whatnot? That's basically all we can lean on at this time. Westmelon forced away. It's a good job. He's thinking about re-aggressing here. I wouldn't advise that. Loses his head. Call me Sue. Spammed all the way down. A Molotov coming in as well. Does well to take one. It's looking very good. Mazzinho chiming in with another. Just 2 remaining. Zaka does manage to find one, but Amelia in the 1 versus 3 to save the day here.
Yeah, and well, he doesn't, I think, is the long and short of it. 13-3. Such an easy showing by the Mongols. A perfect way to warm up in towards a tournament as well. You don't really break a sweat. We kind of touched on it. This Lynn Vision side never scratched the surface. They never showed us anything that really felt like it offered up any opportunity or any sort of, I guess, narrative for us to build up of actually, can they do this? That was easy. That was simple. And that was expected by the Mongols. We love to see it. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk.
Thank you, Nao. Thank you, Scriv. And thank you, Mongols, for speeding up the day. That was a very one-sided affair. And that was the end of the, 16-match win streak that Lynn Vision were on. So, yeah, Mongols, the ones to stop it.
Yeah. You know how with movies you have like an excitement curve, right? Yeah. And it's like, it's a gradual build-up towards the end, and then it kind of drops off when you get your resolution and everything. I think the excitement curve here like peaked at round 3. Yeah. Where Call Me Sue wins the 1v2, and then it just kind of like slowly ebbed out.
Yeah, because then disaster happened in round 4, and at that point it was the Mongols all over. You know, to be fair, slightly disappointing for Lynn Vision that they weren't able to make it more competitive. There was a couple of rounds, you know, where you could argue they had a chance of winning by then, applying a bit of pressure towards the Mongols, maybe taking a dent into the economy, but you're really grasping for straws at that point. This was a non-competitive game, but a very strong performance coming out from the Mongols.
Yeah, and then like one thing that is kind of showcased by the highlights that we're seeing as well is the fact that there's so many of these situations where you just have Mongols players being able to find one pick, one pick, one pick, one pick. Like the spacing or the trade, or I guess the positioning for Lynn Vision to be in position to trade, or players to just kind of take it on themselves to take a 1v1 duel and more often than not actually lose out, it's just so persistent. And if you're Lynn Vision, you can't do that. Like, you're not the team that has the best individual players in your region. Just full stop. Yeah. That's not the case. Like, if you're Mongols, yeah, maybe you can get away with that. You know, you do have Mazzinho, you do have 9-10. Lynn Vision does not have that luxury as of right now, and I think we saw them getting heavily punished for it as well, because maybe they've been able to get away with this kind of stuff for the foreseeable, I guess, or more recent past, right? Because they've played for, well, basically just regional opponents up to now.
Yeah, it's sort of been like that, though. And look, you're talking about getting those picks and falling away. 9-10, I think he was 4-0 in openings, might have been 5-0 towards the end. He was just very good at getting those shots and falling back. And you could see him and Mazzinho, Blitz, and Techno all very close to each other in terms of the kills. And we were saying, who needs to step up? They kind of all did today. They made it look way too easy.
if anything, it's a good confidence booster for the MongolZ and MCinio, right? We spoke about what is it that requires or is required for the MongolZ to take that extra step, where we once again consider them to be maybe even a favorite to go all the way in this tournament.
Yeah.
Well, that requires MCinio to have an on-tournament, as you described it as well. Requires 9-10 with the AWP to have impact in general. The AWPing on a lot of different teams right now is a bit lackluster, unless you call Saivu, MONIZE, or MORDOI for that matter. So if you have an AWP player who's occasionally able to stand out like 9-10 have been, then you're already quite far ahead in terms of your competition. So I think there's positive signs here for MCinio and the MongolZ boys, but at the end of the day, I'm left with a little bit of a question mark in the sense that Lynn Vision didn't put up enough of a fight for me to actually assess the MongolZ in this game.
That's fair.
If anything, they just move on, and then next time around we get to see them in a best of 3. That's when we get a sense of where they're at.
Yeah. I think that's exactly fair. Like, you would have liked to see MongolZ just being tested a little bit more.
Sure.
And Lynn Vision weren't up for the task today. That's just really the bottom line of it.
And look, in best of ones, you kind of expect the games to be a lot closer than that. You kind of expect, some of the underdogs to have better chances. But unfortunately, that wasn't what we got out of Lynn Vision. And look, we got another game coming up after the break. So let's see who that's going to be. And we'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Champs for 2026. We are 2 best-of-1s deep and have 2 more to go before we jump into the beautiful best-of-3s. But of course, boys, that last game was a bit of a sleeper. Let's not beat around the bush too much, and hopefully these next 2 best-of-1s are actually going to provide a bit more fun and a bit more action.
I think so, you know, especially the next one for me is interesting. I'm very curious to see MOUZ play again, you know, after doing a great job in Astana and bringing JL alive again, you know, to some degree. So curious about that one. Also did see MIBR smack the hell out of
3D Max, yeah.
3D Max in that opening game on the B stream. Didn't really see that coming, to be completely honest. So yeah, action have been happening so far.
Yeah, again, I'm you know, low key kind of excited about what we're about to see, because again, I always find it fun to watch Asian teams, because it feels like they kind of go into the lab and then, you know, we'll see what they've cooked up once we get to that part. And obviously MOUZ with a very, very new look of themselves that was debuted in Astana.
Of course. And we are jumping, of course, into Group A. Group B's almost done. We're just waiting on the result from that Bait and Nip matchup, and the winner of that will play MongolZ. So as you can see, 3D Max going to be going against Paravision, which I believe is later today, and then down in the lower bracket, MIBR and Team Liquid, and Lynn Vision waiting for the loser of that Bait and Nip game. But that brings us to Group A, which is where a lot of people are putting their attention, because some of the bigger names, some of the more interesting teams in terms of the changes in terms of the lineups are coming in here. And that man on your screen has, you know, sent the aura charts pretty much off the scales for MOUZ. So we'll see how they go against TYLOO today.
You set a pretty low bar, though. Like, you know, let's be honest. But yeah, no, JL coming into to MOUZ gives them a little bit more charisma, if you want to put it that way, or Riz, as all the young kids are calling it. No, but yeah, and I mean, speaking of young kids as well, they've actually brought another graduate into the MOUZ side, which is, you know, going off of history, probably a really good move. The one thing that has been a little bit of a difference compared to the previous, I guess, if you want to call it like promotions, is that a lot of the former NXT graduates, and Torji, Zershin, and so on and so forth, they've taken to the level quite quickly. And I think from what we've seen out of Select so far, it's not that he's necessarily, you know, made massive mistakes or anything like that, but he hasn't necessarily had his moment just yet. He hasn't had his like welcome to the league type of game yet.
Well, what a chance, you know, up against the likes of TYLOO, who can be world beaters, can be pretty sharp on land.
Yep.
You know, they've got some very good individuals, but Zelex, this is his time to shine.
It is his time to shine, right? And he's gaining more and more confidence as well. Playing in Astana and doing as well as they did as a team is going to, you know, give him a bit of confidence and maybe buy him a bit more time. The issue in that regard is that we have the major coming up very, very soon. You know, that's in less than 2 weeks. So we need to see those signs of improvements now at this tournament if we want to consider MOUZ as a potential dark horse to make the playoff. The caveat is obviously they're playing with Brolan at the major and not with JL. So a little bit of a messy period, so to speak, for MOUZ. But overall, it's just nice to see them changing, right? Because that was the whole conversation we had for MOUZ for such a long time. They were a stable team, they were a good team, but they would never win anything. And people were getting kind of mad about that to some extent. So bringing in JL is nice, and then freeing up Exertion to be an in-game leader seems to have really given him a lot of confidence and spurred his game up to a level we haven't seen in a long time. So things are moving within the MOUZ camp in the right direction, I'd say. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna land, not only in this tournament, but even more so after the major, when we get to see the full lineup, you know, with a few battle tested tournaments on the name.
Yeah, for sure. And look, you know, the differences here, of course, the spotlight is on MOUZ because of those recent changes, because of their run of form. And we haven't really touched too much on TYLOO, but we sort of know what we're going to get. They are the hometown heroes here in Shanghai. These individuals, they can be very crazy. Speaking of crazy, G there. Oh, and also, if you didn't see it on Reddit, it is Torsi's birthday, and we had G singing happy birthday. So jump on over there and have a little look at that video. It's very wholesome.
Yeah.
Lots of friendly, I guess, good friendship between both teams as well. A little bit of banter before jumping into this one.
Yeah, I think it's impossible to not like G, really, from what we've seen out of him. And honestly, I kind of like the direction that TYLOO have been going as well. Sure, their results haven't necessarily been, you can't talk about a 16-game win streak or anything like that we saw Lynn Vision had, and obviously we saw that doesn't really matter too much. But for TYLOO, I like the fact that they've brought in fresh blood. So they brought in Zero a couple of months ago from Change the Game. I think he's been looking like a hot prospect for a while in CTG. So seeing him actually get the chance in TYLOO, I think he's done okay for himself so far, even though TYLOO haven't necessarily hit the ground running. I like that they're moving in this direction of, I guess it's kind of like somewhat mean to say, but like leaving the old guard behind. You're not having necessarily the recycling of like attacker and so on and so forth. You know, gradually coming into the lineup yet again.
It has to happen at some point.
Yeah, it has to happen at some point, and I'm glad TYLOO have kind of made that that step in that direction now. So I'm excited to see where TYLOO take this. I like that they have like a new guard of players, and I think they have very, very high ceiling. I think there's a lot of potential in this lineup.
Let's see if that room's going to be made. How high the ceiling is, how high the floor is, or low the floor is, and of course the guys that are going to show us all of the building. Naoko and Scrooge.
Cheers, guys. Appreciate that. I'm really looking forward to this game. I think has the potential to, again, be a bit of a barn burner, a bit of a one-sided one, the kind of the same way our previous series was. But TYLOO always have a little bit of something about them, especially internationally as well. Zero is somebody that I've kind of come to know quite well. I was out in, this was back in March. I was doing an event where it was his first kind of international tournament ever, playing with that Change the Game side, and he looked really, really good. And he was kind of the hero of that roster, got them through the open qualifiers, then got them through the groups into the playoffs. It was kind of out of nowhere. They were definitely one of these unknown quantities, but he individually was unbelievably sharp. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for, but all signs point to that MOUZ should be taking this pretty damn cleanly, very, very similar towards that MongolZ matchup. And of course, the roster moves they've made as well. In NBA terms, Griff, we call this kind of a win now side of moves. So let's see if that's the case.
Okay, sure. I think we're really trying to, manifest the upset, aren't we? Like, we want at least one of these games today to go against the grain, against the theory. But it's just not looking super likely. We've had that first kill come through for MOUZ, and Yuanshen going to take another. Looking very, very good while doing so. Nonetheless, 5 versus 3. A very good spot here. TYLOO, I think, stuck for ideas. They do have a little utility remaining, but not an awful lot going at this point. Molotov comes through, forces Spinks into a slightly shaky angle, you might say. I mean, it still just doesn't feel like it has the energy to it for TYLOO here. But those Glocks close the gap, and it's particularly G's find that really might open this round up.
I really thought they'd overlook JL there, right? You know, you kind of take that first contact, don't expect a double dark setup, but they do, they clear it, and in doing so now, post-plant, numbers advantage on Zelex and TYLOO to try and bail them out of this one. The Hungarian duo need to go huge, and it doesn't start well, it's all on TYLOO. Birthday boy needs to go huge to keep MOUZ alive in this pistol, but TYLOO looks so solid in their post-spawn. I say that, he does get one, but that is all he'll get. G in the end, walking away with 3. Lovely work coming forward. That's how TYLOO want to kickstart this best of 1 here on Inferno, out the gates, nice and quick. A bit of a pacey, punchy pistol round, and it does catch MOUZ off guard.
It does. It does. I mean, certainly, able to get in there and, like I say, close the gap. That was kind of the one thing that they got away with. The 2 USPs in at dark, trying to bait off each other. Maybe needed to go slightly earlier if we're being picky. But we'll find out here, I think, as things continue on. If MOUZ just have to be careful, too much respect argument, things like this are going to come into play. TYLOO will come at you quick, and I don't think there's going to be as much of that push and pull element and all these types of things that we talk about on Inferno, the slowed down play. I think particularly in a BO1, they're going to look for a lot more moves like this. Heavy contact with the flash. Into the 5 versus 4 now. Looking pretty comfortable. MOUZ going to try and re-aggress and create something of their own, but not quite happening. They will back off and look towards B instead, which I think is going to be the wiser move for TYLOO.
Yeah, B's open. Yuanshen is here, just trying to feign a bit of presence for this MOUZ side, but the site itself completely barren. Bomb goes down, and I think you just reuse this force buy in towards the next round. You can't really get in towards, or back in towards that B site off the back of the smoke in towards CT, 1 in towards Coffins, and at that point, it's all but done affair. So they will try and shell up and save. With that being said as well, for TYLOO, a second on the board. A nice way to continue things for them. The pistol to start was pretty clean, a 5 versus 3 that they flipped on its head. And now a chance as well to build up a little bit in the gun rounds too. being this as it is a force as well for MOUZ, a good opportunity for TYLOO to get a nice little springboard to start off this match, which is exactly kind of what we want to see if we are trying to breathe the upset into life. Reuse those guns in towards the next spot. TYLOO know that it was a force as well. They heard the MP9s. They know about the bits of U2 and the upgraded pistols. So they'll understand as well that they're saving and using it again, but they'll also understand that they have much better firepower heading in towards the next round.
Going to be interesting to see this crop of players, you know, back on the server, honestly, especially JL, of course. But I think Zelex is a player that a lot of people have had their eyes on for a long time. Felt like some changes for MOUZ needed to happen. I know quite a lot of the discourse has been around, was Jimmy the right guy?
Yeah.
And there's a few people, a few pundits out there that may be saying he was completely the wrong guy. So we'll find out on that one in time, but not the greatest debut. I think certainly messy, you know, getting this kind of team together. All the same, still some fantastic names on this team that they would hope allows them to start vying for wins. That's the thing, you know, they had a team that could make semis, that could maybe make a final, but they need to get wins. I think the MOUZ organization is expecting bigger things than they were able to deliver for quite a long time. But you just got to be careful, man. Same kind of things happen to Spirit, that you don't fall down. Straight up short here. A lot of damage from these SMGs coming in. It's Mercury from the side, though, who looks good. Torji at the back end of the site. Will he be expected? He's going to be the only one left. Does manage the first. It's a little broken, unfortunately, and can't quite get it going. There was a world where he clutched that, but a little broken. And it will be TYLOO just about able to get it.
Yeah, much more expensive, though, as well. And I think that's kind of partly, you know, a silver lining to kind of walk away with. That was that bonus buy, the second attempt at it. Now they get the full buy. And this is the kind of proper test for TYLOO. Yes, it's still a bonus for them, but this is the true test of what MOUZ is going to look like on their gun rounds. All pin play for Torji. Got the rifles alongside it, full belty utility. So all things considered, it should be MOUZ kickstarting their campaign here on Inferno. But TYLOO are always a little wacky and have a few individuals that can definitely take over in a round, and especially one of Zero Mosaic or G with the AK. We'll look towards them in particular. And a slower round here for TYLOO. Flash going to send in Mercury. Apps control taken. They can start incrementally getting closer and closer to the A site, but it's not a committal play. The bomb's not near them. This is just them probing for information.
Yeah. Utility out, no one around short at the moment. TYLOO, I think, trying to create the first kill is what they're after, but MOUZ not really giving them the space to do that. Goodness me, look at this stash over here.
Yeah.
Crazy. Xertion's going to get him moving forwards as well, so looking to kind of double nade things in if he can. May well have been a little delivery from JL as well there. Is that bomb headed in towards B? Tough to say at the moment. Yeah, lovely nade lineups here. As you know, if they're scaling forwards at this stage, I think there would have been a lot of damage out there from Xertion. Unfortunately, they are headed towards A, so we don't get to see that. You know, nade damage is often pretty exciting stuff, but they're scaling this execute, and MOUZ are not buying it completely.
Zelex is here. Swings in for one. Zero quick on the trade as well. Looks for a second. Torji under pressure. It's Mosaic that sees him off, and the move by Mercury in for the flank all but seal this round. Surely 2 versus 4 now. And the remaining 2 of Xertion and JL, who were primarily playing out towards B. Surely it's a shell up and save move for them. They know they've got no real way of looking in towards the site. No kit to work with either. 1 flash for Xertion. No chance in hell. JL will get out of there. It will be TYLOO 4 to start off this T side. And this is what we want to see as well. 4 on the bounce, but the immediate kind of gun round going their way. And not only just a gun round which is a bonus round for TYLOO. That's really quite impressive. To only have 1 casualty as well, you're very happy with how things are proceeding at the moment. Jamyoung scooped up an AWP as well, which can be dropped over towards G, in towards the next round. There's nothing but positives for TYLOO at the moment, who are looking very calm, very comfortable in their Counter-Strike. And this is what we want to see. And there's something we didn't see from Lynn Vision.
Certainly raises an eyebrow, I think it's safe to say. You know, you win that early round, you still has yet to lose one is kind of the key thing here. So really could get worrying here. Gotta say the new MOUZ jerseys looking good.
Yeah.
At least the first time I've seen them. They might not be brand new, but yeah, they're looking pretty good.
I gotta say that I'm still part of that camp. There's too many jerseys that are just all black.
That's true. That is true.
I'm sitting here saying I like me a Paravision, I like me a Gentle Mates, you know, a dash of color. TYLOO, I quite like TYLOO, you know.
Yeah.
Stick to your primary colors. I quite like that that red MOUZ one they had for a while.
Yeah.
But I want to see some color.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jerseys.
I mean, black is in, or maybe it's
there's one or two ways though.
Color.
Yeah. Maybe. There's one or two ways you go about it. You either, for me, go like, you know, like Paravision-esque, like lean into your colors, or it is Carmine Corp right on and CS.
Yeah.
Is it Carmine Corp, right? French.
So.
They're now doing like jerseys which are like you could wear as just normal clothes, and they're really cool. Or like I think Spirits is a good example. That's like it feels like you just wear as a t-shirt.
Yeah, right.
It's that kind of like grayed out kind of color. I like that. I can get behind that, but. I like the color though. Either way, TYLOO back towards B. There's once again a horde of util towards CT, which Xerxen will scoop up. Another nade potentially on towards Harful could be very, very good right about now.
Yeah, I mean exactly what he did in the last round. You know, really could be super effective. Unfortunately, holding off ever so slightly, thinking about it, going to get a re-smoke down here, and it might just be the perfect time because they were lining up a pretty hefty execute. They break open the smoke, and they're feeling confident to try and go for this. It's a break open from Xerxen, aggressive move. Considering he's the only one on B, really quite aggressive. I mean, it's the kind of round where you're given license to do that, I suppose. JL with a big find. It's certainly going to make them move forward. Spinks has got a kit. So this certainly feels doable. Zelex is insanely late to the party, though. So it is essentially a 3 versus 3 on the site itself. He's going to start scaling forwards. A leg onto Torji is lucky. Smoke comes in. You know, they're a little desperate in terms of the utility here, but they're going to try and make this one work. G does go down. MOUZ, however, holding that line and holding it well. Mercury and MOUZ chiming in together to get the round on the board.
Yeah, really nice work. And even more damning on top of that, it's straight off the back of a MOUZ timeout. Cyclone gets on the mic. He tries to shore some things up, and it's just more of the same. You know, with this TYLOO side at the moment, they're seeing there's quite a big gap towards B because of the way that MOUZ is setting up early, which isn't, you know, wrong by any means. It's actually quite a default set of 1 towards B early, 4 towards A, with 1, which is JL, being that rotate player in between. But Xerxen's getting caught off guard quite a lot at the moment. He's trying to call around himself, being the solo hold towards B, and it isn't working. You see now they've immediately flipped that sort of mentality. Right? They've got 3 initially towards B. And Spinks now falling back towards the A side to shore things up, but a bit more of that onus on actually taking banana control rather than what MOUZ would be doing early, which is actually not playing that much presence, bit of early utility, but essentially sitting back on towards the sides and trying to invite in the pressure. TYLOO were happy to play that. If you're going to give them map control, they'll take it and they'll work with it.
Torji will get one of these. He does, but he's instantly traded. I think that's about perfect for both sides, you know, the way you would expect that to go. TYLOO, it's what they like, though. Early kills fills them with a sense of confidence, and you can see they're moving relatively quick up short. Not a bad setup. Zelex, whoa, spots a man on the edge of the smoke. He's trying to stay alive here. He's doing a good job of it. It's all going to be down to G, who has to find 3 overall. Not likely, not on your life, and Zelex has held the line really well.
Yeah, they needed a bit of a hero there. If Zelex falls, the site falls with it, and in doing so, that gives TYLOO another post bomb, which we've already seen they're very, very solid on. That's absolutely going to help things out. The initial trade felt pretty good, but it's actually just Zelex who, from this pit position, does so unbelievably well, and especially this Balk player falling gives him a bit of free real estate to maneuver around. So, fantastic work MOUZ finally get their first on the board, and now it needs to be the first of a few. We need to start very similar to what we saw from kind of Paravision in our opening series. You need to use that as a springboard. Kickstart to salvage this CT side. Early nade is going to be traded. Yuanshen could take a lot of damage, and he does.
Able to back away, though. Lovely little fadeaway nade as they give up the banana control on the CT side. Trying to pivot things around, you know, stay ahead of the curve, as it were. Doing a good job of that. Re-aggression comes in, spotting nobody here. It's actually set up in a very, very nice way. For the MOUZ side of things, a lot of damage done. It's all unconfirmed. Same on Yuanshen, but I think TYLOO looking kind of worse for wear, and I'm going to have to figure this one out. However, MOUZ go back to what they have been doing, which is the 4A, one towards B. It might work out for them. Just the one smoke seems to be forcing TYLOO in towards this A trap.
They've read this well as well. You know, you look at MOUZ, they got 4 players here ready to fight. Spink's going through the smoke. I love this move. He can have so many dead to rights, but he gets caught by the flash. G's flash is fantastic. Zero get the kill. Missed shot with the AWP, but Zelix is here, and they might have to call upon the youngster again to bail them out. You got Torzi on the site who's trying to get the cross. Time is ticking as well. 20 seconds. We've got to go. But there's that move through long. We've already seen it happen a couple of times. That flanking play, which is so, so strong. Bomb planted and now a difficult 2 versus 2.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy that they're able to do that, right? Because you're playing 4 on A. I suppose they lose one super early and have to try and bolster things, but long being so vulnerable,
they get sucked in, right, into the site.
A pin in it, you know, keep an eye on it into the future rounds here. Looking very good. JL on high. There is a kit for Yuanshen if they want to give this a late burst, but not a lot of time in which to do that. I think they were really banking on JL being able to find a kill. They are still going for it. It's easy for MOUZ in the end. TYLOO answer back immediately. So maybe from bad to worse for the side of MOUZ if this is going to turn into another string of rounds.
Yeah, and this is where it differs as well from that opening game with Paravision, right? Because obviously for Paravision, it was 5-0 down that they started, but the recovery was quite quick. Once they finally got around it, it opened up the floodgates a little bit. Anything but it. TYLOO getting that instant bite back does make a real difference. MOUZ once again put onto the back foot. It's an MP9 for Zelix. They do squeeze out the full buy around it, but it's everything left in the wallet. In towards round number 8. You fall flat in this one, you're in serious trouble. That allows TYLOO obviously a 7th, but probably the 8th behind it as well. And at that point, he knows MOUZ could be in real trouble for this best of 1.
TYLOO playing pretty far back. Again, it's a nice re-aggress that comes through from MOUZ, but TYLOO are happy to fully give up that space for kind of as long as possible. Let MOUZ feel like they have control of things, but able to reveal the plan later on in the round. Lovely little smoke here from the bottom of Banana. Fakes things out towards A. I don't think they're quite convinced, unfortunately, and going ahead of those smokes, it's a bad habit. JL only able to get 1, however, they've kept the trades pretty tight. Into the 3-on-3 now. And a big round for MOUZ. Gonna be needed, but surely with G finding that one, you just have to move away. My goodness, TYLOO are really playing them off the server at the moment. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic stuff. These MOUZ guys are frustrated, sticking around for a moment to just see if anything comes their way, but I think with no obvious kills, you just have to back off here. And it's really looking dangerous. I can see TYLOO picking up maybe 8 at the very least, like you would say from a scoreline like this. So they just have to remain calm and not panic too much about what seems to be happening here. And they should be in with a good half.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think this is kind of partly where we look at kind of this matchup specifically talking about. For TYLOO, they love playing internationally. It's obviously been quite a consistent talking point within the region is that, you know, we've always sort of had essentially TYLOO and Lynn Vision being the kind of 2 top sides coming out of China. But the talking point for a long, long time was that Lynn Vision was so good domestically, they had TYLOO's number, and they had the rest of kind of the Chinese scene's number, but when it came to internationally, they could never crack it. But it was the other side. It was TYLOO, maybe not always flawless domestically, but internationally, they were a side that actually felt like they could contend with some of these more international teams, where it was, you know, kind of a bit of a running joke they even have in that kind of Chinese scene is sort of like, Lynn Vision prepare for TYLOO, TYLOO prepare for the rest of the world.
Yeah,
that was sort of like this narrative. And this is exactly what it feels like right now. It's the fact that, you know, for Lynn Vision, they always feel like they've got that extra edge on TYLOO in a kind of domestic matchup, but TYLOO have got eyes set for the international stage, and right now it's absolutely paying off. They're looking sharp, they're looking clean, and they're really, really making life difficult and uncomfortable for MOUZ.
I think as well, sometimes you see TYLOO, like just on your point, like missing a season of ECL, which can be quite important out there, or maybe the odd, you know, super domestic tournament, might even be a LAN, that they kind of miss just to fully prepare.
Yes.
So they're a really good team, I think, into the BO1 argument as well. A great opening game for them. Now, it would be pretty scary in that upper bracket, of course, but definitely doable. Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, man. What a move. They break open the smoke. There's no flashes or anything, and it works beautifully for them. That's about as contact heavy as you can get through the smoke. They'll just keep the kills coming in. They'll just keep the rounds coming in. Up to 8 already. Dare I say it, you know, are they going to stop winning before this half is over?
Yeah.
MOUZ are just getting walked all over, man. This is crazy.
Zero has really shown a bit of his class as well. He's not running away in the numbers department, but he's got a really horrible role of being sent in first into every engagement. But to get away with 2 there is massive. Both players playing in a sort of anti-flash position, and he does so unbelievably well. TYLOO up to 8. And for Spinks and Zersh, all they can do is save the M4 and this MP9, respectively. It's not a nice spot to be in. A nice safe exit through second mid as well. Another round that comes through, but it's flawless again for TYLOO. Up to an 8th. And completely against the grain, but the same sort of feeling as that previous series of one side not really breaking a sweat. This is TYLOO. It's quite fundamentally simple Counter-Strike. You know, it's a lot of just like pot flashes in for a fight and we try and get the numbers advantage and then we just go quick. You know, you see there's a lot of in kind of the EU top level Counter-Strike where you get a kill and then you freeze up, you try and draw out numbers, you rotate, you cancel, you leave things last minute. TYLOO are playing this very simple. We get a kill, take that space immediately. And if that space is towards a site, take the site immediately. And no matter how many numbers it costs us to kind of get there. And I love the way they're approaching it. And for MOUZ, it's completely catching them off guard.
Yeah. A great style. I think TYLOO maybe even surprising themselves in a pretty good sense, which is always nice. Another attempt at the banana reaggress, though. They're able, you know, pretty happily to give that control away on the TYLOO side time and time again. MOUZ will take top banana, but what do they do with it? Remains a big question for them. TYLOO gonna give it up. Look to walk back towards A. Maybe mix things up. That bomb's headed in towards the apartments, which, you know, it's similar to Dust to B tunnels. It always makes you worry a little bit. Tight choke points and everything, if that's what they're going to go for here. And I think indeed that bomb is going to scale up. There's now a smoke in the way with not loads of time left in the round. So you really start to worry here as to what the plan might be for TYLOO. Are they maybe getting a bit too big for their britches? The flash going to come in. It's good onto Torji. And Zelek's dealt with quickly. They make it work once again. They continue to exceed expectations.
Oh, no.
The smoke spam just to put salt in the wound. And TYLOO moving up to 9 in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, it's you know, you can talk about the way in which they're approaching these rounds, but there's no luck involved. Yeah, sure, that spam on the smoke is lucky, but their approach as a whole on this T side is actually immaculate. It really looks clean. It looks so controlled, and it's a bit of a joy to watch as well when TYLOO play at their top level. We kind of know that this is a side that are always, you know, very brazen in their approach and these kind of really punchy T-side rounds, but this is what we're getting. And it all started with the pistol, right? The pistol, that kind of recovery that comes through 5 versus 3. There was already signs there brewing that we could be getting TYLOO on the level that we want to see TYLOO at, and that's exactly the case. MOUZ look half asleep right now. The time zone may be making a big difference for them because they are not present here in the server. And, well, very similar to the Chicken Lover van. It's a bit of a car crash so far for this MOUZ side.
Bang. That's pretty good. He's proud of himself for that one. He's happy with himself about that one.
What can I say?
I'll be honest, I didn't even know it had crashed in the map. You know what I mean? I just thought it was like
crashed through the fence,
Yeah, you can see like a
yeah.
little bit of smoke and stuff coming.
I know it so well because I often play music on the MOUZ.
Ah, there you go. There you go. You're that guy.
I only know Baby Shark. It's the only song I know.
Probably the worst song you could know. Then.
I know, but it's great in its own sense as well.
I suppose universal.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's going to know it.
There might be a language barrier within my team. May not be understand what they're saying, but we can all connect behind this.
The joys of music. No joys for MOUZ. Timeout comes in once again. They're just trying to salvage what they can here.
Yeah, it's their third and final as well.
Yeah, right. Nothing seems to be working. It just has not gotten going here. We maybe had a little bit of hope for them. They get that first round and like, okay, here we go. Some kind of a comeback. And maybe there is something on the cards. Not seeing this from them. The double nade down banana will net a frag. And it's well read because TYLOO, a lot of the time, have been hanging around, waiting a moment before they scale up in towards banana.
Wow.
But they change up as well. Jamyoung, sharp as a tack for that frag. It's going to give them a path.
Big gap.
In towards B. That's a JL smoke, you know, been out of the comp scene for a little while, will indeed make a few mistakes from time to time, but maybe inviting them in as he finds an important kill for MOUZ.
Yeah, they needed that trade pretty immediately and they couldn't get it. But Zero, this move from him, this really could flip the round on its head. He'll catch Torzi, looks for more, but he just can't quite deliver a second on towards Spinks. So Mercury and MOUZ, 2 versus 3. They've already converted one numbers disadvantage round. That was all the way back in the pistol, and it was a pretty triumphant one at that. How do they make this one stick? They got 1 HE to work with. That's it. And they're opting just for the gunfights. On the flip side, MOUZ, Molly, nade, and a flash. 2 of which are in the back pocket of Zelex. And there comes the first. The flames down to Nubox. Nobody present, but JL with the swing. He very much is. MOUZ, the issue is he's stuck here. He has to fight tooth and nail from first orange, and he can't. JL will trade. 4 kills in the round for him as well. The new boy on the block for MOUZ will net their second, but even still, the road to recovery here for MOUZ is long and treacherous.
Yeah, right. And there's still potential that, you know, TYLOO bounce back in the same way that they did last time. Uh-oh.
Don't leave him hanging like that.
He really did. He really did. That might be over the line already. And we'll never know, you know? Schrodinger's fist bump. Did he ever get fist bumped or did he not? We'll never know. TYLOO, timeout coming in from them as they look to immediately bounce back, take a 10-2 half. I think that would be enough.
This is the kind of the point you brought up earlier, right? There's at least mentally speaking, there's such a vast difference between 9-3 and 10-2.
Oh, yeah.
And I think TYLOO realized that as well as anybody. Like, they know that if they can crack into those double digits in this first half, they're already 90% of the way there to the finish line, not only in terms of literally speaking, but also just like that mental side of things. They know that you get a pistol, you've more or less all but confirmed things. And a good sign of respect being shown as well. They know what MOUZ are about. They know they can't let up at any point. They can't get comfortable. Despite being, you know, 9-1 into 9-2 up, they can't afford to ever let slip anything, right? You know, the kind of classic saying, give them an inch, they'll take it a yard.
Fast moving here from TYLOO as they're going to get themselves out middle. No messing around. Looking to maybe be an attempt to the B-Wrap here. Big find from Spinks, and it also really just reveals the plans. So if that was your whole game, it ain't going to work anymore. They have to pull back. Some control towards long. What are they going to try and do with that? Torji is trained in on the AWP here to attempt the frag on Zero. He has to stay trained in. Yeah, he's right on top of him there. The X-ray vision. It's a missed shot, and Zero does manage to find a kill. Torji misses twice. Jamyoung takes him down. And suddenly TYLOO, they are the ones in power. Big nades onto Spinks. Gonna leave him worse for wear. They're really quite trapped in on the site for the most part. MOUZ has picked up an AWP. I'm gonna try and make it sing here if he can. We'll find out. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Yuanshen slowly builds up. JL straight into the AWP. Yuanshen knows about it, but it does not matter. MOUZ, one-man army with that boom stick. Gonna leave it down to Spinks here. There's a team kill. Wait a minute. Not a lot of time. Yeah, not a lot of time here. Needed those kills way earlier. They know how to play that. It's 10-2 at the half, and yeah, absolutely enough. In the end, it feels for TYLOO. What is happening here?
Yeah, some really forlorn faces over towards MOUZ. Expectedly, to be honest. They are in a really horrible spot at the moment. Just no one stepping up to the plate. And very similar to kind of narratives that we built up, even kind of in that previous series, talking about how there's a vast difference. You know, we're kind of very akin for TYLOO and the Mongols, where you're getting not only consistency coming through in terms of the teamwork and the calling and all these small things, but actually just the individuals, right? We're getting so much more in terms of impact and firepower from them, especially comparatively to what MOUZ are offering up. We're just not getting any heroes. Yes, we've got heroic moments. JL's 4K is kind of one that springs to mind, but outside of that, it's very, very thin in terms of what we can grasp onto for this MOUZ side. Things look pretty damning, and on a 10-2, it's that point that we bring up. Like, it already kind of feels like you've morally won here. As long as TYLOO don't just completely turn into a shadow of their former selves, it'll be an easy close here. And even something as simple as a pistol should be really the last couple of nails being hit into the coffin. They're massively important for MOUZ to kickstart this half well, but it needs to be pistol forced by first 2 or 3 gun rounds before I even feel remotely confident about saying, okay, there might be something here.
We're about to find out. We really are. Something smells off in the MOUZ camp. Not only on this map, but I think in general, since these moves have come in, unfortunately. Still time to settle, of course. As you put it, the win now, maybe not going to live up to that, unfortunately.
Well, this is the thing with win nows. When they don't win, it looks even worse.
Yeah, so we're going to find out in future, but right now, can they take the pistol? The Julius of Zero still alive in the apartments. He has a decision to make. Does he want to overswing and try and get the crazy kills? Or is he just going to try and keep that control? G moves way too fast. His man advantage, TYLOO. Always hard in a pistol post plant, though. Another moto smoke coming in, so they're kind of just forced into the short play and really looking to bank on that. Not going to happen as Zelek sees them off. And is really well put together. MOUZ eventually is going to work his way through that smoke. They needed one of those short kills, though. It's planted quite nicely at the back end of the site. There's just no time for MOUZ to really get it going, unfortunately. Should be the pistol for MOUZ. Will all the kills go the way of MOUZ, or is MOUZ, just going to get the consolation kill bonus? He's going to go down to this bomb as well, which is a bit nasty. I think he hadn't taken any damage there, so the cheaper head armor and all that argument for him. There you go, JL trying to keep the energy up as MOUZ potentially on the road to recovery, as you put it.
Yeah, he knows the importance of really getting the vibes good, you know, really getting that kind of feeling in towards this game. Solid. And also, it has to be said, it's probably sort of difficult to do that because that was close. That was damningly close. If there's a kit in play for MOUZ, who knows what happens right at that tail end there. He could have even potentially stuck it just because he knows that last guy's towards short, and that real safe planting towards the cubby could have been interesting. Get that force buy out for TYLOO. Can't really blame them for going for it off the back of getting as many kills as they did, and also for having so much of a lead. You've got that breathing room. You've got that space to take a couple of risks and a couple of gambles to try and see this off as soon as. But that's the first step. You know, we spoke about that checklist. Pistol round, force buy, first couple of gun rounds. Then I can start entertaining the conversation around recovery. So the first step out of 4.
And the first step, you know, often the hardest, that's what they say.
Yeah, it's recovery, though, I think.
Yeah. Quiet round. As TYLOO are playing 4 towards A and not really looking for any funny business, as it were. It is going to be a B play, so we might have one of these situations of like, okay, if they go B, we're just going to save it.
Yeah.
Take what we have into the next. And that is indeed the case here. Jamyoung, you know, trying to get the shoulders out, trying to really force some fights if he can, but nothing happens for him. And as you can see, They turn away. MOUZ feels confident. He's having a great game. He's hoping for some kill bonus, but he's never going to get that chance. So MOUZ going through the motions here. They guess correctly, you might say.
Yeah.
Choose the correct door, and they get themselves a nice 4th round. But we're not believing just yet. TYLOO still in a really great spot.
Yes, exactly that. Reuses guns towards the next. They've set themselves up in a nice place to play for exits as well. Zero and G in particular have the opportunity to at least make this a little bit expensive, but also at the risk of their second attempt at a force buy towards the next round being a little worse for wear. And for where MOUZ are, especially with the HP that they've got as well, they can afford just to take a significant damage to the C4, but not entertain the fights. Oh. Okay, little dink, but it's fine. All 5 stay alive is all that matters for MOUZ. And for TYLOO, just, yeah, second attempt at that force buy for them. Double MP9, double 5-7 bit of util as well behind it.
Be nice to see them do something with this, I think.
Yeah, I want to see something gimmicky, right? I just feel like you know you've got to buy in towards the next one anyway. Do something a little bit unorthodox. You know, push banana or dive down second mid. Something just a little bit different just to try and keep MOUZ on their toes.
I don't think they will, though. They've replenished a lot of the smokes, especially. So they're looking to just play that kind of annoying Inferno style.
Hang on, though. I mean, look at the minimap. There is a push through apartments. They could be tempted to actually start moving a little further forward.
Yeah. This little doorway, though, is your point of no return in theory, right? Like, if there is someone on the other side of it, it's a very perilous journey to the other side. But we'll find out. It's going to be another B hit, unfortunately, for TYLOO. They have, again, tried to bolster things up on A. Recovery of the smoke, just kind of in the nick of time. I think they were about ready to get moving on the MOUZ side. Decent nade damage. Rotations are very, very, very slow. Jamyoung, again, sends it by himself. TYLOO have got to watch themselves. They're on a low buy. They're far ahead, but I'm just feeling some of the energy on the fights and the swings. It's very confident. Maybe even on that, you know, fine line of courage and stupidity. So they have to be really quite careful that this gap does not close. Their position is not quite untenable just yet.
Yeah, and they've got to find a better way now to show up the B defense as well. That's kind of the big thing. I think MOUZ has spotted there. Spinks probably has another dead to right, and he will. Down goes MOUZ. Again, they don't really care for TYLOO in terms of like the fact that people are dying. They know they're going to be rebuying in towards the next. You obviously want a little bit more of that econ shored up, though. You know, in particular for G and Mercury, of not taking any damage. You just are able to go in towards the next with a nice stable 4-buy around it. Util as well. These are these first steps. They've done the first 3 steps out of my 4-step recovery program. You know, pistol, force buy, first gun round. It's the second gun round that is the interesting one. They find this for MOUZ, and then I can start to believe about the recovery a little bit. But for TYLOO, this is the first proper look into what they can bring to the table. Open play for G. You've got the rifles alongside as well. Full belt utility. MOUZ, you find round number 16, though, I start to believe. That's a 6th round on the board, probably a 7th behind it as well as money gets broken. And before you know it, that is within arm's reach. And that's when the pressure starts to sit on the shoulders a little heavier for TYLOO.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. They've got to be very careful. Hopefully they are aware. Hopefully they're able to just kind of shore things up ever so slightly. But we'll find out. It is worrisome looking at the start of this for MOUZ. This is where you put a stop to it. If not, maybe I do start to lean their way. I think they are certainly capable of the comeback with the crop of players that they have. A difficult fight that Jamyoung wins. He's been the one that we've been watching with these overswings and very confident fights. It works for him here. So it seems like the confidence is indeed going to pay off. Not a bad idea. Another face coming in. Mercury does lose his head. And G dealt with swiftly. So all of a sudden, it is down to just Zero, who is also unafraid to take those fights. He gets one. He backs away. He's looking for maybe another. The flash comes in. It's all about buying time for the rotations, of course. Unfortunately for JL, the Jamyoung kill just comes a little too late. JL looking potentially clutch things up here. Nice little Molotov. think would force the fight out. It's not perfect. He takes a dink, and he will go down. Molly spreads in a weird way, and I think it does allow Zero a bit more space than perhaps JL expected. And that, unfortunately, I think puts a stopping point to our Cinderella story for MOUZ, and TYLOO immediately are back in the game.
Yeah, exactly that. Really well done by Zero. Just doesn't seem to fall flat under that pressure. MOUZ plenty ready though to rebuy in towards this round and the next, to be honest. So for TYLOO to still close it out from here, they've got to do it the hard way, we like to call it. You know, it's not against kind of these lower buys or these half investments. There will be AKs here and in towards the next, even if things fall flat. But nonetheless, TYLOO are so close to that finish line now. Can all but taste it. On a push as well. I kind of like this from TYLOO. It's aggressive, but it feels like the right move. You can afford to send Jamyoung down Banana because you know at range you've got MOUZ there as support.
Jamyoung, trained and ready. They're not even going to check him.
Oh, no.
And it's the easiest double of his life. He's heard the bomb drop there as well, I believe. So decent information as well as those 2 kills. Not looking good. And MOUZ, really disappointing stuff, isn't it? You know, not even checking the angle there as they break through a smoke and everything. It just really feels quite lazy. Spinxter's trade out G. What more have you got for us? Xertion with some long control. It's not totally out of the question just yet.
I mean, to roll 2v2 on the A site, that potentially, if things go well, could lead to a plant. A post-plant there might just give them the extra edge, but time is of the essence. 25 seconds to work with as they're making their moves. Spotted a lot of damage on towards Xertion. This could be kind of interesting now. They know about this crossfire. They know how difficult it is to try and deal with it. And Zero and Mercury combine so well. Only the 1 casualty for TYLOO as they find 12. Map and series point in this best of 1. Like I said, there is a little bit of cash left over for MOUZ, but it's been a non-starter of an Inferno for them. And
wrap it up, man.
Deserved.
This is crazy. TYLOO playing really good Counter-Strike, and I think MOUZ just
it's very sloppy.
Not know what to do against them. And yeah, it is. A lot of these rounds and overlooked angles and whatnot.
Odds so bad they don't even fit on the graphic properly. I mean, that's that doesn't paint a bleak picture. I don't know what does.
Indeed. So, looking to be over pretty swiftly here. A lot of nade damage coming in. MOUZ to open things up, though. They just about survived the getaway.
How does he get out of that?
Maybe some luck on their side for this matchup as well. Perhaps we've not considered that as much, but nonetheless, TYLOO in a winning position now and looking to really take this one to town. MOUZ does need to be careful. They've gone for a boost and then decided not to do it. They're going for a boost in towards New instead. That reveals the location of another. It's a little messy there. Jamyoung able to stay alive thanks to the smoke. Mercury also around, but both of them pretty worse for wear. It looks doable for MOUZ to break into the bomb site at the very least, and a super late rotation from Zero. I think MOUZ will stay alive another round at the very least.
Yeah, but just the fact that you have to go flawless for 7 on the bounce to tie things up is a big ask. Mercury gets caught on the smoke spam by Xertion. So another little additional silver lining for MOUZ, but it's a very bleak period that they're in here on Inferno. Yeah, at the very least, staying alive for now. It's a nice B hit. It's worked quite well. It does give them some sort of oversight into like how we can find gaps to work with here, but yeah, still very much unconvinced. Winner of this game, of course, takes on winner of Legacy RNG. NRG, may I say. And at the moment, 6-4 to NRG in that game. Kind of an interesting one, because like we've seen this year, we've caught NRG quite a lot.
Yeah,
we've actually seen some decent moments from them. Like, I think OC in particular, of course, has impressed us a couple of times when we've casted him. Sonic has some moments too here and there. Like, it feels like a side that they're trying to work. I mean, even recently we were kind of catching them and they were talking about how they were kind of taking a step away from some tournaments as they weren't doing that great, and they were really actually trying to finally work as a team. and kind of integrate all the players and, you know, especially integrate Grim properly in towards that system. Then you've also got that kind of storyline of like Legacy, reigning champs, right? They would love to go back to back. They made a fairy tale run in the last CAC, and it was sort of seemingly out of nowhere and pretty unexpected as well with all the teams that were present there. I think a lot of people, myself included, had 3D Max as sort of my favorites all the way through. It's like my real dark horse, but a real contender in a sense. But, you know, it feels like, generally the way it was set up, I think most people would have expected MOUZ Legacy to kind of be the winners in those games. So if TYLOO can get through it, especially if NRG can pull off an upset, as an upper semi-finals goes for Group A, that's not a bad one. If you are TYLOO trying to make a run on home soil, and it starts well. MOUZ will find the first here as Xertion 4 is now got a call from the grave.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not all that much went wrong for them in the previous round, just slightly off the mark.
Yeah, there's a couple of fights.
Yeah, just take the same sort of approach here, and that's exactly what they are doing. A quick scale from Spinks. Makes it look like he's maybe the only one over here as well. They'd be confident to take another fight on him. Smoke goes in, 4 versus 4, and the bomb looks to join them on A. It's well defended. Ball in these smokes, keeping it simple here for MOUZ. As they battle to stay alive, just slowing things down right now.
45 seconds. Jamyoung post on the angle with the AWP. Timing on the molly, but a Moto smoke will come through. They've got bodies here, and they need to bring back Mercury now. One smoke towards CT is going to keep his attention drawn. It looks like the way they're setting up, they are all but committing towards this A side. They start scaling up through. Little looking towards long, nothing there. They're going to dive up through short. This is going to be a big hold required from Zero and Jamyoung.
Yeah, we'll find out. Molotov comes in, forces an awkward fight. The AWP goes overlooked. No, it's team damage. If he'd found just one more bullet in there, he could have lined them up. My goodness, Torji, I think, Spinks behind him just shooting through him. No, it would have been Zelex. Nonetheless, it looks messy for MOUZ. But they do just about get it done. TYLOO struggling to close this one out. They have so many rounds to work with that we're not too worried just yet. And indeed, the one smoke at CT over towards B is enough to draw the attention away. I think if they had those 3 players still remaining on A, it would have been a vastly different story.
Yeah, it just drew over Mercury, right? I feel like he feels like, I need to support Mosaic here, and in the end, not to be. And it will at least now force TYLOO to sort of take a step here. You know, they don't have loads of cash to be can rebuy them back in, and they're kind of two minds of where you go about this. We've got enough rounds spare that we could just try and go for a force. Mosaic and Mercury can drop over. They can squeeze out a buy around this, or what feels like the smarter call is just half buy around these 2 rifles. Upgrade of pistols, bit of armor, bit of utility as well. Just try and win it by a bit of fortune with a slightly lesser buy. 5-7s in the right positions and the right hands can be still really, really scary, and that is what we're going to get. Double 5-7 for Zero and G. Jamyoung will round it out with a deagle. Nade stack, it's a nice idea, but it's actually a team nade, but it still works out well. Mercury going to get 2 for it, so this is what we're saying. Nades and util, and then upgraded pistols in the right spots can be scary. And I mean, even then, damage on towards Zelex and Torzi too.
Yeah, and I mean, imagine they don't find the fluky kill through the smoke. Suddenly we're in a 5 versus 3. It would have been a really different story. Jamyoung has retrieved an AK here. This is still doable, though. I talk about how it could have been better. This is still a pretty good-looking moment. You've got 3 rifles now, a kit as well to work with. Some utility retrieved. I mean, really is workable. Zelex worse for wear. We need a hero for MOUZ just to keep them in the game.
Yeah.
Just to get them the 8th round in this comeback train.
We probably look towards Spinks, don't we, as well? He's the only one who's really kind of feels healthy enough to take confident fights. Zelex and Torzi are one-tappable. I do love this little double stack setup.
Uh-oh. Zero. Round the corner, on the railing, looks good. That's the hard kill. This one's easy, and he's played it to perfection. They're going to steal it. Absolutely wild stuff coming in. TYLOO taking down MOUZ. It's a bit of effort in the end, but honestly, they look great.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed with kind of the way TYLOO approached that. The issue is in games like this, especially when there's a real on-paper favorite, is that, you know, unfortunately, the side that's the underdog can actually show them too much respect, or they can be scared or a little bit nervous to try a couple of plays. That's not what we get. TYLOO come out the gates absolutely flying, and for MOUZ, that is a nightmare start to this tournament. Yes, it's best of ones, and we can kind of take that with maybe a little bit of a pinch of salt, but fundamentally, they know they've been destroyed on that map, and for the vast, vast majority of it, it was a really one-sided affair. Credit to TYLOO. That's the way that they want to start a tournament on home soil, and these teething issues for MOUZ are still causing some problems, but I'm really impressed how they approached that. They've integrated Zero in towards this side really, really well. He looked quite confident, especially on that T side. He's sent into the gauntlet in every single round as the space creator. It's a really unenviable job at the pro level, and I think he makes really a good effort of it. So I'm really impressed. I like what I see from TYLOO, from MOUZ. There's a lot to be worked on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a very poor showing. They will know that. It's not like it is pip to the post, you know, 13-11 or overtime, like if only this clutch went our way, oh, that was kind of unlucky.
Yeah.
You know, there's certainly some really, really messy rounds and overlooked angles and all these kinds of things, you know, just get massively in the way. And I just don't know what to say, but I do know a few guys who might have an idea of how to break that one down.
Asia on top, baby. That's what I want to say about that one. Let's go. TYLOO. Always love a little underdog win there, but we were watching some crazy, crazy CS and some very nice ideas from TYLOO, which did put them into this position where we've got our first or second upset of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I think it was a great showcase of why it's a nightmare to play a team like TYLOO in a best of one. Didn't get to talk much about it as well, but the map pick ending up on Inferno, historically speaking, a map TYLOO have always found a lot of success on. You know, at the Budapest Major was the map they constantly kept picking and wanted to play as well, so they have a pretty good history with the map. And then as they spoke about during the cast as well, the integration of Zero into the lineup and seemingly just a bit of a fresh look in the TYLOO camp, and back to the old roots, you know, very willing to fight, very willing to be aggressive and almost proactive in all the aspects of the game and the way they moved around. And as you can see here as well, you know, the willingness to just put your body out in front, take the dual heads on, and you'd argue that that should be okay if you're MOUZ. But this game, you know, it felt like the better individuals almost won to some degree. And honestly speaking, coming into Vendetta, I thought it was going to be the other way around.
Yeah, no, again, positively surprised. We've been here before, though. We've been here before. We've been surprised by TYLOO opening a tournament series in very convincing fashion, only to be let down later on. So we're still not convinced, obviously, that we're going to say, you know, TYLOO guaranteed to make, you know, stage 3 of the major or anything like that. Yes. But this is fun. Like, this is a fun result to have happen because rather than focusing on, you know, maybe the mishaps and miscommunications on the side of MOUZ, this was TYLOO outplaying MOUZ for the better part of it. And we saw so many like cool moments. Jacob alluded to it, the fact that TYLOO, yeah, they're super aggressive at times, but they've kind of learned and found that balance of like when to pull back, when to kind of prevent your opponent from getting information or more information than necessary that you can actually play off of, and then punish them for it by being extremely proactive in your next move on the T side. So it's just incredibly cool, honestly, from TYLOO.
Yeah, and look, there was unfortunately just not enough done from MOUZ in the first half to give them that breathing room. You could see that the comeback was certainly happening. There were moments they got that momentum back, but they just didn't have enough, and it took a couple of mistakes there. But yeah, TYLOO individually, you're looking at the numbers there. MOUZ standing tall, going so well on the rifling. And on the other side of things as well, MOUZ, look, some of the newcomers are the ones that were doing the lifting, whereas the guys that have been there for a while, you know, we were talking about Xershen's performance as a Astana. That didn't seem to translate into this best of one today.
No, it didn't really come through, but at the very least, yeah, that like is the one positive from the CT side was Zelix and how he kind of handled himself in pit. Obviously, not a whole lot of positives today from the CT side, but that was, you know, nice to see that he didn't kind of get flustered and do away with it. So he was one of the shining lights, I suppose, from MOUZ on this side.
Yeah, and if anything, you know, MOUZ winning the second pistol, converting, it made it look, you know, at some point, oh, maybe we have a chance of this game becoming competitive. But as soon as we got into the first buy round, we again saw TYLOO take over. And, you know, you can speak a lot about the mishaps and the miscommunication and MOUZ getting off to a slow start. You know, Torsi having his birthday today, not having a performance to be proud of at all, not getting anything done, unfortunately for him. But at the end of the day, you know, it is TYLOO coming in and playing well. Shiro, Jamyong, you know, two of the youngsters, two of the prodigy prodigies within Asian Counter-Strike that is being labeled to be, you know, players to look out for the future, also at a higher level. It's good to see them showing signs of life, but as you also said, you know, I want to see that from a more consistent point of view. I want to see that in a best.
Not just like a one-off.
Not a one-off, you know, not only just today. I want to see it tomorrow. I want to see it in the playoff. I want to see that, you know, transpiring from game to game to game. Because TYLOO has been one of the few teams that when we occasionally see them at Tier 1 tournaments, nobody really likes to play them. Nobody really disrespects TYLOO. Everyone is coming into that game, you know, being a little bit in awe, you know, and being a little bit afraid, oh, maybe these guys are better than we think. And sometimes they have that upset potential to them. And today it was MOUZ who got the feeling of exactly that.
Yeah, they had to play them in a best of one, which is just never really a comfortable place to be. But look, that is the third of 4 best of ones. We have one more big one coming up, and that's going to be coming up just after the break, which will be Falcons up against BC.Game, the young GOAT against the GOAT. Let's see who takes it.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
something about that music that just makes you want to drop the shoulder, you know, really get into it. But it also it puts a smile on your face. And how could you not have a smile on your face with this matchup that's in front of us? Team Falcons up against BC Game, some of the best players to ever grace us in Counter-Strike going head to head.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the name list, pretty impressive one. I think maybe in some instances you might wish it was like 2022 instead. So depending on current form and whatnot, but yeah, no, it's going to be a fun matchup for sure, and I think they have different reasons for being interesting, obviously.
Yeah, I just hope BC Game, will show something, because I'll be completely honest, I'm a little bit afraid that we're getting another one-sided game. To be completely honest, there's a lot of positive movings within Falcons. People are smiling again, people are taking pictures and seemingly being happy. Obviously, them doing well in Astana also helped with that. Despite the grand final being a 3-0 loss, there was still overwhelmingly a positive experience during Astana. Good to see MongolZ thriving under the leadership of Kerrigan. Good to see Kerrigan, back smiling, having a good time. Whereas for BC Game, if I were to find one positive, it's that they're participating in the tournament. They're not part of the major. We hear Tash, saying that it's important for them to do something that shows the community that they're willing to fight and willing to change things. But for BC Game, it's yet to be any sort of positivity coming out for them in this season. Maybe they're trying, but we're not seeing the results of it just yet.
Yeah, look, they've definitely put in a lot of work in, especially one individual. If we've seen a couple of highlights out of Simple lately, he is starting to sort of get back to a form that he can be proud of and that a lot of the fans are going to be going crazy of. But up against the likes of MongolZ, both of these AWPers head-to-head, they are interesting individuals, but with the recent changes to the game, AWPing is almost so back. So out of these two, who do you think is going to be standing taller at the end of this one, even though, on paper, Falcon should be taking the whole game?
I mean, I don't think it's that controversial of an opinion to say that MongolZ is a better player and a better AWPer. Like, in 2026, I don't think there's that much of a discussion. It's nice to have the idea of Simple possibly returning to 2022, 2021 Simple, and so on and so forth. I don't think people fully understand how hard it is to maintain, not even like Simple's level, obviously, but just like a world-class level in Counter-Strike. So kind of just being gone for as long of a period as Simple was, not playing competitive Counter-Strike, being at the best tournaments, having the best matching, day to day, like how hard it is to kind of climb back for that, and how few players have ever been able to do so. Like, that's no easy feat, and there's a reason why you see people, when they start to fade out, they just kind of stay faded. They don't come back from that.
Yeah.
It's always cool to see someone who's had always like a pretty insane work ethic, like Simple, when it comes to putting hours into the game, attempting it. But I think still we need to see a lot more before we can try to think to ourselves like, Simple should be in a tier 1 team.
That's one aspect of it, Another thing is doing it on a team that is clearly dysfunctional,
What's the vision behind BC?
That's the thing, right? It almost feels like, regardless of how well Simple is playing, that's not going to move the needle for BC Game as a team, and that's where, to me, it's been a little bit disappointing to see them, right? Because you'd highlight Simple and say he's a massive win condition for BC Game, and in theory he is still a massive win condition, but in terms of that team, coming together, gelling together, and finding chemistry and synergy, it's just been a little bit disappointing to see, which you also see by some of the statements, that Simple and other players within the team has made, not following game plan, seemingly not having the greatest environment, and then you bring in Sensu, who's obviously another big talent, and another great player to bring into the mix, but it doesn't matter how much firepower and how much talent you have within the lineup if they can't work together.
Yeah, if they can't get that game plan sorted. And then also the other thing is, even though that's dysfunctional, if you look in comparison, both these teams, Falcons have always sort of had that sort of stress issue there, but Kerrigan's been there for one tournament, and all of a sudden, everyone's smiling, everyone's happy, they're just feeling it. It feels like a level of chemistry that we haven't seen from Falcons. So the hate watchers are in shambles right now.
That's the thing, though, with Falcons, right? Because I don't know if you agree, however, but coming into this tournament, I can't expect them to win the tournament, right? Not a lot of teams have the luxury of making a roster change, and then instantly people expect them to win stuff, but that's just the pressure of being in Falcons. And I'd almost argue, with how well they played in Astana, and, me having hopes for them to come into Cologne to potentially be one of those teams that can upset the likes of Vitality, Na'Vi, you name it. I need to see them continue the same path I saw us in Astana, and if they play as well as they did in Astana, then I think they're one of the main favorites to win this tournament.
I think that's completely fair, and I think one of the biggest drawbacks of Falcons in the past was never necessarily that they didn't obviously have the individuals. They've obviously had that. It's been the fact that they've gotten rigid. They've gotten stuck in their ways in not mid rounds, but mid game to late game scenarios in matches. And I think probably one of the best people to have on your side in that kind of a scenario is a guy named Finn. You know, and Kerrigan has shown that throughout his career that he's able to kind of find magic or like some sort of slippery way to get back into games, or at least not necessarily getting stuck as much. And I think that was a bit of a consistent issue for Falcons under Kickson that I think we might see just kind of solve itself rather quickly as well, because you can't find a more experienced guy behind the wheel than Kerrigan. I think that's exactly what Falcons need.
Especially with the pieces of the puzzle that he has, right? Like he's just got that, you know, screw you mentality in terms of the way that he loves to play Counter-Strike. And you have some of the best players that you've seen highlights from, not just in their officials, but also in their pugs, where they love that I'm better than you type of Counter-Strike. And if you have an IGL that believes in you, has faith, tells you to do what you want to do, if this shows some more success for Falcons, like that's a beautiful thing to think about.
It is, you know, and as you said, you know, I think you hit it right there by saying, you know, that the players around him should also feel, you know, that there's a chance that they elevate themselves. We heard Kyusuke say that it's amazing for him to experience a caller like Kerrigan that is able to mid-round call, you know, fast and tell out what everyone has to do in a very short time. And then obviously MongolZ freed up with data repeat. That's always going to be a dangerous prospect.
It certainly will be. And a dangerous prospect is both of these world-class AWPers going head-to-head on Dust 2. Nayo, Scriv, take us into the last best of one.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. We are ready for this one. Always a story when you've got these names on the server, but, well, I think my co-commentator, a bit more than me, going to keep it realistic, right? The BC Game side just have not really delivered, unfortunately. Some headline signings, but it hasn't really lived up. Even since adding like Senzu in there that you might expect as a guy who is going to be able to, you know, perhaps change things for you, it just hasn't really been the case. But we've got some action outside of the long house here, of course. The CT's really aggressively pushed in here. A lot of space taken. And leave Kaisuke here to maybe try and get this done. Meanwhile, up middle goes the bomb. And Crazy with a pretty big find on that backside. The Glocks have absolutely rolled through them. It should be their round from here as that bomb goes down.
Yeah, really, really difficult to let this one slip, to be honest. You know, the remaining two of Nico and Kerrigan are just there over towards the A side. They know they've got no real look in towards this one. And a simple round to start things off for BC Game. That's what we want to see. Get this side really starting to click into place. Just wondering if there's any chance of a hunt here, but I feel like it's sort of unnecessary, if anything. Just a pistol round. It's not a requirement, really, and it will be a very simple start for BC Game, which is what we want to see. This is a side that have obviously had their own teething issues. They've, of course, got that kind of talking point of Skrunk, who's like a stand-in IGL. You know, we got a chance to speak to him not too long ago, and you know, he was sort of talking to us about he knows his job here is just to make the stars shine around him. He knows that he doesn't really want to become like a focal point at all, but at the same time, we also need to see him put up a bit of, you know, just some sort of fight. I mean, we caught it in Atlanta. You know, we were on that kind of bait game, and I think it was like, you know, he started for him like 0-14 or something before he finally got a kill. It was it was a rough look for Skrunk. So yes, I understand it is sort of like narrative. I want to make sure that the stars around me shine. We've got so much firepower, but he also still needs to slightly hold his own in a way. And he does get an opening kill. You'll take that all day. Simple. Spotted by MongolZ. In towards Suicide. The hinge smoke will come through. Here's that force by Falcons. Greater pistols. The one scout for MongolZ can still be a little bit scary, but this should be BC Game getting a second on the board. And then the third to follow it as well to kickstart this Dust 2, which is exactly what we want to see. We all are kind of painting this maybe slightly bleak picture. I think the desk and ourselves will sort of reiterate those points of this should be very one-sided. Falcons should come in towards a game like this and make light work of BC Game. But if you can get a nice little springboard to start, that'll alleviate some of those narratives and some of that pressure.
Yeah, and I think BC Game are, you know, live practice team at the moment, just hoping to really get some rounds and build the confidence into the tournament, right? More and more official experience, what's working, what isn't working. And as Adept kind of mentioned, just trying to prove to people that they are serious. I think you're kind of in two minds at the moment. It's either people who think because Simple's in the server, he's just going to take over, which we'd love to see, but isn't really how it works. Or on the other side of things, where it's like this team just doesn't really do an awful lot and maybe just get in the bag a little bit and somewhere to play and keep the for sale sign out. Pistols lined up well here, but it is those rifles that come out on top, at least initially. Carrigan overwhelmed as well. It's looking good. I mean, flawless, surely. MOUZ might even argue to keep the scout. I spoke too soon, of course. Absolute classic. He will go and keep the scout, so I was kind of correct in terms of what was going to happen, but yeah, he found that one kill. Looking for another hit. Not afraid to die. He'll keep those fights coming. I think he will go down here in the end. BC game, it looks sharp. It's not a bad start.
Yeah, there's no complaints about how things have opened up for this T side. Being that a force buy that falls short with nothing saved as well, there should be an easy throwaway round for BC game to get third on the board. So, an opportunity to build up a little bit of breathing room over this Falcon side that are always going to quite quickly claw back. Nothing really of note in this one. Tess has a Deagle, P250 for Kaisuke with a couple of HEs and a flash. Yeah, should be pretty simple. Should be pretty easy. Dominate comes out towards long as well. No one's even there for BC game, so wasted. Taking their time, though. I can respect this about by BC game. They just don't want to end up running in towards a stack. Same time, we see a move here. Senzu's being sent out towards B. He's going looking. You got Tesses, that lone Deagle in the round, looking to try and catch a couple of heads, and he's way off the mark. Can't even connect the shot. An easy opener, sight taken, smokes down as well, and by virtue of that, the round should fall into place.
Yeah. Can we take a kill? Can we take a gun? Is really what they are after here. Scrunk at the top end. Could get overwhelmed. There you go. Clean onto Kaisuke. Going to take a dink. Will go down. So any kind of damage is going to be satisfying here. Interesting kind of setup. Okay, Simple does stick around. I was going to say Carrigan could tempt them back towards that bomb. But yeah, I mean, the recovered Galil, you know, you might hand this off to maybe someone like Carrigan and he'll get more utility out and whatnot. All the same, another good, clean round from BC Game. So picking up steam. And again, in that position, if they find this first rifle, find it cleanly and get all these nice conversions and things. Suddenly you're looking at 5-0 with a threat of 6-0. Like, they can put themselves in a very good position. And I think they could be capable, given the way the early rounds have gone. There seems to be no hiccups thus far.
You've got to be a little bit careful. You never know. First gun round, though, that will come through for Falcons. The first true test of what BC Game have got to bring to the table. We generally consider this a bonus buy, but considering that they got 5 AKs across the board, it's not so much. Bonus buy is generally when like, the MAC-10s and the Galils are still in play. Nothing of the sort. So this is a really nice, quite early litmus test of just really how decent BC Game can be on this map. What level we're going to get out for them here to kickstart CAC. On the flip side as well for Falcons, coming off the back of a finals in Astana. And being the heavy favorites here at this CAC tournament, they would absolutely love to prove that this is a side that really are a competitor, especially just prior to the major itself.
Yeah. Yeah, keeping it going. And pretty important for some of these top teams, I think, to keep their VRS nice and high.
Yeah, last tournament before the majors. This is actually quite a big one for not maybe so much these two teams. You know, BC Game, of course, are not at the major, and for Falcons, they're all but confirmed that they're going to be chilling. But for some of the other teams around them, Legacy's a great example of it. Like, they need to make a pretty decent run here. And it starts well. Kaisuke Tesses kills a piece for them. Missed shot by MONOZZ on the AWP, but he does have the support, and he's so quick to get one on towards Simple. Senzu solid for the trade, but still that 2 versus 4, which feels like it doesn't really have much legs behind it.
Gonna get the bomb plan. Might cost them a fair chunk, and Scrunk, wow, he does well to not fully overswing. Just try and stay safe. Senzu actually goes down before him. And he's surely overwhelmed here. If they can keep it clean, that would be nice. That is going to be the deal as well. So Falcons wake up as soon as they can, right? The pistol can be tough. little bit of a random element. You know, I don't like to lean on it too much, but it is certainly there, right? Especially those Glocks charging in. One good headshot can change the tide in a pistol, but as soon as they get the guns in, they look very, very convincing, actually. So really, really good, clean showing thus far. BC Game, thanks to the bomb plan, they can answer back, and there is certainly a chance for them to keep things interesting.
Yeah, this was residual cash for them for not only, of course, this round, but the following round as well, regardless of result. But a good way to start things off for Falcons. First buy, first bit of success as well. Tesses might get tested quite early here towards B, and he is all alone. This is going to be pretty interesting. He's going to play up towards window. He gets caught by the flash. He's caught in 2 minds, and he's caught out in the open. Flying through his crazy throw proceedings. B is barren now. Bomb will come down momentarily, and for BC Game, this is a really decent spot to hold in a post plan.
Yeah, he thought he was behind the pillar, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's unlucky in a sense for Tessus. They will just move to save by the looks of things. No one really in a good enough spot to keep the kills, keep the damage, keep the info even. So here we are. And the scoped weaponry seems to be making a bit of a comeback, or rather the scoped assault rifles, I should say. The AUG out for Carrigan. We saw Krieg, didn't we? A rare Krieg a little bit ago. VSM?
VSM it was, yeah.
Yeah. Not just once, guys. He was really using that thing. He really was.
Literally, like every round he could bring out on nuke. He was constantly going for it. I still think the AUG's viability, I think it'd be really solid. The Krieg, not so much.
We'll see. He might bring it out here. He is playing, so
yeah,
we're going to find out.
Very, very true. Nice response, though, from BC Game. First round on the ball for Falcons, and it looks like, you know, I think even internally for me, I was sort of thinking, right, is this where the floodgates open now and they start just rolling with the punches and can really build up a bit of a lead on the CT side and kind of run away with things a tad? But no, instant response and instant timeout taken here by Falcons. Zonic wants to cut the bleeding early, which is the right, of course, way to approach this. But I think in particular, being that it is a best of one, you know, you just don't have that room for error. You just can't afford to let this slip. Winner of this takes on winner of Pain and M80, and it feels like a pretty good one, to be honest. You know, if all expectations are Falcons, very winnable with that follow-up. I mean, they've obviously got quite a nice group. You'd say like the second strongest in their group was MOUZ, who've already now dropped in towards that lower bracket. Yeah. So you're kind of into a spot where, yeah, it does feel pretty good for Falcons, technically, and or BC Game, to make a pretty deep run through this group, getting the way to the upper final.
A burst out long here for BC Game. They will be kind of just given the control. Meanwhile, there's the classic response in the upper tunnels. And good timing from Sensu to catch all of this. He does well, takes a dink, and able to get away. I mean, it's kind of wild. Hasuke going to be kicking himself that he doesn't get this trade. Sensu, though, giving him the chance at it. Trying to keep him interested. Meanwhile, some control downstairs. Nothing quite spotted. They keep quite aggressive forward mid control, as it were, on the Falcon side of things. 55 seconds left on the clock. BC Game with a loose man advantage.
Yeah.
But really unsure of what to do.
This is so aggro from Kaisuke. If he gets caught, especially if he can't even get a kill, in a lot of trouble. He does need to get 2. There's the first.
Wow.
He will be given the luxury of falling back and dropping a smoke behind it as well. m80, second time of asking, will find that kill. Nading towards lower, could be huge here. It just actually threads the needle between the two of them, and the molly will force him back towards site. 25 seconds, we've got to go as Strong tries to make a move up long.
Oh, nice from Electronic. Might just open the doorway. m80 as well, overwhelmed from all sides. And with 20 seconds left on that clock, they managed to break in towards A. Absolutely wild. BC Game, it's not a bad looking round as they get their mechanics out. It is not over just yet, but maybe unfortunately it starts to look that way. What is going on here? Electronic Knife in hand has left it all down too simple. He's expecting something out from long, and it's just never going to come. They're playing off each other. If this Molotov is well placed, could make all of the difference. Forces the fight out, and it will be found. Kaisuke had that one. It's Nico to get it in the end. It's a little close on the defuse here because of the flames.
Where is it?
Wait a minute.
Nah,
I think they still have time. Goodness me. Yeah, it doesn't even tick into that final second, but still, that's a little worrying. They get it done in the end. It's a big, now that we can kind of bring it together, a really big retake there from Falcons.
And I think just like a really big recovery in the round itself. Kaisuke gets his kill and he goes away untraded, but you can even see like Nico gets a kill and he joins back up to kind of, you know, play in through short, but like what is the post plant there? Over-fighting, over-facing. If they just play a default setup onto the site itself, BC Game win that by virtue of time, but they just give the opportunities to Falcons.
We don't even get to see the electronic kill because it was just kind of so easy, you know.
They just completely gift one over. Flash, Kaisuke, back plat. Needs to go huge here. Molly at his feet, so he's going to try and fight through the flames, but it's Strunk will open up things. Simple will fall to the hands of Tessus, but they've lost the B site.
Not losing the kills, though. Not losing the kills. MongolZ finds a wild one through the doors. And maybe the dream is absolutely alive here. I think the bomb plan is going to happen. Crazy with a tap, just seeing if there's anything coming his way. And I mean, there is a HE here, placed well. It could be devastating. They're going to save it to break open the smoke, though, and unfortunately that doesn't create all that much. A lot of presence moving away from the ramp itself, thinking about how they want to approach things here. Falcons looking for another good, clean retake. Tessus catches a fight, but no kill coming in. Meanwhile, Carrigan reveals himself. It's looking a bit slower. The Molotov is good. They will burst forwards, and again, it's late. It's methodical. It does make you worry slightly, but Falcons clearly been putting the work in on those. Lovely little retake.
Yeah, really, really nicely done.
Wow.
Just making sure. That's such a sharp shot as well, but the molly and the blind as well, that sees up crazy, and then they just move in as a unit. It's so coordinated from Falcons. And they make this a one-round game. There's money to work with, but a timeout called by BC Game as they realize that the luxury and the lead that they had to kickstart this stuff too is all but being squandered. A one-round game in which Falcons are really ready and raring now. And this is, again, what we were saying. You need to prolong, just for as much as possible, the floodgates opening for Falcons. And unfortunately, it's not very long. They've got rocking and rolling in quite a quick fashion. There is still a positive to talk about, though, for BC Game. They've got 6 bomb plants already. Right, which already is kind of quite a nice positive thing in terms of talking about, like, at least the game plan's kind of working. We caught them, of course, not too long ago, and we were talking about it against Bait.
Yeah.
And, like, nothing was going to plan. Like, they couldn't even fathom and execute. Like, that was too big of an ask. At the very least, this is a few early positive signs that there is a little bit more still on offer here. Simple. Spots 2 crossing. Information to be gained, but he doesn't take that shot. Just that risk of MongolZ swinging behind it.
Just to give you a little tidbit, I just sort of double-checked. They didn't get the Dust 2 out in that Bait game. This was the one, of course, that they brought very close against Vitality.
Yes.
So maybe their Dust is a little better than they realize.
Simple look pretty sharp.
Yeah. So they tried like a punish pick in the Bait game, and it just did not go well for them.
Anything but punishing.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we'll see how the Dust 2 develops as we try and lean on that. BC Game with a pretty good advantage here. Able to get away with it. MongolZ is looking. He's in the right area, but smoke in the way. So nothing spotted just yet. Mid to B smoke comes in. Is it real? Is it a fake out? There's also a lurk smoke towards B itself, but they are going to take the short route towards A. Carrigan is kind of the only one on this A bomb site. They've really, really bolstered up B, so it's a lovely move from BC Game. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work just yet. Trickle smokes to come through, and I'll start giving the game away. There's not much they can do about the bomb plan, and honestly, we might just be saving here. We might just be conceding this one for Falcons, unfortunately.
I've got loads of money, though. I'd be tempted to at least play proactive in the exits. But I think you're right in terms of the round itself. I think they've realized they go for a gamble call when they don't have the numbers advantage, and they just try and hope that it's heading towards B. And with that flash in towards mid, that lurk smoke out from tunnels, you kind of have a feeling that it might be kind of that swing coming through. But yeah, in the end, not to be. The only thing that would have changed things is if MongolZ had stayed a little bit closer to the doors. He could have been that early warning system where actually they're cancelling on those B plans, going back to A, and maybe they could have got numbers over in time to actually fight for the site itself. But as BC.Game, we get a decent response, and they're still denying Falcons from tying up this game or really getting things snowballing. You know, we had a real worry coming in towards this matchup that it could have been just utter domination, like a really ugly look, right? But I'm pleasantly surprised by what I'm getting from BC.Game at the moment. There's like I said, there's a few things that just feel like they're going right. The consistency in bomb plans, well, it doesn't feel like a lot, especially, you know, if we see bomb plans to come through, we don't win the round, but it's at least just signs that like BC.Game are finding gaps and they're getting their individuals together. And the way they're approaching it right now is quite simple. Like, it's a bit of early util to kind of probe for information, but they're just sticking as a pack, right? They're playing together, they're playing for the trades, and for the most part, it's working. Oh, I like what I see. Smoke down to deny them coming out from tunnels. Karrigan and Eco combine well. One with the HE, and Karrigan spammed through the smoke to see off Crazy. That's the start that Falcons needed here in round number 9 to get a double opener.
Indeed. Really well found from them. Should be able to convert from here as well. BC.Game, you can see, spread out pretty wide, just looking to try and find the odd fight. Is there a peak that comes their way? At the moment, not the case. Just keeping it slow. We'll start to group up. Still got a minute left on the clock, so definitely room to, again, create those bomb plants, which have been pretty good at doing.
Back towards A. They've had some success here, but there's more bodies here to meet them. 40 seconds on the clock. A smoke will come down. Nico caught by the flash, and he's just going to try and draw them in towards Kaisuke. The molly will force him forward in towards a fight, which he gets one. Nico will then get one of his own, then quickly traded by Electronic, who is all on his lows, and the dive down in towards CT is nice. He does get one, and damage on towards MongolZ, but time is of the essence. Bomb on his back. 1 versus 2. Knows where both of them are, but it might not change the outcome. 15 seconds. Needs to plant. Is being flanked as well, so he needs to step up the pace. A missed shot again by MongolZ might actually allow him to get a plant out here, which he just about gets. Just about gets. It won't change the outcome of the round, of course. Falcons will be getting their 4th, but it's adding it to that tally, and it continues to keep a little bit of extra cash in the back pockets for BC.Game.
It's true. I mean, you know, they can keep fighting, but I think Falcons in recent memory have obviously looked like the much better team. Once the guns have come into play, Pistol was obviously a boon for the BC.Game side of things, but it's better. It is better. There are improvements from the last time that we saw these guys out at the very least, and they seem to be able to punch up kind of okay. It is a case of how long this continues, but as we said, got to prove they're serious, got to prove that they can hang a little bit in these bigger tournaments at the very least. You know, not against top 10 teams, but can you make a map competitive? Can you maybe knock on the door to playoffs and once in a while squeak through? Against Falcons here. Looking good, but it's still early. And I think BC.Game, because of some of the names that they have, and you know, the one in particular, they really do have like a big fantasy around them. As soon as you see this team, you're like, oh, well, we want them to do something. You know, we want them to be exciting. How great it would be for the game and the world of Counter-Strike. But not always the case. So we'll see. Falcons starting to look a lot better. I think if they can keep things going their way, get a decent half, could be a pretty difficult CT side for BC.Game in particular.
Up towards short. Kaisuke can hit all of this. Double stack long, a re-smoke as well that comes through from MongolZ, and he'll be that first line of defense. towards A. In via Ram, Scrunk will dive down off the back of the flash, but straight into the hand of Nico, who gets 3. Kayasuke will light up for one of his own. So the initial idea by BC Games kind of nice, but they walk straight into the big man himself. And Nico lines up 3 of the simplest spray down kills he'll get. Leave Electronic, that lurk towards B, all alone. And with 18 seconds, he's just shelling up and saving here. Falcons will be tying up this game 5 apiece.
Electronic on the save attempt here. I think he's going to see some action. Needs to be careful not to go down after time, in all honesty. And he will get taken out just in the nick with about 1 second left. Yeah, really, really well found. Nico in the perfect spot. Just hears that flash, you know, knows what it means. Very, very ready for that. So it looks even. It's starting to get a bit deceptive as Falcons slowly turning the dial up. It has been indeed a bit of work to get them going. Adjusting to BC game. I don't know how much direct prep they necessarily would have been able to do for this particular head-to-head, given the busy schedule. Same for BC game, to be fair. A lot of travel leading up to the major. It is a pretty quick turnaround on some of these events. On the other side of the world, you know, that's the game, but still, it does affect things, of course. Falcons slowly getting into it, looking good against the Pistols as well. He says, simple with a clean find.
Simple. That's an opportunity with this Deagle. Can't quite connect. He's so low as well. There we go. All catch Monacy. Looking for a little more. Carrigan in the back lines, but Simple showing a little bit of that old self. It just creeps through in moments. Tessa's only good for 1. This is really dicey. It's all on the shoulders of the new man in this side. He can't quite convert it. So what a round to take for BC Game, seemingly out of nowhere. But it comes off the back of a lovely 3-piece for Simple. And BC Game lock in a 6th in the penultimate round of this half.
Yeah, a huge blindside from BC game. And the Simple effect delivers in a big way a number of times. Falcons will be very disappointed in that one. It could be in the grand scheme, you know, with where their scoreline sits. Very silly one to give away. We have the double AWP set up for Falcons. So frustrated, back with a vengeance, potentially. But, you know, they could have turned this half around. They could have had it in the bag, in their corner, and now it's even at best and against them at worst. So really big round from BC game.
The group up is up towards B. And this is not even a split. This could just be a complete barrel through. Tessa's going to be really tested here. Couple will go probing down towards lower. I wonder how much of this is actually going to be a commit. You've got a molly on towards short corner. The flash through for doors control. And they can actually just move their way through. They don't know it yet, but they can start having a little look. Looks like their plans are being cancelled. The bomb is joining this little group towards shore. So how do they want to play this? They've got 40 seconds to the side as they've left 2 lurking towards upper tunnel. So by all metrics, this feels like it should be a B split.
Just depends in what kind of fashion, right? Is it speedy? Is it smoke heavy? A really nice find from Scrunk. Tessa goes overlooked. Does find 2. Keeps them in it.
They didn't pick up the bomb.
Will it be enough?
Gotta get the bomb.
20 seconds.
Gotta get the bomb.
Little shaky. I mean, following the traces a little bit as well. It kind of works out nicely. Simple sticks around to find another through that smoke. It's all going to be onto Carrigan here. And it is not looking likely. BC game been chasing a big win for a while. And the matchup here against the Falcons might just be their chance. It looks like they're going to have the lead moving into that second half.
7-5, a nice spot to be in. You get a pistol behind this as well to kickstart this CT side. And BC game could start to really, really entertain the idea about the upset. We had this feeling coming in towards this matchup that it would be very one-sided, and all metrics point towards it. There's nothing really that you can argue against it, especially considering, you know, BC Game's form at Atlanta. Sure, lost to Vitality. You can't really fault them for that. It's that lost to Bait, I think, in particular. That was the real damning thing of, like, the level that this BC Game side are at. But I'm liking what I see. This is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's on the other side of things, though. We did say surely one upset in the day of 4 best of ones.
Yeah, I guess the TYLOO
one was
I would say that's a pretty good upset.
That's true, that's true. I don't know, I'm pretty down on MOUZ, to be honest. I think that team's going to start tumbling down those rankings.
They already have.
Well,
that's going to be a real hit to the VRS, that loss.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Slight technical issue, though. It seems like Nico has something up with his PC, I assume.
Some sort of little box that he's got going, maybe the audio box type thing. Not quite sure. But doesn't seem too much of an emergency. Yeah, we are back into the action, so that is indeed good. BC Game already picked up 1 pistol, just looking for the second. Could be huge for them. Falcons with a really silly round that they drop. It allows the lead to eventually go the way of BC Game. So if they can keep that in their favor for as long as possible, I'm really looking hopeful here.
Yeah, this is a huge round. You get a pistol, and you can start once again springboarding to start this CT side and give yourself a bit of that breathing room that we always like to talk about. Simple stoolies. Deal a lot of damage towards MongolZ, but it'll take a dink and it'll force them back off short. Spam on the smoke, not going to find success. But just trying to limit the options for Falcons early and towards this T-side round.
Does that line up like with the decoy? I guess. I'd have to kind of go back and track that a little bit. But it feels like a slightly different mid-doors smoke. Using the decoy as like your lead line or whatever.
Yeah, it's just the one thrown over suicide.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's not very commonly used anymore, just generally because it leaves such a big gap for players to peer above and look short.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, with the decoy, I'd have to go back and double check. I think something's gone on with the lineup, and it did fill the door. So I think plus decoy makes it slightly different.
Okay.
Either way, we've got the attack coming in. Yeah, that's awkward. We do have Crazy in a pretty good spot at the car, honestly. He's bought a lot of time with dropping that bomb. This looks very good. They will get the pistol and no contest. Not even a bomb plant. Hardly any damage done. Falcons, it is not a good start into the second half, and this is getting serious now. BC Game not far away from pulling off a pretty hefty upset.
Yeah, say what you want about BC Game. These pistols are clean as. Both of them have been really, really nice. And that's going to, like we said, give you a little bit of a runway to work with. MongolZ in towards his scout, but around it is nothing. So he's hoping to tack up a couple, hope that the Glocks can see him off, or vice versa, but it's an unlikely round for Falcons to steal away. So BC Game should be getting a 9th. And a very slow approach to kickstart things here for Falcons. We don't have really a lot to work with. If you can get a bomb plant out of a round like this, you'd be pretty damn happy. Anything else feels super unlikely. But they're using MongolZ to try and entry in towards A. On the ramp, you've got Simple. They had to meet them. And the timing of his molly or his nade could be huge. You've got a second nade behind it as well. Dropped in his position. Now he's spotted. The molly could be huge, but it's actually going to be a little bit late. Thankfully, there comes Electronic. His MP9 will ring off for 1. Bomb will go down, though. And that's all you're really looking for in a round like this. Winning it is out of the realms of possibility, but a plant is huge, and any other kills you get, you'll absolutely take. A couple of kills in a bomb plant in what is essential eco, you're not too upset about that.
No, that is true. That is true. Really going to bolster your buy into the next round. So, yeah, definitely feels like we are on huge round on the cards. Carrigan with an investment in this round means he's going to feel the burn here in round number 15, but shouldn't be too bad. Get him on a Mac 10. All the same, really big round. If BC Game find this, deny a bomb plant, I think we start to talk about them winning this series. So yeah, a really worrying time for Team Falcons. They are going to have to pick this up sooner rather than later, as they are starting to run out of runway.
it really feels like this potentially is kind of the most crucial round we've got as well of the game thus far. Like, if BC Game can convert what is essentially a bonus buy, it puts you in such a good stead. 10 and probably the 11th behind it as well with that broken econ. Unless Falcons get a plant on a few kills. This is a huge round here. Once again, that move up short. Carrigan going to be sent forward. Only for the box as well. Just gives them incrementally more and more space up towards short.
A little bit stunned here. Not an awful lot of damage or even information for either side. BC Game trying to get ahead of the problems. Maybe creating solutions for problems that don't really exist. They've got 4 on A all of a sudden. Big nade onto Carrigan. Keeps a light smoke going. The issue with this as well is they have dedicated so heavily to A that it's not like, you know, that quick rotation route is going to be available.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if Crazy doesn't find a couple kills,
they just save.
The round is just over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nothing go. How did he? What?
He gets one.
Yeah, but like
through the door.
Through the door, I guess.
Yeah.
And then Simple's like spamming through the player, maybe. That's a little funny. But that's the round.
Yeah.
Well, that is.
It's a gamble stack, and it's a gamble that doesn't pay off. BC Game, for them, they got drawn towards this idea of A, especially with the early util up towards short. Carrigan feigning a bit of presence there, a bit more presence than there was actually kind of available for them. So it will be Falcons up to a 6th, and very similar to kind of how things panned out at the start of this match in that first half. It's BC Game who get a nice start. You know, there's 3 rounds on the bounce for them where they looked pretty good, but when the guns came into play, it did look stronger for Falcons. They maybe lacked consistency. BC Game got rounds spotted and dotted in here and there, and that was enough for them to take a lead, and that will be enough for them, of course, to take the map. But Falcons have looked like the sharper side when there has been full guns in play on both sides. So definitely can't count them out just yet. The save has come through though, so they just reuse this buy in towards the next, but it is 3 rounds of difference, and BC Game know that this can very quickly be eradicated, so they're going to call for a timeout as Taz looks to try and shore things up.
Yeah. Still on the edge of my seat with this one, you know what I mean? Like,
I could swing either way.
Really is a tight game. Falcons more than capable. BC Game, like I say, been chasing this big win for a while. You know, when you look down the previous matches column, there's gaps in here between tournaments and whatnot, but they're losing some very questionable games. A lot of tough games for them that they're just also not really able to prove that they should be kind of at these tournaments necessarily. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit rough to look at times. So something like this would be great for them. It would count as a win, even though it is that BO1. And it might set them up in pretty good stead for the rest of the tournament as well, to just prove that they can to themselves. But here we are, back into the action. Early utility out, nothing too quick from the Falcons to kick this one off.
Slow move. Carrigan want to once again try and get a bit of short presence. That drew BC Game towards the A site in the previous round. They don't want to fall for the same tricks, but they might get aggressive here. Deep molly as well behind. Might give them a runway to try and actually meet them in towards that position, but a smoke for the cross, and Kaisuke's got information outdoors, so they've got a pretty strong position to hold now. And a good amount of map control for Falcons. Tessus is still here, out towards long, lurking. Strong swing straight in towards his death. He gets clotheslined by Tessus, waiting for exactly that fight. The opener for Falcons, exactly what the doctor ordered. Electronic are making a bold move. I love it. The flash is pretty good, and everyone's blind, but Electronic just cannot capitalize.
Yeah, some difficult moves. I mean, I kind of like it from BC Game in theory. In practice, not so much. I think the theory is that they're trying to get into the rounds, trying to be present, but they just lack the firepower. Plays right into the hands of Falcons, who easily dispatch them. Now within 2 rounds, probably just one, unless BC Game can pull off another impossible eco round. They have done it already, of course.
Yeah, we need another simple Deagle 3K.
Well, he's got one.
I like this move. Do something a little bit gimmicky. We talk about this quite a lot. MongolZ spotted one crossing in towards suicide. And the second now as well. Seems to be very careful of that, but Karrigan's here for 2. This is where Tesses can probably clean up, which he does. Takes a dink, but nice work. Nice spot there from MongolZ. Last man a simple. Seen off as Karrigan gets his 3rd. So a very, very simple round 2 put to bed for Falcons. They make this a 1-round game now. And this is where things become a little worrying. BC Game going to call for their 3rd and final timeout. And now becomes quite an interesting predicament. They're so close in that reaching distance, and on top of that as well, snowballing quite well. The pressure's really on the shoulders, and this is the last intervention that Taz can take in towards this game. If things continue off the back of this timeout, Falcons will just run away with the rest of this half, and that's the kind of unfortunate thing for BC Games. This is a massive round for them, and it looks like they're going to double up, Senzu in towards that secondary, which I can get behind. They need to do something a little different. The default right now for BC Game isn't working.
Yeah, I always get a bit weary of like heavily stacked timeouts, you know, and they're only like a few rounds in between each other and whatnot. It does to me seem a bit panicked.
Yeah.
But maybe
some
it
rounds
is time.
To breathe.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What else can you necessarily apply? But we'll see. It depends on the type of timeout, of course, as we always like talking about as well. But they are also panicked, I think. You're yet to pick up a rifle round. That first hurdle in that sense can be monumental. Falcons not really showing too much, really far back on the default. You know, they get some tunnels control. Pretty dynamic duo over there to do that, of course, but in terms of these long / top mid players, they've really not done anything the entire round. Nearly a minute in here. Looking to get ready. It is Scrunk holding an advanced position. He's blinded up, even in the pit. They're really ready for him to be down there. He does well to find one, honestly. So very blind. It's played into their hands. That was the idea. But it's BC Game to come out on top of it. Simple misses the flick. An important one to miss as well, because there's nobody else around on the A site to stop this advancement. Crazy thinking about it. Gets himself into a pretty aggressive spot here. Has to be so careful. MongolZ also taking it slow, but he finds the frag. Lovely pickup. All going to be on Senzu here. They will know about him. They'll know the fact that he's got an AWP as well. Can he beat out MongolZ is the question. Gets his crosshair round, but...
I love the attempt.
Yeah, the shot doesn't land, and it should be the save now. The reluctant save, but his only option.
I will say there's one real positive for me for BC Game. I like that they're getting proactive on the CT side. The initial few rounds that where the guns have been in play for Falcons, I think they've just been a little bit too passive. They've been sitting back, inviting in pressure, and Falcons are more than happy. If you're going to give them map control and the ability to rotate freely, it's going to be quite easy for them because they will continue just to play this pack mentality. For BC Game, I like that idea. Electronic sent in for one. Senzu getting one of his own as well. Like, trying to put pressure on towards Falcons before they go for the execute, but it's that gap opening, right? You know, when Scrunk falls, an undermanned A site, and they can just sort of slowly but surely move their way forward behind that CT smoke and get a plant coming through. MongolZ, a very vital shot hit by him on towards Crazy, and everything slots into place. All tied square, 9 apiece. In a game that's delivering more than we expected it to. But the unfortunate thing is it's feeling like BC Game are quite rapidly starting to fizzle out here.
Simple. Oh, spots the first jump. Just not quite able to confirm anything. Really great finds. For Falcons in a lot of rounds. BC Game desperate to remain competitive as they are just watching, you know, the victory train pass them by. There's a little bit to this round for BC Game, of course. Nice little smoke there on short. Got another one in the hands of Senzu. That'll be over at B. But at the moment, not looking all that convincing.
the group towards B tunnels. And that's by virtue of this move by Scrunk. He's got so much information. Nobody's long. He starts wrapping his way forward as well. Nobody accounting for this aggression, but it might not make a difference. His pistol's here, up close, 5-7 for one. Looks for another as well as Crazy scoops up the AK, but he just can't cock the gun in time. Nico, Kaisuke kills a piece. Kara gonna walk straight in towards his demise to Skrunk's P250, but it won't really change how this round feels. Bomb will go down, and a difficult retake, a bold move by Electronic, who actually will somehow get away with a kill. He has no right to get a kill there. 20 seconds, or just over, as the bomb and the numbers get punched in, and Simple will fall to Nico. A re-smoke of doors should see it off, and I think for Scrunk, he will just save the big green. It's a dicey round, but it's Falcons who, sort of by the skin of their teeth, walk away with it. But as low buys go, that's not bad.
Some of Electronic's decision-making is just kind of wild.
Like, that is insane.
It is insane. He was like
30 HP.
Yeah,
as well.
less. He was red. He was like 9 HP or something. He's crabbing through the smoke. And then the guy on the other side's got a nade out, which is just hilarious. God almighty. But he's had a couple of those, you know, I'm sure. It's unfortunate, right? There was like a Reddit post or whatever. So now everyone's going to have him highly scrutinized. Like every time he goes for something a bit wacky, they'll be like, oh, this guy's selling the round, you know, or whatever. But
he's top fragging, you know?
He is. He is.
I'll give him his credit.
Maybe those types of moves, you know, he's refining it. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaisuke just baffled by the fact that like he walked out. Like
that anyone would ever think.
Yeah, why would you do that?
But I guess you're on the pistols, right?
Exactly.
So it's like that's kind of why you do
something a bit gimmicky. I can get behind it. First side though, into double digits, and it is 5 on the bounce for Falcons. This is what we've been saying about how BC Game feel like they're fizzling out here. Oh, shoulder was spotted there for just a brief moment. And Simple tries to preemptively shoot the smoke, but can't convert. Really big round for BC Game. You lose this, and it feels like any chance, any grasp left on this Dust 2 is all but slipped through the fingers.
That first AWP shot, which is going to land. MongolZ looking, Simple not far away either. Oh, tempting, isn't it, when you see the top of that smoke? And MongolZ will find great success. Electronic has a task ahead of him then. Molotov comes in, it's far too late. They're already ahead of it. Trying to time the nade here, but really just keeping them guessing. A drop in towards CT. Tessis does go down. Electronic is so low here and really unsure of where to look. Where are they coming from? Where's the CT guy? Well, he's gone back up. It's all over the place. It's going to be a save for the remaining 2 players for sure. Nothing presenting. Nico had a brief moment where he could have been shot in the back. Not going to be the case. Falcons up to 11. And BC Game reality maybe starting to set in that their CT side is just not going to be able to net a rifle round, the all-important, the all-elusive gun rounds.
I mean, the good news is, though, if Crazy and Scrunk save, because of the leftover money for Simple and Sensor, we can actually buy for BC Game Esports, especially a loss bonus too, but it's not exactly a nice silver lining to have. You know, you're losing so badly that saving means you can continue to buy. It just shows this level, right? Falcons, yes, it was a slow start, and yes, it wasn't exactly a great first half, but even them at 80%, they've got that class about them, and they can show that raw fundamentals are enough. This T-side's looked a lot better. They do save Crazy and Scrunk, but 2 ahead and 2 away now for Falcons. They're so close to the finish line, and all MongolZ needs is a mere pixel to work with, and he knows exactly where to shoot. Lovely work. The 2 youngsters on this side that give them so much space in towards A. And then reaching distance now of kickstarting their CAC tournament well. Close as well for MongolZ. Shoots on the explosion of the HE. 2 do cross.
A lot to consider here for Falcons. The job is not finished. Really precarious spot they find themselves in. Control towards mid. Dropping down some smokes, but just taking it very, very slowly. Net that 12, right? And then maybe you can have a little Sigh of relief, a little breathing room. Big nade on the cards. Doesn't quite meet the mark. A little high from Electronic. All the same, they are being slowed down here, Falcons, but they don't seem to be scared of the A hit.
Under a minute now, they're moving towards a simple. That's a gap to work with, and he'll find Karrigan. Looking for a little more as well, avoiding the flashes. He'll go back over towards ramp. They're trying to stop them getting their way in, and Simple's trying to do it all alone. He'll find a second one towards Kaisuke, and with Electronic for 2, BC.Game might just be back, and Simple makes sure of it. We finally get a highlight round for BC.Game, and it's that dynamic duo. It's Simple and Electronic who net them double digits and keep this game and potentially the upset alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the key thing, I think, to consider about some of the psychology of BC.Game, it's the decision-making, right, that kind of gets away from you when you've been at that high level and then you're having to kind of build things back up or come back into the game. So if you're having to think too much, it can kind of take away from your mechanics almost. But with a round like that, Falcons present towards short, and then they wait, and then they go short anyway. So there's not a lot of thinking for those high mechanical ceilings. MongolZ looking to lead the charge on this one. Smoke comes in at a bad time for him, though, not really able to get anything. And Falcons, now the worry sets in for them. Can they find the return round? It's a big flick from Sensu, but nowhere near in the end. Going to be another short hit by the looks of things, honestly, the way that they are starting to sway this way and scaling some players up. Can they change up on what went wrong in the previous round?
Double it back, Simple or loses head. Kaisuke opens up proceedings, looks for a little more. As a pit player, they've got to be wary of. That range is scrunk. They can just plant for sure. You've got MongolZ has the insurance policy to hold for these rotations. Senzu's oh so aware of that possibility. Save for crazy as they go looking. This is really precarious. And quite the decision to be made here. Do we give this a go, or do we save and try and play for OT? And it looks like they are going to go for the latter, and Senzu just misses his window to punish MongolZ. So yeah, 3 will save towards B. It's a horrible decision to make. It's a real pick your poison type choice. But they look like they want to shell up and play for the OT, or hope for the OT.
Really a wild call at the center of this as well. 11-10.
Oh, okay.
You hear some presence towards B, but not an awful lot, right? And they overstack that B-bomb site. They did it a few rounds ago on A. They're not confident in their rotational play, I guess. And so prefer to just try and over-rotate.
Not like
going to
that.
go down. Yeah, well, I mean, look, you want to try and take guns away from BC.Game. That's more important. Obviously, the money does not matter at all for Falcons.
I know something about Senzu no-scoping on the B side of Dustin.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
This one, far less impactful, but no-scope all the same.
Yeah. He might be able to, you know, bring back the ghost of it.
Yeah. Match point. Team Falcons, and they got 2 of them to work with. Double smokes come through. Xbox and doors. Molly up towards short as well to stop the swing. And this will give Falcons mid-control. So close to the finish line, they can almost taste it, but still can't take their foot off the gas here. BC.Game, you can't give them opportunities, as we've seen in these pockets of moments here and there.
Karrigan on the slow walkout middle. I thought it was really going to work for him. Unfortunately, not the case. Electronic is not caught sleeping. So Falcons going to be a man down now. They fancy themselves for the B hit, but Bomb starting to potentially pull away. I think mid to B here by the looks of it. Get that bomb out middle in safe hands. Even that is likely being called off. A re-smoke in the tunnels. I feel like Falcons are just lacking a wider presence in a lot of these rounds, actually. It's starting to make them very, very predictable to play against. Oh. Goodness, a little close for Crazy on the timing. He's on high. Feels like a good spot. Wildly early pre-fire, though. Senzu, meanwhile, trapped away on the AWP. Yeah, just not going to work, is it, from that kind of an angle? Nico late out middle, tries to stay alive and does a very good job of doing so. MongolZ misses heads. But a 3 versus 3, it's become a recovered round and certainly an opportunity now to close things out.
What they got for us, Nico can hear all of this. Rotations coming through, you got Kaisuke on the angle, but they just go dry in classic electronic fashion. Kaisuke, MongolZ trying to do but electronic with a quad kill to his name, keeps BC Game breathing. It is such a wild move. Full contact through the doors, they dive on in. He had his own flash to throw, but it does not matter. BC Game keep themselves kicking here. And Falcons forced into a timeout in the full 24. It's just about money to work with for Falcons to buy in, but my, oh my, BC Game, they are not going down without a fight.
No, I mean, that is certainly true. Yeah, really, really good to see. Again, it would suck for them, I think, if they had another map that at one point looked kind of winnable, and it gets away from them, but it's entertaining Counter-Strike nonetheless. It's Kaisuke looking for the elevation that lets him down, and on that AWP, of course, I think that was more designed to hold the tunnels, but certainly something that was recovered in the middle of the round. I'm sure he wished he had an AK in that particular moment. So here we are, all to play for. It is electronic towards the top end. As we've said a couple times, a player who's been under a lot of heavy scrutiny. MongolZ, though, he's got the timing down pat. It's been 24 rounds, so you'd expect so. A really great opener. Meanwhile, aggressive, super aggressive. Up short here. Looking to take control, and electronic has flattened them. MongolZ dealt with. Oh my goodness.
He's back.
He might just be.
The Terminator's back, boys.
Crazy stuff. The bomb dropped is the key thing here, of course. I think we are going to the overtime. Nico and Kaisuke attempt to recover things here if they can. 1 minute and 10 left on that clock, so loads of time to get through, but it's that bomb that needs picking up.
Just sits on the bonnet of the car, waiting. What do we do here? They can hear this sort of jump peak by Skrunk at the very least, but they start going. Skrunk's going to draw their attention in, but he nearly loses his head. That is so unbelievably close. They're fading the jump down. They're trying to bait out the fight, and there it is! As Kaisuke gets 2. The transfer for both, it's put all on the shoulders of the GOAT. Simple. 1 versus 2 for him. To push this to OT, Kaisuke's low, but he's got to do something quite miraculous. Bomb still needs to be recovered. Time is still of the essence. Now they'll get it. Kaisuke looks to close, and he will, in an absolute barn burner of a best of 1. Just about by the skin of their teeth. It's Falcons who get it over the line, but my God, did BC Game make them work for it. And it's none other than those two, Electronic and Simple, who come back to a bit of their best that give life to a side so close, but so far.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, just so many of these types of maps and matchups, right, that they just can't complete them. They can't get it over the line, and I think it will start to become very, very frustrating. They picked up that pistol in the second half, right? And we are like, okay, here we go. There's something to this. It's just so unfortunate. I mean, you know, Falcons maybe going to be checked very early on in the tournament as well to be like, damn, all right, maybe not plain sailing. Been a long couple of tournaments for them, of course, but yeah, really unfortunate, I think, for BC Game, to say the least. And we kind of do want this team to win eventually, you know what I mean? And just pull off one of these upsets, and they're getting so very close, just not quite there. What is missing? It's tough to say. Maybe, you know, you could look at Crazies at a poor map.
Yeah.
They might look at it that way. That sort of thing is difficult to really deal with, but yeah, that's a tough one. But maybe we start to see BC Games start the tournament okay-ish, scale up a little bit in the lower bracket, hopefully, you know, please. That's just what we want.
Yeah, they've got a good group at the very least, right? It feels like there surely should be a win somewhere here. It's kind of like the thought process we have, but we wanted fireworks. We were worried we weren't going to get it as well. I mean, I think a lot of people would have assumed, ourselves included, the desk included, that we sort of just thought this would be a nice, easy one. A steamroll by Falcons, coming off the back of a star and showing what they're all about. But that's what we got. Absolutely brilliant game, but not enough for BC Game in the end. We're going to throw it back to the guys on the panel. We're done for the day. Anders and Henry, we're taking over for the final 2 best of 3s.
Oh, what an end of the game, huh? They absolutely burnt the bean in that 3v2. It was very unfortunate. It was just there. They had the package, and they just fumbled the bag. Oh, that was OT. That should have been OT.
That was one of the most enjoyable faced pucks I've seen in a long time, to be completely honest. That was a messy one, you know. Falcons coming back into the game after a rough start. That's great, you know. They looked at times in control over the game, and I thought in the second half, you know, when scoreline, you know, kind of stabilized 9-9, they're gonna run away with it, you know. A bit of a messy start, but then that's okay. And then Electronic out of nowhere, you know, just and completely throwing out the playbook to some extent. And just doing what Electronic has the ability to do, you know, to be explosive and unpredictable on the server. And I bet you the entire Falcons camp were scratching their head thinking, what the hell is going on right now? How are we losing in this fashion? And then the very last round, I think, kind of summarizes the entire game as well. You know, a weird one. Electronic brings it back all of a sudden for BC Game to a point where it's almost unlosable for them. They could have left the bomb if they wanted to. They could have played it in a million different ways. The one way they do decide to play it is the one where they leave Simple in a 1v2 that's unwinnable despite being up 3v2. So it was just a bit of an odd one, but easily the most enjoyable game we've seen so far.
Yeah. Again, competitive, you know, if nothing else. And yeah, like you said, it was a glorified face-it pug in so many ways. Like even the last round, like Kid deciding to not just smoke off Cave and pick up the bomb.
Yep.
But deciding to run after Sim. Like everything was a little bit out of whack and out of sorts. But that creates for some entertainment, to say the least. And I think we got to see some pretty positive sides out of BC Game in that sense, just off of the back that, okay, the individuals, they do still have like a pretty decent ceiling. I think Electronic obviously is by far the shining light here in this game for BC Game. And in fairness to him, ever since he kind of just got out of that IGL role, he has gradually been performing better, even though it's been kind of hard to see in like the muddied results that BC Game have had.
Yeah, and look, you know, speaking of muddy results, this was so close to them staying in the upper bracket, but alas, they will have one more chance in the lower bracket, and we'll be seeing Falcons play later on today. In terms of their individuals, Tessus, we've said, you know, time after time, he should not be the one heavy carrying this team, but he was at the top of the scoreboard all the way till the end.
Yeah, doing a good job, you know, and also a player that's seen a bit of a change since Kerrigan came into the lineup. Certain positions on certain maps, CT side has been changing for him. And in general, I think it would be great if Tessus could be activated a bit more, because there was a period where I agree. I think Tessus was not utilized the right way in Falcons, but he was utilized in the only way that he could be utilized, given that you have so many playmakers within that team, right? So there's only so much space and so much he can do. And Kerrigan coming in, you know, he's willing to sacrifice in every single aspect of the game, and that frees up a bit more space for a guy like Tessus, you know, gives him a couple of new positions where he hopefully can thrive and have more impact. So good early signs for him, and I hope that's a sign of for the future as well for Tessus, where he finds a bit more impact.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not necessarily that Falcons should need it. It's just a very, very nice backup option to have.
I mean, if he's your worst player, then you're
doing
fine.
pretty well for yourself. Absolutely. And we do get to circumstances where we have this happen, right? Like, it's not like MongolZ or Kioske or Nico were setting the world on fire in this one. So they need someone reliable. And that's where you have Tessus. So without him, I think it's, you know, fairly reasonable to say that BC Game might run away with it, with how Electronic was playing.
I felt like this was definitely, you know, a little bit of a kick in the backside, though, for Falcons, with how well BC Game started the game as well. They were like, oh, we want to sort of lock in here, even in the second half. It got a little bit shaky, especially a couple of those rounds. You know, the retake with Electronic pulling four kills out of nowhere, going in dry, just... No one shot at me, guys. Like, what's going on? There was just some crazy, crazy moments in there. But yeah, overall, anything else you want to touch on in terms of this one, or do you want to have a quick recap of the bracket?
I mean, just very quickly, I kind of want to see BC Game not have, you know, kind of similar to what they had with their opening game versus Vitality, right? Where they show promising moments and then just fade out for the next series. I want to see a good second series, a good follow-up, I guess, from BC Game in this one.
Yeah, I'm afraid this was the opportunity they had, to be completely honest, to make a bit of a deep run in this tournament. Lower bracket game, you know, there's a long way into the playoff now, best of threes as well, and that's where we've seen the limitations of a BC Game playing with squad.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, they are going to have to do it the hard way, but this is what's gone down here on the A stream. For the best of ones, Paravision taking out Liquid, MongolZ over Lynn Vision, TYLOO with the upset over MOUZ, and Falcons, as you just saw, beating BC Game in a very close affair. But the next up game will be MIBR and Paravision for the upper bracket over here, and then later on today, Legacy up against TYLOO. So good to see Legacy went and got that W earlier. And then, of course, you know, that's us sort of coming to a close. We've had the early shift today, and we got some other boys to bring you the late shift. But any final words for all of the Vendetta and Pimp fans out there?
Yeah, I'm just curious to see the TYLOO Legacy game, to be completely honest.
Honestly,
you know, Legacy on a bit of a tear at the moment, you know, really finding the best form coming into the major, and what TYLOO showed us against MOUZ is something I would like to see confirmed, that's the level we can expect from them. So that best of 3 to me is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, that's just gonna have to echo that sentiment. I was super excited to see TYLOO. I'm semi-ready to be disappointed again, but if that happens, it's likely because we see another really cool team in Legacy doing well for themselves. So it's going to be a sick matchup.
Well, speaking of, we do have Paravision up against MIBR as the first best of 3 you're going to be watching here on the A stream. And we've got a couple of faces to get to, but that's coming up just after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2026. It's time to continue to feel the rush. We had a little talent swap, so why don't we introduce ourselves first. My name is Parla. I am one of your hosts, and I'm joined on the desk by the wonderful Striker and Blair. Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Yeah, all good. I think a lot better than the previous shift, which, had a little bit of an early wake-up call. For us, it's been a little bit more reasonable, so I think we're higher on energy and it's going to be all good.
For sure. I mean, CAC, it's Counter-Strike, it's Asia, it's championships. I like all three, Paula, so I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we love them all. Striker, I wanted to ask, because I've been meaning to ask, right?
Okay.
So, Striker, is this a person that, is this a name that referenced someone that, strikes, or is this like a football reference? We've known each other for about 10 years, and I figured we should clear the air, get to the bottom of this.
The answer is about as boring as you can expect. It's Counter-Strike, so I'm Striker.
Okay, so it's a Counter-Strike reference.
Basically.
I love it. And
he's a Counter-Striker.
Blair, perhaps everybody at home needs a recap of where Blair came from. I know the story.
Well, basically, back in the day, instead of having Triple X, 420, Killer, or whatever nicknames people used to have, I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to go to Blair. Literally the expression Blair, and unfortunately, I got stuck with it because I never thought I'd wind up working in esports. Here we are.
Here we are indeed. Well, gentlemen, welcome. Very excited to be on the desk with both of you. Before we start talking about the matchup, our first matchup that we are going to cover, why don't we talk a bit about what's transpired over the course of today? Striker, starting with you. What about the results has stood out? Which matchup has stood out the most to you?
Well, a couple of surprises, I think, in that, the last game was about a little bit closer than we would have expected between Falcons and BC.Game. BC.Game even had a chance to take that one, to be honest. So that was one of obviously the biggest surprise of the day so far has been TYLOO taking down MOUZ. We're going to talk about that game a little bit later. But yeah, MOUZ definitely came in. I don't know if it was jet lag or whatever it was, but TYLOO definitely went with some fight.
TYLOO looked good. They looked really, really good. I won't lie. I was like, yeah, they're not going to stand chance against MOUZ because MOUZ obviously looks super impressive considering the lineup changes so far. For me, that's been a surprise. TYLOO looking good in China, something I haven't really seen in a long time, Paula.
Yeah, there's always that chance of a hometown advantage, but I do feel that TYLOO result massive for them, taking out the likes of MOUZ. Everybody at home, you can see our groups up on screen now. We just saw Group A, Group B results so far as well. Striker, we've got a good field of teams here as well. Very excited to watch them all play things out.
Yes, look, the big ones are obviously Falcons, MOUZ that we have just seen in Astana where they were second and third. So we are expecting those guys to come in as favorites, even though it's always a little bit awkward when you have back-to-back events.
It's a best of one as well,
yes.
Right? It can be a little rough around the edges, but yeah, I do believe they should still be able to pull off the lower bracket run there.
Blair, top team of yours for the tournament. Who do you think has the best chance of taking the whole thing?
Oh, that's a rough one. Obviously, the 4 teams coming in from Astana, there would be one of these guys would be the pick. I expect Paravision to finally turn things around. They've looked rough overall, but I think Falcons would be the front runners, right? And maybe MongolZ finally is a time to kind of shake off this. I say ring rust because they take these breaks. They don't really practice, but hopefully, for me, Falcons and MongolZ maybe vying for the trophy.
And Striker, if I could put you on the spot as well, who do you think's got the best chance of taking the whole tournament?
I've been big on Falcons ever since this Kerrigan edition, so I'm going to double down on what Blair just said and say them, because I even said that they're going to win one of these 2 tournaments they're going to play. They got kind of close in Astana. Even the Spirit final wasn't that bad. It's just a little bit was missing, but there's nobody quite as good here, so I feel like they're going to have a better chance to take the trophy.
Gentlemen, great points. I think we've done a good job of setting the scene. Why don't we turn our attention now to our first matchup of the day. Everybody at home, so best of ones, they are finished. We are now moving into best of 3 territory, and the first best of 3 is going to be MIBR versus Paravision, at least on our stream here. Very interesting matchup, gentlemen. So the journey so far for both these teams, MIBR beat out 3D Max, and then if I turn my attention...
beat Liquid.
Paravision beat Liquid, exactly.
Who had a stand-in situation as well, by the way.
Yeah.
It was a close match too. Between Paravision and Liquid. Liquid also in a good position to take that down. In the end, James came up big with a performance to turn it around, to secure the win for Paravision. And yeah, that means we see. I'm just looking at the veto here, and I'm just looking at if somewhat what we were talking about before the game is going to come through, because I have a feeling
we're going straight into the veto. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes, guys. Sorry, Striker, carry on.
No, it's all good. I was just wondering whether, because I might be in actually a pretty good position to take advantage of Paravision because of the Dust 2 ban, which is obviously a very common pick for Paravision.
But perhaps the only map we can be like, oh, they are kind of the favorites on, right?
Yeah, I am slightly surprised about the Mirage pick. I wonder what they saw from that, because they haven't played that so much in the regional scene, and I was thinking more in terms of Anubis or Inferno as a punish pick. Obviously, one of those came through in the end for the decider regardless. So I think they're pretty happy with what came out here, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Paravision, it's just been a rough run, right? We saw a couple of interviews from Dastan as well, where he did not mince any words as how his team is playing right now.
He never does.
Yeah, but that being said, you go back to the opposition they had, teams like G2, for example, who can be really good on a good day. Coming into this event in particular, though, apart from the Falcons, the MongolZ of the world, I still see this Paravision being a team that should be able to feel comfortable, despite the fact that you look at the maps and yeah, Dust2's not there. They should be weaker on paper on certain other maps. But then again, you look at Jame, you look at Zwei and all these pieces, they should work together. Also, seeing Nota with a shaved head, I guess that is what he, the price he had to pay for what happened over in Astana. But Dastan, he's not looking good, I'll tell you that. But this is a must-win for Paravision.
Yeah, let's tighten the conversation here a bit with regards to Dastan. So, we know he's become this big character. We've known him behind the scenes for a while, but sort of most recently at PGL Bucharest became a bit more of a public figure with that amazing speech. I think there's a lot of pressure on Paravision at the moment. James seems to be rising to it here. I wonder what their expectations are. How far do we think Paravision in their current form can go, Striker?
It's kind of funny because the language between James and Dastan could not be any more different when they talk publicly, because Dastan's always like, these guys will be kicked by the end of the major, if they don't turn this around by then. And then James is like, no, we kind of expected this slump to come. Like, we have some solutions to...
Good cop, bad cop, right?
Yes, that's the situation over at Paravision. Yeah.
Guys, I'm getting word that we've got to move things along. Our casters and this matchup are ready to go. And the casters involved are Henry G and Anders. Boys, over to you. Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, indeed. Yes, Anders. We've got MIBR versus Paravision. We're back in the hot seat, back in Bucharest, but covering CAC. How are you doing today?
Doing very well. It's a little bit early still, but I'm enjoying this. I think it's going to be some fantastic Counter-Strike. I want to see what Paravision have come up with. There's so much drama around this team right now.
What kind of drama?
Just Dastan in the background, ready with the belt. Like there's all this stuff.
Did he get to you as well and shave your head?
No, but he did get to me in Copenhagen, as I've been saying. Said in a polite way, probably need to go to the gym a bit more. And he's probably right.
No way.
He did. It's the funniest thing. It's the funniest thing he did, and I respect it. Like he's not a mean person. He's just a caring person.
Telling you how it is.
Listen, I've known the guy for a really long time. He said,
he just said, "Hey man, have you ever considered going to the gym?"
He said, "So Anders, you gain a little weight."
Okay, fair enough.
Which I think is funny. It's really like culturally, it's so off key, but I love it.
No, it's cool. That is nice. There's the shaved head we mentioned there. As we get ready for the action, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind, this one's in the playoffs. We've had the best of ones, and we'll look back through the archives right now. I did have this on the tip of my tongue. So MIBR put 3D Max to bed 13-9. Paravision took down Liquid, but bear in mind, that was a stand-in situation. They did not have MOUZ. Right. They had Flashy. And to be fair, a 39 scoreline with a stand-in, still pretty good. Doesn't mean anything unless you actually win it, I suppose. But maybe a little bit alarming for Paravision in that sense. You can't put Liquid away comfortably with a stand-in. But I don't know. Paravision's still my favorites going into this one. But they are still quite streaky and inconsistent this year.
They are, and I worry about their map pool as well. I just don't know what's going on. Like, this veto is so strange for me. The fact that, we knew that Ancient was going to be played. That's the one map that these two teams have in common. But Mirage as they were always going to end up picking a bad map. It was either going to be Mirage or potentially Inferno, either which MIBR is going to be really good on. So either way, I think if Paravision go the distance, it's going to have to be on Ancient that they win it. And then on the third map, even, I think they're going to struggle. So I'm a bit nervous for this one. And I think there's some big benefits to this early Mirage map as well coming in for MIBR. One of them is Insani. I dare say, Henry, I think he is the best connector player in the world.
Okay. I thought you were going to say the best Brazilian player.
Best Brazilian player in the world. You could make a case for that, I guess, if you wanted to. There are some Insani fans out there.
Well, the fact that MIBR are trying to build up like a mini baby Furia, as it were. They've got Clermont and LNZ coming in. They have had different iterations of this roster before. Kicker, that really didn't work out. But yeah, I think they're on the up and up. I think they're always going to be a dangerous team with Insani in the squad, especially. It's always going to be interesting to see if he has the star power to get them over the line. Paravision, definitely the favorites going into this one. There's no denying it. They should be winning this, but their form, their consistency leaves a lot left to be desired. Yeah, I'm excited for this one, Anders, and our first game of the tournament. Best of ones are out of the way. We didn't get to do any of those, which is a shame. I know you like a best of one.
They are dramatic in their own way. You have very little time to turn it around. But you're right. And also the fact that you win this here, you qualify straight to the playoffs.
Straight in there.
Like on day one.
Day one.
That's it. The job done.
Yeah.
What a luxury to have if you can actually make it the whole way there. Yeah, I really enjoy Klim as an AWPer, to be honest. I think he's better than people were expecting. Maybe better than I was expecting, to be fair. And I've always had a lot of respect for LNC. He's just one of those Swedish expats who's kind of, went abroad, and I feel like he's doing great work. So I think this MIBR team is better than I was expecting. I think at PGL Astana, they ended up taking down Legacy. Okay. And that was the first moment when I thought, this is actually surprising. I thought Legacy were going to be significantly better than this MIBR team, and I was wrong. So they've been on my radar ever since.
Well, speaking of radars and things to coming up next, we've got Legacy versus TYLOO in the next best of three. That'd also be a winner advances to playoff situation. TYLOO looking pretty decent, Anders. I don't think I've said that for a while, but they took down MOUZ earlier, 13-7. Like, we've been a big fan of TYLOO for a long time, especially Jam Young.
Yes.
But it feels like that team, again, this fell off the face of the planet. They just disappeared for months.
I think you and I, we got baited into being TYLOO fans by that.
The Fisher Playground
exactly,
run.
Like in Serbia.
Yeah.
Because they looked so good, and they really started playing badly almost immediately afterwards.
Yeah, true. That was the most romantic run as well. They had their coach playing for the group stages and the quarterfinals, and then G actually turned up for like the grand final, I think. Yeah. That was it. He turned up at 5 a.m. in the morning. But yeah, that was a good run. It's nice to see TYLOO at least causing some excitement here, taking down MOUZ, albeit a new look MOUZ.
Sure.
I still think that's a massive result for them.
I agree. I think that's great news. You want the confidence in that team. I look forward to that game. I think it's going to be a really banging game as well. But this one, I don't think it's going to be lacking either. You could see there some positions. Klim with the AWP and James as well is going to be playing. Like I said, when we switch halves and MIBR go to play the CT side, the fact that Insani, like, he's not just, I think, the best connector player in the world. He is by a wide margin. Like,
what does he like about him? Is it the aggression? Is it the calculated plays? Like, what do you think he does so well there? Why does he thrive?
It's definitely a mix of the, like, he is not afraid to take those fights. When you put down some of those smokes that are meant to push the CT's backs, he's so good at finding edges around those smokes. But just to really hammer the point home, right, he is at a 173 rating. Number 2 in the world is going to be Kesarato at about 148, and then it's NPL, Santaris, Krabani, Donk down there at 5th place or 6th place. So it's just like the gap between Insani and everybody else in the world at the moment is crazy for that position. So it's a bit of a luxury, in my opinion, also because it's so central to the map. You're going to have to fight him at some point. Won't be easy, but we'll see how they do. I want to see James recently. I really think he's such a fun player, but I feel like through the struggles of this team, he hasn't been allowed to show his personality much in the game. Like, his AWPing isn't as good as it could have been. He's usually a very dangerous player in those clutch situations, and I feel like we haven't seen enough of that either. So I feel like we're getting robbed out of seeing the best version of James, because he's actually a really fun player in my opinion.
I think that's fair enough. I think James has completely turned things around in the last year or so. People thought his career was over. They thought there'd be no chance of him lifting trophies once again, being in Tier 1 CS, but he's done it with his ragtag crew of plucky underdogs, and hopefully can have a good showing at the major, Anders, because the last few tournaments for them have been a little woeful. As you said, Dastan is a man that wears his heart on his sleeve. He'll let you know how he's feeling. He said he wants to kick most of the players, but he can't because the major is around the corner. I'm not sure that's a good or a bad thing for morale. It'll definitely wake you up and get you locked in, but it's definitely be the back of your mind. And we're hoping to see the best look of them going forward, because they keep saying they make a lot of mistakes. It keeps happening at every tournament, though. Have they learned from those mistakes? Can they convert those mistakes into something more promising at this tournament? I think this is a very important one for them before the major.
I fully agree. Yeah, I mean, they should be able to turn it around. Like, they certainly have the motivation to do so. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to seeing a bit of an uptick in their performance here. Individually, some of the players, though, I guess we were talking so much about the CT side for MIBR, but to be honest, the CT side as well here. Cello on the CT side, top rated if you look at the top 30 for the A anchor position.
Oh, wow.
So really, really good there. Second in the world, funny enough, is Breno. So both, they got a couple of players there that are really strong at anchoring the A bomb site. over on MIRAGE. I think this could be a very, very interesting game. I still think it's going to be all 3 maps. I think it'll be MIBR picking up this one. Ancient could go to Paravision, and I guess we'll see for the rest of it. But yeah, we've got all the hallmarks of a good game here.
Well, that's what we're looking for. So yeah, just to reiterate, MIBR picked Mirage, Paravision, of course, picked Ancient, and then Inferno if required. I think you're right. I think it will be required here. I don't think there's much separating these two teams, with Paravision being in a bit of a questionable shape of form right now, but looks like we are just getting ready to kick things off here. Bear in mind that this is the Group B upper bracket semi-final. Winner does indeed advance to the playoffs here. It's day 1, so we're getting a lot done on the first day of the tournament.
Yes.
We're not messing around.
I kind of like it, you know, not just straight to the point. We want to get these teams through to the playoffs if they deserve it.
If they deserve it.
If they deserve it.
If Anders deems them fit.
Exactly, yeah, the final judge here.
Just to reiterate, though, you go to the playoffs, but you still have the upper bracket final in the group. So you can the next game will decide whether you go to semis or quarterfinals.
Okay, yes.
So you'll still have another. It's not like you don't play tomorrow. I think you play again on Friday to decide whether you're in the quarters or the semis.
Which actually, I guess, could have a massive implication depending on who you're going to be playing early on there. So that could be fun. There's going to be some theory crafting around that.
Should we have a look at the results so far? It's quite early on. It's only, like 10 in the morning or something like that? Yeah, it's 11 a.m. right now. So we had, as mentioned, Paravision taking out Liquid 13-9. 3D Max lost to MIBR 13-9 into the two teams on the screen right now. MongolZ absolutely dismantled Lynn Vision 13-3.
Yeah.
Bates, massive victory for them, taking out NIP 13-9. We had TYLOO. I guess that's the upset of the day so far. TYLOO beating MOUZ 13-7. That was a huge result. I think for MOUZ, that's going to be alarming, to say the very least. Quite a brutal format. They lose the next game. That could be curtains for them. Legacy taking out NRG 13-10. To be fair to BC.Game Esports, 13-11 against Falcons. Pretty bloody good result. Like all things considered, like the fact they had them on the ropes and there was a chance to win that.
Yeah.
Not too mad about that for BC Game. 13-11, not bad. And M80 taking down Pain, which I would say is a pretty decent result as well. 13-8. Like the fact they owned them there. Looks like Swish popped off along with Jabba. So yeah, good stuff so far. A lot of Counter-Strike going on today. I can't stress that enough. We have got a B stream as well.
Yes.
Where we have got the MongolZ taking on Bates. As this one, MIBR versus Paravision goes on. A lot of CS, and then we have Legacy versus TYLOO, and then Falcons will be playing again today against M80.
I've got to be honest, this the NIP bait result that you read out there, that is so surprising to me as well. I don't know how to judge this bait team. I feel like every time I watch them, they play some really uninspiring Counter-Strike, but then they have results every once in a while that make them look so much better, so I just don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's more a reflection of NIP, I'm not really sure. But yeah, they'll be playing over on the other side as well. There's too much going on. Massive bracket.
And did you just finished up at the Astana B stream? Did you have a good time?
Well, if we did have a great time.
We
got to learn a lot of interesting things. One of the things that we actually did a lot of on that B stream was Paravision. And
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'm a recent expert in the team.
I wasn't in the country. I wasn't watching much CS, so you're going to have to be my guide here.
You weren't in the country.
No.
Ominous. You were.
Yeah, I was away doing things.
On a
things and stuff.
Clandestine mission. Well, the thing is, in my opinion, I could be persuaded out of this, but in my opinion, Sway and Belchenok are supposed to be the two-star riflers for this team. They're supposed to be the sort of the core rifling power. I think Nota and Cello are both, they're more sort of doing the odd jobs around the place. And then obviously James going to be IGLing and rifling and AWPing and all the rest of it. But I feel like Sway and Belchenok consistently just don't show up to the level that I'm expecting. And that's really annoying. That's really frustrating to watch because I actually think the rest of the team is working kind of well. So I don't know what's going on there, but that was like the repeat story that we had throughout the start on the B stream was just, you know, where's Sway, where's Belchenok, why aren't they getting enough kills, you know, where's the core of the team at?
I guess it's one of those things now, once you've caused such a ruckus and you found so much success and taken so many scalps and a couple of trophies here and there, the target's on your back at this point. And it's maintaining that level, maintaining those victories. You're no longer the plucky underdogs. People know you're a dangerous team of world-class aimers and great support in terms of the coach and the in-game leader. AWP is very strong as well, so that everyone knows now, okay, this team, we have to counter them. We have to make sure we watch their demos, analyze them. And what's going on here? Okay, are we live?
We are live.
And let's get into the action. Looks like, is this a gun round? What's going on?
No, sure.
Okay.
They're warming up. Still warming up.
I was like, we missed something here.
I was getting nervous as well. Would have been funny, though.
I was lost in the sauce there for a second.
Well, hopefully we're just a couple of seconds away here again. Still somewhat early on the European side. Maybe even more so if you're in the center of Europe. You're just getting up to watch some Counter-Strike. There's been a lot of that recently.
We're an hour ahead, aren't we?
Yes,
in Europe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's real early. So if you're watching this with us, we appreciate it. I know there's not going to be many of you, but Anders will keep his eye on the Twitch chat, the YouTube chats, all the chats, really.
All the chats. That's what I do at my own expense. Doctor's been telling me, stop doing that. Don't. We believe it could be the cause of terrible things.
Well, to reiterate, if you're just joining us, the best of ones are over. We are into the best of threes now. This one is for the playoffs. We have got Paravision taking on MIBR. Paravision definitely the favorites. Been inconsistent, been streaky as of late. You can see the odds are reflecting that on your screen right now. But I still think it'll be a barn burner of a best of three.
I think it will be. This is my sort of, I guess, my bar for good Counter-Strike. I just want to see people who really they're in the game. They're not, scared of anything. They're really going for it. And I think both teams are going to be showing that. Like the days of James playing that slower version of Counter-Strike, he does it every once in a while, but I feel like mostly this is a fun team to watch.
There's still some glimmers of that every now and then.
It's just when it's him left,
Yeah, like they'll have 10 seconds as they're committing into a bomb site. Normally it's fine. It's not as catastrophic as it used to be, but there's still some glimmers of it every now and then, and which I appreciate. But they're a very systematic team. Like they like to make sure that everything's done by the book, on their way, on their terms, and they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to puncture those bomb sites.
Man, I'm so not confident in this Paravision team, to be honest. I think if, the odds, like you said, they sort of reflect that Paravision are the favorite team here. I feel, to me, this is much closer to a coin flip, in my opinion. So I'm worried for them. But apparently, we do have a quick break, Henry, before we get into the mix. So get something to drink, maybe an early morning coffee or something. Get yourselves ready, and then we'll be back with the action in a couple of seconds.
Hello there. Anders, we're back.
Let's go.
All right. MIBR, Paravision, Map 1. This series for the playoffs will be a T-side start for the Brazilians as we see Nota and his lovely shaved dome holding towards that connector. Early execution here, Anders. 3 players popping out of the palace. The Molotovs and the flashes come through, and we'll see who will draw first blood.
And they already played like a retake, so this is intentional for the Paravision side, but you know what, Henry? They do have the smoke and the kit as well on the CT side, so no matter what happens here, this can still be won, even if it's just one guy left. As long as you got that smoke kit combination, you're going to be fine. That is a deep counter smoke, though, and with 4 Glocks on the other side, this should be dead every single time. Klim and Breno get a kill each, but Belchunok very nearly took 2 in return, and unfortunately that kit is lost miles away. So James has to run. You can't sneak, you just gotta go for it here and see if you could find it. Tapping the bomb, no one's gonna be buying that. Klim in a little bit of trouble here. Where's his teammate? Oh, they don't need him at all. Instead, it's a double for him, it's a double for Breno, and MIBR win the pistol.
Very convincing scenes here. MIBR, nice basic game plan out of spawn. 3 players towards the palace. Basic util. Some good flashes. Nota goes down quickly. Bomb planted. And then that nice aggressive push in towards CT spawn pretty much confirms everything. There was a moment there when it felt like Belchunok could find some decent impact, but only gets a couple before he's taken down. Bomb planted, no chance of James, as you mentioned, 3 versus 1. Even if he gets that killed, no kit, no chance of winning it. And it will be not necessarily a full eco. We've got a couple of HEs, a smoke and a flash, but no upgraded pistols apart from Zillow's 5-7. So we've got a bit of an A stack here. 0 players over towards B. We have got Belchunok with the smoke. He's actually got an HE to go with him as well. So what's the plan here? They're going to try and push the A ramp, swing in the middle. You can see MIBR not taking any risks here.
Yeah. And I guess that's the key point of this round, isn't it? Like you pointed out, just no risks being taken, no one's running into the ramp or anything else. They're using the MAC-10 on LNC to check out the connector. They got another MAC-10 on Venom Zero, so they can pretty much investigate this A site as much as they want. And they pretty much are. The stack is gone from the ramp, and LNC hanging around. Those HEs are now going to be very hard to find, you know, a spot for. And they almost committed to the B bomb site, but because the MAC-10s have cleared out the A bomb site, they're now going to say, well, just come back then. And we're going to have a great time planning the bomb here. Don't think this round is going to be any kind of an issue here. Nice little attempt, I suppose, for Paravision. It's fun to see them try something, but great use of the MAC-10s. That's what they're designed for.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. The MAC-10 farming that amount of cash, you are in the realms of an AWP if you wanted one.
Oh, you're right.
Massive if, or you could just take the bonus round, Anders. Bonus round meaning you hold on to the MAC-10, you're calling a pocket strap, you're keeping it fast, you're keeping it nimble, and you're trying to overwhelm players that potentially don't have helmets on the other side. And speaking of which, James doesn't even have Kevlar full stop.
Ooh.
Nota and Belchunok without helmets, so this is normally when you're bringing out the executions.
Nice.
You don't really want to be running the defaults of the MAC-10s in place. You want to try and get them in position early and collapse on a bomb site quickly, pincering and using speed and aggression to your favor.
I'm glad you caught the armor situation there on the CT side. That could be very, very interesting. Of course, if he keeps his distance, maybe it won't be a problem for James, but right now he's at that ticket booth. Cello's here. Instant pick off. James will take down Breno, so no problem to start with. 3 versus 5 here. And like you said, it's a bit of a bonus situation. So for MIBR, it might not be the end of the world if they don't win this round, but it would be good to do some damage at least.
You want to find a couple of kills. It's not looking good for that prospect right now, but it's a 5-on-3. Plenty of time remaining. LNZ with the MAC-10 patrolling towards the window. Got a lot on his plate here. Full belt of util as well. It's Klim with the bomb. Holding up in towards that connector position, hoping a CT will present somewhat of a mistake, but not going to happen. Nota, strong position. Finds a headshot and presumably the round of that kill. Shouldn't be much left to do here. Molotov to flush out one of the players. Nice little alley-oop. Now they can find one more kill here, maybe get a bomb plant, and it's a pretty successful round. We'll see.
Well, both the players without helmets are here, although now he's picked up an AK, so it doesn't really matter anymore. Good crossfire. Belchunok the one to get the kill, and they know exactly where Klim is, so no surprise at this point. 28 seconds, and everyone in position here for the Paravision side. They do get another kill, so I suppose that does add a little bit to it. They also give over the 2 AKs. Well, I think with Paravision, they might not be too sad about this. Almost a bit of a handshake going into that 3rd round.
Yeah, they saved 2 weapons, 2 of which are the AK-47s here. Jame will hold on to his AWP and get himself some Kevlar now as well. Paravision have arrived. As we get into round number 4 here, as mentioned, the bonus round in the previous, still a bye. A couple of concessions, quite a lot actually, in terms of utility. It seems to be the greatest casualty here. We've got a couple of Galils, AKs with just 1 smoke. We do have the Klim AWP. It's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here in round number 4. Aggressive is Belchenok. So is Klim, popping that smoke open towards top and middle. Will find Nota to find MIBR a nice opening kill here. They'll reset the round with 1 minute 30 on the clock. Maybe just straight back into an A execution with this advantage, Anders.
You know, Henry, I love to complain about this, but when there's no smoke in the window and there's only the smoke at top mid, the CTs have to be worried. They blow open their own smoke at top mid. It's such a tell, and yet people get caught by it all the time. I think that's exactly what happened to Noda this time. You should think, why is there no window smoke in the 4th round? There's a really good reason why that's not the case.
Well, here we go. Man advantage, but they can't hold on to it. Breno finds a second kill. Klim will get his as well. And now we've got Belchenok, who needs multiple frags here on the A bomb site. Gets himself a couple of headshots, finds the hat trick. 2 versus 1, stealing this round away. It's down to Klim. Gets himself a hat trick as well. 50 seconds remaining, needs to find that bomb.
It's not impossible, is it? Another smoke going up here. Is he going to hide inside of it? It almost looked like it. He's got a good read on where Sway might be coming from at the edge of the smoke, and Sway still takes him down. So close to getting the clutch there was Klim, who, like you pointed out, opened up with 3 AWP kills, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, that's really heartbreaking. MIBR, that nice opener as well. You trade out kills effectively towards the Palace. Everything is going so well. And you're right. Popping that smoke open, getting the freebie essentially. Then you have nice trading positions here. You've got the man advantage, but then Belchenok, the baby Squirrel Anders, mowing them down. Very clean shooting with his AK-47.
And this is the kind of stuff that you asked about Astana. This is the stuff that we didn't see to the same extent. Now, it's still early days. But if Belchenok is going to be showing up for this tournament with anything like what we just saw there, then this will be a very different Paravision team. And they actually, I think they have a much better chance of making it deep. So I'm already a little bit excited. Maybe it's too early to be celebrating, but I do like what I'm seeing there. Round number 5, and they are already straight onto the bomb site. But Notra and Cello going to get a couple of kills each. And then they can pretty much focus on the A side here. And they know no one's coming B. Bomb should be planted, I think.
I think you might be onto something there. The round not necessarily over. With Venom Zera's position here, Anders, things get a little bit more interesting. Great shot, finds way. 3 versus 3. Pressure now on Paravision. For the retake, they have got a couple of smokes. They've got 1 kit to work with. Backup Nota, but aggression has been called. MIBR continuing to make things difficult here, but a 2v1 advantage. Paravision need to get their skates on. The bomb is ticking at some pace. They find the kit and need to find LNZ.
He's close as well with the Tech-9. Got to be very careful coming around that corner. They do have helmets, but this Tech-9 can be so dangerous. Belchenok, he nearly misses the spray there. But then again, so did LNC. They're on the bomb, and they do have the kit as well. It's not going to be a problem. That's 3 in a row for Paravision. Now, admittedly, this is a more expensive round.
Yeah.
But MIBR don't necessarily have a ton of cash going into this next one.
Well, that was their force buy. They had a couple of Galils, some Tech-9s. Yeah, sure, you get the bomb down, but it'll be another partial going forward here. Paravision really starting to stretch their legs out on the CT side, looking comfortable. Yeah, even in that 2 versus 1, it didn't feel like for a moment they were going to lose it. And this is the pick of MIBR. You are just joining us as well. The Group B upper bracket semi-final winner technically advances to the playoffs. So goes to the group final on Friday, where they'll play for the semis or the quarterfinals. But the headline is win this series and you're in the playoffs here at CAC. For now, though, as we mentioned, partial bye. Couple of upgraded weapons, most notably Venom Zera's AK-47. Deagles otherwise, and well, speaking of AK, that's been removed pretty quickly, and Sani will pick it up, see what he can make of it.
Oh, the flashes down there wrecked them completely. Nota gets a double jam. We'll pick up Klim. So far the hero AK. I like the attempt, but it hasn't really worked out for them. Venom Zera and Klim are getting some kills, but Insani is yet to be fully activated, but I rate him very highly as a rifler. I think most people do, to be honest. So let's see if they can get him thrown into the mix.
Let's have a look, shall we? Not impossible to win in 1-on-4. Very unlikely, sure, but if anyone was going to do it on MIBR, it could be Insani. Thing is, Paravision are giving nothing. Oh, I say that. They do offer himself up towards Connector, but well-positioned and no real threat of losing the round. 3 players survive. This will be the first tactical timeout, I would imagine. And as of MIBR, I'm calling that now. You've lost 4 in a row. You've got money again. You're bringing out a UMP on the T side of Mirage? Question mark?
I guess that's
let's get rid of that.
Okay.
I was going to say, let's get rid of that. That's not really a thing. CT side, sure. T side, I don't know. So yeah, galil for Venom Zero instead, thinks better of it. And no timeout. So we are getting into it. Another compromise gun around here from MIBR with the galil in the mix. Everything else looking pretty good though.
It's interesting though. I agree with you. Like 4 in a row, you've got the timeouts for it, and you do need a couple of more rounds here. This is your own map pick, so yeah, they're on the T side, but still, so far it's been the pistol and a round, and that's it. You want to be able to pick up something more. Jame, for once, opening in this position. Now, this is very rare with the AWP for Jame. If you look at how much time he spends positionally, a lot of it is going to be ticket booth, a lot of it is going to be window, much less over on this B bomb side. But it does afford them the ability to switch up and throw Cello over towards the other side. So that could be in itself kind of a bit of an advantage. Let's see how this plays out for them.
A split looking likely. Bomb here on the back of Klim, setting up the standard util. Molotov for the steps. Going to try and get players in towards that connected position. It's Venom Zero to open things up. Insani starting to show some form here. Can they break the streak? Can they find Zello on the bomb side? They absolutely can. It would take something magnificent now from Zwei to save this round. 3 versus 2, and the big man himself, James, still alive. Bomb only just going down here. You'll definitely give this one a look, Anders. Looks very good for MIBR, but you want to make sure it's as expensive as possible. They've got tons of money on the CT side, so we'll see whether they want to actually give this one a look in. Zwei certainly seems to think so.
Oh, the crosshair position was perfect for him, wasn't it? And now Brenno's revealed his position up in the palace. James knows it. He's got the AWP. I think he made a bit of a jump. Yeah, he's pretending to fall back down. Brenno, is he going to be pre-aiming the low position? He was looking the wrong way, Brenno, but he still picked up the kill. I'm sure that he was peeking the lower part of that sandwich.
Yeah.
Listening to the audio there. Oh, that's such a close round, and fair play to Shui. He did a very, very good job showing up towards the jungle there. And he's supposed to be playing the B bomb side early on. He's only there because James is opening on the other side. And that might have caught MIBR off guard. Like, that's why he gets this double kill.
Zwei, excellent work. And it looked like James did everything he could. The fake drop down, bait successful. And he had the crosser in the correct position. Just uncharacteristic miss there from James. He played it to perfection. You think he's hitting that shot all day long, but doesn't work out. And it will be MIBR breaking the streak of 4 rounds in a row for Paravision. And like I said earlier, tons of money. Actually, not as much as I thought. There's been a couple of close rounds, I suppose. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus. So they have to make do with a J-Morp, sure. What else have we got to work with here? An M4 for Belchenok. He's on 11-4 right now. Zillow will have the M4 as well, just juggling some weapons around here. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. 5-7 for Nota. Zwei, what have you got, my friend? Something on the ground? Or your USP?
Oh, it's a P250.
P250, no armor. He's got the Sanji roll this time.
I'm so glad you brought it up, yes. For the boomers who remember. Oh, where is Sanji these days? Round number 8. You're right. They had less money than I expected, too.
Yeah, I assumed it was just getting out of control, like winning 4 rounds in a row, but apparently not. They do have the J-Morp, though. Sometimes that's enough.
Less confidence, maybe, after missing that last kill. That was...
Yeah, that's a bit rough.
Thought he had that one for sure.
When you play it, like, to perfection and then miss the sit-up, no worse of a feeling, but we're going to the B-bomb side, it would seem, in this particular round, number 8. We are going to see an MP7 in the hands of LNZ. Galil for Venom Zero. Smoke down towards window. B split as mentioned. Got to decide now. You play in front of that smoke. You got to go together. Can't be half in, half out. They are segregated by the incendiary. First kill comes in favor of Paravision. Is starting to look like a bit of a nightmare, Anders. Belchenok, easy kill there towards shore. 3 versus 2. LNZ will pull one back.
They had a 3-man stack. They had the boost inside of the bomb site, and they had Zwei, who was... He was boosted, like he was jumping for that. He was trying to bait them in with all the jumping.
I mean, you had so much time on the clock, and as I said, you see that smoke come down.
Yeah.
Someone needs to decide, are we going through this or not? And it was unlucky. You got segregated, like I said, by the incendiary, but like you can't just send one player out and then go one by one after that. You either have to just go through and run through the fire yourselves and try and trade it out. Playing it like this, as they did, 1 by 1. Sure, it was well played by Paravision. Good setup there, but I feel like once that smoke goes down, You had 50 seconds. You could have called it off. You could have waited until you could have gone in together and not be such a scramble. But it will be Paravision pulling one back.
That cello position is insane as well because it's so hard to flash him because he's looking through the triangle, you know, in the actual structure of the bomb site. It's so insanely hard to flash someone who's there. So love everything about it. Now we've got a secondary op for Sway, and we've actually seen this before. He can get this job done. So suddenly Paravision, from having very nearly no money, bouncing right back now. They've got the AK and the double AWP. And, oh, did the gun block him? Okay, cello, I think he knows, but it looked like the gun model was actually stopping him from spotting out Klim there on the other side. Still, it's 4 versus 5, and yeah, he's going to go check. All right, he did see it. It's all good. Jame is covering the ramp, and I think suddenly Paravision are looking, honestly, better than I was expecting. I thought the CT side was going to be worse. You said you had a lot of confidence in them potentially, Henry, as the potentially the favorite team here. So this is looking good for them right now.
I think looking at the teams in attendance, Anders, like, I think it's a no-brainer to say that Falcons should be aiming to win this one. Like, they got to the grand final last week. They didn't get a map, unfortunately, there, but still, this playing field, like, sure, you've got some heavy hitters. You've got MOUZ, you've got Pain, you've got TYLOO, Legacy, some bigger names in there. MongolZ are in there, of course. You got Liquid. Like,
I don't know why you mentioned that.
Just for historical significance, I suppose. But yeah, Paravision and Falcons, I think those are two teams that I'd like to see in the grand final. I think that would be pretty epic for me. But as if Paravision could turn up, so far so good.
Better again. I've got the recency bias of watching them there in Astana, and I really wasn't impressed for the most part. So, but
they've shaved their heads now.
They've shaved their heads.
So presumably that means this is a new look, new attitude, a new era of Paravision.
I mean, it's not the first time we've heard about the bald buff.
True.
We've had chewing gum in the past has been a thing. Like,
yeah.
When you're desperate enough, you'll look for anything.
Shave your head, chew gum.
Whatever, really, like little teddy bears or...
Yeah, get a teddy bear.
Rocks, potentially, on the desk.
Yeah,
there's a lot of ways.
True. Does Karrigan still do that?
I think so.
I haven't seen them for a while.
Surely
we'll have to check it out later.
Somebody investigate. We're in the 10th round. Money's back on MIBR, but honestly, their time to put some rounds on the board here for the first half, it's kind of fading at the moment. We'll see if they can pick up another one. This is their map pick. Jame is just barely getting out of there, but Nota steps up and picks off LNC. Over the smoke in the middle, Insani in the window, takes down Nota, and he catches Jame on the first kill. That looks so awkward. What?
Oh my god.
Venom Zero with a straight up wallbang. Cello with no chance to fight back. Like I said, he's a champion at anchoring this A-bomb site, Cello, but he's kind of got wrecked in this one. And nothing to fight for here. What a wild round.
Loving that. Insani with 2 brutal kills there, helping themselves towards the A-bomb site. It comes down to raw individual skill. MIBR seem to have that in buckets and spades in this particular round. They'll find all 5 players of Paravision and get themselves back on the scoreboard. Here we go, 6 and 4 with 4 players surviving as well, just what the doctor ordered for the Brazilian squad. And they'll recover one of those orbs as well. But it looks like Paravision are sticking to that double orb program here. Zwei and Jame working in tandem with the sniper rifles. They still have a little bit of residual cash. Jame with 3,200, and we'll see whether round number 11 will get them back to their winning ways. MIBR showing some signs of life here, still keeping their head above water.
Feels like sometimes the double orb is more efficient when it's a complete surprise to the other side.
Sure.
Maybe it still is. Maybe I don't realize that the money is there for it, but yeah. It does allow them to rotate quicker towards middle and A-bomb site as long as they leave Sway over there. Incendiary going up, and yeah, some counter utility coming out as well from the CT side. The bomb is leaning over towards that A side, so it could just be a split up through connector as well.
Could be. Could be indeed. Zello will be patrolling towards the palace. He's been pretty decent in this position so far. 6 and 9, a lot of deaths, but he's had some impact. Always seems to find one. As we get ready for the A bomb site smokes coming through, Jame will join them from CT spawn here. Going to be smoking off the palace themselves. Smoke down towards window.
Oh, he's going to be setting up the blind smoke. Oh, it doesn't matter. He read that so well, Cello.
Holy.
Got to be careful, though. He's still very low on health, and so is LNC on the other side. He goes down. Breno will find him. Nota trying to catch LNC in that corner. Thought he had the opportunity to spray him down. As James catches Insani, it's now down to a 3 versus 2. Belchenok, he's quick, but he couldn't get back behind the stairs. Breno catches him. A missed opportunity for Sway in CT spawn, and Breno just knocking them out left and right. 3 kills in this round. MIBR find a 5th round. I think it's a huge relief for them. It was looking grim. And at one point there, they lost 4 in a row to begin with.
Yeah. And at this point as well, we go into the final round of the first half. We talked about that double orb setup in the previous. Their money is actually pretty non-existent here. James, as we mentioned, had some residual cash. He's got 4,200. But you're bringing out SMGs here, pistols, maybe a scout. That's where we're at. So MIBR should be able to tie things up to close out the first half of their map pick of Mirage. Definitely a slow start. Wasn't looking great, but they say bomb site has yielded them a few rounds. It was a tactical time out there to discuss their options as we see what Paravision are bringing to the table here. Only 1 rifle purchase so far. That's for James. No one else spending the cash just yet. You're assuming MP9s and 5.7s here, really. 5.7 for Nota and Zello. MP9 for Belchenok. And Zway with the pistol as well. So, you can see all that excess utility from MIBR and Spawn. You can leave a flashbang, recover it in the mid-round. Have they left an AWP there in Spawn as well? I think they have.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've got the extra cash for it. You might as well.
This might be they might just do a straight A execution or a full-on fake here and then use the AWP and go back towards B.
The funniest possible outcome is if someone on the CT side finds that AWP.
I know. That was my next point. I was like, whatever you do, just keep track of the AWP. You don't have to overcook this one.
Okay, well, full-on executes. MP9 not close, but the flashbangs are so good. And Breno's going to keep it going. Another 2 kills. Look at the flashes coming over. The first 3 kills heavily assisted by so much fire in the sky. And it's going to be Sway alone in a 1 versus 5 with just a pistol. So nothing really worth talking about here. Just very efficient for the execute. The AWP didn't...
Not needed. Yep, not even a factor. Especially getting entries like that. Breno and VenomZera sinking their fangs into that A site. No problem, no rebuttal. Should be the clean sweep here. This is just a formality now, but it is going to be Clem with a nice shot to close things down. Ladies and gentlemen, we go 6-6. We have got a game on our hands here. Have a look at that replay. It was Breno cracking things open here. Great flashbangs as well. You can see Clem getting all those assists here. So that's a beautiful execution, Anders. Some fortunate shots through the smoke, I'll say that, but still, very well done. Great timings. Up against close-range weaponry as well with those 5.7s and MP9s, and they barely made a dent.
So they win the pistol round and the second round, and they go on to lose 4 rounds in a row, and it looks pretty grim, but then they make a reasonable comeback here. 6-6, suddenly it's looking more doable.
I mean, it's pretty good. If you lose the pistol, I don't know, that feels like they are back. They're the ones with the morale going into the next half with that convincing number 12 as well there. It's going to be Paravision feeling a little bit frustrated. We'll see whether they can bounce back on their T side now, but MIBR certainly turning up. We can have a look at the little scoreboard here, Anders. We've got VenomZera at the top of 14 and 9. Klim with 10 kills as well. At the very top, though, for Paravision is Belchenok, 13 and 8. And then everyone else hovering between 8 and 6. James, Nota, Zello, and Zway. It's a great team effort so far from Paravision, but VenomZera has been stepping up and going above and beyond from MIBR. So he will need some backup here. Very important CT half for them. We're going to see the Julies for Clem. It's got Kevlar and a smoke to go with him as well. And early smokes going down from the T side, Anders. We've got smokes down towards window and connector. So a beat split looks like it could be on the cards here.
That's very interesting. It's a lot of utility for a pistol round here on the T side. Also, that means no kit because of the dualies, which is a kind of a surprise pick. Belchenok's hearing the flash in and hearing the footsteps as well. If they wanted to go B, they could do it right now because that's a lot of information. 4 people, though, on the defense here for MIBR, and it feels like Paravision are waiting. They've called a complete freeze on the map, and they're waiting to see if the CTs are going to be more aggressive, and they will be. But it's LNC to find the first kill in the second half here, taking down Cello. So 4 versus 4, as they do get him killed right afterwards. Still got a minute on the clock, and they're moving their way up. Palace position Oh, well, bottom of the ramp, I think, for Belchinok, so he could join in here. But let's see what Venom Sira could do. Oh, he's missing with the USP. Once you miss the first 3, you're in a lot of trouble here. Breno trying to get the job done. What a headshot. Jame gets cut down, and suddenly this round is looking more difficult. Again, I thought they had it at least for the bomb plant, but Insani sneaking on in. The bomb is being planted. Nota taking a big risk as nobody was covering. A third headshot for Breno as he's pretty much locked at this round down. Nota, the last man standing. Breno, quad headshots to get this for MIBR.
Well, as you mentioned though, Anders, the bomb does get planted. So sure, impressive round from Breno especially. Don't take anything away from him, but the all-important round, number 2 coming up next, you know they're going to be buying up. Whether it be Tech9s or Galil's, I would say it's probably going to be Tech9s here considering who we've got on the server, but yeah, you've let them get the bomb down and you cannot be celebrating too early. If you lose this next round, it's actually worse than losing the pistol itself. So let's see whether they can hold on. The job's not done yet.
He kind of came out of nowhere in the Brazilian scene, and I remember at the beginning it was kind of a meme because nobody knew how to pronounce his name. We call him Breno.
People are saying BRNNZ.
BRNNZ. Very hard to pronounce. So Breno is our shorthand.
I think I made that executive decision. I just said to Elder Casters, I was like, no, we're just calling it Breno. That's his first name. That's what we're doing.
You are a leader of men sometimes. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Said to all the other commentators, we're just doing Breno. Okay?
Let's make life easy every once in a while.
You want to have some crazy name, that's fine, but don't expect us to try and say it.
Yeah. But he's been playing very well. I feel like his career is maybe not a sort of like a rocket incline, but I feel like he's steadily proving himself to be a really reliable player, which is kind of cool. More of that. We're in the second round here, the second up. Still map number 1. And with MIBR winning that pistol, even with the bomb plant here, if they can set them, if they can win the next couple of rounds, I think they, against their map pick, they're looking good.
They're coming out swinging. You can see they've got no MP9s on the CT side. Nice. They want to play with the firepower here. Going for rifles across the board. Sure, some concessions with utility, but it's knowing there's a buy coming out here. They want to go toe-to-toe with these rifles. There's a couple of Galils in the mix here, and it's going to be a B finish. Problem is, you've got, what, a couple of smokes, which, fair enough, is enough, but you've been smoked off yourself in towards the apartments. That is the brutal smoke to deal with now. 20 seconds, you're going to have to just sit back, which Paravision are more than fine to do. Let's be honest. This is no problem for them. But what have we got left? 1 smoke and a flash, so you're going to be smoking towards the kitchen or towards shore, hoping you can find a pick.
I'm glad you bring it up because you said this at the very start. They don't mind playing late in the round. So this is where their strength sometimes is. It is going to be very late indeed. Sub 20 seconds now, and it's already off to a good start. 3 for MOUZ kills. Celo's got 1, but that kill had to come right away. Not when the rest of the team is practically dead. They've got no health left at all. Even a bomb plant, I don't think it's going to be possible. Fantastic defense. And that's, you know, you discussed this idea about, you know, do you buy the SMGs or you upgrade to the FAMAS or M4? Yeah. The FAMAS really did great work in this round, so it was worth it.
Absolutely. It gives you that range. You can make Paravision commit to bomb sites before they actually have any idea what they're up against, and it will be 2 in a row for MIBR. That's the all-important victory right there. Denying the plant there as well means we have pretty much full eco coming to round number 15. I don't think you can justify any Kevlar here. Jame has the AWP. He's the one who does get the Kevlar, which is a little bit baffling, but that's fine. He gets a Tech-9. Deagles otherwise. We have his way on the Glock. Bomb down at T-spawn, just going to try and work some picks if possible. MIBR need to present some discipline here. You want to keep everyone alive. Let them come to you. Same idea as the previous round. No one needs to overcommit. No one needs to be hunting for these eco kills. Keep it clean. Keep the money strong. Because you know, with Paravision on the server, you might think you have them in a prime position, but they're one of the most difficult teams in the entire game of CS to put away.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be underestimating them. Even if this is a bit of an away map for them, don't give them the chance to really get back here. Belchinok's been playing very well, but they still have a lot more firepower in that Paravision lineup that they haven't really managed to activate fully yet. And now they're on the T side as well, so when they get to the AKs, I expect to see some really cool entries coming out from the side as well. Celo is trying to sneak his way past, but not nearly as sneaky as he thought he was. Kind of gets caught in the B apartments. Or I believe the Bartmans.
The Bartmans, yeah.
Tried to popularize it.
It's true. We can try and bring that back in this event. There's always some sort of rummy joke going on here, but for now, just going to be Belchinok hoping to get a plant, and I'm afraid it's not looking good. He would need a crazy 1D here and then plant the bomb, but LNZ is technically alone. There is some backup coming in. There's the 1D, Anders. doesn't go for the quick plant. It was available to him. He should be ran down now here. Bit of a shame he doesn't get the plant, but still, he's not to know there's multiple players around him. I would have gone for the plant, but their money should be fine either way. The problem is I don't think they can afford the AWP because James, as I mentioned, a questionable decision to get Tech9 and Kevlar, considering the AWPA. That's cost him his AWP in this round.
And I think that's a worthwhile discussion, though. Sometimes when you delay the AWP, you just don't get it at all in the second half.
Especially in CS2 MR12.
Yeah.
Especially when he's kind of like the backbone of the squad, his AWP. See whether it's going to affect things, though. It's definitely a capable rifler. Just an interesting note, I suppose, as we get into first real gun round here on the T side for Paravision. Going to be running a default smoke down towards window. Oh, nice bit of aggression here from Breno. Gets good information early that no one's controlling that A ramp.
And again, Insani's playing that window, and when he's not there, he's going to be switching to either top con or straight connector. So that's where you're going to find him a majority of the time. He doesn't really stray that far away from either window or jungle or connector. Like, he just runs around this little part of the map, which is not that uncommon for players who are playing the center of the map. But again, like I said, he's very strong here. So let's see if Paravision can find a way to break him. Klim also playing very close in the connector, so Breno finding himself somewhat more alone. He's jiggling that corner with an incendiary in hand, so if anything happens, he's hoping to be able to drop that, run away, and just everything will be fine. 50 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be some kind of Palace involvement here. They've already got the bomb up there. Let's see if Paravision can do this.
It's very tense right now. Time ticking away, bombing towards a Palace indeed. A split looking very likely, but as usual, time is of the essence. 35 seconds here. Molotov to unsure. Going to try and get that connect control. Nota, tip of the spear on this one. Flashbang's no good. Klim will be waiting for them. It's Zello to crack things open towards A, but they've got Breno to deal with. A strong position. Finds the AK-47. 20 seconds remaining now. Belchinor keeps the round alive. 3 versus 2.
Yeah, now they know he's on the Palace. Oh, there's a wallbang coming down there. Sway the one to pick up Breno. That's impressive. 13 seconds on the clock. Sway will find one more. He's reduced to 19 health, and now LNC sneaking out, trying to stop the bomb plant.
Run away!
All he has to do is run, and the round is going to be theirs. MIBR. What a sneaky way to win it there for Swedish LNC.
Wow. Well played, LNZ. A scary moment there. Feels like your teammates are dropping like flies. The time is running low. He finds the all-important kill, though, denies the plant, and then just has to get the hell out of there. Knife out, leap around those corners. Guarantees the round and double digits here as MIBR keep themselves in a prime position. Now, bear in mind, Sway will get no extra money from that one, Anders. So he'll stick around $900, so it means he can't drop. And the loss bonus will be accumulating, but once again, no plan there. So this looks to be, is this tactical timeout? I guess it is, yeah. Didn't see Dastan talking all too much, but Paravision, oh, there we go. Now we go.
It's going to say he's letting his eyes do the talking most of the time.
True. Working out who's going to shave their head next if they lose this map.
The Dastan death stare is legendary at this point. You get some of those still shots where he's looking at somebody. It's great.
This looks a little uninspired right now. I'll say that. Like, we're doing the same old thing of running the clock down, not really getting a ton of map control, and then scrambling out of the choke points. It's not looking...
Yeah.
That's promising right now for Paravision, especially with the finances the way they are. They are going to be buying into this one again. Standard smokes down towards window, top of middle. Bomb down in T-spawn for now. Breno, we saw this maneuver before. Gets the intel that no one's close up, parked up towards that A ramp. Then we'll play the pixel. Last time he was doing it with the incendiary, now he's going to do it with the smoke. Playing for that intel. And we're going to recover the bomb courtesy of James here. He's currently 8 and 11. He'll be operating with the Tech9 this round. Smoke towards window.
Honestly, though, for this kind of a setup, if Breno is going to be this much alone on the ramp, if they smoke off the jungle and the stairs behind Breno, then his teammates kind of have to come through, right? They have to run through the smoke to help him.
Here we go, then, Anders. Another A play here. Hopefully with a bit more time left on the clock.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. It does seem like they are going to be executing this a lot faster. It's going to be a very, very similar idea. Remember, last time Klim got the opening kill in the connector.
Here we go.
He's there with the AWP, but they knock out Breno. Klim still picks up Sway, and that's good. But the mid position is still there. Nota is still lurking around in there, so there is another chance, but he's been found and traded out. That's a huge trade for MIBR. Now they can focus on just the bomb site. They don't have to worry about getting shot at the back any longer. Belgianok already taking a bit of damage here. Yeah, that's scary. 35 seconds. Even though they were quicker this time, they still have to worry about it. Smoke being blown open, and Jamie couldn't catch Insani. He's just hiding behind, and now here comes the swing back instead. Insani, he peeks in and takes the fight to James. No fear at all. And Belgianok, unfortunately, like you pointed out, he's already low from earlier.
Yeah, that's why I say significant damage. If he had 100 HP, you might be believing at this point, but just nothing to do, nothing to say. Again, no bomb planted Anders. We are going to see this perfect run of form, 11-6. They have yet to give up a CT-sided round here on MIBR's CT side. And now, what do? We've got maximum loss bonus, but again, no plan. Do we just keep buying? Do we just keep going partial buy, and just hope for the best? I guess it's an idea. They purchased a P90 there for a second.
I saw that. I was excited.
So you're going to get to 12-6, and it feels like you haven't really got going here on the T side at all. It's been quite flat. No real tense situations, or it felt like the round could have fallen apart from every yard. It's been quite comfortable.
No P90. Oh, serotonin was in my brain for a moment there.
Now you just got nothing but cortisol.
I know. Back to the cortisol again. Can't help it. Maybe not as much, though, as Paravision are experiencing.
No, I think you're probably right there. But, and at the end of the day, this is their opponent's map pick.
That's true. Yes.
I guess it's fine. Ancient coming up next. It's just the way the second half has gone down. They haven't really had a look in. Need a bit of a miracle. Opens up with a bit of a disaster, I'm afraid. It's going to be Zillow going down. Brenner will find him, no problem. And what are we going to do next? Just back towards A. Couple of smokes, no flashes, and hope for the best, I suppose. There's not really much you can do with this.
Honestly, if I'm comparing this to Astana, the fact that Belgianok and Sway have both been playing better than they did in that tournament, I still think it is a good look. It just is a bit disappointing to see them pick up no T rounds yet. Be nice if they get just a couple on board just to prove something here, but I do take your point. It is the opponent's map pick, so I'm not going to get too desperate here. Insani started to get activated. They haven't had too much use for him yet. Okay, Breno's going to go down on top of the ticket booth.
Here we go.
Yes.
And this is interested.
There could be something. The Tech-9's there. They still have some health left if they get the bomb planted. Oh, that's a free kill. Venom Zero not realizing his helmet was showing through. Insani does get one, and he's working on more, but he's going to get shot down. In fact, now it's just Belgianok. Could have been a chance there. If he finds LNC early on, you never know.
You never know.
Shout out to Klim. He's 18-8 right now with the AWP, so doing good work.
Doing God's work. Excellent. And that's going to be a potential clean sweep here. We are yet to drop a single round on the MIBR side here in the second half. Kind of nuts, really, considering that we have Paravision and James, Dastan, these tactical masterminds. T-side of Mirage, you'd think we'd get a bit more output than this with the young talent they have, but it's all being quite slow, kind of lacking map control, scrambling into bomb sites with 20 seconds to go, and it's looking not really up for it. I would say, like, let's just run some default. Let's get some map control here. Let's just have some fights. Allow the young guns to actually get a fight going. Here we go. A chance, finally, looking for some early duels, but doesn't work out. Breno's been making that maneuver at the start of every round. He's been happy to do it. Comes out on top, and it looks like this could be a straight-up conversion in the second half. Not going to drop a single round here. Got a 5-on-4. It's another difficult buy for Paravision, even the maximum loss bonus. A couple of concessions with grenades. James low, and CTs remain very active, hunting for information. Now, when they're taking that player down towards the A ramp, they're going to try and inquire about the setup here. The bomb's down at T-spawn, Anders. Yes. So we've got Breno, who's going to spot that bomb in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good
Hello.
catch.
There it is.
I'm glad you caught that, Henry. That's kind of devastating.
Information doesn't get better than that, let me tell you.
He's saying it as well. He knows there's going to be someone on the ramp.
Oh, he made a step. Made a footstep. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
I think he knew. I think he understood there's such a good chance here. Unfortunately, this round is super cooked for Paravision.
It's so done. You might as well just type GG now. Like, you can't win this round. Like, what are you going to do?
Vote to surrender if you could.
What are you going to do, guys?
There's no way out. I think they know what it's
James, a great in-game leader, but this one is done. The referee should be calling this one now. He says that.
No.
As they find a couple of kills.
25 seconds. They have to go back and pick up. Unless
you don't know who you're dealing with, Anders.
Unless MIBR fight them in in T-spawn. If they do that, sure, they can win. But otherwise, it's so far away.
There's no way to even plan, right?
He's running with the knife out.
There's no way to even plan.
He must know that. Yeah, that's the whole point, I think.
Okay.
What a way to finish. Nota's running out of time here, and MIBR will pick up the opening map. It's their own map pick here on Mirage, but it's a 13-6 and exactly 0 rounds on the T side for Paravision.
That's really disappointing, isn't it? We would have liked to have seen a lot more from that. It was 6-6 in the first half before MIBR waking up after losing a ton of rounds early on. It looked like Belchenok was just absolutely slamming them those first 6 rounds. But yeah, very disappointing from Paravision in general. And boys, what do you make of that one? Paravision, 0 rounds in the second half.
What do we make of it? I mean, I can only speak for myself, but MIBR have come to play. That is a very strong first map win against Paravision. Striker, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, ZTR is making a cameo, 0-T rounds for Paravision. I'll just say this, the best teams Paravision have beat on Mirage in the last couple of events have been 1 wildcard, 2nd Fisher College. So that's 2 NA teams, and otherwise they've been struggling on this map. So yeah, a little bit of a punish pick from MIBR side, and obviously worked out.
Blair, let's get your initial reactions as well.
I just want to say, that was Paravision who were up 6-3 in the first half, 6-3, and they couldn't get a single round after that. So 10 in a row for MIBR. Look, I felt like MIBR in the first half, they made a few fumbles. Some of the post plans, I think they could have played better. But that A-bomb side, they struck it. They struck the A-bombs at time and time again. It's 6-6. This thing is competitive. And then, man, Paravision, that T side. That final round, I feel like encapsulated how rough it was. Just completely lost. You know, there was no chance in hell for them to win that. James running with a knife out as well with 10 seconds on the clock. Not much you can really break down, and I do wish we had a Dastan cam. I would love to see a Dastan cam, if you ask me, Paula.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll put that through the chain and see if production can sort it out. Until then, though.
I mean, look at this round from Breno, though. That was kind of the turning.
Bera
Enizan striker. All right,
we had this talk in the green room. I know.
Just because some people can't pronounce the name.
Yeah,
but I also heard like all the way at the beginning that it was like completely different than that, and then just people picked it up. So I just refuse to be this part of this conversation.
So
okay?
Scoreboard up on screen now. Yeah, we can see Breno Bera Enizan had an amazing match. Belchenok fragged out for Paravision, and in fact, let's stay on board with him quickly because Henry mentioned his name. It sort of ties into one of your initial points that you were alluding to, Blair, which was that things started off very well for Paravision, and then it all just went downhill. Are there any other deeper reasons for that other than it just not being a favorable map for the team?
I think overall, it's just a symptom they've had so far. Even for Belchenok, a lot of the kills he got on the CD side was him kind of individually popping up by himself. It was not like his teammates flashing for him or just working in tandem as a unit. He was just having a pretty good heater of a start at CT side. The T side, it was just so flat, bro. Just look at it. They got a bomb down a couple of times. The pistol round comes to mind. They got a bomb down, still not able to really convert it. And then running out of time. Final round as well, running out of time. Classic JMCS right there. But overall, to kind of put it in a very simple manner, it just felt like MIBR were the better team, which is crazy to think because initially when this team came together, the kicker got removed, LNZ came in, and I was like, this is Furia from Temu, right? Like it's not really going to click. It's not really going to click, right? It's not going to click. It doesn't make sense. Furia, they kind of bottle lightning, so to speak. It's not going to happen here, but it's worked out. Even in Bucharest last month, you could see how clean the comms are. Even the execs, they're working so well in tandem together. It wasn't just an Insani show or Klim popping off with the AWP.
Yeah.
And you look at it, and I'm expecting Paravision to have a better, overall cohesion in the way they're approaching it. It wasn't there in this map. And sure, Paul, you can say it's a map thing, but having seen them in Astana as well, I feel like there is a deep rot setting into the team. The pressure of expectations, the more they're losing, the more the players, they're not able to quite shoulder that pressure setting in, not just from outside, but also internally as well. So for Paravision, they need to turn this around because coming up is a major. And considering the start they had at the beginning of the year, it's going to be abysmal if they struggle like this come Cologne.
Yeah, and I think we saw kind of some of the same issues that we saw before where, they're looking into to get a little bit more consistency out of Nota and Ziela, right? Because it's not necessarily going to come out of Belchenok, who obviously we saw pop off in this game, but he's the anchor. He's kind of more the X-Factor player than anything else. He's not your consistent star, right? But it's those two guys who kind of struggle to put up the numbers, right? From around connector, from around short, or, well, Ziela plays the anchor and sometimes as well. And he just wasn't having a good moments there. It was through Belchenok having a couple couple of those big multi-kills in A. You know, a lot of those times, that T side probably could have even gone a little bit better for MIBR, if anything, because it was that one round, you know, that kind of turned the course of the game at the beginning from Belchinok that, you know, helped them get the economy up, and for MIBR to struggle to break it. So it really could have even gone worse for Paravision here.
Great points, gentlemen. I love the expression you used, deep rot, was it?
Yeah, there's a deep rot setting in, yeah.
Maybe a scarlet rot?
All right. Hey, magic reference.
Oh.
Okay, no.
Any Dark Souls players out there?
No.
No.
Sorry.
Chat, if you're a Dark Souls player, let us know. Striker, I wanted to pick your brain a bit about something, which was the trajectory that MIBR have had since Bucharest. Blair sort of mentioned, what are your thoughts on where MIB have been at and where they're at right now?
Well, the thing is, we haven't even seen them since Bucharest. So what the trajectory is, they've basically been they've been in the lab. I mean, I know HLTV spoke to Insani. I said we. I mean, I know I'm not here necessarily representing, but it's hard for me to separate myself from that. And he was talking about having a big boot camp leading up to this, because right after this is obviously the major, and so this is the time that they've had to put in some work into their map pool, because they haven't necessarily been able to so much in the past, because they had local event after local event, then they had Bucharest, but since then they've had the month's time of time off. So I am just curious to see how much further they've gotten since that time, because I think as much as there were some flashes from MIBR at the event last month in Bucharest, there were also some gaps, and it was clear that this team is still struggling with some of those communication parts where, you know, they were even talking about Venom Zero not necessarily having his English up yet, and he's coming up to terms with that new reality, right, where he has to speak English in a team for the first time. And this is actually where MIBR have the best chance to show a good result, you know, from here to the major after this time.
And you also got to bear in mind, like, for a lot of the teams coming in here, I think we have 4 teams flying in from Astana, right? You got MOUZ, MongolZ, and these boys. And then from Atlanta, we have around 7 teams coming in. The remaining teams are the likes of your NIP, Lynn Vision, TYLOO, showed they play a lot of local land. So MIBR on paper should kind of have a little bit of ring rust, but clearly they're looking super sharp right now. They've been putting in the work. They come in kind of refreshed, no travel lag, none of that coming in. They're showing it in the server as well. Yeah, so super impressive. I just like the small micro plays they work together as well. Again, considering that the majority of at least the Brazilian side have never really played an English speaking or an international squad, the fact that they're able to kind of gel together so quickly, I think a lot of credit has to go the way of LNZ and Letny as well at the helm. It's been an experiment where I'm looking at the
huge pickup, Linus, outside the box thinking as well by the organization.
Yeah, very outside the box, right? And I won't lie, I was an unbeliever initially when this came together. And this is happening at a time where from South America, you have the likes of a 9Z punching, you know, quite above their weight class. You have Legacy are looking very strong. They look really good in Atlanta as well. And of course, Furia being furious. So it's really cool to see this resurgence from the Brazilian teams again. But this time it seems like it's more consistent. It's not just like a one-off pop-off event and it kind of disappear, right? So credit where it's due, man. MIBR have been looking pretty solid so far.
Gentlemen, let's look ahead now to map number 2, Ancient, Paravision's pick. It is an advantageous map for them. I don't think it would be incorrect, though, to say that MIBR have a chance here, at least based on the last 3 months, Striker?
They just have MIBR, thanks to playing so many of these local tournaments. They actually have a really deep map book, playbook, because they just play every map like pretty much consistently. They will always be up to play anything. I do think that they are going to struggle a bit with the Paravision style, because I think Ancient is probably the map where the Jame identity comes through the most, because he is very happy to just stay in T-spawn and just let sides play and see what happens. Like, he will stay in T-spawn with the bomb and just wait for information to come in through, and then see what happens from there. You know,
he's like the Black Widow, just feeling it out. You know, the strings as it approaches. And no, I agree with you. I feel I still wouldn't count out Paravision. Obviously, one of the hardest teams to put away historically in a 2-0 fashion, right? And even recently, even if you look at the results, where it has been kind of rough, they've lost 3 out of the last 4 maps played. But I'm looking at it. Sure, they got 1 win against Fisher College. I'm not really going to be reading too much into that. They lost to MongolZ, an Ancient specialist team. They lost to 9Z, who, again, they look phenomenal.
They look great
recently. And against G2, where Ancient is one of those, you know, strong maps, so to speak. It was a close affair, but they got the dub, they lost, in a very unfortunate fashion, I guess you can say, in overtime. So it's not like they have completely crapped the bed when it comes to Ancient overall. There's no dust to Ancient coming in. I still believe they should be able to take us to map number 3 here, Paula.
Yeah, I just think that...
Striker, Blair, please go ahead with any final thoughts and where this best of 3 is going. Striker, starting with you.
Yeah, I just think that that Ancient and Dust 2 have been the consistent pieces of the map pool on Paravision side. It was more the Mirage Inferno where they start to struggle, and then the rest of the map they basically don't play. So as much as their map pool is weak, Ancient is the one that they can rely on, at least to some degree.
No, I agree. I think this one should go to map number 3. And as you pointed out, I think stylistically, they're going to be starting on the T side over here. It's somewhere where James really does enjoy to work with. And also, I feel like at Mirage, they were just so ultra passive, right? And the CD side, I expect a little bit more mobility coming out from the extremity pieces. They're not going to make things as easy. Map 3 should be on the cards here.
All right, gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for your thoughts. All right, everybody, up next, it's map 2 Ancient between MIBR and Paravision. It's Paravision's pick. Will they be able to bounce back? Do not go anywhere. We'll find out after this short break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CAC 2026, live and direct from Shanghai. We're in Bucharest, Anders. How you doing so far?
I'm doing great, Henry. I'm here with you watching Counter-Strike. It didn't really get much better than that.
It's true.
I'm enjoying it.
It's been a minute, but it's been a good game so far. We have had MOUZ. It's MIBR taking on Paravision. A pretty convincing victory from the Brazilian organization on that first map, not dropping a single round in their second half. But we do move on to Ancient, though, and that's where things could change quite dramatically here. Paravision, one of the most difficult teams ever in all of Counter-Strike to put away 2-0 Anders. So I feel like they've got something left in the tank, and it's going to be an uphill battle for MIBR to close this one out.
You know what? I think Striker brought up a good point on the desk as well about how difficult Jame can be on this T side. It's where they do the majority of the work on this map. They win more rounds on the T side, and he does do this thing where you never really know where the attack's going to happen. They could be anywhere at any moment. So very frustrating, very hard to be up against. I do think MIBR have their work cut out for them, but it is also a map that they play, so it's not like it's a completely done deal. But I will say, if Sway and especially Beltranot can keep playing the way that they were, it's still a pretty good template for the rest of Paravision to kind of follow up on. But we'll see. Insani on the T side of this map is pretty damn strong as well. So don't underestimate him.
I'm not going to.
Nice.
I have no plans to do so.
Mostly speaking to the audience at home.
Okay,
but,
fair enough.
I feel like you, if anybody, Henry, you are a Noah. You recognize those people early on.
Well, let's see whether MIBR. I was impressed with what they brought to the table. I will say, though, there's those same old frustrating signs from Paravision, like when they get into their T side, running that clock down, no real map control, scrambling into bomb sites. That's the Paravision you don't really love to see. There was a lot of questionable decisions with the economy as well. It felt like Jame couldn't really get the AWP out at all. It just felt like they were playing on the back foot constantly.
I suppose if you're on the T side and you're running the clock down that low, but as a result, the CTs don't know you're coming, so there's only one person defending. Like, if that was the outcome, at least we'd be more excited. But that wasn't really happening on Mirage. It seemed like every time MIBR knew, here we go, we're into the second map. It is going to be Paravision, starting on the T side, MIBR on the CT side, as we're leading in map number 2 here. All important right now. You are going to go to the playoffs here right away if you can win this series.
It's a very good point, and it will be an A execution to kick things off here. All 5 players on this side of the map's way to provide the smoke towards CT spawn and towards Donut. He can flash over as well.
Look at the read.
Here we go.
MIBR, no. Well, they have a good idea.
Actually, onto something there. The first smoke is deployed. Second as well. You're seeing that util come through. Nice flashbang. Bruno trying to get away.
Barely gets caught there. That's dangerous. But Insani, they're already in this donut position, and they've got Flame here. What a setup.
Damn.
3 people at the A bomb site early on. It's a position that normally has exactly 0 people at the start of the round. Sway is in deep trouble here. 4 people on the other side. He's got 4 bullets left. It's not doable. Good work with the dualies, and yeah, they had that call out of spawn MIBR. They felt like this could be an early A attack.
Kind of crazy, the counter there. 3 players in the A bomb site, full execution from Paravision. They don't find a plant once again. Barely find any kills, 2 in total, but Insani, great work with these dualies, did a ton of damage on the first, then finds Nota as well. Clem there with a covering fire with that USP, finds 2 headshots, 5 on 2. As mentioned, no plants, but a couple of kills there. This way, at least. Kept the round competitive, sure, but with no plant, it's going to be another full eco and another A attack here. Is there any utility to speak of? I don't think so. We have a P250, no Kevlar, and just going to be trying to find a bomb plant if possible.
Tell you this, Henry.
Oh, yeah?
We might not even get a chance to say anything. And Sani's already got the kills. Yeah, we'll save it for after the round here. It does get taken down, and I think that's the only goal of the round. Get that bomb planted right now. It's not going to get better by waiting. They're just going to show up with more and more players trying to jiggle for it here. Nota goes down. The bomb is planted. So that's what they wanted.
That was the objective.
Good job, I suppose. But I did want to say 33% of the time, opening here for MIBR is going to be 3 mid and 2B and 0A.
Okay, so interesting.
Yeah, so like and that's true for a lot of teams, by the way.
Yeah.
So I guess for Paravision, it makes some sense to try and test this early on, see what happens.
Well, Ancient's all about conditioning your opposition. If you can find that control towards middle convincingly with 3 CT players there, then you can start mixing things up and bolstering the B bomb site, maybe having the AWP go towards A occasionally as well. So yeah, I'll be interested to see how that thread develops as we get into round number 3 here. It's going to be AKs across the board. Paravision, as you said, on Mirage. T-side economy was a bit of an issue. Laying down some early smokes here, one towards the red room and one towards the outside of the K position as well. CTs for now, though. Just one player committed towards middle. We have got 2 more with him behind the smokes. He'll come join him as well. That's Bruno backing up Insani. Are they going in towards A once again?
Yeah.
Looks to be the case, huh?
And they did have that 3-mid opening, so already you're going to find out there's really nobody here. But they're starting to rotate in very quick. Counter smokes are coming out as well. That middle of the bomb site, that's very interesting. I wonder how they're going to react to that Paravision. They still have cello on the other side of the map. He's testing the B ramp at the moment, but that might be for a late lurk instead. He's actually running up there, and to his surprise, there are still 2 people waiting. I don't think MIBR know that this is genuinely an A attack. I think they still think it's going to be B.
Well, still winnable for Paravision, believe it or not, especially with that kill from Belchnok there. With all the space they've got on the map. The bomb's not planted yet, but CT's starting to lock them in. It's going to be defensive plant. CT's allowing it to go down. 4-on-3 in favor of MIBR. Kits available on this retake. 2 players coming in from Donut, 2 from Spawn. Next kill could decide the outcome of this round.
Yeah, they got smokes and kits as well. You're absolutely right. Insani finds 2 to begin the retake. A third one, a quad kill in total as he made that retake look so easy. I actually thought for a minute that was winnable there for Paravision too.
Well, no dice, I'm afraid. It is going to be 3-0. They've got the loss bonus accumulating and a bomb plant this time. This might be tactical timeout territory. You could buy this one with Galil's. At a couple of AKs, I think you're more likely to go with the Tech 9s here. Maybe a hero AK in the mix, but MIBR dominating them right now. They had an open A bomb side there, and that little lurking towards B does nothing for them, so they lose a player over towards the B side of the map. Then the denial of the plant through the smoke, courtesy of Insani as well. 5-on-3, and this felt like the round was already over.
When they killed Cello on the B bomb side, they actually rotated a third player onto B. Like, they were so short.
So his fake did technically work.
His fake worked really well. It just wasn't enough. Noter in the middle. I actually think I rate him pretty good for entering into the middle on this map. I think he can do some real good work.
Well, it's Insani that gets the best of him, I'm afraid. It's going to be a 5-on-4. Significant damage to him, at least. 3 HP. But what have we got to work with? As mentioned, they've gone for the partial buy here with the hero AK. And aforementioned AK cracks things open in towards B. Getting uncomfortable now. Some utility being deployed. This is the best chance they've had in some time, Anders. Good flashbang to give them control of the bomb site.
But the fact that they're stealing their own AKs back here on the T side is kind of massive. Bomb being planted now. There is still great utility for the after plant, but that incendiary...
Oh, they missed an incendiary.
Massively fails.
What?
They threw it straight in. He's supposed to jump. It's a failed jump, but that looks so funny. And they could use that grenade later on. Belchuk. Another headshot, and it's going to be Venom Seer going down. Klim trying to hold on to the round, just barely, but they're low on health. And Sway, he has all the advantage right now. Klim needs the cleanest headshot of all times, and he's not going to get it either. Sway with a double, and Paravision getting around they had no business getting into.
Well, there we have it. The Tech 9s, the AKs, a nice simple approach there. Cracking things open, finding that opening kill, and a missed incendiary. I don't think that's the reason they lost the round there, but it certainly makes things a bit more chaotic on the comms. Here's the opening kill we were talking about. Belchnok finding LNZ and just get himself a second there towards Breno as well, and then Zwei to close things out in the 2v1.
I do actually wonder if that incendiary would have landed on Belchnok's position behind the pillar.
Potentially. It definitely would have been a different round. I'm not sure if they win the round off it, but certainly doesn't help that you throw the incendiary at your own feet.
But Belchnok is still doing work. Again, this is one of the things last time in the start they were really lacking, but really early on, having a bit of an impact. Let's see if they could get 1 or 2 rounds here where Nota finds the opening kill in middle. Even if he dies, even if he's converted immediately afterwards, you're going to take that. Klim's picked up the AWP, and he was amazing on the opening map. So let's see if he could put it to work here and shut down Paravision, who once again are testing that A bomb site early. And we did warn you, we're going to see a lot of these kind of openings. 3 mid. Well, this time 3 at the B bomb side, I think. Did they stack it over there, boosting all the way in the back? Yeah, that's what they're doing. But nobody on the A bomb side, which is really the key point. We're back to the same template from earlier.
All 5 members here for Paravision trying to break through the initial choke point, and they've done so admirably. Great control here. Bomb to be planted, no problem. Now, to even give this one a look, and even the CT side, you've kind of sacrificed everything here. You haven't found a kill through the smoke. The bomb goes down. Your money's quite fragile. It might be crazy to even suggest it, Anders, but unless you get an early pick here toward that temple, I don't think you have much of a chance of winning it. Love to be proven wrong here. And let's see what they can do. Incendiary's coming in.
I don't think it's a bad idea what you're suggesting here, because you can already tell it's going to cost him quite a bit here. Insani, he's got a great scoreline at 10-2, and he will find the kill on Belchenok.
Holy!
Going, how has he done that? VenomZero finds one more, and they made that retake
That's crazy.
Incredibly easy.
I don't have words for that one. You got a 5-on-3. They got the defuse in? Yeah, it's fine.
They do.
Okay, after all that, if you lose a round, holy. Dude, you got a 5-on-5? I can't tell you how Paravision only find 2 kills on the retake.
I don't know. And you could tell from the defuse, if they lived even a short while longer, that's their round anyway.
What kind of setup have they got where people are going down like that? It didn't seem like there was some crazy flashbang setup there. It was just Insani pushing for a smoke and temple, getting a double kill, and the whole round fell apart. I was speculating, do you consider the save here?
I think I honestly, obviously looks silly now because they did it so well, but I was of the same mindset. And that's the maddest part, is that Insani had to push through the smoke to even find the first kill, and just made it look easy. All the grenades in the middle.
A big disaster there for Paravision. A 5-on-3, essentially, like...
yeah.
And it all comes crashing down.
You find a free bomb site.
Yeah.
CTs don't get any kills. Like you pointed out, sometimes you'll get a kill before the bomb's planted through the smoke. Yeah. None of that happened.
Crazy work. Oh, well. Slow start. The only round Paravision have picked up so far has been with the Tech-9's Hero AK. But that's exactly what they've got right now, but it's Nota with the rifle on 0-5.
Historically, they do the best work on the T side, Paravision, which is another reason why this is a problem.
It's looking very likely to be 5-1. I can't believe that MIBR convert that previous round, or the Paravision give it up, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah, well, Insani is on something else. He's 12-3 right now.
Well, there's another one. Make it 13.
Keep it going. Add to the board. We did call him out early on Mirage for being very good, but again, this map he's definitely also strong on. VenomZero, easy couple of cleanup kills here. LNC, no one's able to check him, so no chance at even getting into the round.
Oh dear. Not a single kill here by looks of things. This is Way with the Tech-9. It will be VenomZero to close things out.
The whole reason we were having the discussion about saving in the previous round because the economy was so low on MIBR, but now they have a perfect round.
Well, that's what they needed. They are looking very comfortable now. Paravision, anything but. They're finding all the space, though. They keep going to that A bomb site and getting it for free, essentially. And then unable to convert the advantage and the space they find. And fair enough, though, they do have a full buy here. One concession for Zway. He'll go with the Galil. We have got the AWP for Jame. Bare bones in utility, but we'll have a look what we're going to be deploying early on here. Lots of HEs being exchanged. Insani opening things up once again. Belchenok will answer back, though, but an opening 4-on-4. Damage inflicted towards Zello as well, but he'll be holding towards that B lane position. But speaking of which, LNZ is on the prowl and pushing down the B ramp. Timing could be disgusting here, and indeed it is.
Okay, at least they don't let him get away, but still very annoying, isn't it? Oh, Nota's had a brutal first half. He's been thrown into the middle to fight every round, flashed in by his teammates, and he just hadn't been able to find that opening kill. So he's 0-7, but it's because he's playing a really unforgiving position on the map, to be fair to him. Sway wanted a fight there. Gotta be very, very careful. Bomb is leaning back towards A, and that's a result of Belchenok taking over this donut position. But then again, if VenomZero can walk past here, then who's really flanking who at this stage? I'm not sure. Belchenok's wondering, how have I cleared all the way into donut without finding anyone?
Oh, he doesn't commit to the backstab.
And he himself could get shot in the back by Sway, who's now coming back to spawn.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here, Anders. So they've got an open A bomb site once again. Oh. It all comes down to this kill. VenomZero seems to be very aware of this now. He's got the footstep sound cue. Got to find that advantage at least. 3-on-2. But again, Paravision have had so much time to establish themselves in the A bomb site. You've got the AWP on Jame as well, but no further utility on this T side. It comes down to raw mechanical ability. Jame and Belchenok to try and get their second round on the board here.
Oh, they must. They absolutely must here. But a nice incendiary. What a setup. VenomZero just alley-ooping himself. James tagged through the box. He's all the way down to 11. It's a great flick to begin with here, but he can't find the next one, and it was called out. They knew Klim, he's going to be able to find him, and they all have kits, so should be absolutely fine for the defuse. It will be MIBR to pick up another one, and I've got to be honest, I think if Sway doesn't run through T-spawn, which I don't think he had to do at all, then there's a very good chance VenomZero turns around, goes to help out the bomb site, and gets shot in the back. So the footsteps there, I think, making a big difference.
Another convincing finish here. Getting the information that Jame had been tagged. Pistols are drawn out, and we go 6-1 here. Bomb planted, but money in the bin once again. Got to pick up the pace here. I don't think they can afford to go slowly. And yeah, here we go. This execution looks like it's going straight towards A. You keep leaving A open. No one's ever there, so let's just run in there and hope for the best. And yeah, A rush, why not?
This happened in Astana as well, where they kept going to one bomb site all the time, and it tell you what, Henry, didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
It did not work out. This time it's through the smoke. Disastrous.
It was looking so promising there for about 5 seconds.
Well, that is
still something to play with, though. They've got the bomb down, but how much damage is Insani doing? Where's this coming from?
He's everywhere.
Was that main?
Another triple. He's up to 17.
Holy shit, what was that?
I don't know.
They're all alive, but they're still they've got to set up, get the crossfires enabled, get some smokes down. Insani just comes in and does like 400 damage out of nowhere.
You gotta wonder at some point if you're sort of getting fooled by the fact that you keep getting the bomb down, which gives you the illusion that you're kind of close to winning the round, you know? But you're really not because the takes are so good.
7-1, just to note, Brazilian players on the server. I'd love to see that.
Still a meme.
Still an old meme, but a good one, I find.
Yes.
Always a good one. Put it in the chat if you enjoy that as well.
Yeah, there are so many numbers we have to avoid these days.
Dude,
keep adding more and
just
more.
a note as well, 4 AK-47s, the AWP, the Royal Flush.
Yes.
On the CT side, it's pretty wild. And that's an opening kill you thought they were going to pick up there. Klim narrowly misses out on the opening advantage. And you can see they're throwing caution to the wind now, Paravision. Just calling out a spawn. No more default Sanders. 5-man attacks. Let's get some rounds on the boards here. Decent space once again, but you've got to get past Venom Zera, which they cannot so far.
Well, he's been lights out as well on the CT side. Comes back with the damage. And very nearly takes down Jame on top of it.
Look how low they are.
It's going to be dead. They are very low on health. You're absolutely right. Overkill with the AWP. As Klim will find a double. And
this is cooked.
This is really cooked at the moment.
Like, they've just, this is the point where, like I said, you're just calling strats out of spawn now. Nothing's working. They called the fast A rush in the previous round. This wasn't a B rush necessarily, but it was a B execution. But no real pressure applied there. Venom Zera, I'm not sure if they were supposed to Molotov him. There was a Molotov near him, for sure.
Yeah.
But it definitely wasn't ruffling his feathers. He gets a double kill, 2.5 kills, really. And nowhere near winning this round.
When we talked at the beginning of the broadcast about the kind of mistakes that Paravision need to iron out, I think something like a Molotov on Venom Zera is one of those things where you say, well, that has to land. That's got to push him out of that corner every time.
Yeah, he looked way too comfortable, and I'm assuming the fact they weren't checking that area, the game plan is that position's Molotoved.
I think you're right.
We heard one near him, but the fact that he got a double kill and 80 damage on a follow-up player as well, that just can't happen.
And because Klim missed the opening shot,
yeah, it's true.
They had a window, like there was a chance.
You knew 2 players at the back there. Yeah, kind of crazy. Jane might go down after time here, boys.
He will. They're behind him as well. Everyone showing up. It's 2 for 1. They're still kind of close. You got to run him down shortly. There we go.
Oh, it goes from bad to worse. He has $100 now. They can drop him like a P250. This might not even be worth it. Keep on the Glock. Oh dear, that's like the worst possible outcome there.
Yeah. Even the Molotov in front wouldn't even have, if he'd played the further up corner, wouldn't even have pushed him out. So either way, like no smokes, not good enough Molotovs, a lot of things to complain about.
Do you just have to eco here, considering James' financial situation?
Probably, yeah. This is just a devastating.
Will he ever financially recover from this one?
It doesn't feel like it, does it?
Oh, boys, this is I was told of the analyst Dessa, the T side. Ancient, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a lot of rounds here. They've had all the space. They've had the bomb sites. They've made the right calls. They just can't hit their shots when it really matters. That's what it's come down to for me. Like, their post-plan crossfires and the angles they're holding seem too aggressive. And then they spiraled, lost too many rounds.
Yeah.
Doing these out-of-spawn calls. And again, finding some space. But, yeah, it feels like they've kind of got nothing left in the tank. With Jame going down after time, he's full eco. They do drop him a P250. They are partially buying into this. Quite a heavy investment considering where they're at. Some upgraded pistols, some Kevlar. And we have got a hero AK. Bear in mind, the only round they picked up so far was a partial buy with the AK. So,
yeah.
But it's in the hands of Nota again, who's having a stinker, 1-9.
He's had such a hard time. And again, it's because they're playing those 3 mid openings so much. At this time,
Insani's stats must be off the charts right now. Let me go check in his ADR.
He is out of control with an 18-4 scoreline. LNC walking down the bottom of the ramp is going to find Belchenok. And the fact that it is Belchenok suggests that there's more of the team here. It's only if you find Cello alone, he's going to be lurking if they're doing something else. So, yeah, important kill to be nameplating early on here. Insani finds more. He just keeps adding to it. Sway going to get tested, and he'll get brought down. It's another multi-kill. 20-4 for Insani.
Unreal. Penultimate round here. Feels like the game's already done, I'm afraid. They've just got nothing left. They haven't turned up for this second map. They didn't get a single round in the second half of Mirage. And it doesn't really feel like they've got a single round here on Ancient. Sure, they've got one, I'm aware of that. But it was like a partial by victory. They've got a couple of nice shots. They didn't have to work too hard for it.
It's good. Really good, though, for MIBR. Like,
I mean, sure. Don't take anything away from them. Like, the way Insani's playing right now, like, I'm not sure anyone could stop him. Like, he's getting opening kills every single round, it feels like. He's currently 6-0 in opening duels.
That's what you want to see. That's really wonderful here. When MIBR, they walk straight into the shots, almost getting another one on James there. The headshot lineup was good for it, but he has slowed them down.
Here comes the danger man.
Yeah, he's in the smoke waiting for them. Is he going to get flashed his way through? No, he just peeks it straight up. And Klim is there to avenge him. One of the few rounds where Insani doesn't get a multi-kill. And it has left James locked in the bomb site. He doesn't even have the bomb with him either.
Again, they're throwing caution to the wind. 3 players run at the B ramp, hope for the best. Got sprayed down, no real pressure applied, wasn't blind, wasn't smoked off, no Molotov. They were just trying to take aim duels. Lost 2.5 kills again. Insani with the backstab.
In another kind of world, Henry, where they make some of those early A rounds work, they could force the CT side to be at A earlier.
Conditioning them, like we talked about before, right?
And then that would make it easier for Nota to fight middle. Like there's sort of something there.
I'm guessing we're calling another rush out of spawn here.
Why not?
Everything else has just gone terribly wrong for them, but 5 players towards the A side of the map. Nota lurking towards middle. 2-11 now. So to be fair, got a kill in the previous round.
They've thrown the flashes over, but Nota didn't peek. Now they're walking through after the fact. That seems so risky.
Good space, though. They've got 4 players out towards middle. If they are going for that A split, this is actually looking quite promising. It's going to be a lot of pressure for Breno here. He's going to get some backup coming in from Insani. And that could be a scary Prosper here. Breno, we need multiple kills.
Breno's had one of the most boring first halves ever. Insani ready for another multi. They line up, but it's only going to be the one. The MP7 outdoes him, and Breno can't make it work. Belchenok, who's been the
Gotta win this, boys.
Almost anything they've been able to do in the first half here. Shot goes over, and Belchenok nearly dies, but Klim can't find him, and one hell of a grenade in return that lands on the last 3 players of MIBR. Another one on Venom Sierra. It should be a second round, which is really far from good enough here for Paravision, but it's got to start somewhere. Lurking through the middle is Belchenok. He's low on health, so he just wants to be having some kind of an impact towards the red room. And the rest of them, they should be able to hold it. They've had a terrible job of these after plants so far, but this one is in the bag. Sway with the double. Belchenok gets a double as well, and it is a second round for Paravision.
2 will do. I think someone said that before. It's going to have to do this time. Paravision, very weak opening half here. Insani, very strong, 21 kills, 5 deaths here, hovering around 200 ADR as he goes into the second half here. Brutal. As Paravision, they don't seem like they're up for it. Tactically, looking out of their depth in terms of the 1v1 duels, no one can hold a candle to Insani right now. And some desperate calls towards the end. Lots of A rushes, lots of B ramp creeps. And sure, it worked out towards the end. The A bomb site finally got that space once more. This time, a pretty decent crossfire setup to actually get the second round on the board. But getting there a lot more where that came from to stand a chance here, Anders.
You always need one friend on a team who's going to say 2's all, 10's all they get,
Yeah.
Someone has to be the optimist. Hopefully.
2's all we get, boys.
2's all we get. We're not going to get anything more. I guarantee it. We're done.
2 is all we get.
Oh, man. What a first half.
Hey, the thing is, though, if you lose this pistol, MIBR, and it starts getting out of hand, and you know it's Paravision, and you start thinking to yourself, imagine if we actually lost this, though. Imagine if we actually lost it. Like, after Insani's just dropped 20 kills in the first half, 22 kills in the first half. Imagine if we actually lost it, guys.
Well, let's check in with that thought if it goes down that route.
They're going for the full A execution. We've got double flashes, double smokes, Molotov for either post-plant or for defaults.
Yeah. Now, The one mistake I think they can make here, Paravision, defensively, is if they fight way too much in that donut position. It's fine to take a peek in, but if you fight to the death here, it could be a bit of an issue. James backtracking and still landing the headshots. That looked like an impossible shot there. Belchinok, he is going to fight to the death. And I feel like that could be very risky, but they've got the man lead only for a second. Back into a 3v3 now. Oh, wait a minute. They find Venom Zero, and now the bomb, how they even planted at this stage. LNC's walking through donut, and Klim's on the other side. They could go B. They could actually
They could. With a minute on the clock, they could. But will they, Anders? That is the question. LNZ trying to find a gap, an opening, sowing the seeds of doubt into the minds of Paravision right now, trying to force that rotation. You can see them thinking about it now. Should we place a player over towards middle, B? Yeah, they've lost track of the situation now, so going to be hunting for a bit of intel. Bomb will still be towards A main on the back of Klim, hoping the CTs play themselves here.
Which they could.
Oh, they are going towards B, Anders.
They started to rotate in. Yeah, they feel like, okay, we might be walking up right behind them in their minds. They're imagining someone's in this cave, someone's down at the B ramp. Absolutely nobody is here. They do not have a kit either.
Oh, this could be an absolute meltdown.
Surely now you find the Glock, you've got to go for that bomb.
Go for the bomb, yeah. Let's get it down quick.
Okay, well, they're coming back from the other side, so it's not that disastrous for Paravision. They're not a million miles away here. Great shot from Sway.
Got to win this now.
Oh, yeah. Klim alone against the world, looking for an ace clutch in the pistol round, no less. Gonna get the first headshot there, looking very accurate at the moment. Trying to reposition, he knows where they're coming from.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, reload is in, but this is still winnable for him. Smoke's gonna go up, but again, no kit, so it's not gonna be a defuse here. They try to hunt him down, an awkward jump. My God, I thought they'd thrown it away. But James will save it, finds the third kill in that round.
Oh, it's not comfortable, but he does get the defuse in. It's going to be close, Anders, but he has got it. There we go. Wasn't a clean round, wasn't pretty, certainly uncomfortable towards the end. A 5-on-3 comes down to a 1v1 where James will come out on top there. It all started there. Nice couple of headshots, you get that kill. The duel is coming to play, so that's a 5-on-3 moment there. They did pull things back with the Glock, but resetting the round as James, that felt like there was nothing to do, nothing to say, but they have granted a bomb plant here. James didn't look like there was any chance of him losing it towards the end, but they are going to be force spying in the second round. 10-3, MIBR will have an AK and a Galil, 3 pistols to work with here. Very important round for Paravision. Loses one, call it GG, there's no chance. James got an AWP, just to note as well.
That's what I was saying about the second round AWP.
Which normally ends in disaster.
I think that's
throughout the history of Counter-Strike, no one likes the second round AWP. It seems cursed.
Cello going down. It's a very nice kill for LNC. The bomb.
How low they are.
Yeah, they are very low.
Notice should be able to do something with this. Oh dear.
Practically stabbed him with the Galil.
Bayonet play.
Only James with the AWP now, who's got any real health. You almost got to wonder if you could throw this AWP over the Sway and let James play with the rifle instead. Yeah, there we go.
No kit either, right?
They don't have a kit. I don't think there's one inside of the site either, so this is very tricky. LNC and Insani could do some real work in this one. Helmet on Insani as well. So we'll see if he can find a way to have an impact against the FAMAS here. And the bomb's ticking away. This is already
really needs to start defusing now.
Here. There's Insani with the headshot. 23rd kill, doing some good damage. But you know what? LNC still goes down. They can't make it. Unfortunately, there's no kit to be found anywhere. So technically, sure, they get the kills, but they still lose the round.
Oh, they were so low. They couldn't commit towards the bomb site and the retake until everyone was there. They do manage to save the FAMAS and the AWP, so it's not a complete disaster, but it's certainly not good news. You go down to bottom of the barrel loss bonus here now. You do save a couple of weapons, but it's 11-3. MIBR bouncing back. They'll have the AKs, 2 Galils in the mix here as well. You've got to buy if you're Paravision. Last chance saloon here. Round number 15, J-Morb, pistols, and FAMASes.
They had 0 rounds in the second half of Mirage, and then they come into this map and just get annihilated on the first half as well. Quite a few rounds all of a sudden where, or a lot of time where they just don't even know what it's like to win a round.
James is at the A-bomb side though with the AWP. It's the perfect play. Defensive position, the flashbang will catch him though. Is he going to be able to get one? Nope, big miss, huge miss.
Surely you can't even miss, like there's so many people on the other side.
Crazy how he doesn't get one there. It's unlucky.
You'd love to see the slow-mo replay of that one. Nota is going to end up going down and the bomb is planted. And once again, there's not going to be a defuse kit. I think it's already a save call. I don't think you can really do anything about this. So MIBR are going to go up to 12. Just one connection there could have made a huge difference.
You're right, though, because he had 4 players in front of him, 4 bodies, and he was blind, to be fair, but you think, oh, he's going to hit at least one.
Yeah. Like, you'd have to try not to connect with someone on the other side there.
And you're right. As soon as he misses those first 2 shots, the round is over. They don't have the firepower to come back through the smokes, and you can see the hunt, as you might expect, is coming through. It's Insani finding his 24th kill here. James, you've got to be very careful. Not worth it. Oh, he's going to flush him out. He can force his fight. It's a perfect Molotov, Anders, and a perfect shot. Well played by James.
Says something about how confident Insani is. Just wants to go for it no matter what. Not the kind of second map that I was expecting. Although I did say I think MIBR are going to be a bit stronger than people expect. I only say that because I've been underestimating them for a minute. But that victory against Legacy kind of opened up my mind a little bit and said, you know what, they're actually...
Opened up your third eye?
That's exactly right.
All right.
We all need that sometimes.
LNZ aggressive out towards middle, gets his boots burnt though, down to 68. This round could do it. Paravision looking down the barrel of a 13-3 deficit, 2-0 defeat here at CAC. This series was to decide who's going to the playoffs first. Paravision never really showed up to this series, to be honest with you. Lots of damage inflicted, though. They have the advantage here for now. Flashbang towards Donut. Doesn't quite catch James. He's in a position. Big miss in the previous round. Can he make up for it here? Apparently not, but he had a chance to get out of there. I don't know why he stuck around, but it's going to be LNZ to find him. Opening kill. The orb's removed. Zillow will be dropping this smoke. Defensive one in towards the K position. Belchanok answering back. That's Insani. The danger man dealt with.
Going to be grouping up towards the bottom of the B ramp. 55 seconds. Sway just wants to get out. Throws down the smoke, but I don't think they're going to respect it. Yes, indeed. They're going to run right through. And a good enough shot from Sway will take that kill. 45 seconds, and there is a man coming in from middle. But Nota, you've got to be careful here. If you attack too early and die, then they're going to slip out and go back to the B bomb site. So, or the A bomb site, rather. I think Nota's doing a fine job at just holding them.
Yeah. He should be able to confirm this round for them. With either backstab or just catching them as they drop down from heaven. 25 seconds. Looks like they're committing in towards B. Here's the jump up, as mentioned. A round-winning maneuver. And that should be enough to do it. We've got 2 players in towards K, 15 seconds. So it looks like Paravision are going to keep their head above water for now. We said this would be the play that decides the outcome of the round. It certainly seems to be the case here. LNZ in the clutch. Can't even really go over the plan. He'll just be swung on by Zello. So he might get the bomb down, but no chance of winning it. And there we have it. Paravision still in this one for now, Anders.
Just need another 8 rounds after this.
That's all.
It's been done before.
It's been done many times before.
Not the easiest job in the world, but...
someone's got to do it.
Someone has to. And they have a bunch of players that just haven't been activated. Like, Nota and Cello have practically not participated in this map at all.
True.
James Belchanok playing fairly well. Sway started to get there, so it's not impossible that if some of those players wake up, that we could have a different look Paravision, to be honest.
Well, let's see. That was a compromised round with FAMASes and difficult situations there. Opening picks going in favor of MIBR. James going down towards a donut. You thought that would spell disaster, but they managed to keep it going. Deagle only for LNZ. The exchange of utility towards middle. No one giving away too much just yet, though. It's going to be a bit of an A lean here from the T side. Venom Zero just showing presence towards the B lanes. Big opening kill. Completely blind is Nota. Venom Zero trying to answer back here. Many players in front of him. Can he find their headshots? He can't, but Belchanok can. All the meanwhile, they're helping themselves towards the A-bomb site. So it's all a bit of a ruse. Deep smoke towards Donut. Trying to gain some control towards CT spawn is Breno.
Almost looked like that smoke was too deep. It might have actually
nice shot.
That is a very fine kill indeed. Sway the one to go down. 3 versus 3. And Paravision thought, okay, we got the opening in the middle here thanks to Nota. That should be enough to win the round, but maybe not. Klim will take down Cello. Belchanok goes next. As LNC, you mentioned it, that one deagle at the start. And he's found the headshot. Nota's going to be dropped. It's 13-4. MIBR with a 2-0 victory over Paravision. Very impressive.
I mean, it was impressive. They played well today, especially in Sani, but I'm still very disappointed from that lackluster showing from Paravision. It felt like they just didn't really show up to the server in this series at any point. Like, the first half of MOUZ was pretty good. We went 6-6 there. We think, okay, it's not their map pick. They're not dominating MIBR. They should be winning this, but not getting a single round in that second half. The T-sides today have looked pretty woeful. We talked about the scrambling on Mirage, and now it looked like they were just out of ideas here on Ancient. So there we have it. It is going to be MIBR, the first team through to the playoffs.
Big congratulations to MIBR. Big commiserations to Paravision. Just two really tough maps for them. Striker, let's start with you. What went wrong on Ancient for Paravision?
Yeah, I expected a lot more of a deeper playbook on Ancients, to be honest. We were talking about how Jame likes to play this map and likes to call on this map and very late and all these things, likes to wait it out and wait for all the information. It was none of that, really. We only saw one of those rounds when they ended up in like that 3v3. Otherwise, it was very spawn calling, like very early A executes, early B executes, or early B rushes, where they just constantly get kind of stuck behind smokes, where they get spammed down, they can't even get the bomb down. Just very, very difficult T-side from start to beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the first round they did win was kind of like this half buy. Yeah, this is the round, right? Just push on in. Belchanok pulls off, you know, the nice opening kills, where it went easy 1v2. And maybe that's when they're like, you know what? Maybe this is the solution to our problems. Just go for this fast pace. But then, man, these retakes from MIBR, they were really, really excellent. But also Paravision, what are you doing, guys? 5v5, bomb down, barely able to get a single kill. And I think
it started with the 3v5, really. That was the one that started it all off.
Exactly. But here's the thing, right? Even if they did manage to convert a couple of those rounds, it felt like MIBR all over. Like, and Sani was having just a hell of a game, right? They're completely just knocking him out of the server. But also overall for Paravision, guys, like, you're not fragging at all. Like, I think Nota is just Zalo ended that game with 13 ADR, that map. In total, Paula, across 2 maps, 2 T-side rounds won. I mean, I don't know what's happening in Paravision at this point. Like, it feels like at some point the crumble has to stop you know, after like 3-4 events where we're struggling back to back. But it seems like it's a never-ending free fall at the moment.
Blair, I would assume that Paravision don't necessarily know what's going on as well. Yeah, multiple rough events now, and yeah, definitely off to now not an optimal start here. Of course, they won that first best of one. And yeah, I'd imagine there's a lot. That's one of the reasons why we see a lot of frustration coming from their public-facing coach in Dustan, is because it's probably quite hard to fix whatever's happening and that perhaps they don't know. With that said, we've got the scoreboard up on screen. You mentioned Insani. He went absolutely huge. Let's turn our attention back to MIBR. So yeah, we know Insani went off. Blair, you mentioned those retakes, but overall, Striker, I think they're just playing very well as a team, and I think at this point we can say a very strong improvement over Bucharest. It seems like the cohesion, making sure angles are swung together, etc. All these fundamentals are being covered.
I just want to point out that real quickly, the amount of kills.
This is really good.
The amount of kills they're getting from Donut is actually ridiculous.
But it was also like how many of them were through smokes, you know, where they got smoked off and they just get the opening kill on the planter, or at least they get some damage off. But what was more impressive to me was that there was never an overstep in those positions. You know, they never ended up in situations where like one side was smoked and the other one was peeking or anything like that. They always waited for each other to be ready, for the retake, for the flashes to come in from CT spawn, for the Donut guys to react off of the information. It just felt like Paravision never really had an opening even to get some of those kills back when the early exchanges went the other way.
It's also like so confusing. A couple of rounds come to mind where Paravision, they have Donut smoked off, they have like close CD cleared off, and then they go for the default plan. And inside is just gonna line up a free spray kill on the bomb planter as well. So yes, mistakes were being made by Paravision quite a number of times on the T-side, Paula, but you can't deny it. They were getting punished. Insani, hell of a game from him. Even Venom Zero to be a bomb set, multi-kills after multi-kills. And this is not against just pistols, by the way, talking about like rifles coming out. So it's kind of like a tale of a rough, just a dismal T-side from Paravision, but then a very solid, I wouldn't say reactive, but just like textbook CT side from the side of well, I can't call it Brazilian line, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Still Brazilian core, you know.
Yeah.
Usually the thing is that Paravision do rely on their T sides. It's usually the CT sides where they struggle a little bit more, but this time it was exactly the opposite thing, which is definitely concerning for me, because usually it's exactly Jame that you can rely on to make the right calls at all times. This felt very shallow from that perspective compared to the usual game that we see from Jame calling. Obviously, obviously some of it was just down to, okay, you were planting in the wrong place, or they were always getting spammed through the smokes. But some of it was also some missed utility, as we saw on the B-bomb side, or no utility in like the second Venom's era, like multi-kill from
ramp,
behind.
Right?
Towards ramp, towards the end of the game. They ended up winning that round, I think, in the end. But still, it just definitely gaps in the T sides that we haven't necessarily seen before in Paravision.
It just feels like they're regressing, and that's so shocking to see considering the start they had. You used the word shallow this strike. I just want to touch upon that. Where do we leave? I mean, where does this leave Paravision when it comes to the map pool? So you take out Dust 2. This is supposed to be second better map, so to speak, right? Now, just the way we saw them in Ancient. Now, where do you really go from here? Because the map pool seems non-existent right now. If you don't take away Dust 2, it's like there's no map where they go up against a middling opposition, so to speak, and you're like, yo, Paravision should have this one in the bag. It's looking grim. I know they got that opening win against Liquid early on. Again, Flashy playing in as a stand-in as well. But this is the worst I've seen with Paravision across this entire season.
But it was also like a Liquid game where they realistically could have been in a position to lose if Jane doesn't come up with a big performance. So
and
really,
Liege didn't have a miserable game.
Definitely some interesting and important points here. I think that's an interesting comparison to make, at least with regards to the tournament here. You know, Jane going big in that first matchup against Liquid arguably wins them the thing. They come into this first best of 3 against MIBR, and there just seems to be a lack of real team play, some mistakes here and there, and they don't come out on top. Blair, you also mentioned questions of map pool, etc. But guys, I wanted to pick your brains with regards to what can Paravision do? What's most important for them to turn their fates around? Blair, starting with you.
I feel it's just confidence at this point, right? Like, for example, on the T side in Ancient, like you say, they like playing a slow, methodical T side, but when the aggression's coming from the CT side, it's like, firstly, they don't seem to be ready for it, just not winning the duels, they're not even swinging out and taking the fights, and they're just getting punished, which is why they went for these, calls straight out of spawn. It's like the defaulting's not working out right now. I feel they need to get at least one comfortable, confident win against a reasonable team. I feel that's the injection of confidence they need, because right now it's just been loss after loss after loss. Even to win a close win against Liquid playing with a stand-in situation and all of that, the confidence seems to be in the bin, in the gutter at the moment.
It's just so odd as well, right? Compared to the start of their year or tournaments, let's say, before Bucharest, there's been such a shift.
Yeah, for sure. It's been kind of confusing, really, from the beginning of the year. They were obviously very up and down, and they were always publicly facing, at least Jane was, and just kind of managing expectations, right? Like, this is still a new team, this is still new guys that aren't necessarily used to playing at this level, but by now we're 5 months into the year, and they obviously already played the major before that. Then they bring in Zwei, and the expectations rise a little bit, and especially after the runs they had at the beginning of the year, their own expectations probably rise a little bit, but the players are still a bit stagnant, and that's why we see so much frustration from Dustan, right? That there is no improvement from the likes of Ziel or from the likes of Nota, or he was even looking towards Belchanok if he could become like the star anchor for the team, to be able to be more, bring a little bit more of that stability, So I do think it just comes from the individuals, whether it is down to the pressure that they're under, there's going to be pressure if you're at this level of competition, regardless on your spot on the team, and so I don't think that it's necessarily fair to just blame Dustan for all this, because it is also about the players delivering on their spots.
Blair, when we spoke to James in an interview at Bucharest, I'm unsure if it went out. I think it did. If go and search it on the PGL channel if you're interested. It
was here on the couch. That's the one you're talking about?
No,
the one with James.
When I spoke to
James. Okay,
when I spoke to James at Buca, we had him in the interview set up on Media Day. One thing he mentioned is that and I don't want to misquote here, but the gist of it was he was hoping that the newer additions or the younger players can eventually function without his micromanagement. Do you think that is something that's going on, or do you think the problems lie deeper?
I feel like I think it really ties into what Dastan said as well, right? You can have the best laid plans, you might have the right protocols in place, you might micromanage as much as you can, but when the players are just messing up basic fundamentals, the best laid plan just falls apart. And I'm just looking at the T side, for example, at how, for example, the trading, there's no trading at all. Like, no one's taking the impetus, and James can't be like, all right, he died, why are you going in for the trade? This is something you ought to do by default. And I feel like I 100% agree with Striker. The onus at some point has to lie with the players as well. Listen, whether you like Dastan's style of, being the bad cop, whether you like it or not, end of the day, it's also up to you to deliver what you're supposed to do, the bare minimum. And unfortunately, I feel, apart from Belchenok, surprisingly, who's been actually, I feel like the silver lining so far, and what's been kind of a...
In this game, for sure.
In this game, for sure, right? Zelo and Noda just seem miserable, bro. Like, there's zero confidence in taking the fight. They seem so unsure as to what to do. Half the times, they're caught kind of not even taking the fight because their opponents are swinging at them and they're not ready for it. And this is not, I'm sorry, no matter what system you're going to be slotting these players into, you're not going to be able to survive it. It's sink or swim, and right now there are no life rafts. There's nothing around. You got to deliver.
Let's leave our final words on the side of MIBR. So yeah, winners here. I think let's just touch upon quickly Linus. I feel at this point we can be quite confident in his impact, striker.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw it in this game especially, where how tight the team seems to be when it comes to those CT sides, some of these retakes, like 5v5s,
really clean,
all these things that like it does come down to you have to have a really good system in place, and that has to be LNZ and Letny, right? To make sure that, when you are going for these retakes, you're always tight, you're always waiting for each other, all these things. So far, really good signs out of MIBR. I mean, already through to the playoffs. I think that's their best result probably so far this year, even including the Bucharest one, where, the competition was kind of up and down. Some of it was obviously kind of the opposition that you would expect them to beat anyway, right? So I do think that it's looking up for them.
It looks like the impact of LNZ Letny is bringing the most out of the players, and we can even see that in Klim as well.
Yeah, I think Klim has been surprisingly the best pick. I mean, one of the better surprise pickups we've had so far last year, right? Like, I think he's been delivering with the AW quite a bit. I won't lie. At the beginning, when, with the Cricket situation, and then once he left and LNZ came in, I'm like, man, you just got to save Insani and save Klim. But the fact that they put in, I want to give credit to the other players as well. The fact that they've really gone in and put full faith in LNZ and Letny, I think that's what we're seeing here in the server. Everyone's looking super sharp. Klim, so stable, so reliable at AWP. Insani's Insani. I think we've said enough about him. But just the way, as Striker pointed out, the way they're handling a lot of these retake situations and the more hectic situations, why it's especially more impressive for me is, again, this is a very young team, particularly for the Brazilians, where they're calming in a language that they're not used to calming. And when it comes to these retakes, things can get lost in the comms. You forget what you want to say because you're used to calming in Brazilian your entire career. So the fact that they're able to switch it up so quickly, Venom Zera included, he was the one guy who was struggling a little bit with English comms. It seems like they have really been putting in the work with the boot camp. So credit where it's due. This team is suddenly looking pretty exciting for me.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. With that said, everybody, MIBR heading through to the playoffs. They take out Paravision. Paravision going to have to battle their way through. For now, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back with Falcons versus M80 very soon. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
What's up, gamers, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2026. Feel the rush. Up next, we have Falcons versus M80. The winner goes straight through to the playoffs, joining MIBR. Let's get right into the action. My name is still Parla. I'm still joined as well by who is still Striker, and the other guy is still Blair. Guys, how are we doing?
Hi, Mantrus. I'm feeling great today.
Hello, still Parla.
And scene.
Yes, once known as Mantrus, always known as Mantrus. But gentlemen, we've got an amazing game ahead of us. Falcons looking... I feel like we're going to probably speak quite a bit about Falcons, so why don't we start things off with M80. So recent results for them, they were at Atlanta, 13th to 16th, lost to Legacy and Liquid. Where are they at right now?
Yeah, in a rough spot, not gonna lie, especially facing off against the Falcons team that probably is heading into this as a favorite that we've been talking about up to this point, you know. Obviously gonna be an uphill battle.
I remember, I forgot who it was. There was an interview from one of the M80 players when they were about to go up against Liquid, where it's like, we didn't need to really try hard against Liquid, and didn't quite pan out for them. It's been kind of rough for them as well for me, Striker, because I remember Draculan just a couple of months prior, and they looked good, right? They beat Monty, took down Liquid, took down Aurora as well, and you're like, finally, this team's starting to really punch and look good, because I like this team. I want to like this team, right? I want to have this consistent North American team in international competition, and then you go back to the Frag event recently where they lost to Marsborn, and then in Atlanta, just not really putting up a fight against Legacy, even against Liquid, apart from the one map win, they got completely battered. But that being said, great opening map against Pain. That looked very convincing overall here.
Yeah, let's talk about that matchup against Pain. So yeah, everybody at home, if you've not been tuned in. So M80 started off their tournament journey, squaring off against Pain in a best of one. They came out on top 13-8. Striker, any takeaways from that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this was happening at the same time as the other MOUZ game, I think, that TYLOO game MOUZ. So I didn't catch a lot of it.
I was just watching TYLOO,
Not gonna lie, I didn't see the Mirage. I will say it looked pretty convincing from the M80 side, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, and now they go into a best of 3 against Falcons. I would certainly say M80 are the underdogs here. Of course, very recent and big changes to Falcons. They started off their new journey with Karrigan extremely well in Astana. Blair, throwing it over to you.
I mean, Karrigan himself said I'd rate that performance an 8 out of 9, 8 or 9 out of 10 is what he said. And you know what? I kind of agree with him. We had the best series, at least in my opinion, of the year thus far against Furia. Great performance right there. And then, of course, we saw in the grand finals where they made things competitive, at least on one of the maps, against the Spirit, who are looking really dangerous at the moment. For me, aside from jet lag, the other favorites coming into this tournament for sure. And even in the opening game where we saw like a pretty commendable fight being put up by BC.Game. We saw it go almost all the way towards overtime. It did have the individual shining. Kiyosuke with a 3K in the final round as well. So even if things don't pan out, Zonic's looking good. Zonic's looking happy. I just want to say.
Zonic's smiling.
He looks his stress level seems to have gone down a lot. His cortisol level seems to have gone down quite a bit as well.
I was going to say it was...
He's picking up Finn right now, striking.
You could say it was a sweaty affair.
That's the Danish connection right there. I'm sure he's very happy to have Karrigan on board. Guys, I want to pick your brains about a certain Falcons topic. It's one of the topics that's always been coming up. They've faced a lot of... Oh, Blair?
No, I just want to talk about one simple thing. Like, you're just looking at this on the camera, and this is something I feel is missing from this Falcons.
Vibes.
The vibes, look, it's almost a meme, right? Like, oh, the vibes are good, but I'm not even kidding. It's not even an intangible. It's a tangible thing. When Karrigan comes in, just the overall mood of the team seems to be so much better. They're having a good time. They seem to be finally enjoying playing Counter-Strike.
Was that a rock, paper, scissors between MongolZ
and who's going to be yelling, I guess?
Or was it a secret handshake? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. If it's just like for the fun of it.
No, vote below. Rock, paper, scissors, or a secret handshake. Anyway, back to the question I wanted to... Blair, what is it?
I just want to say, MongolZ got flowers when he arrived at Shanghai. That was great.
He did.
Now carry on, Paula. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
the response was funny as well.
Yeah, I heard they got like a whole security team of their own, you know, for their trip to China. Because
I'm not surprised.
They're massive in China. They're huge in China.
When some of us were in China for the Perfect World Shanghai Major, the reception that some of these players got was insane. The fan base in China is incredible. So I'm not surprised that MongolZ is still receiving love from that country, from that region. Going back now to my question, the topic I wanted to bring up. So
let us talk about the vibes, Paul.
A common criticism that Falcons have faced through basically all of their iterations is, okay, what superstar are they going to try and get next? Is it another failed roster move?
This was a superstar.
This is a superstar signing.
So exactly. So let me get there, guys. And they faced a lot of criticism for that, and it hasn't always worked. There have been upticks, downticks. They've now signed a superstar IGL.
Yes.
One of the most legendary IGLs in CS. Is this the final missing piece?
Look, I believe so. I really believe so. Obviously, it comes at a point in Kerrigan's career where he's definitely under a lot of pressure to kind of prove that he still has what it takes to compete at this level, to compete for the big trophies, to compete for more majors. Because the last 2 years with FaZe have obviously been a struggle for him, right? And partly it was due to him kind of starting to feel like he's losing the captaincy of the team, or he doesn't have the solutions anymore, right? But now he gets the opportunity to get the players that he wants, effectively, all the superstars around him, and all the pieces that he needs to have a major winning or a big tournament winning roster, right? So a lot of pressure, but I do still think that it makes so much sense that Kerrigan would be the one to take over this team, because it's effectively a spiritual successor to FaZe, to the FaZe identity, which was, let's get all the superstar, you know, like when we saw let's say the Olaf and Guardian version come together and they obviously started dominating, that was the origins of FaZe. And I feel like Falcons is kind of the same vibe to that, you know?
This is a really astute point. Blair, do you agree? Do you see it differently?
I agree, but also I'm going to add in, it's also a bit of a MOUZ scenario as well, right? Because if you remember back in the day, when Kerrigan joined in, guess who were the unpolished gems, so to speak? There was a Robs and there was a Frozen. Guess who is the biggest unpolished gem in modern day Counter-Strike right now? Kyosuke, right there. He's been a guy, and there's a couple of points he brought up in Astana just a few days back, actually, where he had one of the biggest drop-offs all year under the Falcons jersey, like even going back last year, from group stage to the playoffs. This playoffs, he delivered every single time. And guess what it was? It was because of Kerrigan, not a shadow of a doubt about it. The very first time I saw Kyosuke give an interview where he was so, like the moment you're like, what do you have? What are your thoughts on Kerrigan? Smile on his face, like, bro, he's so effing good, man. He's so effing amazing, bro. And you can clearly see the tangible effect that Kerrigan brings in, not just from the calling parlor, not just from the fact that he is someone who commands respect. Kerrigan brings in, not just from the calling parlor, not just from the fact that he is someone who commands respect, but just overall, he's so good at honing this young talent to really blossom into future superstars. We've seen it time and time again. Look at Frozen, look at Robs, look at all these guys, right? So absolutely, this for me has been the best change Falcons could have made.
Yeah, and bringing this back, just because we've only got a couple of minutes left, from a more general perspective to a more specific one to the matchup, I think based on all the things we're saying and the things that we've been highlighting, Falcons presumably heavy favorites here, Striker.
Heavy favorites. I would be surprised if it was even competitive, to be honest, considering what we've seen from M80 in recent times. Internationally, just have struggled quite a bit. You know, if you're taking a map of Liquid and that's your biggest achievement in recent times, it's not a lot to speak of. I'm not gonna lie.
Just catching strays, Liquid. I mean, also,
bro, it's hard for them. Okay, it's like tangential, but it's hard for them to not catch strays, man. Wishing them the best, but yeah, not surprised that there can be wayward shots towards Liquid.
It's a rough time to be an NACS fan. I won't lie, right?
Yeah.
I just want to talk about Avita real quickly here.
Yeah, do it.
No big surprises. We did kind of think, Liquid, M80 would actually go for Anubis pick and throw a bit of a curveball.
Yes.
Instead of went Inferno, where
makes sense.
This new team Falcons have only played once, but it was against the MongolZ, who can be a very good team on that particular map. My worrying thing here for M80 is if the win rate looks good, but it's against kind of mid opposition, lower tier opposition in NA. The last results, they lost 13-8 to Liquid. They lost 13-5 against Legacy just last week, right? So they're hoping they'd fix these issues, because even though they've only had one rep thus far on this map due to the Falcons, I still feel like this could be a 2-0 just because of this.
Striker, with all of this in mind, Falcons didn't start off too strong against BC. I want to leave final thoughts with you before we go to the caster, Striker.
Yeah, of course. It looked like a little bit of a slow start. Obviously, you know, this is them coming into a tournament back-to-back, and that's always a little bit of a worry, you know, heading into the first games and all that stuff. How much sleep have they been able to get? Because it is effectively the day after you arrive to the tournament to a relatively completely different time zone, then obviously there's going to be some drawbacks to that, you know. So it could just be that, it could just be a little bit of a slow start into the tournament. I think now that they've had a little bit more time to get adjusted, obviously a few hours since we saw them play last time, but I would think that they are warmed up enough now.
Well, it's about time to find out. With that said, Falcons versus M80 is ready to go. Let's head on over to Anders and Henry G.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Day one here at CAC coming to a close. A big game, Anders, to kind of send us into the evening here. Falcons taking on M80. not massive amounts on the line in terms of we're just working out who goes to the playoffs and who will go down to lower bracket here. True. Falcons, the heavy favorites, but M80 going to be playing with some heart today.
I think they will. I think this is actually going to be a really fun game. M80, they're a fun team to watch. They play interesting Counter-Strike. Yes, they're going to have to play their absolute best game here to take down the Falcons. But, you know, the map pool is still being built here by the Falcons. So maybe Inferno is where they can sneak in a bit of an early win. It's going to start off right now, Henry. What do you any surprise picks?
I mean, it's Inferno's always been a questionable map for Falcons, in my opinion. Let's see if Karrigan coming in can actually help them out. The main thing has always been about Inferno, they never seem to win any pistols on it. Like, they always have really slow starts on this map, but let's see what Karrigan can do about this. They'll be starting on the CT side. They've got double dual elites in the hands of Keisuke and Nico. We are going to see some damage exchange. Lots towards Tesses, finally finished off by Swisher. And it's going to be an early 5-on-4. They're playing a very defensive game here on the T side of Inferno. Not giving much away at all. Waiting for that aggression to come through. They've got the 5-on-4 and still with a smoke and a couple of flashes here. There are no kits on the CT side. They have a smoke and an HE themselves. And currently 3 players positioned towards middle, leaving Karrigan alone towards that B-bomb site.
There's another set of dualies in spawn that makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, I guess when they rotate over towards B, they can pick them up.
Yeah,
Is that the idea?
Nico in the middle. We'll see what the dualies can actually do here. MongolZ with the headshot, and Keisuke is going to pick up one on JBA, but at the same time, they're running back in, and like you said, Karrigan is alone. He's putting up the smoke here. He's got an HE as well. If they smoke him off, there's a chance he can stop the bomb from going down. Still about 40 seconds. And the bomb being planted. All right, he's going to throw it around the corner, right on top of Sin. That is so much damage without the Kevlar, but he is going to live, and the bomb is going to be planted.
Very difficult retake here with no kits. Karrigan low. Keisuke not far behind him either. Looking like a very promising round. No one got the dualies. Good to note. But it feels like an M80 round, Anders.
It does feel that way, even though they're a little bit tagged up as well. Creeping into it here, sacrificing himself to find out the positions. Karrigan now in the clutch, and it's not going to work. Sin finds 2 kills after he's put down the 10 health from that earlier grenade. So I thought it was very well structured from M80, like very careful at the beginning of the round, and then making a solid decision to go B.
Yeah. Just waiting for that aggression, which you might expect from Falcons in this particular matchup. They're going to try and disrespect their opponent, try and just crush them with mechanical skill. Aggressive towards the apartments, lost that first pick. M80 more than ready for it. And yeah, going in towards B. After Nico, to be fair, it felt like he was worth at least 1 kill. He had prime position with those dual elites. If he gets 1, it's a very different round. But there we have it. Karrigan unable to fend them off, and he will be there with the max 7 as we opt into round number 2 here. It's going to be a force buy from the Falcons. Great grenade at the start there. Takes the MP9 down to 68 HP, and MongolZ with the opening Desert Eagle headshot. Nice smoke to reset the round and enable him to transition towards the arch side.
But again, a pistol round lost. You brought it up, and Falcons not able to put it on the board. If they can bounce back now, it's all forgiven. We're going to be fine with it. Pretty nice little flashbang. They hear the footsteps at the bottom of Banana, so they definitely know that someone was there. And MongolZ is looking to reposition all the way back here as they smoke off on the arch side of middle, which means they could go and attack MongolZ's position pretty soon if they want to. Plenty of time on the clock, but now there's a rotation coming in from the Falcons as well. They could have more people at the A-bomb side in another 5 seconds.
Oh, this is uncomfortable now from M80. They still have time to work with here, but MongolZ working with Tesses. They've smoked them off towards short. They'll focus their efforts now towards the arch side. Is Nico to deal with them? Keisuke will join him towards arch as well. Smoke down towards the library. This is very uncomfortable. A split to be the final call here.
I think he might actually enjoy that smoke, Keisuke. He can play inside of it. He's going to come right through with the MP9. I don't know if that smoke helps them that much. Here comes the one run through. We tried, but Slacks was there, and they take out MongolZ. 20 seconds on the clock. Tesses, you're going to have to get at least 1 kill to buy some time, and that won't be allowed for.
Wow.
Very good stuff here. Slacks with a double kill. I thought they were going to get crushed from those 2 players pushing through on the CT side.
It seemed like a pretty good idea, huh? Nico going for that smoke. He thought he'd be good for a couple of kills there potentially, but well read by M80, well handled in general. They will be finding 2-0 here. Very comfortable round in the end with 3 players surviving, even after going into the stack there. Karrigan got the mag 7, would like a kill here on the exit. He might be able to get 1, but it looks of things here, but we'll see whether they just remain in the pits.
Yeah. could try and do some damage to them, and that's a classic thing. But I guess with the armor as well, it's probably better to have that as a dangerous element in the next round. There we go. Good work on M80.
It's going to have to be a hell of a round from Carrigan to make the Mag 7 work going forward, but even just one kill with it would be extra cash going forward, right? So you are dead on there. But this is looking nice. M80 stepping up, winning that pistol, fending off the second round force by 3 players survive. Should be comfortable and clean in round number 3 here. We are going to see some upgraded pistols, but no Kevlar, you would imagine. 5.7s, Deagles, Tessus with the full eco. It's got a flashbang, to be fair. See if Carrigan can make that Mag 7 sing.
Yeah, that flashbang could be worth quite a bit. Oh, but the Molotov there is going to force him a little bit further back. He does find just a corner. Tessus, flashbang not thrown yet. Oh, and he runs into the flames. Swisher with the Molotov is going to be the one to get him, and Kisuke goes down following that. So 3 versus 5 to begin with. Mag 7, unfortunately, not the kind of impact that we were looking for.
No. And I'm liking this from M80. They're playing a very calculated game. They're not just rushing into the bomb site. They've understood, yeah, we've got a massive advantage here, but a couple of players are low. Let's let them stew in this for a second there. Let's not run into a potential stack. We could even just fully execute in towards B and walk in towards A, knowing you're going to keep players on that side of the map. Here comes the execute. Looks like they're going to go into this site off it. They smoke towards the coffins and CT spawn. No one patrolling for flanks, so they're going to have to commit in towards B. So all 3 CTs here, I don't think will be a problem either way. But let's see. Can Falcons fend them off to any degree?
Good flashes. Swisher was very low, so he sacrificed. Lake also was low.
And they're off.
But it's a bit of a problem, yeah. Run back, and you don't even have to stay here to save the Mac 10s. They're not really a big deal. In fact, I'd rather, yeah, he's going to be running away. I think that's a good choice. Because who cares if they pick up the Mac 10s, but if they do pick up a rifle, that's more concerning into some of the later rounds here. Okay.
Nice try from Falcons. Got themselves a couple of kills here. Maybe some upgrades available, but yes, as you said, there's Mac 10s. That's all that's there, really. Might as well try and find a little bit more damage to the economy. 3-0, though, for M80. Nice round. Like, sure, it gets a bit uncomfortable, but you got those opening picks, slow it down, execute towards B, establish that they have got that stack in towards the bomb site, fall back, guarantee the round, and it's going to be Slacks just mopping them up here. Should be fine. Mac 10 would like a kill. No real reason to save your buy next round, so $600 if you can get 1 frag of this. There it is. Gets himself a Galil now. Tesses making this one awkward. Not going to get the triple kill, but still significant damage to the economy there, Anders. 3-0, sure, but only 1 player surviving for M80. But their money is still very good, considering how well they've done with the Mac 10s.
Yeah, kind of annoying there for M80 not being able to celebrate that round a bit more. But we'll see what happens going into some of the later rounds here. Scott m80 on the AWP. Slacks could buy one, and he will. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to compare m80 and Slacks because there's kind of different weight classes going on here, but I think Slacks is actually a fairly respectable AWP. He doesn't try to be as flashy as some of his opponents, but I mean, yeah, pretty good.
He's had a great start as well, 5-1. Confidence will be flowing. Bit of runway to work with. Could take some risks with a 3-0 start as well.
Oh, that's got to be so close to burning Kisuke in the corner, but he somehow just gets to live. It's a bit of a mystery to me how those... Like, sometimes it feels like people are... Like, you see the flames almost on the models, and they still just don't burn. Wild how that plays out. JBA takes a look. Doesn't really immediately get a chance to fight there.
Still quite composed, quite calm here from M80. Just trying to establish map control, exchange utility with the CTs without losing any players in the meanwhile. But smoked off towards Banana. Still with the majority of their util on the T side here. m80 waiting to be activated. Currently patrolling the A bomb site with his AWP. It's the B bomb site historically for Falcons. It always feels weak.
And that's hopefully something they could change. I mean, in that sense, I suppose Carrigan is a bit of a sort of a boomage type figure. Like, he could be using the SMGs and all the rest of that. It could be chaos up there. So maybe there's a chance for that a little bit later on. Grenade right on top, but down to 35 seconds as well. M80, they've really left them one late in the round, and there's already a 3-man setup here. What a spray down! They've hit him through the box. They've opened up the bomb site. That is spectacular for M80.
Did Nico not com that he wasn't covering Arch anymore? Because MongolZ was just there watching Arch fully exposed. Nico had fallen back.
Yeah.
Saw a player there and just got shot in the back of the head. I guess MongolZ was hoping for one and done maybe. But I feel like Nico had to hold Arch for him. There's no two ways about it. And if he did com it, I'm not sure MongolZ heard it.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. Like, there was definitely looked like there was some confusion even at the start of that attack. But for M80, I mean, something that I enjoyed about this, not that they had a lot of choice here, but when they pick a bomb site, they really follow through on it. Like, there's no stepping around. They're not halfway falling back all the time. Like, it's great commitment to that A attack, and sometimes
that perfectly illustrates it. Look at Nico's position. He's the one patrolling Arch, and look when MongolZ died. He needs to be the kind of the factor that stops MongolZ getting shot in the back of the head. At least go for one. Him retreating completely and selling his AWP, like, that's really questionable. But hey ho, it's going to be M80 with 4 rounds in a row here. A scrappy one there as they try to collapse into the A bomb side very late. But yeah, give him full control of the Arch side.
Really worth mentioning as well that M80 do need to win this map to make it interesting, because Ancient is the second one and Falcons are going to be good. And that's not a map that M80 are going to be doing a lot of good stuff on, I expect.
Okay.
So I think it's critical that they pick up this one. And you know what? They actually do pretty good work here on the T side as well. So 4 rounds to begin with.
Well,
keep it going,
like I said, Falcons rarely have a good start in any series. To be fair to them, Anders, this is pretty par for the course.
Yeah.
They don't like a good start. They like the uphill battle. Especially on Inferno as well. I've commentated so many Falcons games in Inferno now. It always goes down like this.
There's some of that Karrigan DNA brought in.
What normally happens is they bring it all the way back and then they lose 13-11.
That's the most exciting way. I believe over in FaZe, they said pay by the round.
Yeah. So we'll see what we've got here. As mentioned, that B bomb site can be somewhat of a weakness. They are going to try and change things up here. 3 players on the CT side defending.
What? So Nico is the late surprise. They're pretending like it's just Karrigan and Kusuke like it normally would be. So if they die, then it's just a huge shock that Nico's going to be back here. Let's see if this mind game works out. This is a big risk. Okay, it's all on Nico's shoulders.
Okay.
You're hoping that M80 have no clue. They are being careful, though. They're checking it, they're flashing, they are even molotoving this. That's such a great counter. They absolutely read it, M80. Brilliant call coming out from them here. They leave nothing to chance.
Very disciplined, very effective. The fundamentals are there, Anders. They're trading out perfectly at the top of Banana. And you're right, not taking anything for granted. You might think there's 2 kills there. The B-bomb site's open. No, they're still molotoving those key positions. Speaking of which, the Incendiary designed to flush out JBA actually leads to their demise, and we go 5-0. I like the idea from Falcons. We had 3 players there. You trade out 1 for 1. That's no good. Doesn't help you out. Karrigan gets 1, and then, yeah, Kyosuke doesn't feel safe towards the sandbags. Go for the wide swing. Nothing Nico could do. Good awareness from JBA.
Oh, it feels so silly as well because, you know, obviously there's no way to know that before it happens, but when they Molotov him out, it would have been so much better to have Nico with the other 3 at top Banana. Like, obviously that's sort of retroactively, you know, time works the other way, but still... very good work from M80. I'm impressed that you could see it even early on. They smoke off everything, because sometimes that's exactly what will happen. You'll get a couple of kills top Banana and you run onto the B-bomb site. Maybe not exactly knife out, but you are just so hungry to get the bomb planted. Great awareness from M80 to get some of these early rounds and catch Nico and really shutting him down early here, which we know is one of the keys to defeating Falcons. Is if you can make Nico upset early on and make him feel like he's not having a good game, you're doing pretty good.
Well, he's definitely not having a good game. I don't think anyone is so far. Do we have a MongolZ AWP? We have 1 rifle. Partial buy here from Falcons. Things looking pretty dire out there right now. Good grenade. Significant damage to a couple, but same results. Both kills for Lake this time. And it will be Nico. We'll have to do the same as we were hoping for in the previous round. He needs 3 kills with the Deagle. Not going to happen. Lake just farming that money, baby. Round over. 6-0 confirmed.
Everything about this is shaping up so nicely.
It's not really a game so far, is it? Like,
it's not.
They're not every single call, every single play. Nothing too flashy. No crazy fakes or last-minute executions. Just gaining space on the map. The fundamentals are there. The trade potential is very good. And a few key mistakes from Falcons, i.e. that round towards the arch side where MongolZ goes down and gets shot in the back. Yeah, M80 just capitalizing upon the advantages and mistakes made. 6-0. Clean sweep. Lake with 3, farming a lot of cash as mentioned, up to $8,000 now. Does he dare use the MAC-10 again, Anders? He's got 7.3k after buying nades.
They've got 2 helmets on the other side, so it's not a completely crazy idea.
I don't think it is either. I feel like Inferno is just one of those weird maps with the MAC-10 is actually pretty viable in a gun round.
And Kyusuke is going to be playing that front of banana position, so he's got no helmet.
He's always playing on the front foot. They never play crossfires on the bomb sites. The round is decided at the sandbags or car position for Falcons every single time. Which is fine, but it's like we said, it's a weakness on the map for them. I would say, surely, let's change things up. Let's go for a more defensive setup. Let's bring MongolZ over. Let's just get some control of this side of the map. But it's always like this.
Yes. I'm
living and dying. Like, yeah. We just commentated these guys so many times. This is always the conversation.
Yeah, hence the frustration, because you want to see them do something different. This is wild. He's pushed all the way into the T side with Carrigan not even able to help him. He's so far away.
The thing is, if you do it every round, they're going to be ready for it. If you're always aggressive, always playing towards that corner, they're always just be hyper aware of a maneuver. That's a nice grenade at least. Round not necessarily over, but it's looking pretty good here for M80 once again. TSS will spot one towards the apartments. Key fights. He will win.
I understand why Tess had to take that fight, because if he wins, they can rotate towards B, but... Oh, it's rough, isn't it? MongolZ taking out JBA.
Cooking.
Now Nico slowed them down so much here. That early grenade, I'm a bit surprised they don't try for it a bit more. He's going to be inside of the smoke now, and a grenade right on top. He's so lucky to be alive. That's wild.
Well, I assume they spotted him there. Going to try and pop over the smoke as MongolZ, but no one home. Re-smoke on spawn, retake with the AWP. It all comes down to Nico, who's been tagged down at 30 points of health. They have a kip, a couple of flashes, but this does not look good at all.
Smoke goes up, but they don't have another one, so if they wanted to smoke out the bomb, that's not going to be possible any longer, and that bomb is ticking right now.
It's MongolZ with the kid as well.
You're exactly right with the AWP, so let's see how this one plays.
Damn.
Nice shot onto Sin, and Slaxy can't find it. On top of the smoke there, MongolZ straight on, and Falcons finally pick up their first round.
Okay. That started off as a 5-on-3 advantage for M80.
Yeah.
Kaisuke pushed through the smoke. Questionable move there. It was a blind kill, to be fair.
Sure.
But still, Falcons somehow, some way make this round work for them. It's their first on the board. MongolZ goes above and beyond for them. Nico with low HP as well. This kill, very impressive. Like we said, MongolZ with the defuse kit gets that round on the board for them, but plenty of money remaining for M80 here. Now, Falcons have arrived. Can they keep it going? The banana area is a massive concern still. And we're getting aggressive once more.
Look at this on the T side.
It's another opening kill, guys. Could we just play the bomb side?
The counter flashes, they're coming in from the T side, but you're right, again, yes, they're fighting at the top banana position, and it is not working. Once again, Nico's inside of the site. Now, this time, he's going to get a double kill. He wasn't playing to bait out his teammates. He was trying to flash for them to take the fight, and that just didn't work out. Unfortunately, Nico's flashbang, it lands, but they're all blind on the CT side as well, so... That is devastating. And as a result, by the way, they knew that Nico was going to be in there because he'd already thrown the grenades over. So they don't have any doubt about that, M80. You can't have it differently, Henry. They have to fight top banana.
They just have to, I suppose. Like every single round, it's like you're getting double killed each and every time. Like it's not like it's worked out a couple of times. Like every attempt has been a failure.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you managed to recover that 5-on-3 in the previous round, but you lost 2 players at banana there again.
Yeah, it is disappointing to watch. And like you said...
And this has been going on, though, for like a year or so with Falcons and this B bomb side in Inferno. I just don't get it myself, that's all. Like, you're always there playing on this area.
Sick grenades coming in from the T side. A lot of credit to M80. What a great first half they've managed to put on board so far.
Because like, there's no problem playing that area, but do you use the retake utility, you know?
Sure.
Let them get towards the car first, retake util, flash over, then you can actually like apply pressure, have some advantageous duels, segregate the players on the T side.
Yeah.
You can disallow that boost if you do the retake util, the smoke lands on half wall, Molotov the car, then you've got some advantages there, and you're pushing them back. That's when you should be going for that aggression. If you're taking a face-up duels every single time and you're not really hitting your shots, feels like you've got to change the setup here.
Another way would be to throw MONIC over there every once in a while.
I think the last tournament in you were at Rotterdam, perhaps, we were saying that.
Yes.
I was begging for MONIC to go over to B. I was like, just send him over there.
Well, we're back begging now.
Yeah, like that's what I'd like to see. Like, you're right. And that's normally the remedy for these sort of problems. And then you get MONIC holding that tight angle. He gets one, and it means they have to adjust their setup and be aware of that prospect. We'll see whether it ever happens. It doesn't look to be the case. Surely it's a more tentative hold in the CT side. There we go. Okay, defensive smoke this time. Not fully committing to the fight. They're in the bomb side this time. We have got aggro on the other side, though. It's still quite a weak buy with Tessis on the MP9. MONIC, finally an opening pick going in their favor. So, CTs remaining disciplined over towards B. MONIC's got the opening pick. They're going to reset the round, enable that crossfire mentality.
MONIC slipping away, making noise right at the end. I was just about to say, it's beautiful to watch him get down from there with no noise whatsoever. Oh, that Molotov, they're going to hear the burn on the other side here. But Nico standing real tall on that one. This time he's got MONIC's back. Slacks and Sin left, and finally some signs of life coming up from the Falcons side. This one is in the bag as Kisuke's pushed down towards the bottom of Banana. And Slacks here. A little bit of damage, I guess, would be nice. Bomb is on the other side, so you can't even run B.
True.
But honestly, they have so little money on the Falcon side. If you get 2 more kills here, that's kind of huge. I don't know if you have to go for it, but it would be fun.
We like to have fun here, that's for sure. But 4 players surviving for Falcons. Tesses chomping at the bit to upgrade to a rifle as well. But that was all about MONIC there. Getting the opening pick towards the apartment. And notably, Falcons not going all in towards a Banana. They threw some initial defensive util. Set up crossfires on the bomb side, recognizing the aggression simply isn't working. And yeah, they managed to have quite a convincing round here. Round number 9, no problem. Nico, nice defense there with the spray down the M4A4, gets a double kill.
I was going to say they have a lot of money on some of the players, but Swisher actually had $700. So I suppose saving the rifle means Slacks or JBA can drop Swisher, and so yeah.
Yeah, they got money. They got 2 players at 10k.
Yeah.
Here's the opening frag from MONIC. We want to see him keep this sort of play up. Stay active around the map. Maybe give the B bomb site a visit. Show some presence there. Kisuke pushing down B. Finally, that aggression is rewarded. Gets a nice backstab kill there. And we're getting into round number 10, closing stages of this first half. Falcons, the heavy favorites of this tournament, especially of this series as well. But Inferno always been a peculiar map for them. Shot through the wall, Nico down to 15, and not dissuaded just yet, trying to get out of there. MONIC will open things up and find Lake in towards the boiler room.
It's an interesting variation to see Nico run down in the middle without the smoke being there.
Yeah, and they have been throwing that smoke.
They have, yeah. I mean, it's such a... like, the reason you throw it, I suppose, all the time, right, is so that you don't know when they're pushing.
Yeah.
So, but, yeah, he got spotted, nearly killed.
They've got the opening pick, and Carrigan's deciding now, how do we play this B-bomb? So get in there. That's okay, I love this. Finally, let's just play the site, use the advantage. Make them work for it, make them commit, have a strong setup. It's exactly what we're seeing here. Run that time down. 4 players in towards B, but with the boost, they should be good for a couple of kills here. You can see his Carrigan beneath. He's going to try and take the aggro and suggest no one is boosted. He'll be face-checking the angle, trying to hold them off with the util. Did they block the smoke? They did. So you can remain up high. Kaisuke will have to go huge here. We'll see what he can do. Full B execution coming through. He's got the AK-47. They're assuming they've smoked the boost, so I'm guessing he gets 2 kills here, Anders. Hoping he gets 2 kills.
Should. Oh, it might not even matter. Carrigan has found them. 1 through the smoke, a headshot on Swisher. And there's the 1 kill necessary. 2 winning the round, but it's actually Carrigan. Triple kill.
See how comfortable it is when you have the crossfires, the bomb site under control, util to hold them off.
There's a reason you've been begging.
Yeah. See how much better it goes. All jokes aside, solid hold. MONIC must have been a brutal shot. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, really nice play. This is what we wanted to see. Keep it simple. Play the advantages. You don't need the car control.
I feel like as well on the T side when you're coming in, if you can spot that the smoke has been blocked, that's an important feature. Like, you've got to call that out on the T side. And it didn't feel like maybe anyone on the MIBR.
Well, to be fair, Carrigan just sprayed 3 down through the smoke as they came through.
True, that's fair.
I don't really think that was the column they were really worried about at that stage.
We're dying, guys.
Yeah, everyone's getting mown down.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
But finally, they've broken the bank. M80 will take a partial buy here. They've got a hero AK for Slacks. Smoke down towards Arch. This is the apartments pop. A strategy as old as time itself, Anders. Flashes over the top. Tessa should be ready for it. Not the cleanest spray, but he's got backup from Monacy, and it's no problem. This was a woeful start from Falcons. We're looking for 7-5 here. 1 round from doing so. They've actually got 5 AK-47s on the CT side.
I don't even know how Monacy got half those kills. He's so fast. Not
so
a lot
they've got a spare AK in spawn now.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's insane. So you've got the AWP 4 AKs and a spare one. Just in case Monacy needs it or you run out of ammo, just get another.
The running out of ammo thing, people are really alarmed about, but it hasn't happened that often. I've seen a couple of pistol rounds, like with USP, where people get in trouble.
Sure.
But
I mean, he's got to manage your reserve bullets better. That's it. It's like not a huge deal.
Oh, that looked very weird for JBA.
Okay, Monacy really has turned up the heat. He's been getting opening picks at the last 3 or 4 rounds, I think.
Yeah, getting another one here. AWPing as well on Inferno is not something that a lot of people enjoy doing, but he is in the zone now. 12-6. And yeah, I mean, honestly, 7-5 is still pretty good for Falcons. Like, that's a scoreline you can work with coming into the second half. So M80, in spite of a great start, and a really impressive start, they've got to be careful and remember who they're playing against. You already said it, Falcons, not known to start these games very well, but they can be very hard to put away.
Well, like you said, we've commentated lots of Falcon games. It normally starts like this. They go down 6-0. They bring it all the way back to a close game. Then they'll end up losing Inferno 13-11. Then they'll smash them on the next 2 maps. Yeah. And they'll go to the playoffs. That's normally how the script reads for Falcons and these sort of games.
Yeah, we've been here before.
We've been here many times. But let's see. Maybe M80 can piece this one together. The fact they've only got 1 player towards B in a 5-on-3 scenario is a little bit questionable, but here comes the rotation. Kisuke needs to be very careful here. He's booted up on first oranges, but his teammate isolated by the smokes coming in. Just needs a couple of kills here, Anders. Just 1 would be fine. Let's see.
Oh, but he's back to turn. He was waiting for the flashbangs. Carrigan goes down next. I share your concern. Even if there was a rotation there. Oh,
holy
God, what a lineup for him. Monacy. There's that spare AK. He picked it up in spawn.
True.
Comes back, shuts them down for the smoke, and leaves Sin in a very tricky to win 1 versus 3 here. He's in the church, possibly saying a prayer or 2 because they are going to be coming for him. They got kits on everyone. They got plenty of grenades as well on the CT side. And they're slowly waiting for Nico to get a little bit closer on Banana. Now they're going to start to put it together. There's really only 1 position he could be in at this stage. And, oh, Tessa still goes down. Now it's more interesting. 1 versus 2. That defuse already happening. You've got to screen this one wide. He does get the kill, but not on the defuser. It is a 5th round for Falcons.
Not the most comfortable finish, but we take it. After being down 6-0, Falcons adjust their setups. They reel things in, Anders. They stop being hyper-aggressive. They realize that M80 have turned up to play today. They're hitting some nice shots. Once they reeled it in and they presented that defensive setup and Monacy was going for nice opening picks here, it felt like a very different game. Recovering a 6-0 to a 7-5. Monacy, how did he just waited for his opportunity. Like, it looked like he was so calculated.
Yeah.
If I'm going to wait here for 2 or 3 seconds, I'll spam this particular spot. Oh, I've taken him down to 0 HP. All bullets on the body.
Yeah, that's brutal if you're a swisher on the other side there.
Yeah, unreal.
But good work nonetheless.
So, pistols, always an issue for the Falcons. Not known for winning them. Kind of needed at this point. Would bring them right back to life. But, yeah, I feel like M80, they'll be okay with that first half. But the fact you're up 6-0, and then you can't really seem to piece it together. A little bit frustrating, but still a good half.
Yeah, you're going to be happy, but there is that sense that maybe we left them enough room that they can come back in the game.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And a lot more fun if you've let
Monacy warm up into the series. He's gone 13-6.
Yeah, that's an issue.
That B bomb site was a little bit disastrous for Falcons, but they managed to work it out.
Well, let's see.
Let's see, indeed, Anders. We've got 1 smoke, make it 2. Aggression from Lake.
I kind of love this flashbang going over. This is a little bit old school as well. JBA throwing the grenades. Sin, though, he can't find any impact in the round. I like the start of it. You throw that flash basically from Arch going over the entire building to take that fight. And it just doesn't really work out. Now they've got 2 sets of dualies left, but no kits anywhere on the map.
We still have 2 smokes, a Molotov, 2 flashes, a man advantage. You would do well to lose this if you're Falcons. Just going to put that out there. Like, if you can find some decent control on the map, a.k.a. towards Banana or top of middle, with this utility and the man advantage, it's going to be a struggle to give this one over. Let's see what they do with it.
The thing is, though, if they go B and smoke off CT spawn, which they surely will, the dualies could be a fun tool to have, like spamming through.
That's a good point.
And the other set of dualies on the other side.
So you're going to be smoking spawn, coffins. They've got flash control here. They've got that space I talked about. Not going to be telegraphing it too much. Going to drop that initial smoke down and try and collapse on the bomb site quickly. Very good flashes. The dualies, as you mentioned, could be an issue, but it is going to be the Falcons taking this one. JBA too far removed. Well played. Nice little pounce approach there. Like I said, not to telegraph, not going for the full execute. Yeah. Smoke on the fly, flashes behind it, and just overwhelming the B defense. It is going to be Falcons finding the pistol. I said they were bated breath. You never know with these guys. But it should be fine, Anders.
It should be. JBA here without the kit as well. Just a lot of players to find. On the other side, they're not exactly giving him any free fights. Kyusuke with 3 kills in that pistol round. That's going to be quite nice for him to add to the scoreboard. And Falcons winning a pistol here. That should set them up quite nicely. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of a weird response coming out from M80. Inferno is a map where sometimes, you know, the odd grenade stack could do some real work on the CT side. So always a fan of those if we can get that put into play. Doesn't always work. Very rarely works out, in fact. But it is entertaining.
Well, that's what we're here for at the end of the day. But it is a 1-round game. 4 spy coming in from M80, and the grenades are out. They are there towards the top of Banana. Going to have to bide their time, though. Molotoved off. Smoke down towards the arch side.
Well, they could do this other thing that people do where they bounce them off the arch out by top Banana and just kind of like one at a time. Now is not the timing for it, so they're kind of waiting. They haven't spent the grenades at least. They might not get a chance to if it keeps going like this, though. Only 2 people defending the A bomb site, so it could be a bit tricky.
Moto smoke, so A finish looking likely here. Nice Molotov to flush out the close range positions. Even better from JBA, though, that 5-7. Doing God's work out there. Couldn't find the double. His Slack, so trying to negate this smoke, but well handled by Falcons. Should be enough to win this round now. Not rushing the bomb plant, just confirming that the bomb site is indeed clear. And there we have it. Going to be saving the little they have. A couple of pistols and a UMP.
Yeah, I appreciate that slow approach in a round like this one. All it takes is one slip up. You forget someone in the corner, and it's an awkward round. So taking the extra couple of seconds. It's one of the things that I think M80 did really well at the beginning of the first half as well. Falcons matching that energy. And, yeah, they keep going back to a tied game.
It's gone from 6-0 up to 7-7. M80. Not in a great spot going forward here. That was the 4 spy. They'll manage to take some upgraded pistols, a couple of smokes and an HE and a kit into the following round. But Falcons, nice injection of cash here, well handled. Nothing too flashy there. Smoke down towards the arch side, smoke down towards Moto, walk up towards the quad position. Molotov's down on the site, trade out kills, no problem.
Yeah, more of this. And of course, they save the pistols, but that's, you know, that's about what they're going to have in this upcoming round. It's not going to be too exciting for the CT side. We'll see if Slacks could even get the orb out here if they can. Not now, but...
I was going to say, how's he going to do that? Take a loan?
Exactly. That's coming up. You take a loan with interest. And
you're right, though, but Lake and his UMP, it's a weapon that's become very fashionable the last year or so. Bit of a hipster choice.
Yeah, if you want to be different.
Yeah. Oh, nice grenades. Oh, well, they were the ones who wanted to throw HEs down towards the bottom of Banana. Almost 100 damage inflicted, courtesy of the Falcons there. Don't want anything to do with that B bomb site. Going to be retreating back towards A 4-man stack here, M80. They can still cause some damage here.
Yeah.
They can still win this round for sure. The UMP would have to do a lot. It's the exact same approach we saw before, Anders. Smoke down towards Arch. Players in towards Boiler and Short. Same Molotovs going down towards the site.
But last time there was only 2 people defending. Now it's up to 4, so it could be different here. Tesses Not really taking any damage yet, but he didn't realize that there's one in the corner in the 5-7. You've got to be very careful. He doesn't want to get shot in the face, and he handled that very nicely. And now they might split off into CT spawn. In fact, they will. Swisher is over there defending B alone, and I think they found the perfect avenue to escape. What I think they've realized now is a bit of a stack at the A bomb site. Don't think Swisher has any chance to do anything. Put up a smoke, and he's quite happy with that.
I mean, yeah, 5-on-1 now. Swisher, nowhere to be seen. He does go down towards the bottom of the banana, but yeah, it should be Carrigan to close things out here.
Honestly, remembered he had the bomb. He heard the footsteps. He was about to run after him. Like, wait a minute. Oh, okay. At least if you're going to die, take a couple of people with you. MongolZ will still find the kill, in fact, after planting the bomb. And Falcons are in the lead now. This is a bit of a turnaround, in fact. But the rifle round is coming up. Maybe they're going to have something to buy here. Slacks can get the AWP, and he will. So that's going to be interesting to see how he can play with this one, if he's going to have some kind of an impact here. They need this early on. I feel like it's been such a resurgence here for the Falcons. They've got to shut them down early.
They've got to. Tactical timeout. Def will chime in here. Things getting a bit uncomfortable. They're up 6-0 on their map pick. Relentless aggression from the Falcons. Didn't work out for them at all. They had to reel things in, tighten things up. They managed to get a 7-5 scoreline, and now winning the pistol in the second half, fending off the force buys. They've taken the lead here, 8-7. They have got the rifles they need on the CT side here. Slacks with the AWP. One kit, though, Anders, is in the back of Swisher.
And speaking of Swisher, he is doing a lot of his great work on this map, supporting over at that B site.
Yeah.
So that's maybe something to look for. That could be one of the weapons that they could bring out here. Not too late for M80 to turn around at all, but it has become a way more difficult game. Nico, hard to flash in this position. Swisher goes down early, but Lake is there for the follow-up. So at least they traded.
That's okay, but it does favor the Falcons, generally speaking, especially on a map like Inferno. It just spreads out the CT defense quite thinly.
Right.
So if you get an early trade like that, Falcons are happy with it. Uh-oh, not happy with that, though. That's a bit of a blunder. Not the end of the world, just a bit of a reset now. I think they wanted to take CT Vision away from middle, smoke the arch, Molotov towards the quad side, so they have to pull back to the bomb site. It has gone a little bit weird, but should be fine if Teslas can stay alive here. Now they've taken the Vision away. Okay, now they can go in towards B. That was the objective.
Yes.
Kept trading out the kills, still a 3-on-3. Wasn't as clean as you might like. Is the CT spawn smoke. Oh, that's one for coffins, in fact.
Lake has some chance to do some work here. He's got the incendiary. Smoke is going to be right on top of it. Can he see through that? Surely not. JBA gets an important kill on Tessus in the middle, but I'm still interested in that incendiary. If you could find a way to put it onto MongolZ here, he's not going to even attempt it. He'll let the bomb go down instead, and waiting for his teammates to get there. One grenade, a flashbang on JB as well, but only Carrigan and MongolZ left here in the clutch, so see if Falcons can get this job done. If they can, then M80 are going to be reeling from that. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. Chance here for M80 to get around on the second half. It's Lake through the smoke finding MongolZ, and now it's Carrigan, the captain of the team. In a 1 versus 3, that bomb is ticking rapidly. There is a kit on Lake, so you're going to have to find that, but Carrigan has walked through, and that kill might be everything.
Oh!
He lines up for the double, and even though they pick up the kit, again, I don't think there's going to be quite enough time.
They got
it's there right at the end. Oh my God, it's close. M80, how did they have the time for it?
It was milliseconds remaining there, but yeah. 8-8, not a comfortable win. Carrigan in the 1 versus 3. The old master, you thought he'd done enough there. Fancy footwork to get through that smoke in a prime position. Had he waited an extra second to pull the trigger on the defuse, maybe it's a different round. But it is going to be by the skin of their teeth, M80 picking the round up.
One scene from Lethal Weapon where he just, cuts all the wires all at once. Something like that.
Haven't seen it, can't really comment.
You haven't
Is it good? I mean, I have when I was about 10 years old.
There's like 3 of them, I think.
I think there's more than that.
It's great. Yeah, you should absolutely watch them. Lake, doing very good work here. Sprays down to Swisher with an unlikely MP9. Comes back as Sin is thrown into flashbangs. MongolZ can't see a thing. He was blind for so long up on the barrels. And Tess is alone over on the other side, and they know that he's going to be lurking like this. Slacks will take him down. M80 revitalized once again in the second half.
Trying to change things up. A Carrigan classic. Calls for the MAC-10 rush over towards B, trying to thread the needle through the initial utility, but running through smokes and flashes. Comfortable kills for M80. They're the ones stocked up on AK-47s now. They take the lead, 9-8.
4 AKs stolen over to the CT side.
Pretty massive. That one did not work out at all. Falcons now feeling the pressure. Financially, they give this one up. The money is busted. Have no loss bonus to fall back on. Decent little Molotov at the start. Takes Lake down to 78. Silent boost there. In towards the boiler room. Smokes down towards Arch. Nico edging the smoke. That's the retake utility we were talking about before.
Right.
Get the smokes down, flash over. Instead of taking bombardment of grenades at the start, wait for that to subside, then claim the position, the territory. Looking for mid-control our Falcons. Sin with a nice grenade prepared here.
Doesn't throw it yet. Didn't feel like it was the right timing, but it looked like it would have been.
So we're going to set up smokes for Arch here. If he gets thrown another one, he can smoke library as well, but just going to be throwing that one down towards the library entrance. Towards B we go. Lake, you need to be careful here. It's normally a one-and-done position. Good flash, gets nothing.
Here comes the second one from Sin behind them, trying to see if he can rotate over in time. Swisher, fantastic work. He's found 3, trying to get that quad spray down there, but might have been enough. 2 versus 2 and 24 seconds here. They're going to pick up the bomb, and there's nobody in CT spawn except for Carrigan, but no CTs that are rotating through.
MongolZ plays that so well. He's picked up a smoke, a Molotov. He's going to drop the Molotov at the top. That's 7 seconds. They can't even consider going for the round. Hold on to your AKs, boys. Well played. A bit scrappy, a bit uncomfortable, but they managed to get the job done. No choice but for M80 to save here, and mainly because he's got the AK-47s. But it will be a tied game, 9-9.
Oh, Sin's rotation put 3 people on the B-bomb site.
Yeah.
And then they even try to catch them coming up banana because clock was running down low. Like, everything about this from M80 was, I think, working out quite nicely. Swisher got the triple spray down, but it just was not enough. They fought their way through, and they had Carrigan and CT spawn, so they knew that nobody was rotating through that way. And like you pointed out, the utility pickup there from MongolZ, huge to win the round with. That's going to tie the game once again at 9-9.
Might be time for another tactical timeout. There it is. Yeah, you can feel this one slipping away from them somewhat. Some rounds that Falcons, to be fair, are having to work hard at. It's not like it's a foregone conclusion. They're not blowing them out the water. It's coming down to the wire.
Yeah.
So Def trying to rally the troops here. They saved 2 AK-47s. The money's okay. There is definitely a buy there. You're just joining us. This is the best of 3. The best of 1s are done for. This is the Group A upper bracket semifinals, so the winner goes to the playoffs. You will come back on Friday to decide whether that's quarterfinals or semis.
Yes, so you can relax a little bit, but it could make a massive difference whether or not you end up in the quarters or the semis, depending on, who you're playing.
And I think for this sort of event as well, when it's in Shanghai, jet lag definitely is a factor, right? Having a day off just to actually recalibrate and just have a chance to do some practice and work out what went wrong the last couple of tournaments and stuff, and just kind of get some more time, especially with Carrigan in the team.
Yeah,
that's going to be worth its weight in gold for Falcons, I would say. A bit more time to prep and kind of regenerate.
I think it's a really good point, isn't it? The amount of maps that they need to play before getting into the major, kind of getting him up to speed on everything and making the team gel. But, I mean, the desk were saying, the vibes look good, and
yeah,
it is true. Like, there is something about that, so maybe they could keep it going. More retake utility coming in. It's standard for a reason. But yeah, neither team really has a lot of money to work with either, Henry. Like, this is a bit of an issue for both sides. So this could be one of those pivotal rounds in the second half where that decides how much you can actually buy for the rest of it. Lake trying to get away with something dead, jumping. You've got to be out of your mind against Nico of all players.
Yeah, right.
Why would you do that?
He gets away with it. It's all good. Tesses loves the lurk on the T side of Inferno. They're going to park him up towards the top of middle. B execution, maybe a contact play. Carrigan seems to like to play in front of the utility and surprise him instead of telegraphing it. Nico's going to be going for the one tap here. Oh my, it's very uncomfortable for Lake. Incendiary, I don't think does much for him because Carrigan vaults up, flashed in. Wow, he's actually done very well there.
That's wild. Yeah, the incendiary landed in the smoke, but the flashbang has wrecked them. Swisher gets another one, and MongolZ is alone versus 3, and only for a second. Sin the one to take him down, but great work from Lake. That flashbang completely ruined them.
Yeah, his own flashbang and assistance from his teammates as well. Did not think he was worth 2 there, but he knew exactly what he was up against. Through the incendiary to make things uncomfortable. The smoke was already down. The flashes were spectacular. He gets the double. And we said what an important round that was, Anders. The money is now ruined with no bomb plant. They have 0 loss bonus. Testes has $1,400 going into this round number 20. So if you're playing it by the book, you've got 2 players at around that money. So Carrigan 1,500, Testes 1,400. Some would say you need to buy this one.
Yeah.
Because if you take a full eco, you're going to be operating with Tech-9s and Galils going forward anyway.
And that's what they're doing. You're exactly right. Even MongolZ joining in. I don't know. M80 looked like a team that could do this right now. 10-9. Like I said, they do need this because that second map of Ancient is very likely going to go the way of Falcons.
This is the best position they've been in since they were up 6-0. So...
Mentioned Swisher at the start as well. I think he came in with about 11 kills or something in the first half, right? But now he's up to 17. So he's done very good. And again, playing that support position over at B, he's super good at it. Definitely something to look forward to. So more of that, if you can deny Falcons banana control or win that fight a significant amount, that will make it a lot easier to defend on the CT side.
Kiyosuke should be flashed in here. Does he just face check this blind? Oh my goodness. Scary. Yeah, lucky to be alive there. Normally, you're dropping a flash from second mid before you peek that.
Yeah.
I guess they just don't have everything they need in this particular round. Bear in mind, it's the 4 spy with 2 Galils. He loses one Anders. I'm pretty sure it's GG. Like, it's going to be very difficult to take the game, even to overtime, if you give this one over.
Yeah, it feels that way. And in big part, just for the economic reasons here.
Yeah, they get 1,900 into the next round.
Let's see what they can manufacture. I mean, they still got some flashes, so, you know, you got one opportunity at this stage to turn a corner. You win that fight, though, it's on. So sometimes it doesn't have to be more complicated. Smoke's going up, another smoke towards the library side, and Arch going to get smoked off as well. Let's see what the flashbangs can do. That's the real ticket. This is just the groundwork, but they need to get around the corner first. JBA, he can't continue it, and Sin's gone down, leaving just slacks here. I said I thought he's a pretty good AWPer. Now he's going to be put to the test. They're right on top, but he can't find the shot. Tesses hunts him down, and now the bomb at minimum is going to be planted here.
Definitely give it a look in. You have a M80, but massive victory here for Falcons.
Lake is so far away.
Yeah, they're not going for it.
I am surprised by that. I kind of agree. I thought they would, you know, just see if they could find a kill there. Surely you must have known that someone was going to be damaged on that T side, but...
it's such a shame. You had this game in the palm of your hand. You're up against 2 Galils and pistols. The pounder towards A. Mechanical skill of the Falcons shines through. Great flashbangs towards top of middle, trading out those kills. MongolZ finding an AWP. It was Slacks that couldn't find the second shot.
Yeah, and possibly JBA boosted up. I think there was an opportunity for him to get the second kill, but it's all in the past now.
Oh, it's so huge for Falcons. Not only do you save 3 weapons going in, you now get a nice cash injection. $3,500 instead of $1,900. You've won the round. You saved an AWP. You saved 2 rifles.
And I guess in fairness to M80, the double save here means they're going to have a reasonable buy in this round.
Absolutely.
But if they start to lose now...
But this has been a nice tug of war. It's been back and forth. Unclear who's going to be coming out on top.
That's what we wanted.
But right now, Falcons certainly in the driving seat.
We were promised a closer game on the other game that we were doing between Paravision and MIBR, and unfortunately, Paravision just couldn't show up, especially for that second match.
Yeah, they've had their issues the last 3 months or so now. It feels like they are plummeting in terms of like notoriety in the top end of the CS scene. Going from winning trophies and deep runs everywhere to now looking like a shadow of their former selves.
Gonna have to shave a lot more heads over there.
I think you might be right.
And you need that.
Big round here. 10-10. We are going the distance here on the opening map of Inferno. This is the pick of M80. They were up 6-0. Had some great opportunities. Last round probably should have been theirs up against the Galils and pistols, but a fumble has split them into a difficult spot now. Falcons have everything they need to find round number 11 here. Potentially the map.
MongolZ getting tagged significantly.
Yeah.
Through the smoke, I think it must have been down to 12 health. That's a bit annoying, surely. But now they've rotated 4 back to the A-bomb site. It's not completely unheard of. Swisher, does he have any more grenades with him? Somewhere in the back? Surely there's going to... Yeah, okay, there we go.
Nice shot. Okay, so he's got a smoke. Incendiary, HE is absolutely fine. Collects all that lovely util. Now we're going to be boosting a player up. It's going to be Nico. Confirming. Oh, that's a nice grenade. From CT spawn as well.
You have to know those by now.
Yeah, that's the Fallen Classic. So going to park one player up, Nico, and anti-flash towards half wall, trying to fend off any retakers. But it will be a apartments pop. 3 players getting ready here to defend is JBA and Lake.
Who's going to flash them out of apartments, though, is my concern. Karrigan's in the middle with no utility. So I'm not saying it can't work, but normally you want a flashbang. You're jumping into a bit of a crossfire. I don't know if I love this at the moment. 24 seconds. The smoke doesn't even land up on the high ground. Kizuke, that's an opening. Oh my god, JBA goes down. Who needs a flashbang? You just need the headshots.
That's so stupid. How has that worked?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh man, you had all the time in the world, and Tesses kills you when he lands on the ground?
Yeah. We're going to have... But it's even the first kill that breaks the crossfire, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know how that happened, but that was the guy playing inside of the bomb site.
They don't even lose a kill. And you're right, they had no flashbangs. That strategy shouldn't really work without the flashes. Yeah. And they, like you said, they fumbled the smoke towards B. Like, it wasn't a fake at all. They knew exactly what was coming. They had the crossfire set up, and unfortunately couldn't connect the dots on a few shots there. Massive round to pick up. 5 players looking to survive here. MONOZ, Tesses low, but the hunt is on. Kizuke can smell blood in the water, and Swisher holding onto his rifle towards the coffins. Crazy round. Got to see some replays there. That was wild.
Yeah, I'd love to see that opening kill from apartments. I don't know how they got away with that one. That should have been a very solid crossfire setup there for M80.
Oh, that's rough. That's a real rough one.
Yeah, look at the money as well. I guess they save a couple of rifles. I mean, that's maybe what's keeping them alive at the moment.
But they've taken the eco. It's a bitter pill to swallow.
Ooh.
So, gonna need a miracle here. Aggression. Swish up, boosted up, going for a novel play. Not a bad idea. Sin. He's got so much space here. So many gaps here for Falcons. If they can keep this aggro up, Nico's gonna have no idea. Yeah, it's a freebie. It's a pretty sloppy setup from Falcons here. Oh, almost losing out to a USP there as well.
Yeah, that actually helps out quite a bit, doesn't it? Karrigan might be overwhelmed. He's going to be traded out. A missed opportunity for MONOZ. They will hunt him to the end of the earth here. And that's the bomb down at the bottom of the ramp here. So very sloppy indeed.
He didn't have everything covered. You're so focused on that fight towards Banana, you've let them walk down middle and kill you at T-steps.
You know if the CTs have low economy, it way ups the chances that they're going to be aggressive because they don't have the utility to play more defensively. So there's a lot of reasons why Falcons should have been more ready than this. It should have been a call that's coming out there on the Falcon side saying, just remember, guys, they're not going to have a lot of utility. They could try something if ever they were. Smoke up, but yeah, Kizuke down. You could see with the assistant of JBA, who did land that dink on him earlier.
Nice shot.
Tesses, but he's dinked as well. Huge for Swisher just to get that one headshot through. They'll find the kill onto Tesses, and somehow Falcons have given an opening right back to M80.
Just a bad round from Falcons, I'm afraid. The fact you've let that happen, it's a really nice, aggressive little maneuver from M80, but the fact that's even allowed to happen suggests you weren't really ready for a round with... You know you've broken their economy.
Yeah.
Patrol, a very common maneuver is pushing down middle, getting aggressive. Like, the fact you've got no idea, no one covering it, and he can get shot in the back, like, where are you focusing your efforts?
Yeah, because half the time what the CTs want to do is slow you down on Banana by throwing endless amounts of utility, but when they don't have the utility, that's not even an option. So sometimes they'll go aggressive instead. Smoke up to try and deny the Molotov, and then Swisher with a very fast boost. I do like this. I mean, there's a way that this can work, but some of the counter utilities coming out. Nico pushing in front here. Let's see if they dare jump against him. I wouldn't recommend it. He's not having a bad game, Nico. Oh my god, he just deletes him through the smoke. He didn't even see him. That's disturbing.
Okay, we'll take it. Molotov down towards the corner. He's locked these CTs in with them. Swisher's in front of it, though. Nico, this is a ridiculous sequence. Lovely shots there. Swisher will keep the round alive.
Oh, but they're going to come back to test him.
We've parked up Tessus in the apartments. I guess the idea is he's going to try and catch any rotating players and anything he can. He's a little bit of a fake here.
Okay.
And he's actually done a very good job. That Molotov and smoke has pulled over everyone towards that side of the map. So that should be round.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. I wish there was a way of some kind of...
Well, that's why we call it a gamble sack, right?
Yeah.
You know you're not going to win this round if you just play a 2-1 setup. So you take the gamble, 3 players over towards one bomb site. Going to have to save if they go towards B. That's exactly what's happened here.
Ooh, he heard the footsteps for sure, yeah. Tessus knows that Sin is there somewhere.
Yeah, true.
Park himself just waiting for it. Every rifle counts at the moment. Yeah, stay as far back as you can. They might call on over another player. MongolZ could try and help out. If they can get rid of even 1 or 2 rifles here, it's going to be so worth it for the Falcons.
Tessus has been very patient here. He knows there's a player in towards these apartments. Guaranteed. Does he check the right angles, though?
Sure.
There it is. That's the AK as well. Get himself a knife upgrade for his troubles. That's going to be map points. M80 do save 2 rifles here. Looks like there'll be no challenge on those. Nico, ridiculous little sequence from him. Taps through the smoke, gets himself a double. Nice to see him hitting shots like that.
His style of aiming and facing fights, he's a nightmare on that like banana position. It's so hard to be up against.
That's not lucky, that's calculated. He knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, sick stuff. Up to 18, in fact. He's 1 behind Swisher, who's top fragging. Let's see what we get. Grenade down at the bottom. It's pretty decent. Little tag up Carrigan a little bit. Another grenade lands on MongolZ. Swisher playing almost in the fire. That's maybe too much. And it will be Falcons winning the early top banana fight here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's a massive victory. They'll try and do the retake utility at this point, but Molotovs to deny the retake itself. Very good response here from Falcons.
Yeah.
You can see how uncomfortable the CTs are. Do they dare flash in again? Sin can flash in from the coffins and try and get that control. Can also set up retake utility from that position once again.
Ooh.
Smokes down towards Arch. Library.
Having 3 people this far back on B is worrisome, because you could see what it does to the A bomb site defense. JBA in the corner, his teammate Molotovs him up, and he still picks up a triple! Carrigan goes down. How did that happen? That was his teammate burning him out of the corner, and somehow it's worked to get them into overtime, unless MongolZ could find 4 kills in the next 40 seconds. He's here, and they should know. He's already picked up the 1 kill. They're in the middle waiting, and a straight headshot from Lake. What an absurd round. I can't even understand what just happened.
They heard the sound tick of the burning, though. No one seemed to be reacting to it at all. It was looking like a nice round there for Falcons. They had the mid control. They'd already pushed them back up towards Banana as well. So yeah, it's a CT incendiary. I guess it just makes things so weird that no one's really sure what's going on at all. But we are going to overtime. That's the headline. Okay. Bizarre scenes there. But they will remain on the T side. Recovering, though, from the 6-0 deficit. Falcons,
I guess,
give it the last round as M80 enter overtime here.
If you want your teammate to peek middle and they're not doing it, if you Molotov them, they absolutely will peek middle.
You have to.
So maybe that's like the hardest kind of motivation I've ever seen.
You have to swing this. I'm going to make you. In you go. I thought you were tripping when you said it was a CT incendiary. I thought, why would anyone throw that there?
That's what Falcons thought. There's no way.
There's no way they'd throw the incendiary if your teammate's there. It wouldn't make sense, would it?
Okay, well, this has been entertaining, and now we're in overtime as well. Falcons, they were looking to steal it away at one point there, but M80, they've been hard to put away themselves. Swish has been playing great over at the B bomb site, and the rest of the team, honestly, they're not that far behind at the moment. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's overtime on the opening map here, picked by M80. Falcons would love to win this one and go on to Ancient, which is their home pick at the moment.
Oh,
Carrigan, he is not enjoying life.
Yeah, battered and bruised behind the half wall. You can see he wants to call in Nico potentially, get that boost going once again. But they are taking so much damage on route. It's going to be Carrigan and Nico both at 30 points of health. That has not gone well at all. It's only Swisher there alone as well. He's managed to dissuade them completely from Banana.
Yeah, wow.
Puffing up his chest.
I think you're right, that they probably did want to boost.
Yeah.
That would have been fun to see.
Smoke down towards the arch, flashbang towards the quad side. Well, I'd Kaisuke to try and get some control here, but no one home. That's fine, though. CT's operating with a lack of information towards the top of middle. One player towards B, bear in mind as well. Smoke goes down.
He's down to a single... Oh, there's another smoke for Swisher. I was going to say single incendiary, but that's a lie. He picked up the smoke just as I was saying it. Tess is operating towards the arch position. Will be taken down by Sin, in fact. And now they're trying to rotate back. That's a little bit surprising, I think. Slack's not expecting anyone to be there. 35 seconds, but they are going to commit to this A-bomb site. I don't think M80 realize. Maybe they do now. Lake starting to piece it together. He's going to find the first headshot. Clock running down low. He's still on the bomb site. He rotated so deep in. Nobody knows. Now they finally figured it out, but Lake, he got so much out of that position. It's still a very winnable round here for M80.
Very uncomfortable round for both teams, but very winnable indeed. M80 with the HP advantage here in this 2 versus 2. MongolZ realizing that, trying to play headshot positions here, trying to find those one taps. Switch coming in from the apartments here. Opening round of overtime. Who will be taking it? It's on a knife's edge right now.
If they had the incendiary here for Karrigan, he'd be dead immediately. Now they've spotted it up. Swisher, you've got to go. Karrigan falls, and MongolZ is next. And Sin to pick up that last kill there. A good double for him, but I think Lake, he got the first kill. He rotated into the bomb site, and nobody knew about it. So once they killed JBA, they were still looking for Lake over by the library. They were expecting him to be somewhere in the back, and he completely fooled them. Nearly got the triple kill.
It's looking so promising there. Falcons unable to hold on in the 2-on-2. Took so much damage at the start of the round as well. Will be M80 to take the lead, but a tactical timeout. Def just maybe trying to calm things down. These have been very chaotic rounds.
He's been with the core of this team for quite a while now.
A long time.
One of the less talked about representatives from the UK.
True.
But maybe a little bit unfairly. I feel like he's done good work putting this team together at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a great coach. Good head on his shoulders, very calm, good tactical mind.
I mean, they're playing really good Counter-Strike at the moment. It's been really enjoyable. I mean, it's Falcons we're talking about. Even if it's Inferno Falcons, this is still like the firepower difference between these two teams. You know, you could have come into this thinking, yeah, but even so, you know, M80, what are they going to do up against this kind of a lineup? Well, they're doing quite a lot of work.
Quite impressive so far. It's been a couple of fumbled opportunities for sure, but you are against Falcons. Like, they are going to best you in the mechanical skill facet of the game. But let's see. Big round here, looking for 2-0 on the CT side. Swish up, just alone towards B, time and time again. Yeah, great work with the utility.
He just doesn't care at all. And they've actually given up on this one, Falcons. They're going hard and fast at the A bomb site. There's a 4-man stack here, so this is exactly what M80 would love. Flash coming out. Sin, it couldn't have been better. He will get sprayed down by Kyusuke anyway, but Slacks is there to take over. Oh, shot through the barrels. Tess is nearly dead behind this one. And surely there's going to be a teammate here. They've got 3 people on this side. Yeah, there we go. Lake to hit the headshot, and no chance for Nico, I think. 1 versus 4. The bomb is real far away. If anyone can clutch these rounds, it might be someone like Nico, but they should set this up. They've got the bomb in their control. Just deep breath here on the M80 side.
Can't imagine a world where Nico wins this, I'll be honest with you. But you're right. If anyone could, it might be him. It's got no util. 3 players to find. They're all surrounding that bomb, playing very passively. You can even let him plant. It's overtime. Force his hand. Give him nothing to work with. And there is a cheeky smoke available, I suppose. But he's got to go so much further into the sights. So many angles to check.
And the credit to M80 here, not giving him any fights. That's what you really have to avoid. A massive difference right now for Nico between a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, he can't win this.
No, not any longer. So little time. Shot in the back by JBA. I think Nico, he's obviously very scary in a clutch, but he's always scarier when there's very little time. I feel like he's so good at abusing the last 5 seconds of a round somehow.
Keys to victory here for M80 have just been having 1 player over towards that B bomb site and having a very strong A site. They're doing a ton of damage as well. Each and every time feels like we're getting like 60 grenade damage over towards Banana, dissuading them completely. And then he has a ton of utility, so they run over to the start towards B. You can see on the radar right now. Drop the util off, park up a player, and they might change things up. They might go for an aggressive maneuver here. I think that might be the case here, Anderson. We've got a different stance.
I do like it. They've been playing that 4-man A early on very much. Now Nico wants to come through, hoping to find Swisher alone, potentially. It's going to be Lake instead, but they might not realize there's going to be a third player here. Nico wants to push the issue. He knows there's someone behind there. The grenade's going to give it away.
Oh, that's more like it.
As Carrigan flashing over Nico to get that triple.
Well, sometimes you can't just let Nico off the leash. He knew he had a gap there. Threads the needle perfectly. Gets himself a triple. It's a formality now. It would be very Falcons-esque to give this round up somehow.
Surely even the Falcons can't do this. Like, they can't give it away.
I can't even imagine a world. There we go.
But as soon as you say that, there's a couple of thousand people at home ready with the screenshot button for one of those, like, the famous Falcons, you know, the mini-map clips. It's like, how did they lose this?
Well, it's going to be Nico with the 23 kills, MongolZ at 20 as well. One round to show, though, after their T-side campaign.
True.
Is it enough? We've talked about the weaknesses of this B bomb side for Falcons. They go back to the CT side now.
Yeah, but they did start to figure it out.
Once they went defensive, like we were begging for, that's when it was kind of locked off. It actually looked very strong.
On our knees, in fact.
Yes.
Please. Stop.
So, pressure's still on for Falcons. It's 2-1 M80. So, T-side here, one round would guarantee double overtime.
And it was supposedly scary as well for M80, because now that they switch to the side, MongolZ was very good opening CT side on this map in regulation. So that's something to deal with.
It took him a while to get going, but once he started to find his confidence, he was very nimble, very active, but he never seems to go towards B. That's just one thing I can't get my head around. He's always peeking like bedroom, top middle, towards the end of the apartments. Like, he'll go for those aggressive picks, but never wants to go and join the banana. See if everyone wants to change things up here.
It would be fun, you know, just to have it in the back of their mind on the T side. You could run into the AWP there. But we haven't seen it yet, and we won't in this round either.
Carrigan and Kaisuke see whether they want to go aggressive. They've got that nice deep smoke, so it suggests they will be. Double grenade. Molotov exchanged. And they won't be fully sending it, at least not this round.
A lot of grenades, not necessarily that much damage on either side. So still a pretty open round here. Third man rotating over is Nico. Again, they tried this earlier to have the 3-man setup where you'd sort of hide Nico somewhere. Not exactly hiding this time, but it could still be a bit of a surprise. Carrigan actually wins the opening fight against Swisher. That is a bit shocking, perhaps. Lake will take one in return, but it's Kusuke. They still don't know that Nico's here. Now they know. Now they realize that he was there earlier than expected. And
nice
that
one.
might slow them down.
I think they might be done for here. Smoked off. Utility running low. You got a 4-on-3. They know exactly where you are. We have got JBA patrolling the boiler room, so they do have a backup plan. Could go join him, I suppose. But they're hoping for a CT mistake right now. Slacks with the AWP, poised and ready to take the shot in CT spawn, but no one home. Talked about the idea of setting up the crossfires when you have these sort of advantages. Exactly what you need to do here. Good flashbang will come through. Grenade to follow. Nico aware there's potential of them slipping the net. So it's all down to this little fake from JBA. Can he make an incision elsewhere on the map and ruffle their feathers?
Surely going to have to be very much now. Oh, they've bring the bomb back. Wait a minute, Henry. Now if he can find an opening, they... Oh, it's not going to happen. I think that kills the round immediately. Yeah, bomb is going to be running back to T-spawn.
Yeah. Might as well take the orb.
We're working with a similar idea, though, here this time, right? Carrigan and Kusuke, they get name-plated, to borrow a term from Chad.
Yeah.
And then Nico is there once again. And you could see that they don't realize that because they're holding a smoke as he's peeking them, right? Like, they're not aware that there's going to be someone in CT spawn like that.
Nice tentative hold once again from the Falcons. Not too aggressive. Good crossfires. Nico stepping up time and time again. Seems like his head's really in the game right now. Every move he makes seems to be the right one. Catches him out. Game sense thriving as we get into the second round here in the CT campaign. Looking for a 3-0 clean sweep, our Falcons. First to 16. Nice grenades.
It's wild. More grenades.
How much damage did they do there? Holy.
That is so crazy. you look at the minimap while that's going on, you almost can't see where Banana is because there's just so many grenades flying back and forth.
Okay. This could be map point already. Swisher down to 5 points of health. You've lost Lake. You might just have to go for the B execution and hope Carrigan doesn't land the shots, but he's been pretty solid when he's left to his own devices to actually get a couple of kills and B. He's actually been doing okay.
Yeah, I've no complaints at all.
Nico and CT spawn with the AK. He'll be setting up flashes once he's smoked off.
Okay.
He can flash like above the bomb site, and it'll be disastrous for Swisher and co. So flashes will be set up now.
Waiting for the one. There we go. It couldn't have been better.
Look how blind they are.
That you painted for us, Henry. I appreciate that. The flashbangs certainly working out this time.
Perfect.
Not much you could do here.
Do you see why I was frustrated in the first few rounds? Like when they're going aggressive at Banana every single round. Like you've got these players. You have people that can deliver this sort of level of Counter-Strike. Why leave it down to a scrappy jewel at the top of Banana each and every round?
Yeah, that is.
Like, let's play some good Counter-Strike here. Let's have good crossfires. Like better communication, better aim. And Nico playing that nice defensive position, dropping the perfect flashbang, setting his teammates up for success. That's how you do it.
It seems to have been sort of the key to victory.
Like, look how blind they are. Everyone's wall munching.
Right. 3 kills, 4 in the round for Kysuke, by the way. He got the first one too, so...
Yep. Yeah, from the grenade round.
Yep. So,
that's some solid CS. Love to see that from Falcons.
So they know what to do. They just haven't been doing it. Now they are, though.
Honestly,
it could work out.
Aggressive this time and looking for double overtime. Is that enough to confirm it? 5-on-4. Tesses going to have a lot on his plate here. They're going to be walking through this smoke as well, top of middle. Nico's got to step up here. Not ready.
Wow.
Not ready at all.
Yeah, you could tell. What a nice call, walking through the smoke. That's bold to try and do. Again, you're about to lose the map here. If you lose the map, you very likely lose the series. Just to reframe, there's so much on the line. As Ancient is the second one, and we know that Falcon's going to be rock solid on that one. Harrigan, he gets one shot through, but receives a little bit of the same in return. Kysuke in a 1 versus 4, and they know where he's coming from as well. Covered on the one side with the AWP, and it's an easy shot as double overtime is going to be in effect here. What a way to start this series. I'm excited that, you know, both teams are stepping up to this level.
I mean, everyone's warmed up now, huh? They've got a best of 1 earlier today. You're now into double overtime in the first map of this best of 3 for the playoffs. And yeah, nice work from Slacks there. Gets himself a couple of kills, one of which MongolZ towards top of middle. Early 5-on-4, worth its weight in gold. Forces and provokes reactions from the CTs there, but what a great call. M80 just realizing there's going to be chaos on the CT side. They're trying to recalibrate, take territory elsewhere, pushing through the smoke. Nico just didn't see that coming at all. Just a very nice call from M80.
Yeah, beating the timing there. I mean, that's a, you know, middle of the round kind of thing. You have the idea and you execute it almost immediately. Really well done. So double OT in effect now. I think Blair was talking about this on the desk, right? But Falcons, with this lineup, have only played Inferno once, and it was against the Mongols. But it was a 13-11. It's kind of close.
Sure.
Or as close as you can get, I suppose.
Kind of close,
Kind of close. I don't know what more I want.
So, 1st to 19 now. Remaining on the CT side, which has been getting better and better as time goes on. As you mentioned, they haven't played it much as a squad, I suppose. So, learning on the job.
Hey, no, as long as it's working, as long as they remember...
Oh, MongolZ's going towards B.
Wow.
We got it. We manifested it.
We're actually getting everything we want right now. What a rare day in the office. Something's working out.
You don't see this too often.
Deep nades, so you're not expecting the AWP to be here. And like we said, it happens so rarely that I doubt if M80 are going to be seeing it coming here. Slacks is on the other side. He's got the AWP as well. They're going to be able to find anything here. Swisher straight into it. Yeah, what a shot.
Now he can just bail to the A side.
Yep.
That's all he has to do. He's shown his presence. There is a gap on the map with Arch. He's aware of it going towards Library. He's hoping they haven't slipped the net again.
Oh, but he's going to get smoked off here, so we'll see how much he commits. Yeah, he's going to relocate back. He heard the smoke landing, so he doesn't want to play inside of that. They are wrapping. You know what? One good flashbang here could kind of ruin this setup. Counter grenade comes out just to slow things down. 50 seconds. And now the rotation's getting there. The rest of Falcons have started to show up. 2 people at the Arch. Yusufi's not that far away. What a spray down for Nico. A very fast double.
Okay.
Tesses can't quite find it. Sin alone against the world. He's already found 2 kills. Going to need 3 more behind that. It'll be Karrigan instead with a double of his own. But yeah, that early NiKo double spray, really hard to recover from.
26 kills from NiKo. Fantastic setup. All off the back of that MongolZ pick towards Banana, gave him the man advantage. As mentioned, as soon as you get that pick, you just run back in towards A, set up the turret. And NiKo playing very well today. MongolZ, some great moments as well. But 1-0 here in double overtime. Gonna have the awkward slacks here. Does MongolZ want to take that same pick? He has done a few times in regulation. Nothing but one-way traffic going in his favor. Slacks aware of it now, though.
JVA a bit alone there. Making a bit of noise as well. And I think Tessus was near enough, but I didn't really want to try and react to it. But there are some interesting grenades you can throw if you think they're doing the boost out there.
Okay, well, back to Old Faithful. That's it, reel it in. Bring it back.
Yeah, it's been working so well, especially because NiKo is so good at finding the timings to rotate back to the B bomb site. So I do like this. There's the retake utility.
It's not perfect, but it's fine. It still does the job.
Over on this side, Sin is in the middle. He's got 2 flashbangs and smokes and everything else. So if they want to do some sort of pop out of apps, then he can definitely set them up for it. He's going to throw a Molotov towards top Banana there.
Big
Sin.
smoke.
And now he's going to come back. You're right. That is a devastating grenade to deal with. The flashbangs, I don't know how good they would have to be to even make it out here. MongolZ tested already. Wait a minute. There might be a chance here, but Tessus is
Bomb
there.
down.
Finally, he's getting something.
Oh!
He's been starving at this bomb site for a while now, but a triple will land nicely. And now it's just Sin here. Again, against the world. Not much he can do, unfortunately. MongolZ will take him down. That smoke, you're absolutely right. That nailed him.
Yeah, because they had so much territory. They had the smoke down towards Moto. Everyone was there. You can't just say, oh, well, let's wait 20 seconds. We'll wait for that to go down. You're already, like, stuck in no man's land.
Yeah.
You're going to get picked off. And Tessus, you're right. He has had a pretty rough one. Yeah. He was on 11 kills before this, but what a beautiful sequence this was. Lines them all up. A boatload of damage there. Nice grenade to follow it up as well. 2-0 for the Falcons as they look to close out their opponent's map pick. Got AKs now on the CT side. 4 of them, in fact. Money's going to be running a bit thin because you bought the AWP twice in a row and you've lost it. So slacks, unless he's been dropped something. We'll have to make do with the Deagle here.
Ooh. Yeah. That's a bit of a concern. That's kind of what happened. You're right, though. So much to work with on the CT side of things. They're never going to be worried. Still don't ever get to see the auto sniper, but you know, wallbanging Banana.
When Cash comes into the map pool properly,
that's
the auto sniper. The auto sniper will be a thing. I'm telling you right now.
Okay, nice.
You can mark my words, Anders.
I'll listen. I don't know if you've ever been wrong, Henry. So I'll take your word for it.
This is the year of the auto sniper.
That's a big statement.
It's actually happening this year. I'm not even capping right now. This is it.
Okay.
2026. Towards the end of it, you're going to see top teams using it.
Clip it. Save
it.
Let's see what happens.
Not on the T side, it'll be a defensive weapon, just to reiterate that, but...
Fair enough.
CT auto sniper is going to be a thing.
Well, I look forward to that. We do need some more weapons in the meta at the moment. That would be nice. Kisuke, he's forced out in front. That's a bit scary. Oh, nades are everywhere. He didn't even get a chance to fire his rifle.
Okay. Well, that's all they were looking for. An opening pick. They don't even have to see Kisuke there. It's going to be the B execution. They are setting up the grenades for it. They're not actually in position to do so. So maybe just trying to bait out a bit of util here.
I think Karrigan said, no, go back. They might expect a rotation. So he sent NiKo away and said, I'll handle this on my own. If they come A, though, you're still going to have, 3 people there.
And 2 players on an M80 without weapons.
Yeah.
Nice little boost here. It does allow you to look in towards Arch.
This is a killer call for Karrigan, because you could see that interaction. NiKo was running with his knife out to try and get there, and Karrigan just said no.
Well, it's a bit of a fake here. You see the bombs towards top and middle. Karrigan just going to hold as long as he can. No one's rotating.
This is so sick. Karrigan's doing great work. Now they're going to find the kill. Can they bring the bomb back? They're still going A with the bomb right now. You can't run back. I don't think they can make it. Nope, it takes more than that. I think it's about 19 seconds running all the way, and now they're backing towards the A bomb site, and the round is done.
Overcooked it a bit.
5 seconds left. Yeah, there's nothing they could have done at that point. You need a little bit more time to run from the top of mid, and especially when you're that close to the bomb site, and back to the B bomb site.
I don't know what the plan was there either way, because there was, 18 seconds when they committed on that fake, it looked like, towards B. So even if you get the kills, the bomb's still parked on the other side of the map. Do that with one player. Then you force him towards the A side, good to go as soon as he goes down. Because, yeah, you get that success over towards B, but you had no time to really do anything with it. Then you're making the call, do we go back? Then you're realizing we've got no time, and we've got to scramble our way in towards the A site, and, yeah, just a messy finish there. Wasn't expecting too much, considering they had 2 pistols there, but still, it's 3-0 for Falcons here. Feels like a done deal.
But you got to go back and say, what a call out of Karrigan. Even as they are fully executing onto the B-bomb. From his point of view, he doesn't know it's a fake. He just sees the smokes, 2 smokes, flashes around the corner.
It would have been super sick if he got 1 kill. He would have been a true hero then.
Sure, that would have been even better. But
you're right. He made that call.
And he did it so early, and not just making the call, but trusting it. It's one thing making the call when nobody's attacking, but then you actually see the attack coming and you still don't call over Nico. Nico's just still at the bomb site. Very, very good work. And that's the kind of stuff that you're hoping for to get Karrigan into a team like this one. You're not getting him here for the individual firepower. You're getting him here for these kind of calls. 18-15 Falcons. They just need one more round.
Is it enough? You never know with these boys. It's going to be 3 players over towards B from M80. Smoker half wall early.
They had a lot of rounds M80 in regulation when they had Swisher alone and then 4 people at the A-bomb site. But I think at some point they started to get nervous that Falcons had figured that out. So I wonder if they're going to return to that. This time it's not the case. They've got Lake over here as well. But yeah, we'll see if M80 want to sort of shift around the defense a little bit themselves at top banana, maybe try something new.
All comes down to this. Looking for that mid control. Smoke goes down. Flashes over. Confirming there's no CD presence here. The incendiary from Sin going to get spammed off the back of that. Needs to be careful, but the incendiary does a lot of damage. Reclaiming that control of middle. Slacks will be there with the AWP. Back towards B potentially here. Molotov down on the corner. Big kill. Slacks will find MongolZ once again.
It's actually huge, like you said, retaking that top mid position. Now counter utilities coming out to slow them down. Oh, Karrigan's pushed in front of it. Wait a minute, he's in front of the incendiary. He might just try and see if he can run it down. There is an opening, but the more flashes that come through, the more they get slowed down on the T side. Now the smokes are starting to get there. And Lake, gotta be careful. They blow open the smoke and they find him. Karrigan sees the opening. And Kisuke's taking down Swisher. I can't believe it. It looked like they'd done enough there, M80. Sin runs in and burns alive.
Hate to see that.
That is not what you want to be seeing.
Anders, I think it might be GG.
I hate to say it, but I think you're onto something here. Slacks and JBA left got to be wondering how did we let go of this round? How did it even happen? Panic on Sin as he runs to the Molotov and dies, and the bomb is ticking away. Nico silently waiting in the back. He's got 27 kills. Tries to get another one, but Tess is the one to feast here. Slacks on his own. He does go down, but there's Karrigan to clutch it at the end, and it's a 19-15 victory for Falcons.
What a game, Anders. It had everything. Back and forth. A lot of the Falcons were going to get blown out the water. They were down 6-0 to kick things off there. Hyper aggressive towards Banana on the CT side, but they reeled it in. They learned from their mistakes. Sure, it went to overtime. Sure, there were some uncomfortable rounds, but it's a map they haven't had a lot of time with Karrigan on. They got the win, and presumably going to be 2-0 here with Ancient around the corner.
Falcons getting it done, everybody, through triple OT. They win M80's map pick of Inferno. Striker, Blair, let me get your initial reactions to what was quite a crazy match of Counter-Strike.
Well, I'll just tell you this. The old Falcons, they wouldn't have closed it out. That was the Karrigan effect right there. Fair. No, but okay, jokes aside, like, honest to God, I think that was a very solid first opening half for M80. That a solid plan. This B-bomb set for the Falcons. Again, this is something the Mongols abused the last time they played, so a few question marks, but credit where it's due. Karrigan, we keep saying it. He's the guy who's able to rally the troops and close it out, and in the end, they got it done.
Yeah, I will say very sweaty, much more sweaty than I would have expected it to, and to be honest, for a lot of regulation, I actually thought M80 looked like they were playing the better brand of Counter-Strike, because a lot of what Falcons were doing was kind of resorting to somewhat cheap tricks or like early opening moves that are kind of momentum based. None of them were really working out, while M80 were just doing things right. They weren't doing anything crazy, just they played all the utility work correctly on the T side, on the banana. They weren't getting caught off by the utility, right, towards the beginning of the half. But then as the half progressed, they started switching up towards A. They meet MongolZ, who's just picking them off all the time.
I think that was a big question mark for me, because everything's working perfectly at B, right? And they're like, all right, guys, surely now they're going to be expecting us at B again. Let's go A. But that's where, because the first, I think, 8 rounds, MongolZ is just frustrated, right? He's getting shot from behind. There's no one coming his way. It's a classic A players, especially with the AWP, where you lose a B bomb site, you're not going to be going for the retake. Then they come into the B status MongolZ. And I feel that's what gave Falcons a bit of a lifeline the first half to kind of mount this comeback.
If we were to summarize this Falcons performance, yeah, tough in the start. And if we're to focus on the good bits, Nico, let's talk about Nico.
Yes.
Aggressive, confident, he looked on fire at points.
I mean, this round that we're picking out now, I mean, that kind of effectively secured them second overtime, because obviously, that ended up going into second after that, because they would have been 0-3 going into the second half of this, right? So that move, that was a really nice setup. I mean, obviously, that's a move that they've played through before. They throw him that smoke towards sandbags, and he can just walk through it, jump on the sandbag, pick somebody off, right? Really, really nice opening move from him. I just want to give props to Falcons for the adjustments they made in the overtimes, both of them, really, because we obviously saw them struggle a lot with the B-bomb site, and then we saw in overtime how much Nico was on CT spawn, waiting with the counter flashes, because that wasn't happening all throughout the first half for a lot of that. They were trying to make opening moves at banana, but then Nico would fall off. He would be at A, and obviously they would just play the 3-2, and they were getting caught off with Kyosuke and Kerrigan on B. But overtime hits, Nico's getting called out to B to support there all the time, and it works because M80 think, okay, this is where we had the most success, and so we're gonna try to abuse Kerrigan and Kyosuke and B. But then Nico's there with the counter flashes. They get stomped every single time. Second overtime, MongolZ comes in, to get that opening pick on banana, and that just starts off the perfect half for them. So really, really nice adjustments from Falcons once it does go down to overtime.
And also felt like for M80, there were a couple of moments where I felt like they started playing a little too scared. A particular round comes to mind late in regulation, where it was a 2v2. I felt like they could have potentially gone for the retake. They had a bit of money remaining as well. They were a little scared. The final round of the second overtime as well, where they basically just ran out of time, right? Just overcooking things a little bit. They had B, they're going in towards A. So I felt like they played again, they overcooked it a little bit, kind of running out of time at the very end. But that's what happens, right? Pressure's on. You start, overthinking things a little bit. The decisions aren't quite there. And I feel that's where someone like Kerrigan thrives in, right? The mid-rounding and whatnot. So I agree with you. Great adjustment coming out. But man, watching Nico tearing up banana to T side, that was shades of old Nico. That was cool to see.
Let's stay on board with the topic of Kerrigan, because no doubt had an impact in this matchup, and especially in crucial rounds. Near the end of overtime, I think it was round 33, M80 was trying to sell a fake towards B, and it was a pretty convincing fake. They had 2 players there chucking utility. Kerrigan's on his own on the B site, but has obviously communicated over the mic, or the team's got a vibe. I'm going to assume it was Kerrigan, though, saying, guys, stay A, and the guys stayed and then cleaned up M80 as they pushed A. We spoke about Kerrigan before, and we're seeing proof in the pudding again of the impact he's having.
I will say, though, that there were some concerns with that, though, because early on the T side, it was a lot of momentum calls that didn't really hit, because when they were going for these early banana plays, they were trying to boost up over the broken wall, right, or a half wall, and that didn't work out. Maybe they get the 1-for-1 there, but they get so much nade damage all the way through. They do it again back-to-back rounds, and that is quintessential Kerrigan. And obviously, if you don't run into 3 people there, that can really work, and then you can just overpower the B-bomb site. But M80 were just always there with 3 guys trying to take over banana, or at least deal damage with nades. And then it took Kerrigan quite a long time to catch on to that fact that this is not going to work. We're going to have to slow it down and then go for some of these later round plays, because that's when they found success. So still a lot of good adjustments from him by the end, once he realized what the approach was from M80, but it took a little while towards the beginning before that happened.
Blair, if we're to build upon this, if we were to look back at that first half, so good job by M80, they had a good first half, but on the other side of the server, definitely could have been an improvement by Falcons, perhaps Kerrigan missing a beat. What else was going wrong, so to speak, for Falcons in that first half? What should they look to change moving forward?
I feel like Striker pointed out as well, they obviously were leading early B many a times, but I just did not enjoy the setup. This one run comes to mind, for example. I think it kind of tells a tale of the B defense, where it was Kerrigan baiting for for Kyosuke, and a Kyosuke baiting for Nico is playing in the back of the bomb side. But that's where I'm going to give credit to M80. They were dotting their I's, they were crossing their T's, Molotoving off every angle, using all the utility and working together, not ever making an assumption that, a corner is, there's no one in a corner or something like that. So I think M80 did a very good job of not falling for any of these small little traps. But as I said, they were too eager, I feel, to take these fights because again, this is what they did against MongolZ, where it did work a couple of times here and there, where they set up Kyosuke, grunts in and gets a couple of kills. But the thing is, what if it doesn't pan out that way, right? What if he doesn't get that opening kill, and suddenly, all of a sudden, it's now a 4 versus 3, and Nico's alone on the bomb side, and they're just going to be pouncing onto him, even though it is Nico. So I feel like the adjustments later on were good. I feel like being less one-dimensional in how they want to approach these early banana positions is something they need to work on. But once again, I think this is a map they really haven't had too much prep time on. Again, it's the only second official they played under Karrigan. So, yeah, they need to workshop it a little bit, but I'm not too worried for the time being.
I also have to point out just one thing, because, yes, first of all, they only played it once in Astana, but also they haven't really been able to practice all through that time. So that is the one Inferno they've had to play in like 2 weeks' time. So obviously, there's only going to be so much time or so much space you have for any sort of adjustments on the map. So definitely it could be a weakness that others could try to exploit throughout this tournament.
Let's quickly look ahead before we go to a short break. Falcons pick up next, Ancient, a very advantageous map for them based on the last 3 months. M80 have pretty much been missing on that map the last 3 months. That being said, though, if Falcons get a rough T side, is there any chance for M80 here, or can we expect Falcons going strongly ahead and winning 2-0?
I mean, I don't think that CT sides are that much of a... This is not much of a shutdown map in terms of the CT side. You have so much space to work with if you're Ts, if you have all the early openings down, and then there's like so many adjustments that you can make that you don't necessarily even need middle a lot of the time. Some of these early opening moves to get the picks, you can just basically walk out 8 sometimes, and you're going to get an open site to get a 5v5 retake. We just saw it with like the PARIVISION game where they got the A-bomb side, but what happened after was the problem, right? So I don't really think that we can expect kind of a shutdown CT side from M80 to give them that much of a leg up, to be honest.
Especially when you have Kyosuke just seemingly getting more comfortable as the more reps he's getting with Karrigan. They're going to be sending out towards mid, and he's going to be a problem to really contend with. Also on the CT side, initially, I think the first couple of games they played against K23, against Magic as well, and towards Astana, if memory serves me right. The CT side, it felt like we saw shades of old Falcons where they tried to overextend a little bit. I'm looking at Kyosuke, for example, where he just tried to he's trying to bite off more than he could chew, basically, which allowed their opponents kind of back into the game. But it seems to have been something that's being kind of fixed as the more they played so far. And again, I have to point out, MongolZ, once they were coming his way, he was just shutting them down with the AWP. And one thing you saw from him on the CD side, if they get off to a decent start, to get it off in his hands, he's going to be everywhere. And I feel like no matter what plans M80 might have in store on the T side, it's just going to be poking and prodding extremities. You're going to have, Nico maybe doubling up, pushing towards A main. You're going to have MongolZ bottom of ramp, pushing mid with the AWP. He's going to be such a problem to contend with. So I feel for M80, I just don't think they have a chance here. I mean, the recent results as well, it's been a rough one.
Yeah, I will say
Striker, I'd love to let you jump in.
But I'm
being told we got to go to a break. As always, though, thank you for your thoughts. We can get more of them after the next map. And the next map is Ancient. It's Falcons' pick. Will they get it done in 2, or will M80 bounce back? Do not go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CAC. We've moved on to the second map between Falcons and M80. It's going to be Ancient, the pick of Falcons. An exciting first map, though, Anders, of Inferno. It had all the bells and whistles for a good Counter-Strike game. We had double overtime, Nico popping off, m80 with some fantastic maneuvers. Sure, the B-bomb side was a little bit weak, but they got it over the line. And we're expecting them to take this 2-0, right?
I think so.
You think so?
Mostly because...
What have you got for me?
M80 is a team that really are struggling on this map, especially the T side. Falcons have 4 wins with this lineup, but that is against, Magic, Monty, and K27. They got 3 wins, I suppose. And then they lost to Spirit 13-10.
Yeah.
But just to say that the victories here, maybe if you look at the win percentages alone, it's a little bit misleading. I still think they're going to be significantly better. Like I said, M80 on this T side... That is a concern for me, and I wonder how this is going to be playing out, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a Falcons team that look a lot more dialed in.
Okay, I like that. Bear in mind, Falcons as well. Nico, one of his specialist maps here, he's got some signature moves, especially toward the B ramp on the T side.
Nice.
Walking up and just finding kills time and time again, even when you know he's up to it. Like, he seems to be an absolute menace on this one. And Falcons seemed like they had a nice opportunity to warm up there. They were 6-0 down on Inferno and managed to bring it all the way back. It was definitely that B-bomb side, as I mentioned. They were a bit too aggressive, I think. The game plan there was that let's just completely dominate the server. Let's disrespect them, make sure they can't run their game plan. M80, though, they turned up today. They're shooting hard. So they had to respect it, reel things in, and you can see the odds on the screen right now. It doesn't look great for M80, I'll be honest. They're not believing.
Yeah, fair enough. Especially with that first map going the other way. That was probably the ticket for M80 to have like a really strong say in this one. But again, we would love to be wrong. How cool would it be if M80 have improved and are coming into this one with, with more of a chance here? That'd be surprising to me for sure. But I do love a good surprise.
You really do.
Yeah, we'll see. They put their hearts and souls into that opening map there. Swisher playing super well on the CT side, defending the B-bomb side quite a bit. But I mean, Slacks, even though he's not as flashy as Monis, he's still got some very important AWP kills. Like
he has great fundamentals, though. He hits the shots he has to. Good positioning. Doesn't give up his life for free. Sure, not as flashy, but still a safe pair of hands. We'll see whether he can go toe-to-toe here. Difficult map for the Orpus sometimes, Ancient.
Oh, yeah, especially when you get smoked off in the middle all the time on the CT side like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Not the most fun, but let's see where this goes.
Could be the final map of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. There is a B stream going on right now between Legacy and TYLOO. That is also an upper bracket semi-final. And looks like they're in overtime in their first map. So,
okay.
A lot of action going on here at CAC today, and it will be Falcons starting on the T side here, and a B play looking very likely, smoking off towards short and long, Molotov either towards the default area or the cubby, and in you go. But they're going to be focusing their efforts towards Cave as their avenue of approach. It's going to be Slacks to defend. Molotov will land at his feet.
Oh, they know M80 what's coming, and they want to fight towards the ramp before the cave part of it is pushed in. I actually don't hate that from the CT side. They knew that they were getting pincered, and they wanted to take one of those arms out.
Definitely.
But it didn't work. Unfortunately, they couldn't find it. Oh, that's an easy kill for Nico. Looked like he was not stressed at all. He's down to 2 bullets, and somehow JBA finds both of them. What went wrong there? Defuse is on.
Just fumbled around. They got too excited. Like, you've given him 3 fights in Cave?
Yeah. One by one.
What are you doing?
Nico couldn't commit to the fight because he had
no bullets.
He had no bullets.
He had 6 in the first encounter. You get a clean 1 tap on the first. I just can't tell you what his teammates are. Are you trying to win the round or trying to get the kill? Like, what's more important right now?
Getting the kill, obviously.
Even got a wallbang headshot.
Oh,
Honestly, even got the wallbang of the Glock. So let's have a look at this. You got 1 player, and everyone comes in one by one. You can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to protect Nico, but he should be protecting the bomb. He's got the information. He's got a kill. He's fine. Don't worry about Nico.
That's absolutely true. What a bizarre way to start it. You want us. The Falcons not really known to win a pistol round, but...
I mean, they've thrown that one away.
Yes, they have. Okay.
Like, Nico heard both of them. He's killed the first. Just let it be. I'm baffled they give that one over.
And if you commit, if the CT player commits to swinging Nico in the corner, that's when the rest of the team can peek if you wanted to, But there wasn't even a full committal to that fight from the...
Oh, that's such a tilting
side.
round. Even I'm a bit tilted.
That's my favorite thing, though, about you, Henry.
Like, it was on a plate. It was done. Either way, let's see if they can win this second round forced by. JBA is in trouble. He's let them in. Should be able to get one. Not even that, though. It's going to be a difficult round here. Lake smoked off in towards Donut. Might be able to find a spam kill here. Can he deny the plan? We saw a lot of this today. Doesn't quite connect.
Okay, then. I mean, if they pick this one up, Falcons...
I mean, all is forgiven, sure, but they've got to pick it up first.
Swisher takes a lot of damage. They do have the kit on Sin, which is important, but no more smokes on the CT side. So retake will not be easy. Nice pick off there. Sin finds 2 kills very rapidly, and it puts a lot of pressure on the remaining players here. Oh, he's too far away. He can't do anything. Nico, he was holding for a flank. He was expecting that someone was going to be there. So they just cleaned it up like nothing. Well done on the M80 side.
So they save a Galil. The bomb is planted. I don't think they forced by again. I don't think they found enough kills there to justify it. But you felt like they were worth a bit more than that. They got the opening frag, no problem. They've got smokes down, and not a single follow-up kill after that.
I do want to say this for the people at home who don't get to experience this part of my day, but you know, every day, Henry, we meet up early, whether it's late, whatever. Like, you're always in a great mood. You're always like, okay, we're gonna go watch some great Counter-Strike, and then slowly the teams take it away from you, and it's just like watching that roller coaster for me is amazing. I love it.
Oh, I'm glad it's entertaining for you at least. Let's see, Anders, what we've got to work with here. We've got the upgraded pistols. They have not forced for. They've gone for Deagle armor. Saved Nico Galil. Known for his wall bangs.
Very true.
Okay, honestly known for his bullshit.
That is such a disgusting kill. Oh, okay, at least they shut him down, but Nico was there on the return. Oh, yeah, that wasn't a kill, that was a slaying that was happening in the middle.
Carrigan should be going down here. Back and forth we go. HP advantage for M80 as Nico's down to 15 points of health. Might want to give that rifle over. And indeed, he has. Kyosuke will have to step up now. This is a very Nico-esque fight. Doesn't quite deliver the goods, though. That's another round. M80 up to 3-0. I say that. There is 40 seconds. Maybe getting ahead of myself, but the bomb is down at the top of the ramp here.
Surely just don't fight him. You know he has to, go get the bomb. Yeah, it's not going to be happening. Nice work on Sin there. 3 kills, in fact, in the round for him. It's another round where, there's a bit of, a bit of worry perhaps on the M80 side, but they come through once again. And again, this is a map that they're not that strong on. So winning these early rounds, I really think it's significant, especially if they can win this next one. If they can slap the first rifle round out of the hands of the Falcons, then that's where the conversation for some kind of a great upset on the map could really be entertained at that point.
Another weird start here for the Falcons. They wouldn't have it any other way. Always having to dig themselves out of trouble. The pistol was a lock-in. It was guaranteed, it felt like, that they spoon-fed it back to M80.
It was.
And now Lake. Oh, this is a great maneuver. He's timed this so well, they'll have no idea. It's Sin through the smoke, doing so much damage, gets himself a double. The wheels are already falling off. 5 versus 3. They can fall back now. The hard work is done. They've got Lake parked up in the cubby as well, Anders. They'll have no idea that he's made it there.
Yeah, almost feels like Sin kind of stole the thunder there, because you're absolutely right. The positioning for Lake is so sublime.
Getting ready for him to get a double, but through the smoke, Sin gets 2. Should be a done deal. Should being the operative word, though. You can overcook here. Lake, that's confirmed. And he survives as well. Well played.
I was going to say, just don't give them even a chance now. You've locked it in. And like I said, this is the first real rifle round that's coming out of the Falcons. So picking this one up this early on. M80 suddenly with a 4-0 lead. And the Falcons much, much slower. So the only thing, obviously, the previous version of this team, certainly playing Ancient, but with Carrigan in the mix, Spirit is the real sort of tier 1 team that they faced. And the rest of it, Monty, Magic, K27, I believe, those are the other 3 teams that they defeated. So, not to take anything away from the Falcons, but it just means that the stats with Carrigan on the lineup are a little bit different.
Well, nothing they'll be doing with this round, I'm afraid. MongolZ and TSS just have to peel off. Falcons really yet to get going. Would be a very different complexion if they just converted that what felt to be a free round in the pistol. But here's the play from Sin, just getting a double through the smoke. Ridiculous scenes here. Lake still not happy with that advantage, confirms the round, gets himself an AK as well. Very clean, very convincing here. M80 with another flying start. Just joining us, they were up 6-0 on Inferno before it all went wrong. But Gifted another fantastic start here. Couldn't ask for much more than this. The money is flowing very nicely. These have been very clean rounds. Maximum loss bonus, though, Anders, so there will be buys to go with this. They saved 2 rifles.
Yeah.
So let's see what Zonic has been cooking. They take the timeout. He chimes in. They keep the money strong for Nico and Carrigan. They don't necessarily drop too much. Going to be focusing on some utility here. But we've got 3 rifles. Deagle for TSS.
So it's an awfully quiet start for the individuals here on the Falcons side, because we said they're warmed up behind Inferno. You know, double OT, everyone should be ready. That looked wild for Keisuke. It looked like his mouse is going all over the place, but he's still alive. Lake is practically dead. MongolZ, an easy pick up against Swisher, and now Sin feeling the pressure. He knows they're going to be coming for him. Very well handled. Lake gets one through the smoke as well. They do clean out Sin in the corner, but you know what? He did a lot more work there than I thought he was going to be able to.
Yeah.
Bomb not planted yet.
It felt like a done deal for Falcons. MongolZ getting the nice opener, but somehow, some way, it's a 3-on-3 in their lower health as well. Okay, well, that helps out a lot. That alleviates a lot of pressure, doesn't it? Double spray through the smoke, didn't see anyone, and slacks. No way he can go for this one, I'm afraid. Finally, Falcons will break the streak. Not going to be 6-0 this time, but 4-1. Missed shot from Slacks should be fine. Nope, it's not. But they still got money. 4-1, Falcons relying on MongolZ to get 3 kills there, 2 of which were through the smoke. But a beautiful opening kill as he creeps up that B ramp.
Yeah, the opening is so good. That's also why it's a bit concerning that they have so much trouble finding Sin in that corner. Like, it really felt like that could have been worse. Was that like the first bullet as well? Did you think the first bullet kill 2 people?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Through each other, yeah. That was kind of insane.
Okay, well.
Well, like we said, the money's good for M80. Even though they don't save the AWP, they can bring it out once again.
Something that we didn't see at all on our first Ancient of the Day between MIBR and Paravision was anybody on the CT side pushing into the A hallways, like the forward pushing.
Okay.
That's a fun way to try and deal with stuff, especially because Falcons are a team that prefer the B bomb side over the A bomb side. So if you're the A anchor and you're a bit bored, sometimes maybe it's worth it to push up and try and see if you can get a flank going. On the M80 side, that is.
Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. MongolZ feeling it with the AK-47. Sending most of their manpower over towards middle A side of the map. Keisuke leading the charge once again. Can he find the opener? He absolutely can. Gets a double. Huge spray downs in towards middle, but Jabba will still be there, or JB I should say, as you do find a couple of kills. Back to a 3-on-3 out of nowhere. But Nico's got all this space. He's found the gap. Need to be careful not to lose this now.
Gotta be frustrating for Slacks to not hit some of those shots. It feels like he's in the right position. He's got the weapon that he wants to have. And he's getting out-dueled by Keisuke in both cases. So that's a little bit disappointing, perhaps. 3-on-3, and like you pointed out, Nico...
They're just trying to sell this for Nico.
Yeah, like such a deep position. If anyone on the CT side was here, they'd be looking elsewhere, surely. Oh... They're running with their knives out. They don't think they're checking this ever. Could have probably waited, but wants to get the kills. A couple of headshots will do, and Sin is already out of the round.
Brutal from Nico.
It is.
Like he said, I was expecting him to let the first one run by, but no funny business here. I'll just take them both down.
Oh, get it out the way.
All right, well done. Opening kills from Keisuke has to be said. Beautiful work on the spray down. But all of a sudden, it's a 3-on-3. Maybe a little bit too keen to take the space towards middle. Let the round breathe for a little bit once you get those kind of advantages. But either way, Nico finding that gap. The cell coming in from MongolZ drops like smokes, Molotovs down, suggesting they're incendiary, locked them out of the A-bomb site.
Right. Yeah, that's such a cool way to play it as well.
Yeah.
Like good communication on the Falcon side. We appreciate that. Sin has actually managed to steal the AWP. That's probably the best thing that he could have done at this stage. And that's all they'll really have in the next round, to be honest.
Could be enough. Sin 9-2 right now. Saving the AWP. Begs the question, do they want to buy up around it? Like I said, really nice spray down here, especially in that second kill from way downtown. And then Nico, stunning couple of shots there. Secures the round, brings a second in for Falcons. It's been nothing if not entertaining today, very chaotic. Falcons felt like they've had so many rounds they should have converted, but I guess with the new in-game leader coming in, there's going to be mistakes and thrown rounds. It's just part of the journey.
Oof. Okay. Bit of an early grenade there, Nico. Has to sacrifice some utility to get rid of that. But all they have is the AWP, and they've got it all stacked up at the B-bomb site. That smoke that's thrown from CT spawn that lands in the T side of middle.
Yeah.
I think it was Spirit recently, wasn't it, that was Molotoving that out from T spawn. Curious to see Falcons not, maybe they haven't learned it yet, maybe it's not on their radar at the moment, but there are ways to get rid of that because it kind of bounces off the wall.
This all comes down to Tesses. They got to walk into the stack here, Falcons. AWP might get a bit of a freebie. Tesses, does he go for the backstab? Does he try and explore his options in towards CT spawn? Wallbang's coming through, 40 seconds. So Tesses looks like he's going for a backstab once they've taken the aggro. You can see him waiting, biding his time. There's the freebie from the AWP we talked about. Now you know the AWP's there. Do you just try and bail and go towards A and Tesses to lock off rotations? What just happened there? What was Nico doing?
I really don't know.
Was he trying to deny the AK and pick it up?
It's something like that. It looked like he was in the middle of some kind of a plan here. Now, are they going to check Tesses this time? Nico was here in the last time around. Slacks. He just runs him down with the AWP. Suddenly there's a chance and an opening here for M80. If they get this round a bit early here, it could be devastating for Falcons. This should have been a done deal. As soon as they realize the AWP is there, you're right. You just pull the plug, you go back to the A-bomb site. They still might be fine, but this is way more risky than it needed to be. There's Carrigan gone down, and they know where MONOZ is. They can have the Molotov. Try and put some pressure on. No kit, though. So it's a full 10-second defuser. MONOZ, he's biding his time, peeks from the other side. That's so smart. Knows he's not going to be held there, and I think, unfortunately, for all the work they've done, without the
styling on him,
they just don't have enough time.
So I'm guessing with Nico there, it looked like he's just trying to pick up an AK and deny the CT's getting it.
Could be, yeah. I think you're right.
I think that's because it got real chaotic real quick. Like, it was a nice setup there from M80, like we said. They find out the AWP's there. They start to scramble back in towards A. Tesses, thankfully, did get a couple of kills. We said he would be the linchpin of that round, but definitely another uncomfortable one. Thankfully for the Falcons, they managed to win it just about. Very nice play from MONOZ. You thought he was cooked after that Molotov goes down, but he knows they've got no kits there, right?
Yeah.
So he plays it perfectly. Just knows he has to deny the first diffuser. If he can do that, doesn't even need a gun at that point. Jump around, run the clock down, and it will be the third on the board. Wouldn't call it smooth sailing, but they have got 3 in a row.
It's maybe worth pointing out as well for M80 on this map, right? It's about 53% win rate on the CT side, but it's down to 36 on the T side.
Yeah.
So they are playing the side that they are stronger on. They're struggling significantly more on the second half. So I really think winning some of these early rounds and kind of like they need to bounce back really quickly is what I'm trying to say here. I think if they could get up to 8 or so rounds in the first half, then they've got a real shot at it here. But I'm worried if Falcons start to pick up many more rounds that M80 are going to struggle to get into the second half. Nice utility coming out on the CT side, trying to slow things down. Sin pushed in front, Sin with Lake to help him out. It is a slaughter in the middle. The Falcons just decimated.
Change of stance here, not playing behind the smokes anymore. Up close and personal is Sin. 5-on-2 should be around, but Nico, as we said, Anders, that's his signature move. AK-47 in hand, creeping up the B ramp, and it's the dastardly duo, MONOZ and Nico in a 5-on-2.
Yeah, you've got to be worried about that, but they actually make quick work of it. No bomb plant being allowed for Sin is 12-3, finding a triple in this round. He is leading the team and kind of making sure they get back out of this one. And you know, because of all of the damage done earlier, Falcons, they're not as rich as they otherwise could have been here. They've won a couple of rounds in a row, but they're not drowning in cash on that T side. They're going to be able to put together something here, but it's not perfect.
Oh, this is when you normally sprinkle in a set piece, Anders.
Yeah.
Maybe go towards A. Mix things up. You've got a little bit of presence shown by Nico. He'll be holding the extremities, trying to find a pick with his signature move, as I keep banging on about. He'll go for one of those plays, and his teammates are going to be ready to pounce it towards A, if he gets a pick or not. But the thing is, Slacks is reading this very well. Perfect position now. Difficult to take him down with the Tech 9. You're going to have to hope he misses a shot, but let's see what happens here.
He's going to see the shadow as well.
Yeah, true.
So if you peek him a little bit closer, you're giving him another kind of advantage. I do like Nico lurking over on that other side. He's got a smoke and a flash, so he's going to set that up to try and cause a little bit of chaos. The rest are in the middle, though. And Swisher is realizing, man, there's really nobody pushing through here at this point in time. Under a minute now, they'll find Nico, and that's a huge discovery. Lake realizing he's gonna disengage. Very smart. You duck down, you limit your model like that. It actually does have an impact on the game. And it will be just 2 players left on the Falcons side. This is huge for M80. I really think they need something like this.
Carrigan, the last hope here. Nothing he can do. Well read by Slacks, taking that control in towards A main. 5 versus 1, almost 0 chance of winning it. See if a bomb plant's possible with 20 seconds remaining. Got the Molotov. Molotov's A main. The plant is down. The plant is through. Nice grenade. Okay, bit ambitious there, Slacks, but still, it's all fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
I like the idea.
I'm going to be honest. Even if this half is 9-3, I still think there's a decent chance that M80 could struggle in the second half.
Okay.
I really don't trust their T side for this one.
I like that. Fortunately for Nico, Swisher saw him throw the utility from the double doors, saw it come over.
Nice.
So a bit of a freebie for him. Very active on the CT side. I'm liking this from M80 when they're lacking information. They are pushing around the map and actually making sure, like you saw them pushing B lanes and A main at the start, that they found Tessus in towards that A main area, realizing they'd given up that mid control. So down to the partial here, 6-3, M80 in a fantastic spot. Problem is they lost to a couple of these rounds on Inferno. Just when you feel like they're in a prime position to take a massive lead, they'll lose to the pistols, and all of a sudden Falcons wake up. Lots of mid control here, Anders. Straight towards that red room.
I mean, they might as well keep going. If you walk through, you find the timing. You could slip in behind the defensive line.
Yeah, this is massive.
Idea.
This is huge. You'll be aware of it in the next, like, 5-10 seconds. You'll be considering it.
Yeah, but I think you're right, though. This is 5-10 seconds too early for anyone to even guess. Easy pick off. JBA goes down, and Slack's wondering, well, how deep are they right now? No one immediately behind him, but the bomb is going to be planted here. Carrigan still goes down early. They get the kill there, but that's only half the battle. The bomb is planted. Let's see if M80 could do another great retake.
They're smoking off A main. They've got Slacks with the AWP, so that's one player dealt with. Nico's been nullified. Kiyosuke certainly not. Finds his second kill of the round. 3 versus 3. Bomb ticking at some pace here, but Slacks continue to find the kill with the AWP. Have they got util for the bomb? Time will tell. It's Monity with the P250. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, as the defuse will come through. He hasn't got a chance here. Great attempt. Very close, very uncomfortable, but it will be M80 winning the round.
But also, for Slacks and Sin, great communication. One guy committing to the defuse, you know he's low, you're hunting him down. Like that's in the heat of the moment there. That could have been really bad if they're not in sync for that one.
Just a bit of a shame, though. You get all that space, the opening kill, the bomb plan, and it just felt like, once again, one by one, they're peeking the angles instead of making the CTs really commit to it. Carrigan gets dropped early, and they just simply can't hold on.
Easy to say when you're watching it, but obviously if they would have wrapped around like the temple in the back there, they could have got Slacks as well in a very similar fashion. But obviously they don't know everything that we know. But it's true, like it did look like the setup for that round was very favorable to Falcons. Now we're at 7-3, and things are looking a bit interesting here. Sonic now on the microphone, trying to see if he can get around it. The troops need a little bit more. I think even 1 or 2 more rounds here, they're going to be perfectly fine. Carrigan on a 1-9 scoreline. He was actually doing really well on Inferno in terms of the kills.
Struggling a bit here. Kiyosuke trying to replicate his success he found towards middle. No one challenging just yet. Swisher will take control of the cave room. Will be there with Sin as well. Ready for the fights. Nico on the other side. Spam trying to tempt him in.
Yeah.
Oh. See ya.
Oh, the timing is so good. A fine Swisher. 3 people on this side. Nobody at the A-bomb side. So they've gone all in trying to defend this at the moment. Red Room is gone. That's Karrigan sneaking on through. And now they're back in the round here. It's a 4-on-4. There's still no defense at the A-bomb side whatsoever. They are really expecting Falcons to show up here. And like I said at the start, this is a team that does favor the B-bomb side by quite a margin. So it's not a crazy bet for M80 that they could be ending up at this site here. Molotov comes in and Slacks has to escape. That smoke is up, and that's suspicious to M80. There could be someone hiding inside. Tess is right on the other side. And they're down to 40 seconds now. They have to go back and check out the A-bomb site. They're starting to creep away from B, and that could be a fatal mistake here.
They're lacking information.
Yeah.
They're in the dark right now. JBA completely alone in towards B. 30 seconds remaining.
Wait a minute. This position is crazy, though. He's gone so far in. This is very surprisingly hard to clear if you're Nico coming through. All he has to get is 1 kill. If he can get this and stay alive, who cares if the bomb is going to be planted? They're checking everything, and there we go. Nico's dropped. JBA pushed into him.
Oh, no.
A round from JBA. Another headshot. Takes down Tesses, and with 7 seconds left, yeah, jump him right there. Might have been a little bit too early, but it doesn't matter. m0NESY, he can't find the last kill, even though Lake was right around the corner. And it's M80 to pick up 1 more round here. Let's see if they can get up to 9. I still think that was a scary round right up until the end.
Absolutely was. They had 0 information there. They thought it was going to be an A play. They stacked on that side of the map. JBA had to go above and beyond. Like you said, an interesting position he holds. As soon as he hears the utility landing in the B bomb site, he swings around. He catches Nico by surprise, gets the double kill, buys enough time, and comes out on top. No time to plant. m0NESY will survive, but fortunately, after getting so many kills, he could actually drop a Galil-lander, so there's something there. Not a complete disaster. The half's not going well at all. Swish has had enough. Full send down the B ramp, but there's Tesses and Nico working in tandem. They are smoked off. Do they want to push forward?
The answer is yes, they definitely do. Tesses picking up 1 more kill to get onto the site. He's actually going to keep going. A triple for him. It's about time that we get to see a little bit more out of Tesses in this series. And JBA alone. Yeah, I like the attempt. Again, you mentioned earlier with M80, like the boldness to go for those kind of pushes, but this time it backfires as they were very flashed, I think, on the TZ side, trying to get down. So, almost no chance for the clutch, unfortunately. A 4th round for the Falcons, and I said I think 4 is enough. I think they could do enough damage on the second half.
You did say that. You said 3 was enough, so yeah.
I said even 3, yes. I'm worried for this one. I definitely am, but you can't take it away. Like, M80 is a really impressive first half. Like,
Absolutely.
I'm glad they played this well.
But bear in mind, let's just roll it back. Let's go back to the pistol. Again, it's such a Falcons maneuver. You thought with Karrigan coming in, they'd lose some of that kind of calamity to their gameplay. A 1v3 where you've actually spoon-fed the retaking CT to enable him to get 3 kills and a defuse. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
like,
nobody knows.
What are we doing?
Still to this day, historians are debating what is going on.
Those sort of rounds, it's just textbook Falcons.
Yeah.
And that would have been a very different half. That's got to be one of the most tilting rounds you can actually lose. Sure, you said 3's enough, 4's enough, but like, they really do need to get a handle on these advantageous situations and stop playing it by the book, playing the bomb.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a team with plenty of experience in each individual player.
I mean, it's like, I get it. They need more time. Karrigan's here, but that's his Counter-Strike 101. That's unforgivable what we saw in the pistol there.
I don't want the more time excuse anymore. I'm through with it because I figured out what's happening, right? In the beginning of a new lineup, they need more time, and then towards the end, you can't criticize them either because now they're going to change lineup anyway. So there's never a time to criticize them.
That's true. Well, we know a change is coming, so it's a dead roster. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm on to the mind games. I know how this works. So, yeah.
All right. Can they win a pistol? Is it possible? Can it be done? Execution in towards B from M80. Should have another smoke at his feet here. Smoking towards long right now.
Yeah, right you are. Second smoke coming through. And there's going to be a Molotov as well. on Sin. He's going to throw that in to put some pressure on Tessus. The duelie's right in front. It's not exactly pretty.
That is, though. Okay.
Tessus with a very smooth kill, but they traded back. Swisher wanted more. Sin trying to plant the bomb, and that pillar is covering him just fine. So 3 on 3, and I don't think there's a kit either. So this could be a very tricky retake. They do have the smoke to put some pressure on at the very least if they want to. Kisuke pushing in. That looked like a free kill, but he's missed the bullets, and now they keep going. He must be running out soon.
Got to defuse.
Still getting the headshots here. 10 seconds on that one. Swisher swings for the first fight. Realizes where Nico is. They're on it now.
Surely.
And yes, they will pick it up. Kisuke with the double, and the defuse is home.
Definitely wasn't comfortable, but we'll take it. The dualies as well, the start there. I thought, okay, this is not looking good. This is looking quite scary, actually. The bomb does go down, so it's not a complete disaster for M80. They will be buying up in the second here. But still, it's going to be Falcons winning an all-important pistol here. Galils and Deagles to come out. If they convert this, I think they'll be absolutely fine. Falcons can just fend this one off.
Right.
I think we're done here. But let's see.
They should really be warming up into it. I mean, MongolZ is playing very well once again. CT side, AWPing for him. Carrigan, again, has been missing in the game for the second map here, but, you know, get him activated a little bit on the CT side, and you never really know.
All he has to do is find his 1 kill each round. Call the setups.
Okay, early utility coming out here. They're not really pushing behind it, so maybe more of a double pump type scenario.
Nice grenade. Carrigan tucked away in towards his cave position. Needs to be very careful here. Like we said, this 1 kill will do. If you're having a 1 in 10 game, just play for your 1 kill. You would double your frag total right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good mentality to have. It's not the first time Carrigan has been here, so I doubt he's super stressed about it, to be honest. And he is set up for a very much a one-and-done type of scenario. He does have Tessus near enough by.
So ideally, you want Tessus to get, like, the opening kill.
Okay.
Or just a dink, take the aggro. That would be ideal, but Carrigan will be challenged first. There's his 1. There's his 2nd. We'll take it.
It's absolutely brilliant. Tessus not even needed for the first one there. He's fallen a little bit further back. Trying to get onto the site now, but that's a lot of damage. Kisuke, he gets a lot of damage. He actually almost got the double kill, but it's Tessus to pick up another one, and the bomb being planted. I suppose that's a bit of a prize for M80. They will not be able to win the round, though.
That's okay, though. That's some discipline from the Falcons there. Allowing the bomb to go down, not over-committing to the fights. You've got a 4-on-2 situation. You're round to lose, and they've had some absolute howlers here today. So, yeah, sure, they'll plant, but they got 1 kill. They can't force up into the next round. They can partial buy, sure, but much more important to keep the Falcons player alive, guarantee the round, keep the cortisol levels low.
I have terrible memories, Henry, of you saying, just let him plant the bomb and make sure you win the round when we were watching Falcons, because so often they do the opposite. Like
they overcommit, yeah. Well, this is very nice. Kisuke as well, getting that double spray down at the end. There was never a moment where I felt they were going to lose the round. Sure, the bomb gets planted. There will be a partial into the next one, but that's totally fine. Execution looking likely here. We've got 2 smokes on the T side. All 5 players over towards A. Fast smoke in towards Donut. Good flashbang as well. MongolZ feeling a lot of pressure. They could win this round, Anders. They've got a lot of space and the bomb's going down.
This is pretty exciting. Yeah, get more money on the T side. Swisher even finding a headshot on Tessus. Can they steal a rifle away behind that?
They've pushed CT spawn with 3 players.
This is actually sick. I don't know if you're expecting this. Falcons might not be able to, I was going to say count that high. They probably can, but you might lose track of how many Ts are actually here. JBA unfortunately goes down very quick, and Lake is going to fall next. They know where Slacks is from that Deagle. They've heard that as he tries to make his escape, but this is so far ticked already. That bomb is low right now. Where's the defuse happening? Kisuke gets 1, and now Swisher. Could he even find 1 headshot? Oh, he gets caught. Oh my god, that's late in the round. They just barely get it over the line, but that is very close indeed. Falcons with the retake, but man, I thought for a second that was going to work out for them.
Absolutely true. I thought the same thing. M80. Opening kill, bomb planted. Ring around the Rosie and CT spawn, pushing tempo. It felt so good, but by the skin of their teeth, Falcons will defuse the bomb and bring us down to a 1-round game. Insta-smoke coming in from MongolZ. Goes towards elbow.
M80 is actually a team that goes slightly more to A than B, which is very unusual on this map. Most teams heavily favor that B bomb site. So just to say, wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see some more of that. Obviously, earlier we saw Paravision try to go A for an entire half.
Sure.
Didn't really work out.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. B execution looking very likely here. M80, similar to what we saw on that pistol. Just getting some basic B control right now. They'll flash out of the double doors. Bomb there as well. Try and get some cave control by the looks of things here. Flash over towards middle. Cave the next objective.
Spending a lot of time in utility clearing this out. They don't know that nobody is even here. Falcons have not been fighting for middle. They've not been fighting for the front of cave either.
Karrigan's still got his smoke. He's trying to hold on to it as long as possible because he's into that cave position. Now, here's the A aggression you are looking for, Anders. Nico spots a couple of players here, and him just staying alive, showing presence there, shuts down their intentions. They have to go B now. They know it.
Yeah.
Has Karrigan used his smoke? I think he has. So that was dropped towards the top of the B ramp, allowing them to have cave.
And they just put another one on top of the ramp there.
Yeah, so their only point of access is going to be this cave position. 30 seconds remaining. Tessez in a prime spot. Karrigan patrolling the smoke.
Oh, wait, Lake. That's from Red Room. He won the fight against Kyusuke. Wait a minute. Karrigan goes down next, and Tessez stepping foot into the flames. They had 1 point of access, like you pointed out.
Yeah.
And they found another one with Lake somehow winning that battle from his point of view. That's got to be a crazy fight because Kyusuke's only watching that angle. That's the only thing he cares about. He knew that that was an option. He was looking the whole time, and he straight up loses out to the AK. That is surprising.
Well, that wasn't looking promising at all for M80.
No.
No time, smoked off. A 5-on-5. You know the bomb site's stacked. They've pushed A main. They know exactly where you are. And you have a flawless run into the B bomb site, barely taking any damage.
Yeah, like you're absolutely right. Once they realized that, oh, they've got that front A hallway, it just felt like we got only one choice, and it's not even a great choice. We're pushing into the only part of the map where they know we're going to be showing up. They have the smokes down. They had everything going for them. This is the fight that I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's how they open it. The one route that nobody even realized was a potential opening. Lake, fantastic work.
It was looking so promising there. Falcons were playing it perfectly right up until that moment.
That changes a lot. I'm actually hyped up about that. Again, this T side, I'm not super overwhelmed by what I've seen from M80 in the past, but if they could turn it around right now, then yeah, maybe there is something to fight for here. It was double OT on the opening map, and M80 now with a 2-round lead. The money is looking grim on the Falcons side if they lose this round. This round is fine, but if they lose this one, then there's a chance that M80 could start to run it back quite a bit. Lake lurking alone outside of the A-bomb site, and the rest of the team, they haven't found any fights here. There's so much utility coming down from the Falcon side that they haven't really had an opportunity. It looks like they are rethinking it, taking the bomb back. Now in T spawn leaning towards A, so presumably they'll try and put some pressure on B and then run through middle. They're gonna have to get rid of MongolZ though. He's in donuts. Maybe.
Nico will come set up the defenses here. On the A-bomb side, the bomb is making its way over. JBA will join the troops. Bit of a fake in towards B. You can see Molotov smoke down towards short, trying to maintain 3 players there. Karrigan, oh, it's not pretty, and it's not pretty at all. Needed that kill. Nico will have to deliver the goods now.
He's got MongolZ with him. Don't count them out yet. 30 seconds on the clock. Another headshot for Nico. They nearly ran into the grenade. That could have been a kill on Swisher. And now Nico wants to swing. He knows they're going to have to come through. What a sublime defense from MongolZ and Nico. If they don't do that, the rest of the team, they're not going to get that. They're so far away, and with Karrigan already gone down, the last 2 players would have never made it there. That is rock solid.
Very nice from Nico. Plays it to perfection, takes it all the aggro away. Buys some time for MongolZ to rotate in from Donut. That's when he peaks again in the flames behind the bomb site. MongolZ, beautiful sequence there to close things out with the Desert Eagle as well. A 1-round game. Back and forth once more. M80 have turned up today, but that's only 1 round they've posted in the second half.
Yeah, that's the concern. That's why that last round was so huge with Lake getting the opening. That was their ticket to really get into the second half here. They're going to have less weaponry. They're going to have, well, it's not going to be the end of the world here, but very soon they're going to be running out of money on the T side. Only one AK on Nico, though. That's pretty good. MongolZ is 21-8. My God, where did that come from?
Ridiculous. It's the one helping out with the smoke towards middle as well. Molotovs, nades exchanged. No one taking significant damage as of yet. Flashbang from Sin. Set up Lake here for an alley-oop play. Swisher will join him. So you've got some basic mid control here. First objective complete.
Yeah, Falcons don't seem to really fight mid, at least at the start here. Earlier we saw CT sides that, you know, had that three-man setup in middle early on, but Falcons are saying, nah, it's fine, we'll put Nico in A, and then we'll leave Kyusuke or MongolZ, depending on the situation, playing towards that donut position instead. So they're a little bit more passive, and that does give M80 a lot more room to work with, which at least in one round they used to kind of get into that red room position. I think that's the potential danger when you give the T's this much space. Do they want to walk past again? It does feel like that could be the plan here, although they're holding it. Smoke is going to dissipate here towards that donut position, and yeah, this is where they want to go. MongolZ's down early. That's over on the other side of the map, so what great work from Swisher. He's just there lurking the B-bomb site, and he finds a kill to open it up. Slacks does go down, and Nico, no one's checking this. What a weird position. He does get traded out, however.
Good comzo. Nice trade. He was worth a bit more than one, I reckon.
Oh, in the middle, Swisher surely going to be catching Tess's. Yeah, he didn't even think about that. Tess's running into the middle, I think. Not expecting Swisher to still be around there. Karrigan, wait a minute. Finding another kill in this one. Lake takes him down, and it's all on Kyusuke. See what he could do in the 1 versus 2. He does not have the kit at the moment, and he's in an awkward fight. He knows there's a crossfire. I don't know how you're meant to win that one. Lake with the triple, Swisher with the double, especially finding the early kill on MongolZ is huge.
Very nice indeed, boys. Excellent round there from M80, and it could be a significant one. Money starting to be drained from the bank accounts of the Falcons here. Tactical timeout called by Zonic. Last buy. Going to be him getting on the mic here. That's a second round. Picked up for M80, a very convincing one as well. That's where Karrigan came to life. He gets himself a couple of kills there. You thought that might be the round where he saves the day, but not quite enough.
I think, did they buy the AWP on MongolZ in this round? I want to say that I saw that picked up. If they do, this would be a classic round to go for some sort of a boost. Couple of different ways to do that, obviously, on the map. Yeah, they have. So Karrigan could boost MongolZ, maybe back at the B-bomb side or something like that, like a way to find an early kill. Speaking of boosts, is it true that I read they changed the triple boost, so you're no longer accurate on top?
I saw there was an update to that. I have not looked into it myself. And that's if we're running that patch here as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're running that patch, and haven't tested it. But I did see something about it.
Okay. So I'm not just hallucinating. That's good.
No.
One for, W for my sanity, at least. Swisher. Oh, he's thinking about it in front of the smoke. I love this play. Oh, what a sick headshot to open up with Swisher.
Karrigan, good luck, my friend.
Yeah, MP9. Oh, he actually does get it. You said he just had to get a kill around. Now the fire is going to consume him, but he did his job. The bomb is still going to be planted, however. And late, again, on this late lurk. That's a bit of a mouthful, really. Kyusuke goes down, and it works. Late, that's all you needed. Yes, indeed.
Well, there it is. Swisher spotted the gap, played in front of the smoke, and a brutal opening kill. Tesses gets absolutely walloped in the corner. Felt like the round was done there. Karrigan kept it alive for a second.
He did.
Fair enough to him. Got that one kill with the MP9, but that's pretty much all they had.
Well, if you heard me cast Ancient before, you'll know what I'm about to say.
Go on.
If you're anchoring that B-bomb site, you can't take your eyes off the ramp. You just can't do it. I say it all the time.
They love slipping the net. They love pushing the smokes, pouncing through.
Oh, but still, fantastic work for Swisher, realizing, seeing that moment. He sees the grenade bank off the corner. He knows that he's got an opportunity. I'm very impressed, I must say. 2 in a row, on the side of M80. The pressure is on that Falcons economy, and even more importantly, M80 are 2 rounds away from getting onto third map. I thought that was not going to happen. I thought their T side was going to be too weak. A great time to be wrong here. M80 absolutely showing up for this second half.
Oh, it's going to be killed there.
Carry it through. It's Kyusuke in the middle, just barely winning out of the fight, but the pressure is on straight to the A-bomb side. They want to take this back.
No way.
Unfortunately, they are getting into a little bit of trouble here. A lot of damage onto Lake as he tries to find more impact in the round. He does get Nico running out of the smoke. He dies.
Yikes.
This is next. This is madness.
I don't know how Carrigan's alive. No way he gets the kill there. He's dead now for sure, but a 2-on-2, he set them up. They've taken the bait, and it will be Team Falcons living to fight another day, it would seem. Absolute pandemonium here on Ancient. Not the most beautiful game of CS, but certainly very entertaining.
Oh, you're right. This especially was a mad round.
That goes the opening kill from Kyusuke, and that was the MAC-10 push from JBA. There was not a single helmet out there.
Yeah.
Very unlucky not to get one kill, but Carrigan had to do like a 360 to even get that Molotov down. I don't know how he got that kill, but we'll take it. Like we said, he needs to play for his one kill. He gets it.
And Lake picked up a triple in that one. He very nearly could have won the round for his team there.
So, the financial disaster is afoot. M80 now operating with Galil's Tech 9s, a few AKs. This round could decide everything. Bomb down outside those B doors for now.
Right, that's important too, to keep an eye on, I suppose. Oh, neither team really has any money. This is wild. That last round really had an impact on the game. Still m0NESY with 23 kills. In fact, you got him and Kyusuke, but where's the rest of it? Nico was playing out of his mind on the opening map. We need him to add to the mix now. Smoke and flash in the middle, so trying to, blind the CTs, not knowing if any Ts are going to be making their way in there. Lake, though, could be in trouble. I think he's going to walk into m0NESY. Got to be very careful. He has actually crossed on over.
He's made it through. That is huge.
Yeah.
Nico is aware of that possibility. They're going to play in front of the smoke again. I think they have to. Carrigan is another ugly spray with the MP9, but they do manage to keep it even here.
Massive work for Kyusuke. He nearly got a triple. He hit the think on the third player even. That's a wild spray. Because the first one, he's actually tracking that spray for a long time before he gets the kill. And then he still immediately resets, gets the next one in just a second, and then hits the dink on the third player. m0NESY as well. They knew that Lake, like you pointed out, they knew that he'd crossed, so they were always aware of that.
So, money busted. That was the force buy. They got 1,900 into this round. You have to take a full eco, Anders. You have to let them tie things up. I thought Carrigan missing out on that first kill was going to cost him the round. Kyusuke, though, managing to get the double was huge. Tess says, great contribution with the AK-47. 1 round game, and as I mentioned, has to be the full eco. Should tie things up. Carrigan's going to have to make the MP9 work again. Thankfully, Glock's no armor. A chance to boost your confidence a bit,
Yeah.
Chance to farm some money. But we have got to open a bomb site. m0NESY, as long as he gets the opener, they should be fine. I say that, though, he has let them through.
The bomb is over at B.
Oh, you're
this
right.
Is a bit of a
it's actually, you're right. They can't even plant. Oh, no.
Tessus is still here. Oh, he finds him.
Okay.
No bomb plant allowed for.
Okay.
That would have been so much fun, though.
It would have been. All right. A weird round, but a clean one. Falcons tie things up 11-11. Everything they need now on that CT side. Diffuse kits, full belts of util, and lots of residual cash. Cannot say the same thing for M80. Concessions being made. Galil for Sin. Utility fine, but no AWP. Going to send 3 players towards middle this time, Anders. A change of setup, change of pace. Nico jumping up towards heaven. Fancies a fight. Looking to get stuck in here. Swisher waiting for him. And it's a great maneuver. Nico, does he get out of there, or is he happy with 1?
I think that whole time they wanted to do that mid-retake, their M80, but they needed Swisher alive on the other side. And when he dies, they say, well, let's try and do it anyway. And that just doesn't work out, unfortunately. Falcons, heavy mid-presence. They really shut it down here.
They're going to get 2,400 into the next round.
Oh.
So, Slacks, pick your poison, mate. Do you go for a bomb plant and try and get a bit of extra money for the next round?
They're never going to let him save, right?
I know. Exactly.
I feel like it's trying to save now is so incredibly risky that you almost have to.
But if you're Falcons, you've given up so many howlers today in terms of rounds you've lost. I'm not even sure you would go for the hunt.
Maybe
I think
not.
you know what? Let's just like make sure we win this.
Don't give it even a chance.
They have had some stinkers today.
That is true. Kind of what they do. So
kind of their whole thing, kind of the brand.
The whole thing. Oh, all right. Slacks.
Here we go. The first incision. Is this a new highlight, Anders?
No way. There is
a new historical moment in the world of Counter-Strike.
Oh. The Falcons fans are going to be coming through if it happens, but it will be Tess's. Nice triple for him. I must say, just no matter what happens here, if you told me at the start of the day that M80 were going to play double OT on the first map and as close as you can get right now on the second map against Falcons, I don't know if I would have believed that. I'm super impressed by what M80 have brought to this series so far. Better than I expected on the T side. They are playing a team that is very well kitted out at the moment, so it's like it's hard to fight them at this stage.
Should be GG. You've got four AK-47s on the CT side, a MONOZ AWP that's firing on all cylinders. You're up against Galils and Tech-9s, Anders, and a MAC-10. If ever there was a way to close it out, round number 24 is the way to do it. Do not go to overtime again.
Yeah, but like you've been pointing out, when in the past they've been presented with the easy or the hard route, the Falcons tend to pick the harder route. Kyusuke, he wants the easy way out. Nearly a quarter kill. Sprays down Lake all the way to 18.
They can still lose this, don't worry. Okay, maybe not now. Switch up.
That could do it. The incendiary. He has picked up an AK here towards the end. Only 13 bullets. No one's reloaded that one. He's going to pick up the bomb as well. And a minute on the clock here for the 1 versus 3. He does want to... Oh!
Hang on.
Elite one! Arrogant to the rescue. It's a 13-11 victory here on 2 maps is what it took. But it will be Falcons walking away into the playoffs.
Absolutely true. A sigh of relief, I would say. Somewhat of a hollow victory. You're the favorites to take this whole tournament. Sure, you got a 2-0, but it did not feel like a 2-0. Sure. You had lots of advantages, lots of fumbled rounds. The one that leaps off the page the most, that pistol, the 1v3. So many moments where I feel like you should be closing this one out, but it just never really happened. But still, Anders, it doesn't really matter. New roster, they're into the playoffs. They will come back on Friday to show us what they're made of, to decide whether they go to the quarterfinals or the semis, of course. Like we said, they're one of the absolute favorites in this tournament. But as you said, we should commend M80 for giving us such a great game. I think they showed some great Counter-Strike there.
Yeah,
Unfortunate, it didn't go to overtime in the second map, but they had Falcons sweating.
Lots of opportunities for them to do some work. And I mean, that Inferno game was super fun. There are still some really good calling coming out from Karrigan. Like you see that in moments. Yeah. And that's, I think, this team, even though we don't accept the early team excuse, it's still cool to see what they're building with Karrigan early on. So.
And Nico as well. He's getting the most out of Nico.
Yes.
He's looking like he's in world-class form at this stage. Every move he seems to be making is the correct one. His aim looks brutal. MONOZ working with, and that's kind of all you need to win games at this point. If Karrigan can make the good calls in between that, it's going to be absolutely fine. But yes, the headline is Falcons are through to the playoffs. They do go 2-0. It wasn't the cleanest 2-0. It wasn't the cleanest game of Counter-Strike necessarily, but still lots to take away from that one. Lots of notes, and they got the dub. So you can't really complain too much.
Yeah. More practice for a team that's just putting everything together at the moment. We do have the boys in the desk ready to break it all down for us.
Thank you so much, Anders and Henry G, with the energy. And I tell you who had the energy on the server. It was Falcons. They make their way straight through to the playoffs. Before we get into the Falcons, though, guys, let's give some credit to M80. I know it was only 2 maps, but yeah, triple overtime in map 1, or double overtime in map 1, and a 13-11 as close as it could be in regular time on map 2. So tough to lose, but there are some positives to take away for M80, Striker.
Yeah, very much a story of course, but no cigar for M80. They'll probably go away feeling like they probably could have taken either map here or even both. You know, this was realistically to be 100%. So yeah, again, credit definitely deserved, but credit also to Falcons, because this is kind of these were some of the situations that they've struggled with in the past. And Karrigan has been saying how, you know, with him coming over, he's wondering whether he's going to bring over some of that phase identity in terms of how they struggle through group stages, but then they power up in playoffs, right? And it's definitely been the case for the group stage at least.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of taken the mantle of, just get through the group stage, get to the arena, and that's where they thrive. But no, honest to God, I feel like M80 really had a solid plan here, especially starting from the pistol round, where it felt like, Falcons kind of threw away the pistol round of 1 versus 3. They had a pretty good, solid game plan, 8-4 to score, and you're thinking this actually might go the way map number 3. And even on the T side, they did a very good job of something which you brought up in the pre-game segment as well, Striker. The B bomb side with Tessa's feeling uncomfortable, carrying towards Cave. They were abusing that time and time again. Even in the final round of that game, they went for the fast B pop, but guess who was lying in wait? It was Kyosuke, triple kill, shutting it down. So close but no cigar. Unlucky Maluko for M80. But, if they're able to maintain his form going up against whoever they will in the lower bracket, I feel like they have an outside chance of making it to the playoffs. So, an NT. That's an NT if I've ever seen one, Paolo.
We did have a slight question with regards to Falcons T-side coming into this one. 4 is okay, just about passable. Guys, what are your thoughts on how Falcons T-side went? Striker, starting with you.
I mean, look, it could have been a lot better had it not been for, obviously, the pistol round loss, which was a 1v3. Then second round, they have an opening pick, but then lose the 5v3 and 5v4 in the force buy, right? And they had another round where they had another 5v4.
Post plant as well.
Another post plant, and then we had the MongolZ clutch where he didn't plant, even though he had enough time. He tried to chase the guy, right? Like, there was a lot of rounds that could have still gone Falcons' way, and just for somehow like M80 came away with all of them. So, I mean, look at the scoreboard. That kind of tells the story of this map. Obviously, a lot of those MongolZ kills came in losing effort, like towards the beginning of the game where they were obviously struggling through it. In that clutch where I think he got 4 kills, but obviously didn't lead to a round win. So a lot of that was just kind of him, just putting up a lot of effort that didn't really lead anywhere. But obviously later in the game, he had a couple of rounds where he managed to close it out for them as well.
41 flashes. That is ridiculous from MongolZ.
That seems very high, very productive.
I mean, it's not a flash assist,
it's towards mid.
like,
It's towards mid. You throw in, he's going to be a utility guy on the T side. But no, I agree with you. I feel like, especially on the T side, it was, you can see in the kill feed right there. But primarily, it was how he was being very passive towards CD spawn area on the defense, but doing a very good job just staying alive, right? I think he didn't have to be super flashy. In the previous game we saw from him on Ancient, a couple of games we saw in Astana, for example, he was the one kind of taking point towards Ram, taking a lot of fights aggressively, a bit of a switch up coming out from them. But I feel like, all in all, it was a pretty good team effort, right? I think Kyosuke was looking very solid overall, but Nico, I think I think Henry highlighted very well how Nico, even from Inferno coming into this particular map, sure, he didn't have like a crazy 25 kill performance coming up, but he was so reliable in getting these kills and staying alive. So I feel like Ancient, a little bit of work left on the T side. But then again, like we said, they haven't had any prep time between Astana coming into here. So I feel like every game is them just trying to get better and better. But just to like put a pin on this for me, Paolo, again, I'm going to reiterate, these are the games Falcons used to lose. These are the games what FaZe used to win. And I feel like Paravision coming in, that's been kind of the effect here. Sure, it's ugly, sure, it's tight, but they get the job done. And that's the important thing.
If we could quickly look at this whilst we bring Nico up on screen, shout out Nico. If we could quickly look at this Falcons journey so far from a slightly different perspective. So we see them as one of the favorites coming into this. And they've won their 2 matches so far, but they've not been the best performances. They've been tough performances.
13-11.
It was 13-11.
Double overtime.
Into a 13-11.
Into a 13-11 against M80.
Welcome back, FaZe Clan.
So my point being, they're winning, but arguably they still need to step it up. They need to find a bit more of a consistency. Striker, thoughts?
Yeah, of course. Look, day 1 of the tournament, I spoke about it before. They've just come over from Astana. This is back-to-back events, right? Now they actually have a day off because tomorrow it's all the elimination games. Yes. So I think that's where they can calm things down a little bit, get adjusted to the new time zone, all that stuff. Just get an extra day for a little bit of rest because they haven't really had the time to, because they played pretty much almost every single day in Astana other than the 2 off days that we saw before the playoffs, right? But then they head into the playoffs. They play the whole playoffs bracket. They come over to China, and then they play the next day, or have the media next day and then play the day after. So like, that's very little time for you to have any sort of rest. Tomorrow is the time for that, and I think after that, we will see a little bit more stable Falcons.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I came in from Astana. I didn't have to travel all the way to Shanghai as well, and I feel completely drained. So forget even just preparing for the tournament and having running some scrims and whatnot, just individually as well. I'm sure you're feeling super tired, but I feel like Yeah, just repeating what he said, I feel like it's just them getting the job done. And in the end, they did it. Commiserations to M80. I think if they put up that performance against some of the other teams we have in this particular tournament, I feel like they would have gone away with the win. Individually, I just want to just round it up with M80 a little bit more, because if you're looking at the individuals, everyone at the moment is shine, right? It wasn't like a one-man effort, like, maybe Slacks or Jaber or Sin just popping off. It was everyone chipping in. So truly a team effort. And I think that's a good sign. I think that's a good sign for this lineup, because for the longest time, they were a team I was keeping my eye on from the North American side, of the full NA team. Well, not a full NA team, a majority NA team. And I'm like, okay, what can this team really do? Because Liquid, obviously, we're not going to be talking about them much. So good signs from M80. And you know what? I kind of feel like they have an outside chance, if everything, if the stars align and whatnot, to maybe squeeze their way into the playoffs the way they're playing right now.
Guys, with that said, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow, I think, if I've heard my producer correctly. If I haven't, and I haven't, and instead, I can direct you all to our wonderful Stream B, because we've still got TYLOO versus Legacy going on. Legacy 1, Map 1. They are currently in Map 2. It's Ancient. Go and tune in. And if you want to know about our schedule for tomorrow, it will be on that second stream very soon. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, go on and enjoy the rest of the CAC action on Stream B. And we will catch you here on Stream A tomorrow. Much love and peace.
Peace.